future is electric, so what? Soul will remain forever.
And we have an extra voice today as well, today and tomorrow, as we welcome back to our merry band, Bruce Jones. First of all, Bruce, to you, at this meeting that's in the paddocks. And I mentioned variety. If variety is the spice of life, then we have got a vindaloo of a meeting.
Very well put, and indeed it's also the fact that it's not just the cars, the mere 400 cars and probably about 600 drivers spread across them. Lots of car clubs in the paddock, and we've had trouble tearing ourselves away from those. I've even seen a working TVR. I'm just remarkably chuffed. But, you know, I can indeed. It will be back. But, you know, yeah, we've got a little flurry of showers coming today. I think it's going to be light showers through the rest of today and possibly heavier ones tomorrow. But, Andrew, we were like... Well, we just didn't know where to look next. That's the thing, because the cars aren't kept entirely according to their paddocks, are they? Because some drivers are competing in lots of races, and their preparers have gathered all their cars in one garage. So you're flicking through the programme from one to another. But what a treat. My favourite circuit in the world, along with just a fabulous array of so many different cars. But the one thing they do all have, apart from the ones that don't, roofs. Of course, no single-seaters at this meeting. There are, of course, some sports prototypes that don't have roofs. We do have spiders.
Championships here this year.
The championships, and indeed a bigger grid of cars than it's ever been in Peter Auto. Well, at the moment we've got real jeopardy, haven't we, with this rain? We have the most recent cars of all the ones racing this weekend coming up onto the grid for the Endurance Racing Legends, LMP and GT1 category. There's so many of these people that want to race Endurance Legends that they split it into two. There's a separate race for the GT2s. We'll see it later. And the marvellous thing about this is those famous drivers being reunited with the cars in which they won, in which they raced at Le Mans. This is, I think, it's the fourth year I think we've run at Spa. There's a marvellous Audi R8 going through there. I mean, these are the cars that we love to see at the turn of the century, the early 2000s, particularly at Le Mans. And there's many cars on this grid, and I think we've got a grid of some 28 cars here. Many of these cars race at Le Mans. There's a dome looking the famous checkered flag livery that Jan Lammers, a little Dutch guy, invented. But on the front row of the grid, John will tell you all about it. There it is.
Of that car would be an absolute fly.
Yeah, that certainly will. But there's various different categories. I should say there's LMP1, there's LMP2, which a British guy called Mike Newton tends to win. Then there's a GT1 and a GT2. So there's a GT1B. So there's 4 separate categories here. There is the dome, and still with all the little sponsors that Jan Lammers put together a whole group of people and made up a big enough budget. And one of the other things about this particular race is there's some fantastic engine notes, particularly listen to the car, which is on the pole, which is a Manueli Collard in the Pescarolo C60, won 3 Le Mans championships in this car. It's got a magnificent Judd V10 in, and it is one of my favourite racing engines of all time. It's right up there with the 4-rotary Mazda and the Matra Simca's V12s.
Celine S7R as well out there. Wellingborough's hypercar. Wellingborough's original hypercar, I should say. Product of Steve Celine, his imagination, and brought to life by Ray Mallock and RML on the edges of Wellingborough over towards Sidewell Airfield, where coincidentally last weekend their latest supercar broke cover for the first time, the P39 project. That's not what it's going to be called. P39 is its internal project number. If you haven't seen or heard anything about that, you will do. I'm popping in there on Friday next, and we'll be putting together a feature for Radio Le Mans coming up in June. Can't wait to see it in the flesh. It looks brilliant. Go and use your search engine for that. Really good crowd here this weekend. Chamberlain Synergy Lola on the grid there, with its original number as well. I think that did run 39 in period.
A lot of people have kept the original liveries.
It's Peter Wolf's car.
And also original numbers. So
Mike Newton, another one. There's another RML connection as well there with the MG Lola. He's on pole in his class for 9th position. Check that up, make that 8th position overall.
You can see who raced the car in period. Bob Berridge, Evans, and
Gareth Evans.
And Peter Owen, who was trying to own an airline at one stage and promised me a free flight to America, but I never got it.
What was that?
Oh, it's one of those all-executive flights to New York out of Gatwick.
Yeah.
Out of Stansted. Anyway.
Yeah, we did that once.
Yeah, there was a couple of them.
Once.
But it's interesting. So we've got most of the people who've won these races in the past. We'll watch out on the second row for David and Olivier Hart, the Dutch duo, father and son. I think the son's a little bit quicker than the father these days, who's won so many endurance races, got a wonderful collection of cars. By dint of hard work, by putting together storage spaces in Holland. John?
Air temperature is temperate, if not to say slightly chilly, 13 Celsius. The track temperature has dropped down to 18 Celsius. We had a wee bit of watery sunshine this morning when we were up and about and coming into the track early on. There's been a myriad of track laps for track clubs and various of the spectators. Worth coming here, if you haven't thought about coming here before, shame on you. Worth coming here just to have a wander around the car parks, because it is a huge, huge car show. Absolutely incredible. Big Ford V8 in the midships of that Celine there.
We've seen a lot of rare cars out, haven't we, as well, John? I mean, rare cars on the grid, but rare cars in the paddocks.
Absolutely.
People having a marvellous time. And, of course, the food always so good in Belgium. But interesting, the guy on the pole, a veteran of 25 Le Mans starts. Yep. Emanuele Collard, and, of course, raced for Toyota and Cadillac and Gams, and for many years for Pescarolo. And
he's reunited with one of his old cars here, the C60 from 2005.
Yeah, well, the C60 started as a Courage C60. It went on for 5 years, 6 years, that particular design by Paolo Canton, I think his name, Cantoni. Very, very nice car run by Pescarolo. And I'm sure it must be a big moment for him to get back in that car, you know, that he had so much success in.
Alongside him on the front row, the man whose cars he drives most often nowadays is Francois Perraudot. They had started a driving partnership some years ago and were driving right up to and including the FIA World Endurance Championship. And I remember Francois, when he first came into that, he got the award for being the nicest bloke in the paddock. He is absolutely superb. He's in an R8 Audi LMP from 2002. Now, this is a car that doesn't have any race history in its era because it was assembled from quote-unquote spares at the end of the programme. Brad Kettler in his shop out in Indiana, absolutely under the auspices of Audi Sport.
Yeah, in 2009, he sold it to a chap called Jim Rogers, who got Andy Wallace to race this car a lot. It won 2 or 3 years, the main race at the Daytona 24-Hour Classic.
Didn't it run it with the champion bodywork on it, this car?
I think you're absolutely right. They did.
30-year champion winning car.
It's a parts been special, but it's all original parts. It was all the spares.
Yeah.
So, you know, don't knock this. It's not a replica by any shape of imagination. Well, it'll go well.
Its previous owner owns the champion car, which he did used to race for a while, and then he had Brad build this one up as a replica. Now, I don't think it's running in those colours today.
No, it's running in the sort of original Audi team colours. Bit of a disappointment at Barcelona. We had a second place and a first place for young teenager Alfie Briggs, and Alfie very much a protege of Bob Berridge, and he was in a Zytek. He was second in the first race in Barcelona and then won the second one, if you remember, John. And Alfie was on the entry list, so maybe Mr. Berridge, you can send us a text, tell us why you haven't brought the car at the last minute.
Another lad from the north of England.
Good reason. And another chap who we've got to watch for that won the other race, the first race in Barcelona, Christian Albrecht. He has won this race here. He won both races in 22 and he won one of the races in 23, but under a different name. He is not racing, he's using a different family name.
Okay.
There may be all sorts of reasons for that.
It seems, Bruce, slightly odd probably for you and me and Andrew to be looking at these cars at their classic meeting, because to me, I was commentating on those 5 minutes ago. Of course, it's not 5 minutes ago, it's 20 years ago. But these cars seem particularly modern to me rather than classic.
I know, it's just so hard to sort of pitch in and work it all out, but 25 years to us does go in the blink of an eye. We're just pushing into our early 50s now. But no, it's fantastic, but it is sometimes you do need to just reassess what you saw, and sometimes you forgot what was on the grid at the time. In years to come, we'll look back at the WEC at the moment to know those are all the hybrids at the front, those are all the GT3s. We forget how Le Mans 24 Hours had so many classes dicing as they were trying to find the right formula to keep it going.
But there's one other basic thing, Bruce. Back then, some of the cars were still open top, and of course none of them are anymore. And so you could, and there was a big debate. When Audi started their campaign, of course, there was a big debate about which would be quicker, and in the end they built an open one and a closed one. And the closed one in the end finished faster.
Well, there's a reason behind that, because the closed top car was put together in about 3 months, and it didn't have the by any means the development behind it. Ultimately, the closed car would have been the better way to go, but they had some issues. And had some issues with the doors and things like that.
Yeah,
but that was just time.
I remember the door falling off, and Andy Wallace was desperately trying to get the car through pre-qualifying those years ago. Well, we've got some lovely Vipers down here as well. Obviously, the V10 Vipers, rumbling great machines.
Big, bright red Corvette C4. That's the 1995 car that I was talking about, Michael Gross-Fillier.
Seems to be a lot of info on the rear wing there, probably its whole history. People tend to do that. I'm not sure about that. Are you, Bruce?
I quite like it on a little board in front of their pit garage.
Exactly.
So the members, the public can have a look and have a see. But because quite often, as we get older, our eyesight gets worse if they're written it in very small italic script.
But by the same token, we just saw a chap there with stickers on his crash helmet. And some people have loads of stickers on. I don't like that either. I think it put exactly a board, put it all on a board, great. But anyway, maybe we should start going through the grid, John.
Well, we've done most of it.
Yeah,
in fairness,
I should mention the dome Ivan Vicoutre. I mean, there is a lot of maybe 3 billionaires in this race. And
I thought you were going to say in this
Ivan
comps
is
booth.
one, and Ivan's racing a Dome, which he sometimes shares with Alex Muller. And this is the car that won this race last year with Alex Muller driving. It's the same car that's now in third.
He won it at a canter last year. I was here doing the PA commentary. So
Ivan effectively runs the Luxembourg Sovereign Fund.
Yeah.
You know, if the Luxembourg government's spending money, he's the guy in charge of it.
So Andrew said earlier on that this particular endurance racing legends class has become so competitive and so popular that Peter Auto, who are the organisers of this and the other events that we'll be covering for you this season, they've had to split it up into two. So basically, you've got what would have been I suppose back in the old days you would have called it the pro classes, but there was plenty of mixed drivers and gentlemen's drivers in the GT1 car. So this is the LMPs and the GT1s. We'll see the GT2s later on today. As the grid is being cleared, it's hearing from race control, this will be a safety car start. So we will roll off at 50:30 and the 40 minutes will start going. At the back of the grid, Pierre Avrion Violet is in a Porsche 996. That's the one with that was the first of the water-cooled cars with the fried egg headlights. That's a twin-turbo GT2 from 2004. We've got one of the Dome S101s. That's one of the earlier cars. The 2002 Philippe Ortez will be alongside him on the back row of the grid. Then the Lotus Elite GT1 from 1997. Mike Hazeman's in that car. I saw that car here, racing here in period. And Johnny Molam had a go in that car as well in period. That's second in its class. Top of the class for GT1A is that bright red number 300 Chevy Corvette C4 with Michael Grossvilliers behind the wheel. Lionel Stark has the Lola MG EX257, the RML built car, the 2002. That's one of the LMP2Bs. He's 5th in class and 24th. Then Marc Rostin in the Pilbeam MP93. Really good to see the Pilbeam here. The 2005 car, 4th in its class and 23rd overall on the inside of row 12. On row 11 is the Marcos Mantra LM600 from 2001. Now, I didn't see that on the grid.
I didn't see it, no.
So I really hope it is there. It's the number 33 car. Franz Wunderlich has the glorious DBR9 from 2006. That is the number 8 car. It's the white and blue car. The Chrysler Viper GTSR from 2003. That is Eric Mesdach, and he is on the inside of row 10. Ferrari 458 GTE from 2016. Oh my goodness, I missed that one. 2016. That's by far the newest car in the field. Then that is in fact running as an invitational class car, and he's got Marcus Paltala alongside him in another 996 Porsche twin turbo from 2003. That's one of the GT2R cars. The Lola BO540 from 2005 is 3rd in its class and will start 17th. That's Peter Wolf behind the wheel of that, and he has got the other Viper, the GTSR from 2003 for Florent Moulin, the GT1B class car in 16.
Car raced by Alan Prost. His last ever race.
Last ever race, yeah, with his son Nico.
When he was 50 years old, yeah.
Celebrating his 50th birthday. The Courage of Mark Drain is second on the LMP2B grid on the outside, on the inside of row 8. That's the Courage from 2004, so that's a C65. The third of the Dodge Vipers of the 2003 vintage is Matthias Bacher, and he is on the outside of row 7 with Steve Brooks in the Celine S7R from 2009 alongside him. Then it's Christian Albrecht in the other MG EX257. He is in 8th in the LMP1B class. That car is on the outside of row 6. Crichton Lendudis in the Maserati, the beautiful Maserati MC12. Nick Damon would be frothing at the mouth over that one. He's next up as they roll off behind the safety car, and the time will have started. Yes, it has. So we are actually counting down race time, although behind the safety car. Philippe Collinson is on the outside of row 10 in a 1999 B9810 Lola. Sam Hancock in another Maserati. That's the Vitafoam coloured car, the MC12 from 2008. He's in pole on the GT category and on the inside of row 5. Mike Newton's in pole for LMP2. That's the EX264 MG Lola. Again, RML built and developed car, and that is in 8th position on the outside of row 4. He's got Sean Lynn's Audi, run out of Brackley by Howden Haynes and Dave Ward at LMP 2002. Howden Haynes, of course, multiple Le Mans winner and star of Truth in 24 for Audi. 7th in class, and from here it's all the LMP1 cars. Dallara SP1 from 2002, Gregor Fisken is in 6th. 5th is Rob Hubb in the Reynard Nazamax. Delighted to see that car back, being a subject of a really big restoration. The Dome S101, Ivan Vercutra, Francois Perrodo and Emmanuel Collard as well as they go through.
John, just wondering if everyone is on wet weather tyres.
I think you have to be.
I think you have to be. But it could dry out. I mean, you know, well, it's like capricious, I think is the word for the Spa weather, isn't it, Bruce?
And then some, I think one could already say. But, you know, it's a delight. It was a really light haze of drizzle, but it did drizzle for about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. So, you know, this is a really important time for getting that feeling through your hands, your knees, your bum, and the back of your neck.
You may have noticed, if you've been looking at the times, that I didn't mention the car that should have been in 3rd position, which is the two Harts, David and Oliver Hart, in the Pescarolo C60. That car, I don't think, has rolled off the grid. So I don't think that has made it round. Neither has Mike Hazelman's in the GT1 Lotus, Philippe Ortiz in the Dome, and the Pierre Aviron Violet Porsche either. Certainly they have not come through the first timing.
Right, yeah, in fact, the Philippe Ortiz Dome, car number 14 and the number 56 Porsche bi-turbo of Aviron Violet didn't set a time in qualifying. So that's probably their reason. But for the other two, yeah, losing the 3rd place car in the grid of David Hart, I mean, it was sitting in the garage looking good early on. I had to just check it didn't just nip by, but certainly timing hasn't picked it up, which is a big shame because he's got a packed weekend along with his son Olivier.
Yeah, the Philippe Collinson Lola B9810 from 1999. That is running in the Dyson colours.
And the Dyson number 60.
And the 60, exactly so.
One thing that I just found really nice when we were trawling around the garages, we met Nigel Metcalf.
Sorry, that's a Christian Albrecht car, my apologies.
Yeah, of Motor Historics, and he's got a lot of the original mechanics working on these cars.
Yeah,
he says they only run original cars. No bits says thank you very much. And just having, when things go wrong, that's when you need the original person.
I was fortunate enough this time last year to be at Fiorano with Ferrari, talking to, well, amongst them, the pole sitter for the Indy 500 tomorrow. Congratulations to Piers Phillips, to Premier USA, and to Robert Schwartzman. But also had a quick squiz in the Formula One room. That's not what they call it, but I'm not allowed to say what they call it if I want to keep broadcasting. Where there were probably 55 or 60 Formula One cars from round about the mid-1970s through till probably 4 or 5 years ago. And where possible, they have, in the course of Clienti, they have the mechanics working on those customer cars that worked in period.
It just makes sense, right? Just watching at least one car diving into the pits, including Sean Lynn, his Audi. Maybe that was one that wasn't out on wet weather tyres. So the field goes down the hill, still behind the safety car, but Sean Lynn presumably ducking out for good reason in the Audi R8. That's car number 3.
It's the Cupra safety car, which is the Porsche, which is the Spa safety car at the head of the field.
And just remember, Spa is one of the very few circuits got 2 separate pit complexes.
Yeah.
Like Silverstone, of course.
Yes,
Spot
absolutely.
terrain on the lens.
I think it's getting heavier. I think it's getting heavier. I really do.
You're right. I think it's really raining hard now.
And we are hearing from Race Control. Thank you to Race Control for keeping us up to date. And also to Al Kamel, our timing partners for Peter Auto that the safety car will come into the Formula One pit lane this time around. So it's the Pescarolo C60 of Emmanuel Collard Manu, still driving at his absolute best.
He's never stopped, has he?
I think he got better when he went into the GTs with Perodo in those early years of the WEC. He really got back. It's in the PlayStation colours, then the silver, Audi silver and yellow stripe on the Perodo car, then the checkered dome. The Reynard Nasamax is the green and black car. I don't even have to look at the pictures of these because they're in my head. This is brilliant. What a great way to start off the day. The Dallara SP1 is next up, the number 81 car. And now that's an interesting piece of kit as well, because Dallara have been making chassis for a very, very long time. And that, of course, is the Gregor Fisken driven car. And
purveyor of fine automobiles. He's got some very nice cars for sale at the moment, including McLaren M26.
Really?
But he's a good racer. He's Gregor, been racing a long time.
He's been man and boy in the classic car
actually,
business.
that car's not there though, is it?
It was
I didn't see it go through.
Okay, we'll have a look, because let's just double check. No, he's still listed as having been through. He's listed as running in 5th place. But what I am noticing is the field is up at the front. It's closing up, with the tail end of the field, the GT1s are dropping away. They need to be closing up because the safety car in at the end of this lap. But have you spotted it, John?
Yes, I have. It's not running in the colours that it is shown in the picture.
Crafty.
Yeah, we must say, a wonderful programme produced for this race meeting. By Peter Auto. It's got a picture of virtually every car that's racing.
Yep.
I'm glad I'm not the guy that had to lay that out.
So the Seat safety car pulls away. It's a safety car restart, so I'm presuming, which is always a dangerous thing to do, but I expect that will be a single file start across the Grand Prix start and then down into La Source for the first lap. I'm just checking that actually to see if it is yes it is, it's the F1 start line and finish line that they use. So then, how many memories is this bringing back to you as we kick off our stream from Peter Auto and the Spa Classic for 2025, and Francois Perodo with effectively his boss behind him, getting very sideways in the PlayStation. Pescarolo and losing it at La Source, and through goes Perodo in the Audi number 83.
Speculate Collard might be on slicks, you know, John.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. Somehow manages to hold onto it. The dome sitting in there, the black and white checkered car as they come through, but the Nasamax coming through of Rob Huff and trying to get through there as well.
I was so used to seeing Rob racing touring cars and winning the World Touring Car Championships, but rare to see him in a car of this nature.
Looks like the Dallara and Gregor Fisken was just making up a position there, Bruce, as they come into Le Combe for the first time.
Yeah, good. I think you're absolutely right about Collard being on slicks, but he's got back into 2nd place. But actually going onto the start and finish straight, you saw a real twitch, the tail coming out from Francois Perodo as he anticipated the start. That must have given him a wake-up call, but then to see his teammate and companion getting it wrong at La Source. But they are fielding out best of the GT1s. There it is, the Vitaphone Racing MC12 Maserati at the front.
Battle for a class position, the two Lawlers, or the Lawler and the Lawler MG. And it's Mike Newton in the red, white and blue car that is leading that little class battle at the moment. And then the Dyson car, and I have to call it the Dyson car because that's the colour it is, Andrew.
Well, that's got the man who's calling himself Albrecht this season in it.
Yeah.
Christian Albrecht, the Thetford sponsorship. I never knew what that was about.
Well,
Thetford's in Norfolk.
I can tell you what it is. It's toilet systems for motorhomes.
Yeah.
That's what they post. And maybe you asked why Guy Smith was driving for them.
Swift Caravans.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They also had Norcold as
yes, they did.
And that was refrigeration systems.
And what a huge enthusiast, of course, Rob Dyson.
Chris Dyson won a championship last year.
Chris Dyson is winning Trans Am.
Yeah. Rob and Chris, the power behind Racer magazine as well, of course, nowadays.
He's a great enthusiast.
Through and through enthusiast. Dryer, the bottom part of the circuit. The spray you can see as the cars went up the Kemmel Straight, and it is a climb. That's at the top of the picture. You can imagine the top of the hill, but down on the lower stretches as they come out of Pouhon, go through Fagnes, and then even on the climb, mercifully, the climb up through high-speed Blanchimont, it's pretty much dry.
Collard in the PlayStation Mahmoud car. He's struggling in parts of the circuit, but he's keeping that Audi honest. Then,
just looking to see where Collard's placing the car, try and find the drier spots. We're assuming that he was on the slicks.
Seeing that Nazamak racing again is absolutely brilliant. Our much missed colleague Janice Minton did a lot of the PRing period for that car, and Chippy was an absolute star, really integral part of the Radio Le Mans crew in my early days.
I found a NASA Max notebook about a couple of years ago in a pile of, a box file marked Le Mans. Right, a bit of overtaking going on. It is the Dyson Thetford car
through,
fighting its way through. And but up front, certainly Francois Perotto's having to hang on. Even he's having a twitch up at Les Combes. And we think slick-shot Pescarolo, Emmanuel Collard, tucked in behind. But they're both sliding around the corners. They go down towards Bruxelles.
And let's watch out for the other Audi of Sean Lynn, because I'm seeing from the timing screens he's back on track. And he is much faster than the people around him. Just looking at his sector times.
Well, I tell you, he was 3 seconds a lap faster last time around. That's going to stretch. If he's decided that he's gone to slicks, or the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
and that was coming out the pits.
Look, this is the great thing. This is the battle we had at Le Mans. I mean, Pescarolo were the underdog, but they did keep Audi honest in period before all the manufacturers came back into.
Collard going for the lead down the inside.
And it's stuck.
And he's got that done pretty easily as he went in to find that right, left, down towards Campos now and curve Paul Frere. Stavolo as the olders are we going to have the classic names this weekend?
Well,
we have to.
It's a classic meeting. We have to.
I think we should have had this decision-making process last night over dinner.
As long as it wasn't 1 year, let's say in the late 1980s, I came for the Spa 24 Hours and they had renamed all the corners.
Sponsor names.
And I can guarantee, I can guarantee you one thing, I couldn't remember then and don't remember now, which was Black and Gold corner. Why did I need to call it that? Luckily I was writing it then, not talking about it, but thank goodness a classic circuit has by and large kept its classic names.
Going through the GT battle into find now as well, or Biff Paff as it's sometimes called, although that always confuses me because the Piff Paff I think about is at Ricard, which is on our schedule for later on in the season. If you're just joining us, good afternoon from Spa-Francorchamps, where a Pescarolo C60 in the hands of a driver who knows this car very well, Emmanuel Collard, leading the first race of the weekend from an Audi R8 and Francois Perotto, these two long-time driving partners.
And of course, very much the coach, Collard of Perotto, and then Perotto's family are in the oil industry in a very big way. He's got the most magnificent cars. Sam Hancock went round, look.
That's very unusual.
Was that Sam in that car?
La Source.
Class leader in GT1 he was. Has he hooked it up before the second of those MC12s comes through? Yeah, he certainly has not, because the Vipers are coming into the picture. So he's got time to atone, but
John, don't you think Perotto's done a terrific job from being a very high-level businessman? He's become an excellent racing driver.
He, like many of those that I don't like the term gentleman driver. I'll just checking a little bit of the action. Now, did Sam Hancock get some assistance here? He certainly did. He was pulling back out onto the racing line towards the number 16.
Albrecht hadn't seen him, had he?
Well, I think Sam hadn't seen him, really. I don't see
what
Sam was pulling back out onto a line that didn't exist for him. That's unusual for Sam. Maybe he expected that car to have braked earlier. Stefan Ventel from AMG Customer Racing coined a phrase a couple of years ago when I interviewed him at the Nürburgring 24, late starting professionals. I thought that was excellent, because nowadays it's not like 20, 30 years ago when you could just turn up at a race meeting, do a full practice session and half the second practice session and then go and race with your professional driver and expect to be competitive. You can't do that. You have to commit to this now. These are difficult cars to drive with no ABS, and it's really raining very heavily now from the top of the hill down to Pouhon, or the Dubra Gauche for the first group of GT cars. You really have to commit to this. And there's something about high-flying businessmen, Bruce, that seem to have that analytic mind that they can sit down. I remember with Mike Newton years ago, when he was at Le Mans with Tommy Erdos, that Tommy would go out and do a couple of reference laps, then Mike would go out, do 5 or 6 laps, and then they would come in and people would think, well, why are you wasting the time? He was looking at the data. He was looking at the onboard cameras. His company did cameras, of course, flight view and things like that. You have to have that analytical mind nowadays, and for 20 years, I would think now, to be able to look at that data and go, I need to find time here, I need to find time now.
Analysing is one thing, getting that to work
That's
is
a very good
entirely
one.
another
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
and also it's that ability.
2 MGs alongside each other.
Ability to close their mind to their business world, which is probably going on all around the globe, and focus on what they're doing when they're in the car. But it is, some get it to work, and Francois Perrodo has just come on in leaps and bounds. Now, a few cars diving into the pits. When I say a few, I mean it's so big, it's actually just one, it's a Viper. But again, people not too sure about these conditions. We do feel it's getting wetter.
But the mandatory pit window has just opened. Mike Newton taking advantage of that, coming in from the lead of the LMP2B class. Also, Philippe Collinson in the B98-10 come in. That's the 25 and 26 cars. They were in the top 6. They've just dropped out of that now, waiting for any of the leaders to come in. Sam Hancock has come in. Matisse Bakker as well has come in the Dodge Viper. So 2 of the major GT cars as well. So Hancock, who I think held the lead. Florent Moulin went through actually in the Viper, didn't he?
Yeah, he shed the lead there. So the Festina livery, this is the second, that's Matthias Bakker car in. That's a standard. This is the top pit lane. This is the Formula 1 pit lane. Of course, we've got the endurance pits that go down the slope towards Eau Rouge.
Nice matching races. So lifted the hood though. Bonnet. So there's that great big Viper V10 engine. It's a lorry engine, really.
It was a truck. Yeah, it was a truck. It was a truck engine. I drove the Orica Viper at Ricard on the short circuit at Ricard after the Le Mans win one year. And at that stage, they still had an H-pattern gearbox. And the H-pattern gearbox was also out of the pickup truck as well. And it suffice to say that I was very shocked because it wasn't the most precise of things. And deciding whether you had gone from second to third or second to fifth was actually quite difficult. The engine helped you because it had so much torque, it actually really didn't matter until I actually found third one time and oh, that's what it's meant to feel like.
Well, conditions are clearly getting worse. We've got another Viper looping round. That's car number 112. And I think conditions...
Alex Mestach.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, conditions certainly... It seems they were easing off, but they've become worse. And that's such a tricky corner, double gauche.
But you know, Spa, it's different in different places. About the first few Spa races I covered, because it's a full 8-mile track. And that was even worse. It was completely raining in one place and completely dry elsewhere on the circuit. But these are definitely very, very tricky conditions for these guys.
Well, they really are, because practice yesterday was run in fine, beautiful conditions, about 20 degrees air temperature, maybe slightly less. In fact, some of the drivers were saying, even when it's wet this time of year, it's normally a bit warmer. So, what did you say, John? It was 13 degrees air, 18 degrees track temperature at the start of this race. So it's quite tricky.
It's gone down to 11 in the air and 17 on the track. 40-minute race. We're halfway through, and the safety car has been deployed.
Right, who's that going to benefit? Who pitted last
anybody
time around?
Perrodo and those at the front of the field have got to get in. They've gone through. So Emmanuel Collard's pitted just before the safety car. The dome spun up the top of the hill, right in between Speaker's Corner on the grass there and the motorcycle chicane. The Nazamax is in as well for Rob Huff, who's sitting impassively. Various pit stop times here. We are not changing for this race. We are not changing drivers, and there will be a minimum pit stop time. So it's part of the, let's call it the balance of performance, for want of a better word.
You don't have to change drivers.
No. Well, I don't think there's any two drivers.
We did see the one couple change.
Was there?
Yeah. Well, there's a lovely piece of pit coat.
Is it a panther or a leopard?
I think it's a leopard.
Yeah, snow leopard, I doubt. Very rare these days.
but I think it's the right thing to do, bring that safety car out.
Quite a few of the drivers, there's not a great deal of hurry down in among the pit lane, but not wanting to risk their cars perhaps, but again it's just checking tyre pressures for some. Safety car comes around, just about to cross the start-finish line on the uphill straight, the run towards La Source, but quite a few drivers sitting, waiting, and any extra time they have, they'll just be guessing which tyres do we go for.
It's funny actually seeing the names on the rollover hoop of the Nasamax there, because as it was coming down the Kemmel Straight for the first time and I saw it pull out, I nearly said Robbie Sterling in the Nasamax because it was the name that was stuck in my head.
But you didn't dare.
I just pulled the handbrake on in time.
And John, and then you look at whatever happened to him? I haven't seen him for years, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about that
That
yesterday.
Roman Dumas did all right though, didn't he?
He did.
Rings a bell. Yes. So, umbrellas out in the pit lane over some of the lucky drivers in the open-top cars sitting there waiting. The safety car going around, and Francois Perraudot is in the pits, but he was leading the race under pressure from Emmanuel Collard, and Collard made the move and got through. But it had been a real scramble. We'd have to remember one driver who dropped out of the mix entirely was Sean Lynn, but he'd worked his way. He pulled in at the end of as the cars were released by the safety car at the start of the race, clearly unhappy with his tyre choice, and then went out. He was picking his way up the order, but I feel his gun might have been slightly sparked, and now the cars are starting to get going again down the pit lane, but they're making it look
pretty busy down there, isn't it? With 3 wide in the pit lane.
I don't understand why the Reynard Nasamax is sitting exactly where it is in the middle of the pit lane, or in fact was that one of the MGs? It was one of the MGs with the lime green middle.
That was the MG Works car with the Hot Wheels
There's
sponsorship.
Albrecht, that's the car that was running. He's shown in 3rd place still. You can see the rain coming down.
Mike Newton, 25 car. I think that's his second stop, Mike. Or is it just that? They come. I see. Right. Okay. I realise they are. Are they using both of the pit lanes?
I think they're only using the upper pit lane, and they haven't quite got to the start-finish point.
Okay, I see. That makes perfect sense. So we've got a Chrysler Viper actually leading the race at the moment, I think. Florent Moulin behind the wheel. Temperatures being, I think that's air being bled out of the torque line Lola.
3 Dutch drivers in that originally.
In period, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, run for racing for Holland by Franz Conrad's team,
but not Conrad Blue.
No, Conrad Blue and sort of turquoise and white.
Duck egg blue, I call it.
Duck egg. That's a very nice description.
Now, what's going on here? Marshall's
there's something on the track. There's some oil on the track, I think, on the outside. That's the right-handed part of Fagnes coming down the hill.
Well, of course, we saw the dome rotate coming sort of through Speaker's Corner. So was that not on the exit of Bruxelles, perhaps? It was a tight
you might be
corner.
right.
Could have been oil on the track there.
If you haven't been in the pits, you must come in now because the pit lane window is about to close. So yes, my supposition was correct that the Viper is leading, and that car has stopped, so it has done its pit stop. So this is very much in period where we had all kinds of different cars.
Audi is just in front of the car. Presumably he can speed up a bit.
He'll come back around and get the lap back.
Timing and scoring is not showing that Viper though.
It's not. I'm just scurrying up and down. There's Florent Moulin's car listed in 6th place, is in the pits at the moment. In the pits.
I think the water might have got into our timing system.
I think what happened was Francois Perraudot went past the pits just as the safety car was coming out, and everybody behind him dived in. Certainly Emmanuel Collard did, and I think that's thrown things out. Florent Moulin has just come into the pits in the number 60 car, right? So he's just got in time. So that would have been the car that was...
Okay, the car
at the head of the
front, you've got the safety car behind it is a Viper. It's car number 86. It's Matthias Backer's car. It's a lap down.
Lap down.
Yeah.
Okay, so he got out. He changed to Johan Kruger, who's in the car now, but he's a lap
So
down.
they need to wave him by. I think the problem has been caused by where, and there's a spin behind the safety car. Now, and that's interesting. The safety car took the cut through the motorcycle part of Speaker's Corner, or Curve Jackie X, and some of the other cars are still going round the full circuit. So which part of the track are we meant to be using? They're being asked to use, the problem is that the people who are further behind can't see the safety car. And the number 2 car, the Maserati of Sam Hancock, is having a 15-second time penalty added at the end for a safety car infringement. So what I think has happened here is that there has been, this is great, that's it, Lecombe as well, with some fluid on the track. So Perotto is in the wrong place. He's ahead of the safety car because of when he came into the pits.
Well, it's tricky enough, and I was just thinking the wettest part of the circuit was Lecombe down through Bruxelles and Speaker, and that is also where someone has dropped oil. Also, just talk about double, let's call it triple jeopardy, but for everyone out there, it's about surviving through to the end of the race, and let's hope we can get people into the right order. We've got this amazing mix of LMP prototypes and the GT1s, but they're all struggling because there's mixed conditions.
So what's going to happen now is Perotto's going to get a lap on the field here because he's in front of the safety car. So he's been waiting to see if he's been allowed to go around, and he is. So because of where the safety car came out and the fact that Collard dived into the pit lane and Collard was scored as the leader, I suspect the safety car was looking for Collard and Collard was not found.
I think you've hit that nail on the head.
And so it picked up someone further back, and Francois Perotto has therefore got a lap on the field in this Audi R8. Bereft of sponsorship, because this is not a race car, it didn't race in period. Brad Kettler, multiple Le Mans winning chief engineer, put this car together from a spare tub, a spare engine and a spare gearbox. When I talk to Brad, and I still see him periodically in the paddocks of IMSA races in the US, and actually I must try and go and see his workshop in Indiana next time I'm over there. He talks about the engine numbers and the gearbox numbers as if they were old friends. You know, it's 503. Yes, I remember that one did 35,000 race kilometres, and we never even took it apart. We had a look down the bores, it was still fine, so we just left it in there.
And you just nod knowingly.
But John, that makes him sound like a bit of a geek, but he's an all-round great guy. And
he's a super guy.
Chap, and so helpful when I was doing the pits for Fox Sport and Speed Vision before that. He was so helpful.
And it works both ways, Andrew. When you're in the pit lane, if they trust you, you're not going to twist the story. And you get the good stuff. And sometimes they'll say, between you and I, that's fine. It gives you the bigger picture, and your job is to sort of work out what to say. I'm just trying to work out who did the dropping of all the oil that caused this problem, because certainly looking at amounts of quick dry, particularly on the exit of Lecombe and then down, well, it starts at the exit of Lecombe and then goes the whole way down the hill. But at Bruxelles, they've used several sack loads of the stuff on the outside of the line. So when the drivers come down the hill to that tight sort of double right-hander, they really need to hug the inside of the circuit for a lap or so. Yeah,
Gregor Fisken in the Dallara SP1 2002. That is also in the PlayStation colours, the PlayStation 2 colours. I was expecting to see that in the Deutsche Bank X colours. The sort of dark blue and orange, dark blue and lime green.
I think, John, what people forget is some years at Le Mans, you suddenly had a sponsor who had a bit more money, and they'd put it on other cars as well as their original car. You remember the days of Hawaiian Tropic, of course. They'd run around, who still needs something?
They always did those deals at the last minute. Just going back to Gregor, he's got the most magnificent race suit with his tartan all down. The tartan runs up from ankle to shoulder. It looks great, and very professional, of course, the way he runs everything.
A couple of cars that are going to get drive-throughs when we go back to green. Christian Albrecht in the MGX 257. That's the car scored in second position, and in fact the leading car behind the safety car, if you see what I mean. That's overtaking under safety car, and also the same penalty and the same offence bringing the same penalty for Crichton Lendudis in the better of the two Maserati MC12s at the moment. The earlier car, actually.
We're going to see a lot of Crichton this weekend. He's a Greek shipping magnate. He's in several races. Yeah, Crichton, sure, owns a fleet of tankers.
Much better days these days. When I was a lad and went out to Greece, you could see across the Bay of Salamis, and it was tanker after tanker after tanker in the early 70s. Remember the oil crisis? They certainly do. Yeah.
Safety car coming in at the end of this lap then. We're going to have a 8-minute or thereabouts battle at the front of the field. Where's Francois Perraudot? Has he come all the way around to the back of the safety car's train? Yes, he has. So, as I suspected, he's got a lap on the field. The Seat, or should I say the Cupra, my apologies. The Cupra has its lights out. It will peel off right-handed into the pit lane now, and it does. Following it in, the lapped Chrysler Viper, although they've done their stop, and also coming in Christian Albrecht to do his drive-through. Now, I'm not sure he can do that until the next lap around. So this is the battle for second position now between the number 81, Gregor Fiskin, with the light blue and pinstripe front end and the red engine cowling for the Dallara, and Philippe Collinson in the number 25 Lola with Mike Newton, another class leader, sitting in behind him. So there's a second place car and two class leaders battling at the front of the field as released from the safety car, but that's basically the battle for second on down, Bruce.
It is, and for Collinson in the red and white Conrad run Lola, that's quite special. He started 10th. He's running in third place. Well. He's in the mix, but it's about just getting it right in these conditions. Of course, for Francois Perraudot, he's had a gift, a massive, massive gift of effectively 95% of a lap. Of course, he'll make the very most of that, but right now, Collinson trying to hang on, but Gregor Fiskin just starting to ease away from him as they go down the hill towards Bruxelles. Now, Gregor is doing what I suggested. Take the tighter line, stay off the quick dry. Collinson thought, hey, I'm on the wider line, and now he might have the slippery bit of track, but actually, he's going quite nicely as they drop out of Bruxelles down towards Speakers.
And there's more slippery stuff down there. I do wonder if it was the dome that put that down, but no, you see, that's still running. Warning flag, track limits, as this is the 86 car. Is that sorting up a penalty in the pit lane, or have they just pulled that in? This is Joshua Kruger.
Yeah, he took over from Matthias Bakker. I didn't see him get a penalty. That was the one that was effective leader behind the safety car, but a lap down.
Yeah, indeed. So.
And then he pitted it just as it withdrew. But why he's sitting there, I do not know. Now, Collinson really starting to chip away at the tail of Gregor Fiskin. This is for second place overall. They're working their way down through Fagnes. The track doesn't look too wet down there, around Campus. The Lola getting closer and closer, but Gregor Fiskin he's not defending, he's just taking a very good median line. So he thinks, Collinson, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to find your way past. Now, the corner where you had track limits exceeded a short while ago was don't do track limits in the damp around. Yes, Blanchiment. No, stay between the white lines, please, because it's such a fearsome corner.
So, heading through and down towards the final chicane.
What's left on the clock? Well, the clock keeps on counting. We're 14 minutes into this race. It seems a lot longer because we've had all these rather stop-start. We started behind the safety car, then the safety car was brought back up because of that looping and presumably oil-shedding dome that went around just as it approached Speaker's Corner. But they've done the clear-up. The cars are back on track. But we do have a situation, Joel, quite extraordinary. Francois Perraudot gifted almost an entire lap. But still the track is slippery. And as I say that, the Vitaphone Maserati goes off at which corner? Yes, the slippery one down into Speaker's Corner. He's facing the wrong way.
Is that Sam Hancock's car again, gone?
I fear it is. I didn't want to name names, but you've just gone and done that. Or is it his teammate Wittweger? Hold on, let's have a little look. He's sharing with Alexander Wittweger.
We've got a red flag. Red flag with 5 minutes to go. That will be the end of the race, and we will go back to results a lap before.
Well, that should still be Francois Perraudot by dint of him having nearly a lap.
A couple of people making the point that there's 2 safety cars at Spa, not here, there isn't, and not in WEC. It's only really SRO that use 2 safety cars here, and it is a hell of a job to keep them coordinated. By dint of it being over 7 kilometres, it's 7.001 or 2,
Yeah,
just
so
over 4 miles. It is tiny amount. I remember talking to Eduardo Freitas about this years ago and said, why don't you use 2? He said, it really isn't worth it. He said, it's more trouble than it's worth to try and keep them at the same point. And just the one safety Cooper here. So thank you for that. So the red flag out, and it seems a number of people don't know what that means.
As they continue on their way, not coming into the pits when they get through the bus stop.
Well, I would say a red flag means come round and stop on the start-finish line.
Yeah, but a lot of the cars have dived into the pits and the ones going.
No, hang on. All cars rejoin their pit boxes in part firming conditions.
There you go.
So the teams will have been told that, the drivers will have been told that. So those that stayed out made the mistake.
Session suspended. It's a great big flashing
board. Missed that, isn't it?
on the gantry on the start-finish straight, and I was certainly impressed earlier when they had another message up there. It's very, very clear indeed. So it's really been mixed conditions for the first race of many over 3 days of the Spa Classic, and it wasn't the race we were looking for. There was some good racing out there with Emmanuel Collard going off at the first corner when released by the safety car, Francois Perrodo taking over, and the conditions changing by the moment. Then we had a safety car period, and again it was getting, Andrew, those that started on slicks, and we think Collard did in his Pescarolo, could it come to them?
It just fell wrong for Collard as well, didn't it? So, I mean, he was the class of the race, really. But, well, he finishes up finishing 6th, I think.
He pulled in just as the safety car was being called. Yeah. And I think actually that triggered the confusion around where the leader was. Always very difficult. I have actually called many races where that exact circumstance has caused an issue. Gregor Fiskin coming through, and he's not come into the pit lane either. Now, last year, anybody who did what some of these cars have done... Oh, no. Gregor's thinking about
not
going
sure
the
where
wrong
to go,
way.
is he? And there's Sam Hancock's car.
Johnny Morlam lost a win last year by not coming into the pit lane when he should have, and effectively, quote-unquote, taking the checkered flag twice. So I suspect that these results are very much provisional.
Yeah.
I'll give you them anyway. Francois Perrodo on the road wins it in the Audi by a lap over Gregor Fiskin in the Dallara in second. Philippe Collinson is third on the road, but first in the LMP1A class. Winning his class, Mike Newton in the EX264, the Flight View car. Christian Albrecht third on the LMP1B podium. Emmanuel Collard fourth on his podium. Rob Hubb fifth on that podium. Sean Lynn sixth in the Audi. Ivan Vercutre seventh. The GTs won by Kriton Lendudis in the older of the two Maserati MC12s, ahead of Steve Brooks in the Celine S7R. And who would have been third in GT1B? That would have been Marcus Paltala in the Porsche Bi-Turbo GT2. What a handful that must have been in these conditions. That Bi-Turbo flat six car, not known for its gentleness of throttle response, more like a light switch. Other class winners, Nicolas Joffre took over the Ferrari and won his class as well. LMP2B, second in class, Mark Drain in the Courage C65. And I think those will be all the people on the podium. Peter Wolf in the Lola BO540 was third in his class as well. So there will be podium presentations. Our French colleagues are looking after the Formula One pit lane, which is where they will be taking place. That, I think, is the 39. low. Oh, no, sorry, apologies. That's up in the top. That's the Dumari
Oh, we're looking
from
into
a Porsche.
That's the car that Vincent Voss will be driving, isn't it?
Yeah. Vincent Voss driving that car later.
The big surprise here is Collinsville, because he's not very well known. He's one of the lesser known drivers. He hasn't had much success, as far as I know, in this category. And so that would probably be his best ever result. So congratulations to him. Cool-headed drive, really.
At RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us on the socials, I'll try and keep an eye on that. Hello to James O'Donnell. Time for 2 screens so I can be watching Spa and the 12 hours of Misano. Smart boy.
Oh, but not watching Monaco as well on the 3rd screen.
That's nothing to watch there.
There'll be more overtaking here.
Well, that
by about 2,000 times.
That isn't, I think, at issue here this weekend. So the red flag with 5 minutes to go has brought this race to a somewhat premature end. Now, I've just seen some changes, I think, on the timing screen. Let me have a quick look and see if anything has changed in the major positions. I don't
Not in the top 6.
No.
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 No, I think it's remained as it was. So certainly there seems no debate about Francois Perrault at the top. This is still with 11 laps.
Not.
We want to know if it gets thrown back a lap. But when you've got nearly a lap advantage, I think you're probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, he, as I say, he was just in front when we saw the Cupra safety car with that lap Viper behind it, which I expected that Viper to get waved by. And that didn't happen, of course. So he just came in when we went green to take his stop, or maybe just to get out the way. And that allowed Francois to disappear up the road. I suggest that Francois, he was puttering around in front of the safety car, I think asking if he had to drop back. And then he was given the go-ahead, and the mighty V8 of the Audi R8 fired him. TFSI. Wolfgang Ulrich, what a genius, and thank you. Audi managed to get the holy trinity of reliability, power and economy.
And the other
genius, get 2 out of 3.
The other genius was the other Ulrich, of course.
Well, Ulrich Beretsky.
Yes, who designed the engine.
And when the engine whisperer, as Tom Christensen called him.
Yeah.
I could offer you a change at the top of the charts. Our timing screen is now suggesting Christian Albrecht in the MG EX257 has taken victory.
Right, well,
let it settle down.
I can tell you some of those. Time penalties for the Dyson number 16 and the number 11, that was the Crichton Lenduda, so that's going to cost him the victory there, because they couldn't serve their drive-through penalty. Now, what I haven't seen yet is why the other cars have been penalised. So where has the Audi gone down to? Francois Perrault has been put down to 2nd position at a 2-minute gap. So Christian Albrecht given a lap lead, and the result declared at lap 10 for the leader, and with a 2 minutes. So that's when people were in the pits.
Yeah.
I was slightly concerned that it was very close with Perrault once he was chasing around from the tail of the front of the queue just ahead of the safety car, and it must have been by a small whisker that he was just denied when they counted back 1 lap to the results after 10 laps, crucially, rather than 11.
Yeah, absolutely crucial, wasn't that? So Albrecht, who's won this race before, has had 3 times before, under a different name, lucked into that a bit, I think.
What other name was he using then?
Probably wouldn't like me to say.
Oh, okay.
He was Christian, and you can look it up in the results.
Okay. He was Albrecht here last year, though?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Because it's a very similar name to somebody else.
Okay.
Prost. So a little bit of a scratchy start because of the weather conditions just changing, and oil being dropped on a track that's already just become greasy. Not everybody's friend, but they've affected a very good clear up. And we've got such a packed agenda of coming up and chasing through today and tomorrow. We go until just 5 minutes after midnight tonight, the final race, the Heritage Touring Car Cup, 23:05 to 0:05, and that is packed with absolutely one of the biggest grids of the lot. Let's hope they got rather better headlights than they had in period, because it could get
No,
very
not
dark.
allowed.
No, not at all.
You're not allowed to change the headlights or the bulbs
There you go.
from the homologation as
Well,
original.
lots of Morgans down there, and
Oh, they're Jaguars, I'm sure.
well,
And a Mercedes. And an Aston
there's
Martin.
all sorts of super.
It's diverse and a flurry of Alpine going around
And
the background.
a Bullet Mustang on the right-hand side, one of the Bullet special editions.
Look, see the rain coming down hard now, and we're looking forward to race number 2, which is one of the most popular categories in Peter Auto. Has been going for many years. It's called 2.0 L Cup, but actually it's all about short wheelbase Porsches, and the man that really knows about these, of course, is Mr. John Hindhaugh. But,
Well, James Turner, actually, he'll be joining us in
James.
a little while.
he founded this series, didn't he?
He did
Yeah.
indeed, and these cars from the mid-60s, they're... Oh, I see, yes. He founded this series. These cars all built on original mid-60s shells. You can tell if it's a 65 car if it's got welded turret tops.
Only John Hindhaugh knows that.
Well, I only know that because Ollie Bryant told me that yesterday. The later cars had slightly different tops to the turrets.
And Ollie Bryant is the man who won this race at Barcelona in our opening round. He's a former champion a couple of times. Sometimes he drives it with the owner of the car, who is a man called Kyle Tilley. And John was talking to his team. Kyle is actually racing elsewhere today.
He's at Misano. He'll be here tonight.
Yeah, but he'll be here tonight.
And he'll be racing it tomorrow, that car.
I think he drives a different Porsche, John, tomorrow.
No, he's racing. He's racing
I
this.
thought there's only one 2.0 L Cup race.
Oh,
Yeah,
My
he's racing
apologies,
a
yes.
faster Porsche tomorrow. Yeah.
yes.
But
He'll
yeah,
be sorry. My apologies. He'll be sharing that car with
With
Ollie for
yes,
the rest
with
of the
Ollie,
season.
yeah.
Ollie's done
But-
the one on his own at
Yeah.
Barcelona and here.
now a very strange thing. Ollie,
400.
Ollie, very much a star of this series, but I don't believe, and certainly recent times, he hasn't won the Spa race, because last year it was Andy Jordan won it, and then our Russian friend Evgeny Kiriev, who is going to be right up there, and then Andrew Jordan won it with Mark Sumpter back in 22.
Oh, there's a couple of names to conjure with.
Yeah, Mark Sumpton's got a garage, a Porsche dealership near me.
So it'll be Ollie Bryant on pole position, Yevgeny Kiriev and Ramzan Orozbayev. Then it's Alex Van Houten and Jürgen Randolph on row 2. Juan Pablo Oriola and Nelson Calle on the inside of row 5 with David Danglard on position 6, Erwin van Leeshout on 7, 8th Xavier Dairu, 9th Patrick Pugin, 10th Frederick de Egidio, 11th Stefan Koenig is sharing with Mark de Siebenthal. Mark, well known in Porsche circles, he currently is building a nut and bolt replica of Porsche 935-001, and for the man who owns that car, then it's Stephen Edwards and Matt Neal, Jan Hunger and Christian Albrecht, so he's going to have to run across Jürgen Vespal and David Verzinglebregan, Antonio Simches and Manuel Dominguez, and that's only half the field.
Well, James Turner has just joined us.
So let's get him a headset. Hello, James. How you doing?
Yeah, good, John. Nice to be here.
Now, we're buried away in here, James. We don't know how wet it is out there, but from what we can see on the screen, it's very wet indeed. And how's it going to affect these
I think
2.0 Cup
English
cars?
people would call this a mild spring day. But
Beautiful
it's,
spring day. This I would normally have shorts on, but
We're just, as what I would say is kind of slightly heavy drizzle. So just slippery.
James, you're the father of this series. I say that without fear or favour. Give us the raison d'etre and how this series came to pass.
Well, probably a bit like you. I grew up watching 964 Cup on Motors TV. And when they all arrived 6 abreast at the chicane at Hockenheim, that was like in my memory. And so
I just love these little cars. They're fantastic to drive. And about 8 years ago, I thought, well, we really should, when I started my business, I wanted different ways to kind of promote it and network, if you like. And I just thought it'd be a good thing to do. I knew Patrick very well from when I was at Aston Martin Racing, Patrick Peter.
Yeah.
And so I rang him up, and he said, it's a very good idea, come and see me. I met him at Paul Ricard 2017, and we did a deal then and there.
When I saw this last year here when I was doing the PA system, I described it as Porsche Carrera Cup, had Porsche Carrera Cup been around in the 60s, because it didn't start in the 70s. Olaf Manthey was the first champion. First race was at Imola, actually, 30 odd
which
years
we're going
ago.
to in 2 rounds' time.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's very cool.
So these cars weren't racing cars. These cars didn't all start out as racing cars. So how did you arrive? And we're going to, I think, start. Are we starting behind the safety car? Not sure. Not had that yet. So we might still line up. How did you arrive at the specification and therefore the homologation, effectively, for this race series?
I think when you're thinking about these cars are so usable. I've just done the Tour Auto one. There were cars racing at Donington in a 3-hour race, 2-hour race a couple of weeks ago. So there were already 80 built cars when we had the idea in 2017.
Oh, really?
I had a spreadsheet of 80 cars. I've now got a spreadsheet of about 125.
That were competing just in various different events and roughly speaking to the same sort of specification.
All built to FIA regs, which very closely we followed, because what you don't want to do, some people have said, why didn't you take off these Solex carbs? They're so difficult to make work. Why didn't you put Webers on them? But then the problem is you've got 2 different specs of engine. And if you like, one of the things about this series is it is the good value entry point to Peter Auto Racing. We've just watched a grid of amazing Le Mans cars, and now here are these cars, which are, let's say, more affordable to the man with a GT3 RS or something. And so, that's why we've built it, with a view to cost.
James, you're still racing this series, aren't you? We're in Barcelona, I think.
I didn't actually get out on the track in Barcelona, but I did on the Friday. But yeah, I love this series, but I'm lucky enough I've raced in it every year since 18.
And they're twitchy to drive.
They're lovely to drive.
If you're not sliding, you're not driving it properly, though.
I've got so many photos in my boasting album of me going sideways in one and grinning from ear to ear.
So we're coming round here with this fabulous 28-car grid coming round. So tell me a little bit more about the specification. Everybody gets, am I right in saying everybody gets 5 tyres before the start of qualifying, and you're not allowed to touch those tyres, so you can't shave them or do anything with them?
What happened, as you know, with it's very difficult to do one-make series in historic racing, and so what happened was people were turning up with 10 tyres, and that was never the idea. So we thought the way to create a level playing field was 5 each, but it looks like we're very close, and you're probably the best man to cover this.
Well, I'm going to wait for a moment, because I didn't see the time start when this came in. So this is an hour and 30-minute race. Ollie Bryant in the red and cream car on driver's right. It will be a start on the run down to La Source. Alongside him, Yevgeny Kiriev. And Ollie was saying to me yesterday, I really hope it's wet tomorrow. Well, he's got his chance. It is the first test match of the English cricket summer, so of course it's bound to rain on a bank holiday weekend as well. Through La Source for the first time, and Ollie Bryant gets the whole shot, such as it is. Around about 185 horsepower from these cars, all running on Aramco-controlled fuel. Oh, he went a bit wide, and Kiriev has gone through. So Ollie, who looked to have converted that start brilliantly, has dropped down into second place, and Kiriev gets away. Whoa. Big slide through the middle part of the rise to Radion as they bottom out going through Eau Rouge, and the rest of the field coming through. Good news is we've got through the first quarter of a lap, and Kiriev it is that leads onto the Camel.
John, I think I'm right that Ollie has got a 40-second longer pit stop than virtually everyone else.
Yeah, he's got 20 seconds over the car in the lead, which I checked. That's actually got Roman Rusinov in it.
That's Rusinov, isn't it?
Oh,
right,
is it? Really?
Okay.
So Evgeny was standing next to it at the start.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Roman Rusinov, former class champion in FIA WEC.
Yes.
In LMP2. Run a lot of cars at Le Mans, LMP2. I think won the class one year, and always had that sponsorship from Russian fuel company, didn't he?
Well, he was the Russian fuel company, so that helped.
What was it called? G something.
Oh dear,
Oh,
straight on down. Now, you see, good news is that's all been paved again now. So that was an off and back on again.
That was Alex, and look, Ollie's just gone off wide on the look.
Was that Alex Van Houten that went off there?
Yeah, that was Alex.
Yeah.
And Ollie went wide, and so that means that Rudolph's moved up to second, I think.
That's Jürgen Rudolph in second place. Headlights on here. I want to talk about... put your headlights on, lads, everybody. I want to talk about the specification of these cars. As I say, they put out about 185 horsepower. How do you ensure then, how closely do you have to scrutineer these cars to make sure nobody's having you over, as it were?
I'd look at the speed trap data. Some people will say they make a different noise if they've got a bigger engine, but we have never found, well, be careful what I say. I think that they're pretty closely matched. If you look at the speed trap times here, they're all built to a spec, and you know, as far as I'm concerned, there are people who tell you they've got 200 brake, but they're all pretty equal.
And the Aramco fuel is a controlled fuel?
Yes, very much so. You absolutely have to run that on through the race and through the whole race weekend, which is, you know, smart, because that's synthetic fuel is probably what we're all going to want.
Yeah, absolutely. So 6-cylinder 2 litre. So this is a very, very, it's almost a Swiss watch of an engine in terms of it. They're beautifully compact in the back of the cars.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when they were new, they were 130 brake. Yeah. And then within a year, they developed the S. A lot of people use the S cam, and that was 160 brake as standard. So not a long way off.
No.
What we're producing now. I would say most people would be aiming for 190 brake out of their engine, but they're lovely. And part of the thing is how big the power band is, as with any tuned engine. So you know, there'll be engines that only pull above 5,000. There'll be engines that pull more cleanly from 4,000. But it's they're just lovely to drive. They're, you know, 1,000 kilos, so 200 brake per ton, which is nice.
And most of these cars are actually ballasted to the 1050 or whatever it is. I saw the little smuggler's box in the front there where the ballast goes in. Who builds the shells then? Do you have?
Nope.
You don't have. So anybody could build a car.
It's yeah, absolutely. I mean,
so there's not. What I was going to say, approved suppliers, as it were.
No, not at all. I think that causes its own problems. So you know, if I'm looking at the grid here, I would have thought there were probably 15 or 20 different manufacturers or in terms of who people have done the metalwork on the shells of the cars that are going around. Tuthill, Historica, probably the most prevalent ones. And so yeah, because numerically they've done the most. So, but anybody can turn up with a shell.
And where's the natural progression from this then? Because you've turned this into now one of the must-see events at all of the Peter Auto. Where else can you race these cars? What else would you like to do with this series?
It's such a good question, John. I would like to have a Joker race every year. You know, the Peter Auto series is just brilliant, as you know. You know, we go to the best circuits around Europe. It'd be lovely if we had a round in the UK. We keep talking about it with different people. I'd really like 50-car grids instead of 30-car grids, and I don't see why we wouldn't. You know,
they're out there.
Yeah, and look at 60s. You know, 60s has a totally full grid, doesn't it? So
yeah.
I think look, it's brilliant. This is season 8. COVID hit us hard, as did Brexit, and you know, we're back here. The first race here was 38 cars in 2018.
Yeah.
Biggest grid was 42 at Paul Ricard in 19. Then we had COVID and Brexit. And you know, for me to be looking at 30 cars going around is fantastic. Most of these guys, nearly all of them, will be doing every round this year. They're all, you know, fully entered in the championship.
And where else do people tend to race this? You talked about taking one on the tour.
Yeah.
There was some out at Andrew was at Donington with Joe Bradley, another one of our commentators, a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah.
So they are eligible for other things. It's not like they're only built for this series.
No, they're totally eligible. I think, you know, you could race one more or less every weekend in historic racing if you wanted to. You know, there's very good series in the UK. Obviously, MRL has got the endurance races, and you've also got Masters, I guess you would race in, and also Equip GTS, which is a great series.
And are they relatively easy and sensible cost-wise to run?
You look at me like the leading.
Well, you know,
look,
all motor racing's expensive.
I'm a pay driver, and I think it's okay as long as you're sensible. If you look, the weakest link of the 1965 911 is the gear shift. It's not the gearbox.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's slightly imprecise, and the whole thing moves. So, well-known former McLaren Autosport Young Drivers of the Year have buzzed engines because they wrong slotted the gear.
Right.
But you just need to go a bit gently, and you know, people have to be careful. It's a 60-year-old car, right? But
I heard somebody say drive it like a fast road car.
Well, one of the things you say to people when they start driving is only change gear in a straight line.
Now Brian's starting to challenge, by the way, isn't he? He's coming back at
No, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Roman Rusinov.
Yeah, and third place there is Xavier Derru.
He's a good runner, isn't he?
He's a fabulous driver. They all are, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's being told off for not having his headlights on in third place at the moment.
He's just trying to creep up behind them.
Yeah,
I think.
stealth mode.
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of these cars have number plates on, but they are road legal. I know somebody who takes his kids to school in one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my little Paul Smith car, and that's road registered, and you know, drive that as often as I can. Why wouldn't you? This is great to see.
The lead car, I know that colour scheme from the past, and I can't put my finger on it.
It's slightly unusual because it's a 1970s colour scheme on a 1960s car. It's Weimar, which is on the Kramer RSR.
Yeah.
So it's cool. Evgeny always does things in a cool and fresh way.
And I mean, look, the lap times are wet lap times at the moment, so they're about half a minute off. They're normally doing about 3 minutes round here, aren't they? Side by side at the top of the hill at Radillon.
Yeah, and Roman did a sub 3 minute lap. Ollie was on for one, in fact did one, but got pinged for track limits. So under 3 minutes in a little 2-litre Porsche is some going.
But that's about momentum, isn't it?
This is great as well. Is that Matt Neal coming up as well? I think number 27 at the inside.
That looks.
No, sorry. And it's not.
The guy who used to race in Formula 3 25 years ago, Anthony Simoes.
Yes.
Raced for a good mate of mine, Andy Dawson, in Formula 3.
Oh, still, Matt's made it up to 6th. And I always remember that 2 years ago when it was very wet here, Matt came past all the rest of us like we were standing still because it fully pinned in the spray.
I love the fact that some of the cars have got period or near periods, as we were talking about racing livery. Other cars, honestly, if you took the racing numbers off, it would just look like a mid-60s road car.
Yeah, totally. And again, that's part of the ethos of different preparers. You know Mark de Siebenthal from, look at that, lovely drift. And these guys as well. But Mark de Siebenthal from Switzerland likes them to look like they would have done in period. And his cars are beautifully turned out.
We were just talking about Mark, actually. Peter Mackay, who's commentating on Kai Tilly at the moment down at Misano. He went to see the current Count Rossi, Manfred, and Mark's building Manfred a nut and bolt replica of 935001, which Manfred has just bought back.
Cool.
And I mean, Mark is an absolute legend in Porsche circles.
He's one of those people who, you know, he's just been there and done it. And if you ask him a question, he just smiles, and you know, he's always got the answer.
So what's the key to driving one of these cars fast? Because you do compete, and I've competed in the past, and I've seen you very sideways.
Thank you.
In these,
I think smooth, probably. They're almost dainty. They're kind of like a fingertip, especially in this weather. I prefer driving Spa in the wet, I have to say.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
They're kind of pretty well balanced. They're quite snappy. The Avon tyre is amazing. And when we started the series, we had a debate about Avon versus Dunlop. But as you know, Dunlops can be a bit more interesting in the wet. So.
Because there is only one tyre. There's no wet tyre and dry tyre.
No.
You put it on.
Yeah.
As I say, you get 5 tyres. You slap 4 on, brand new at the start of qualifying, and that's you for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, this is a great guys between 2 of the top gent drivers. So this is Jürgen Rudolph in his German car with
It's a darker car.
Yeah, and David Danglard, who's a lovely guy. He comes from California every weekend to race with us in the Tut Hill car. And these guys are always at it. And David started in this series. He'd never done a race before. He'd done some rallies with Tut Hill, like the Safari Rally and so on. He's a great enthusiast for Porsche. He's got some great cars. And he started racing at Estoril probably 4 years ago, I think.
And that was the fastest lap for David in the gentleman category. Actually, Antonio Simoes has just taken that from him.
And we do know it's Matt Neal, and although our time in scoring is showing.
Did Matt start?
Yeah, it was Matt, definitely.
Yeah,
I saw his helmet sat in the car, and as a rule, he does start that car.
Yeah.
Now this is a pit stop race.
Yeah.
Again, when you were putting this together, if we talk about Carrera Cup, which we were saying, this would have been, these cars would have been the sort of cars that would have raced in Carrera Cup had it existed in the 60s. They tend to be something between 35 and 50 minutes. Why did you particularly go for a longer race here in the Peter Auto Series?
Look, I think there were a few kind of nuts and bolts that, or if you like, pillars that we wanted to start with. And firstly, I wanted to be with Peter Auto because firstly, they're very well run. Hospitality is excellent. They have this very strict no damage rule, which for me is fundamental. I mean, look, we've watched this race in very difficult conditions. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing going on untoward so far. And we start every driver's briefing with a reminder that we're here to enjoy ourselves and not hit each other. And you know, that's a fundamental part. As for an hour and a half, that's what Patrick thought it should be. And I think one of the nice things about this series is it's very definitely a two-driver series. I mean, David's driving on his own, and so is Jürgen in the car in front. But the silver and yellow car behind is father and son team. And like Matt and Steve that are in that number 27 car. Steve, again, his first race was in 2-litre car at Mugello 3 years ago. And they won't mind me saying this, but they're like a happy married couple, those two. They just cruise around, drink tea together, do data for 5 minutes, go and talk stuff. And
what level of race license do you need for this?
This one you can do on a UK license with a dispensation from the MSA.
So if you have a national A, you get what I think it's called an international D now, isn't it?
Correct.
You can
create it. So you could go and do 8 2CV races or whatever you want to do to get signatures or MX5s and then come here. And then, yeah, the cars are so usable. I mean, I think there is a limit to how many race weekends a year people want to do, so people tend to pick and choose. But as I say, nearly everybody on this grid is doing the full championship. And then, of course, you get to go to Le Mans every other year because we have Grid 4, which is a pre-66 grid, and there'll be half a dozen 911s in that. We also have the classic Porsche support race. Yeah. So there'll be 20, 25 of these guys going around in that, which if you know yourself, because you're the voice of Le Mans, John.
One of them.
I know, and trust well. But you know, it is our dream to go and drive that circuit.
Oh, absolutely.
And this is your ticket. And you know, everyone who wanted to get into that race has got into it from my point of view, from doing this series. And I know, as someone who's been that enthusiast, who had my stag night at Le Mans, who watches it, you know, all week long, slavishly. Look at that.
So 3 across the track, 4 position.
That's a move, isn't it?
And coming round the outside, Uwe Kolb in the silver car. Now he's got the line, but he's got to make sure that the 757 of Jürgen Rudolph sees him coming, and he does it. That is literally.
Oh, and David's done him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's literally the 2-for-1 special there. 2 places in one for that silver car.
So that's actually that's the son. That's Patrick, I think.
Oh, it's a Patrick that started. Who's lion speed, isn't he?
Yeah,
Patrick.
Just going back to the 2 drivers, because Ollie Bryant would normally Kyle Tilley won the championship together last year. Just cars racing elsewhere this weekend.
But Ollie told me that he's coming up to race some cars later once he's finished.
Yeah,
he's here tonight.
Yeah. It's good commitment, isn't it?
It's a 12-hour straight through at Misano today. He'll be dizzy from going round that.
Do you know the famous story about Andrew Smith doing the Modena Centaure in a 3-litre RSR?
Right.
Going to the party till 2 in the morning, getting up at 4 and driving the RSR to Dijon from Italy through the Mont Blanc tunnel, got in the car, which Ollie had started the race in. He literally came in as the race started, got in his suit. Oops, we've got a spinner.
Yeah, that is further down the field.
That is Dean DeSantis.
No harm,
he's all the way from Florida, isn't he, Dean?
Yeah.
Yes, he is, absolutely.
One of the gentlemen class drivers.
Racing with his friend Josh.
So he drove the race car all night?
He drove the RSR from 4, having gone to bed quite late, as Smithy can.
Yes.
And rocked up, got in the car that was leading the race. We got a dispensation from the rest of the grid that he could do this.
Yeah.
Got in the car, won the race.
Of course he did.
Pretty cool.
That is the spirit, isn't it?
A bit like a scene from that wonderful film all those years ago, An All Met in Fam, which had GT40s and Slasher in it. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
Still having this
he did something like that.
Cracking scrap with Patrick Kolb in that silver car.
Yeah, and Patrick we regraded as an elite. He had a fantastic race here last year and came about 2nd, I think.
Well, I've seen Patrick a lot on the Nordschleifer and places like that, and he knows how to pedal a car.
James, can I just ask, so with the grading, how do you decide? Is it a committee? Is it you? Is it how do you do it? Because
it's part of it, isn't it?
It's quite tricky.
No, it's not. It's me with a kind of overview from Peter Auto to make sure it's fair, if you like. But when I started racing in the series, we didn't have it. In fact, the only driver grading was in Group C.
Yes.
And I used to get out of the car and see what the historical car had done. It was on pole. And then I used to look at my friends that were more like me that didn't go testing and had jobs. And so we were kind of racing for 6th or 7th. So I thought, well, there's a difference here between... One of the things I talked about when we started the series was whether or not we'd have pro drivers in it. For me, it's an absolute privilege to be on the track with guys as good as Ollie or many Andrew Jordan, many of the great drivers that we've had. So I talked to Patrick about it, and he and I literally did it on a blank piece of paper. We looked at the results from the first year, and we reckoned that we didn't want to change the race result, but we wanted to close it up. So we created this gentleman and elite, so it's not pro. Ollie works for a living, so does Andrew Smith, so does Andrew Jordan. They're not pro drivers if you in that strict sense, but they're coming here to win the race, and therefore they're called elites. Someone like Matt Neal, obviously, is, Palmares speak for themselves. However, the rest of us, how cool is this that David started racing in this series 5 years ago, and here he is, easily in the lead of Gent driver, having a great driver with a far more experienced young driver. And so far, it's been pretty clean, but that's quite close.
Down at
it's nice
stop.
move at the end.
But David's a very smart guy. He's there, and he's driving because he knows this. He's now got a decent gap, hasn't he? Like a few car lengths at least back to Jürgen.
Yeah, and this is the battle for 4th and 5th with Jürgen in 6th, then Antonio Simoes, who's put another fastest gentleman-only class lap in.
Has he really?
Yeah, he's down to a 25.4 now. So only at the front of the field is... No, that's him who's just gone off as I've cursed him as I looked away at the timing screen. So the only drivers who were faster than him last lap around were Ollie Bryant and Roman Rusinov at the front of the field.
Not on this lap, I guess.
No, I think he may have lost a bit there.
John, we have to say again that the timing and scoring is not showing Rusinov in the car, but we know he is.
Yeah, indeed so. And Uwe Kolb isn't. It's Patrick, but Patrick will be getting out of that car within the next 16 or 17 minutes.
Yeah, so it's interesting, isn't it? Because Evgeny's going to get in the Porsche afterwards. So Ollie's obviously managing a bit of a gap. But Evgeny yesterday in qualifying was, very quick. And so now it's down to, can his 20-second gap be offset by Ollie catching him up? That's the race that we're looking at, I think. Although Xavier, I guess, will be in that as well in the 3rd place French car.
I don't know, Janie, but I got a very interesting guy. I believe he's one of the main investors in the Lucky Strike alcohol-free beer.
Lucky Saint.
Lucky Saint,
exactly.
Not Lucky Strike. Yeah, it was like that.
And of course, I think he races an MC12 as well, which must be a bit different.
Yeah.
Oh dear!
Look at this.
I made some wrong life choices earlier on. I think.
I remember. I did race in the first race of 2 Litre Cup here, and I remember it was about this point on the circuit, and there were about 6 of us going round, and everyone was on a different line, and I just kind of burst out laughing because everyone's out there having a great time. I love this racing. It's and Christian Albert said to me, and he obviously races a lot of different cars. He said this is one of the most difficult but satisfying cars to drive, and the good thing is that you can come in. I mean, Alex van Helter that was 3rd on the grid. This is his 2nd ever race. And unfortunately, he's going back down the order a little bit, which may be set up or because he's a local guy who knows the track. But I think these cannot work for novices and expert drivers alike.
Well, we've got a guy down in 23rd, John, that we know from racing in America, Jeff Westphal. I think we've seen in the
No, that's Jürgen.
No, it's
Jürgen. Is that Jürgen? Oh, so
Yeah.
I just saw the surname. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
Jürgen.
surprised.
There is an American that I'm watching, which is Papas in 15th.
Oh, yes,
but that's been
That's
started.
Tim. That's Tim
Tim
Pappas.
Pappas.
Delighted, the man behind Black Swan Racing. Delighted to see Tim back racing.
Yes.
Because he had a very nasty accident about 18 months, 2 years ago at Bathurst when I was calling that race. And he was out of racing for a little while. Weren't sure whether he was going to come back. But he's come back and done some more classic racing. He loves his Porsches. And he's actually got in fact, I dare say, is it in green and white in this race as well, his car? It's almost
No, it's black. It's a very rare car. It's a 64 car.
Oh, really?
And, it's one of the, I think, possibly the only black 1964 car. So that might have been a track limits violation there, I think. So we'll keep an eye on the timing screen.
So the short wheelbase 2 litre car on which all of these cars, racing cars, are built, was produced by Porsche between when and when?
So this is the first 911. This is
Yeah.
So the short wheelbase. Obviously, tyres weren't as good in the 60s, and I have driven a couple of these cars on really, really old tyres, and it's completely different.
On cross plates.
Yeah. And as you know, modern tyres change everything. 911 turbos are great to drive now because Pirelli P7 has got modern compounds in it. So I think this is, as I said, there's 64 cars, the very famous historical car that races. They've won everything with. And I should mention them because they would normally be here, and they've been a fantastic supporter of the series, as have Tat Hill and Max Page in particular. And they've been really a key part of it. But yes, so you've got 230 cars built in 1964. Right. Some of which were 901s until Peugeot complained about the number.
Yeah.
Then you've got about 2,500 cars built the next year, and about 3,000 cars. So some of these cars are 66 cars, but running to pre-66 specification.
Right.
So the cutoff is chassis number 305100.
You know that off by heart.
I'm quite boring, aren't I?
Now, can I tell you that in about 1967, I came to this track in one of these cars, owned by the son of the proprietor of Motoring News, who I work for, a man called Michael T.
Exactly.
And his car was the same green that is the one we're seeing that I think is racing, but raced by Rudolph for 786.
It's like an Irish green.
Yes, it was the same colour, and he had that car. I did a lot of miles as a
favourite colour of the Porsche family.
And on that trip, on the way back, we hit some oil, and he went off on a corner into a car park of a hotel and didn't hit anything, but it was a real heart-thumping moment. I'll never forget it.
Wow. Yeah, he blamed you for calling him the note wrong, though, Andrew.
We weren't on. Well, I remember it was a wonderful.
And what race was it? Was it the Spa-Francorchamps?
No, I think it probably came to the Belgian Grand Prix.
Oh, okay.
No, I was reporting the Belgian Grand Prix.
Because the funny thing about 911 is they weren't really race cars in the day.
No.
They were rally cars.
Yeah, very much so.
But Vic Elford, of course, rallied one successfully.
GVB.
And a guy called Terry Hunter was another sort of vaguely Porsche factory driver.
There were cars raced in the 66, but quite often they're in America. Scandinavia was another place they used to go.
One year they let him into the British Tour Championship.
That's right. 1 year only.
1 year only, yes.
Must have been thin groups that year.
Well, then subsequent Mazdas didn't they? RX, whatever.
Yeah, the British Saloon Car Championship. That's worth a tome.
But then of course 67 you get the 911R, 68 you get the 911TR, and then you're into basically an ST.
Yeah.
So you've got a yellow flag.
Yeah.
So Ruslanov just keeping the gap pretty constant. Ollie pulled out a bit more now. 2.8 seconds now.
I mean, you would think that the performance offset that Ollie will have against the second driver would be, okay, it's fine, it's only 2 seconds, but Ollie's going to be standing still in the pits for quite a lot longer than that car that's leading.
20 seconds longer.
Yeah. And that's the point of these offset pit stops.
Oh, totally. And we got the closest we ever got. In fact, I know a gentleman driver, Christian Cole, who's not here this weekend, unfortunately, but he won it on the road last year and then lost it on track limits.
Yeah.
And at Paul Ricard last year, Remy Terrail led onto the last lap, and with Ollie behind him, and I think it's Xavier. And just
oh, hold it.
that in any Porsche, that is a moment where you're
well done, that
waiting,
so,
just waiting.
Dayro is on no extra penalty, presumably.
No, Dayro he's an elite as well.
He's an elite
he's done French Carrera car. He's a very, very quick little driver.
So he's got 20. Is he driving on his own or not?
Yes, he is. So he'll get 40 seconds.
He's got the same as Ollie.
As Ollie. And whether you're two elites, so if Ollie was showing with Kyle, who's an elite, they'd still get 40 seconds because it's the same difference.
Yeah.
It's drying up out there, I reckon, guys. Philippe de Ukraine has just put the fastest gentleman lap in, and sadly, the very pretty number 18.
Is that Patrick? Yeah, it's Poujant.
Yeah, Patrick Poujant.
He's a French guy. He's been going really well all weekend. And Philippe de Cran's done the fastest
gentleman only lap.
Philippe is the guy I just did the Tour Auto with.
All right.
Age 69, 70 this year. Last year's gentleman driver champion.
There's hope for me, yes.
100%. Well, come and race one. You're more than welcome to share Stripey.
Stripey.
And Philippe's raced 911s since the mid-90s. Did the Daytona 24 Hours with Zach Brown, and he's won 24-hour races like Zolder and so on, and that's one of the joys of the series is we have guys like Philippe in it. Obviously a local guy because he lives in Ghent.
It's the 113 going through now. Christophe Flonrat, 113. My dad's old collar number in Sunderland Borough Police.
There you go.
My grandfather was 118.
Ollie working his way through the traffic, just held up a little bit. There,
Yeah.
It's lost an hour, probably second on.
Still
Remember,
eight and a half minutes before the pit window opens. For how long does the pit window open, James?
It's
Remind us?
20 minutes, but if you're a Gentleman Elite car, which is the orange colour on the timing screens,
Yeah.
so for example, Steve Edwards and Matt Neal, and,
Yeah.
and also, of course,
The lead car, yeah.
the gentleman, the owner of the car, which should be the gentleman driver, unless you're gaming it, which we've fixed.
Good for you.
But the owner has to do more than half the race.
Yeah.
Because I don't like it when the pro does everything that they can, and the owner is like the apology for 20 minutes. It shouldn't be like that.
No.
So elites can swap over whenever, and so can Gents.
Yeah.
And you still get quite a big spread of time in Gent. And for most of last year, Ollie was quicker than Kyle, and then they had that brilliant race at Estoril with the Franchitti brothers in the Historica car. So yeah, it's been good to see.
What's the inspiration for the cream and reds?
That is that's Queen of Hearts. So do you remember the Targa Florio liveries that they had?
Yeah.
And Historica, I would say, much like the Siebenthal, they have such a nice eye for period details. Their cars are always turned out really well, and that was a Historica built car that Kyle's
It's got. I looked at it. I had a good crawl over it yesterday. It's got carpets in it and everything.
Oh yeah.
Really?
No, it's,
Yeah. Because they're all underweight.
Yeah.
They're all underweight anyway, so you ballast them up. There's a couple of places you can put ballast.
I noticed very clever guy, Joan Owela, who's sadly dropped down to 18th, but who's normally an absolute front runner in Gen. He's got a spare wheel under his bonnet, which is quite clever if you think of the weight distribution of the 911.
That is brilliant.
Absolutely.
We're a bit surprised. We're a bit surprised Rusinov's in this car because we never saw him on any entry list. Has he been racing in this before?
They've changed it now to Oruzbev, which is the name that he races under. So,
See, we were talking about
Aruzbarev, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So that is effectively Roman Rusinov.
Yeah. As you say, super experienced Le Mans driver.
Yeah. He's been around here a few times.
And my God, he's quick in one of these.
He had big plans for the season when suddenly, because everything clamped down on Russians racing.
That was G-Drive, wasn't it? Those cars that.
And he had a big plan for that year, and it all collapsed. So interesting.
This is Risto Virtanen in this red car, which these guys come all the way from Finland to do this race. Risto, do you remember what he did? He was. Oh, you did.
Well, he is not the Risto Virtanen who is the co-driver. He is a he's a guy who raced in Formula 3. I researched this. As far as I
in the noughties, in the 90s, yeah.
So there's a very top Risto Virtanen was a very top rally co-driver.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is not him.
No, this is he was a single-seater driver.
Yeah, he was a Formula 3 driver, quite good as well.
And as is David Voiselbergen, whose name you were enjoying pronouncing earlier.
Yeah. Mainly because it was printed so small, actually. It's printed fine. My Voiselbergen. There you go. Thank you.
So I think, isn't this great? Was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago we were watching the wet race here?
Which was incredible.
How privileged are we that here we are in our little Porsches come and have a hoon round here for 90 minutes on it.
Is it important for you and therefore for the series and those who put down their hard-earned to come and do this, that you come to tracks that have this kind of heritage?
I talked to David. I mean, David is a massive wheel in the electric karting world, e-karting I probably should call it. And he's just gone off, I think. That's him going wide up here.
That's fine. There's a car park there. That's fine. Yeah, just keep going.
But has that changed the lead? Where's Kolb? That's Kolb there.
Yeah.
Is it how far ahead of Rudolph is he in Gentleman? They might be quite close when they come into shot.
Oh, that was very close.
Yeah.
Next two cars coming into shot is the two gentlemen.
That's the red car that's Virtanen. That's car behind him. He just passed Rudolph, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely
so
right.
That's closed it up a lot. But David is he owns a number of go-kart tracks. He's built an amazing track in California. But he is so vocal about what a privilege it is to come over here. You think about it, with the travel he has to do, is testing on Thursday. He probably left home on Tuesday.
Yes.
He'll get home on Monday. He's got a very busy business to run. and yet he'll go, "This is so cool. I love this." You know, it's a great advocate for our series.
And does he just presumably he leaves his car over here and somebody preps it for him?
He's with Tuthill. So Tuthill would be running the lead car, and David and Xavier's a small independent. Kolb's have got their own team. Ollie's with ERA. Carl Tilley's very successful team. Jürgen's independent. Antonio's independent.
Oh, it's good to see some independence, isn't
yeah,
there?
totally. Yeah.
So it would be possible for you to literally put the car in the back of a trailer and drag it down and run it yourself.
Oh yeah.
Can you drive it here?
I would not be safe to do very much more than put fuel in it. But yes, there's
Spanner check it and put fuel in
but
it.
I am at that one end of the curve on that. So, but yeah, there are people who do that. Absolutely no question. Now, you reckon it's getting dry, don't you, John?
Yeah,
I'm going to dispute that.
This is Spa.
Yeah,
1 minute it's going
at the other end of the track.
At the other end of the track, it's fine. Yeah, the times have gone back out again. They were getting down to the 2:20s, and now they're up into the 2:30s again. At the sharp end of the field, it's not quite as bad as that because the leading two are still in the 22s.
Yeah.
Is there much you can do with these in terms of setup?
Oh yeah, I think so. Tire pressures, dampers, roll bars, but I don't think. I mean, they all handle differently. I've been lucky enough to drive lots of different cars, and guess what? The Jordan Racing team have got it down to a fine art. You know, you go to a circuit with Andrew.
Look at my face now. I know nobody can see this. Is there any sign of any kind of shock on my face at the moment, James?
Very high science and very impressive.
Okay, I've got a slow car in the Kemmel at the moment.
That's the German car. It's might be number 5. It's Dirk Peters down in 26th, I think.
Right, just keeping out the way as the lead pack was coming through. Nice outside pass through the Kemmel.
So look at this, from David in 6th down to Eric Van
12th?
Lieshout in they're covered by about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And Simo's come
Tim
in.
Pappas has come back at them as well.
Yeah.
Simo's came in the pit, and window hasn't opened yet.
Yeah, so that must have been a problem for the 100 car. We did see a gravelly moment or two for that car. Magnificent stuff.
But Russanov's driving this in
brilliant.
Great fashion here.
Yeah, but Ollie is so crafty and thoughtful, you know. He's a wily chap, and that's why he's 3 times champion.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I figure he's managing it a little bit.
Patrick Kolb.
Yep.
Just in elegant isolation at the moment. Uwe's his dad, isn't he?
Yeah. So
his brother races as well.
No, Vincent is same surname, different family.
There you go.
He's another 2-litre car racer with a guy called Max Moritz.
Just going back to the lead car.
Yes.
Kiri, is he quite a bit? It's not much slower, is he, than Ruslanov?
No, I think Roman did a 3-minute qualifying lap, and Evgeny did a 3-minute 3.
There's the new fastest lap of the race overall with a 22.368. And
that is either Stefan Koenig or Mark de Siebenthal.
It says it's Stefan Koenig who started the car.
Yeah, well, he's the owner, so that would make, because for me, the owner should always start the car.
It looks to me like he got that restarted in the motorcycle chicane coming through.
Do you guys have a view on that? It's something that's coming into historic racing more and more. It was a Goodwood in the Tourist Trophy as well. The owner should start the car.
Yeah.
I'm a massive fan of that.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Bruce sees a lot of Goodwood stuff. And hello to everybody who's tuned with us on Goodwood. Actually, that was further down the hill than I thought. There was a slight spin.
Yeah.
That was nice bit of avoidance there. That, I think he might have nipped up the rear wheels on a down change there.
Possible.
If you do that, James, you're losing a bit of jeopardy of different strategies that might make the race more interesting. People catching, people not being caught.
Oh, completely. I mean, I think the fastest strategy is to have.
But I think in this series it's a bit different.
Yeah, look.
The window has just opened, by the way.
One things we started doing more and more is getting people to go out for meals together, going for beers together.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
On Thursday night, I hosted drinks for 30, 40 competitors at the hotel.
Yeah.
And guess what? We're all Porsche bores. So, you know, the guy with the GT2 talks to the guy with the 3-litre RSR, talks to the guy with the 910.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant because they can talk about this stuff. And then the paddock, you know, Peter also is friendlier the way we're set up in these tents. And you stand in the sun and all the old competitors, the Mark Sumsers, the Lee Match, the Pages, they all come down and talk with everyone. It's such a friendly, and I think it's one of the differentiating elements of the 2-litre Cup is that we're all Porsche nuts.
Yeah.
And so we love talking about these things. We love driving these things. It's my mum's got this great phrase. She calls it my Porsche racing family, and I think it's a really nice, and you'll know that from your own racing activities. We spend more time with these guys than we do with many of our best friends outside racing.
I don't race nearly enough, and nobody races nearly enough. Let's be honest. But obviously, I'm quite busy at weekends normally, so it makes life a little bit difficult. But one of the things that I've noticed about doing some classic events, and I did Classic Silverstone a few years ago in a little Chevron B8 and loved it, and it was an occasion. It was an event, and it was a social event as much as it was a racing event. And I had an absolute ball. We were being run. There was all sorts of different things being run in the garage that I was in. There was a big Ford Galaxy. There was a B16. There was something else, and we're all in sort of different races. And so we were talking about each other's cars, and it was great fun. And you learned about other people. So if somebody stuck their head in and said, "What's this, mate?" You went, well, the owner's not here at the moment, but he told me that. You know,
totally.
And it was really nice. It was a very, very lovely atmosphere, and the racing is, we're seeing it here. The racing is nip and tuck, but it's respectful because of the fact that on Thursday night you were having a snifter with them.
So these two actually, Jürgen and David, they hadn't really talked very much about stuff, and Jürgen does own a 910. David does own an IROC RS.
Does he?
The pink one.
Right.
So it was really nice for those guys to talk about experiences.
Just going back to Rusnov, or just going back to Mr. Google for this, but remember he won the WEC LMP2.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Yeah, how did he win second another year? And he had a win at Le Mans. Do you remember that was disqualified?
Yeah, because of
fuel flow something. Yeah. Yes, but I think he did 7 or 8 Le Mans. So he's got huge experience, and obviously
that's great stuff.
Obviously can still drive, can't he?
This is. So this is Robert Westerman in this red car, because I think maybe I either misidentified it or the Finnish one pitted. But Robert,
yes, this had another Finnish one's pitted. Yeah.
So this is a series debutant, his first weekend. Father was a great Porsche collector, Albert Westerman, and they love using their cars. That's Matt behind him.
And Matt Neal is behind him. Meantime, the number 100, which was quick and has gone off a couple of times.
It's going off again. Oh, that's a replay.
No.
Another good hold, wasn't it?
It was the 24 that went there last time. Sorry, the 42. It hadn't got upside down. Don't worry. So they're So they're working out of the endurance pits and going into the endurance pits straight out of La Source. You don't often see that actually in terms of where the pit entry is.
I've got that one wrong many times.
We're talking about number plates on the Porsche that just went in. Appeared to have a Californian plate on the back.
Yeah, that's right.
K1 speed. That's might be David's business.
So still waiting for the leading cars to come into the pits. The highest car that is pitted and come back out is Antonio Simoes in the number 100. Is he driving on his own? Yes, he is, isn't he?
I thought there was another Portuguese driver with him. It was listed anyway.
I should know.
Manuel Dominguez. You're right.
Well,
they haven't changed the name on the timing.
Manuel Dominguez.
Hang on, no, he came in. Did you not say he came in before?
He did.
The window. Yeah.
So, John, do you think the times are getting quicker again now? I'm looking at the last
27s. So 3:23.6.
As you both said, it just changes,
Patrick.
doesn't it? Where you can see each end of the circuit is different.
Yeah, the leader did a 21.6 last time around. That's the fastest lap of the race.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And likewise, Ollie did his quickest lap as well. I think last lap was a 22.
Patrick did as well, and Robert Westerman has just brought the all-gentleman lap, or the single-gentleman lap, down to 3:24.2. In these conditions, that's pretty impressive. Irish plate on the number 10 car.
I think that's Nelson Calle in the car. They were runners-up in Gentleman last year.
He shares with Juan Pablo Orrea.
Exactly.
Romanov will have to come in pretty soon, won't he? Because we're close to half distance.
Yeah, absolutely. This lap.
Yeah.
But big shout out to Robert Westman, because this is actually his first 2-litre cup race.
Well, that's terrific. Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic,
He
isn't it?
told me he'd done a couple of tests, but I think that's decent.
I think that's very decent indeed in these conditions.
He's going to come in and hand over to his brother Bart shortly. But
Well,
he texted me his onboard of his lap last night, and the last 20 seconds were him shouting and yelling in the car because he was so happy. And then he sent me a text saying, "Thank you so much for starting this series. May it last forever." And we've done something there.
Makes it worthwhile.
So you said you prefer driving here in the wet. Is that because the cars talk to you more in the wet, or the less edgy?
The grip to power ratio is better, isn't it? You can. But I'm a complete wimp, so I like a really strong car, which is one of the reasons why I like these, because they're very, very strong.
Oh yeah.
And in the wet, you can just dance them around. And I'm sure Spa is awesome in a LMP1 car. And they move around in the dry, right? You look at the laps that people were doing in qualifying; they were
Here's
spectacular.
the lead car in.
Yep.
Roman Rusinov actually is already out of the car and bolting in his teammate. And
so
mandatory pit stop led, by the way, so we're not dashing here.
It's 2 minutes stationary
for a standard stop, and then
2
your
minutes
20 seconds,
40
40 seconds on top. Yeah,
exactly right.
The point of that, and the people often who haven't watched classic racing before will send us a tweet or whatever at RSL_studio, by the way, and say this looks a bit leisurely. That's exactly what it's meant to be. This is.
Oh no, it's okay. Good.
This is all about making sure the driver is seated, the belts are done up properly.
Totally.
This is not about a 2-second Formula 1 pit stop.
No. It's there's no rushes there. There doesn't want to be. 2 minutes is about the right amount of time.
And that's policed by the timing system, basically. Is it?
It is.
That's pit in to pit out.
But the clever teams do, and I'm thinking of Andrew Jordan in particular when I say this. They measure the time into the time out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so it's actually. So that's the defining metric, as you say. It's measured by the timekeeper. So you may not have to stop for 2 minutes if you make it even more accurate than they did.
Yes. I've run a Lotus Elite in similar, Lotus Elan in similar race to this, and at Brands Hatch last year we got it wrong by 0.1 of a second.
That's frustrating.
And they let us off. And the next race at Silverstone, we got it right by 0.1 of a second.
So you gave them a back.
We were on the limit a bit with it, but it was. It's interesting.
Our penalty is 3 times the advantage that you've gained. So hopefully you've got 0.3 of a second penalty.
The other thing is it depends where you are on the pits, because it's easier to do it.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're right near the end of the pits, it's easier to work
calculate
it out.
Yeah. You always get a delta for going through pit lane.
Yeah.
So I think now, let me see who's back out. I think now the lead car that has stopped and is running, and bear in mind there are some cars in the pits at the moment which will have to cycle back out, is the Frederic de Egidio number 35 car sitting in 16th position. Now there are some cars in the pit, including Matt Neal's car and the former leading car. In fact, as Evgeny just come out so that now is the leading car that has pitted, which is right, because it came into the pits in the lead, as Ollie Bryant is pitting right now.
Yeah, and I think those guys at the front have probably built, in these conditions, quite a substantial gap.
Yeah.
So their 20 or 40 second penalty isn't going to be too bad on them. Whereas a dry race, they might have only built 10 seconds. That's what happened at Barcelona.
Yeah. Oh, that came back rather nicely, didn't it,
Yeah,
Barcelona?
I mean, Ollie was brilliant.
Really enjoyed that.
That was fantastic. Really good.
So
Ollie was saying, and this is something I think it's worth pointing out while James is here. Ollie was saying, look, I'm an elite in here, and you might expect me to have a bit of a go about that, but it works.
Yeah.
And I'm quite happy to accept the challenge.
Yeah. No, that's really nice to say. Ollie and Smithy, I always, they're so experienced. I always ask them what they think, because they're quite kind of equitable, I would say.
Yes.
So Patrick Kolb there, just having a go at Xavier Deroux, and that was nicely done. They're still side by side. Now, you will be able to get these two side by side through the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge if you need to, but that's not required. Stay off the curb. Stay off the curb in the middle. Ah, yes, excellent.
Xavier's driving his own car, and I think he's already sold it, so he possibly has that in mind.
there's a good market for these cars. They change hands on a relatively regular basis.
Yeah, as a funny factor, there's quite a few people who like driving them so much, even if they're not going to race them this year, they'll keep them in the garage because they know they can do good within them one day.
Yeah.
Or they can come and do other fun races. But yeah, right now there's 5 or 10 for sale, and at different price points. There's cars for 150,000. There's cars for closer to 300,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think that the mid market is that low 200s, which is a lot of money for a race car, but
they're based on a rare car. A
right.
short wheelbase Porsche
right.
as a standard road car is not a car you're going to pick up for 10 grand, is it?
No. We've got one for sale, and I won't promote my own business, but that's 175,000.
Yes, exactly.
For a very, very nice road car example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the point that people forget when they look at these.
Yeah.
And they see 2-litre short wheelbase, and they think, but this is the 911, so it's not the 912 with the flatter side. So this is effectively the first car that took on the 911 number, and they are, as I say, very sought after road cars. And so for something around about the money you were talking about in the middle of that, that's actually not a bad investment.
It is, given how you can do Spa 6 hours. There'll be a race. We've obviously had a race at Goodwood 2 years ago.
Can you do Tour de France?
I did Tour.
In one of these easily.
We did it. I did it with Philippe, who did that lap earlier and is just pitted in 8th. But there were about 8 of us that ran together on the Tour. So there was some irregularity, but in competition, there was Johannes Stengel, Remy Tarai, us. And obviously on the road sections, you've got a certain amount of time to make it to lunch. And so, and the roads were beautiful. We were doing gorges, we were going across plateaus. It was, Philippe had never done it, and he said every 10 minutes, this is one of the best drives of my life. Yeah. And so, the Tour Auto is a great event.
And you were in that on target times?
Yeah. No, and we did 4 races, including, you go to all sorts of bonkers circuits like Charade and so on, and then 13 hill climbs, which are quite committed.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So it was, but and I'm actually trying to encourage more people to come and do it next year because we had such a laugh on it.
James, thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the season as well. We're going to sort of catch up with what's going on in the race now, as well as bring in another guest. Absolute pleasure. Long time since I've seen James. I'll give you the rundown as it stands at the moment. Bear in mind that Ollie Bryant has just pitted, so Patrick Colbassett is in the number 24 car, leads from Xavier Deroux and Robert Westerman. And then in 4th place, it's David Sarney, and they all owe us a pit stop. The first of the cars that have stopped is the number 11 car. That's the rainbow-coloured and green car, Yevgeny Kiriev, who's taken over from Roman Rusinov, and he is the leader of the stopped cars. But we need to see where Ollie Bryant runs out in the race, as 1 or 2 have had problems. That's Juan Pablo Aurelia in the Portuguese car, the number 10. The Irish registered car, as we welcome another guest who's fought his way through the storm to be with us. Lovely weather for ducks, Peter Dumbreck.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, mate, how are you?
Oh, well, a wee bit cold, but, that's Spa.
You're here to talk about these cars because you're effectively a driver coach for this.
I am, yes. I've been involved with this series for, 3-4 years now. So I've done a little bit of driving, done a couple of races myself, and a bit of driver coaching, yeah.
We're talking to James there about the origins of the series, just waiting for this pit stop period to play out. And Ollie's now back out and in the lead, despite the fact that he had to stop a little bit longer because of the way the regulations are. So, talk about the origins of the series and how it's grown and how it has grown. What can you do if you're a driver coach? What are you doing? What is the literal job that you're doing to help people drive these cars? And what advice can you give them?
Well, it generally comes from we had a test day here, and so that was on what day are we on now? Saturday for Thursday.
Yeah.
So. I was able to drive a couple of the cars, and I basically set a benchmark for my drivers, So it's there on the data. We've got VBox in the car, so we've got the cameras looking at the driver and looking at the steering, and then we've got the camera out the car as well. We've got a speed trace, which is the most important one, and then a time loss or gain. So it's fairly basic data, but we're able to compare driving styles, the speed I might take into the corner, the line I might take into a corner. And
so as you would do with any driver that you were coaching or partnered up with in contemporary machinery or anything else, it's exactly the same process.
It is, but I guess something like single-seaters, there's plenty of driver coaches out there that don't get the opportunity to drive the car, so it's simply on feeling of what the driver should be doing. But in this case, I get the chance to drive the car. If I don't set a quicker time than my driver, then I'm out of a job. So I go out, I set a time that is a decent time, and then they go and they try and accomplish what I've just done, and I talk them through lines and approaches, braking points, gear changes, and we just see where they are. And so I'm working with Philip de Croin and Alex Van Houten today.
Right. Here is the car that was sitting in the lead but still owing us the pit stop. This is Ollie Bryant. He's driving on his own, so he has a longer pit stop because he's an elite driver. So the standard pit stop is 2 minutes, and then there's plus 20 and plus 40 second. Yeah, 40 altogether for that. And so he will stay in the car, have a chat with the team. They might want to have a look at the tyre pressures, Peter, when they're in. Will they give them a little check? And
Yeah, they will. I mean, it's a little bit of an unknown thing. It's
very cold now. I mean, the air temperature's down to 9. Track temperature, we started this morning, before it started to rain heavier, we started at 18, 19 Celsius. The track temperature is 14 Celsius. That's a cold track now.
Yeah, so you would expect on a dry track that the pressure would gradually come up through a stint. In this case, they're not coming up, so you probably would want a slightly softer pressure anyway to run in the wet conditions.
Yeah.
So we've kind of left our tyres pretty much the same. I did see a couple other teams just checking pressures and taking some of the air out, so they might have started with a higher pressure. But yeah, it's a bit of an unknown, and you just never really know. And this is a new surface on this circuit as well, since last year.
Correct. So the car coming out of Stavelot now and towards Blanchimont is the car that was battling for the lead with Ollie Bryant, who is stationary in the pits at the moment. Patrick Kolber's coming out a second in the number 24 car, the silver car, and passes over to his dad, Uwe. So here's the presumptive leader here, and should go back through into the lead. And then in the final 36 minutes as it stands at the moment, it is whether Ollie Bryant can close down Evgeny Kiraev. Here he comes then to retake the lead, which was lost on the pit lane cycle in that Vaillant coloured car. Looks fantastic in those colours, the teal blue and the rainbow stripes. A little bit out of kilter in terms of the timeline for this car, a little bit later colour scheme on their mid-60s car. So there is the lead going back. Ollie Bryant, nothing he can do. There he is, rolling now down the pit lane in the Queen of Hearts car. So just to his left-hand side, the new leader will come through. It's going to be closer than I thought, actually. Ollie has to keep to the pit lane speed limit till about now, and now he'll be released from that and get back up to speed on the slight uphill climb as it is, all the way up to Le Combe.
Well, I think that Ollie's got a fine chance here. I didn't expect him to be that close behind the Russian car. So, and you remember James said, well, Ollie's, we questioning whether he was too far behind.
Yeah.
And Ollie said, remember, he's a very canny guy, is Ollie Bryant.
Yeah.
I just got one question for Peter, and then I'm going to go off mic because I'm going to go down to the podium. But with your coaching, I know some coaches do ride in the car with a. Do you ever do that? I mean,
I do. We've got the option of putting 2 seats in the car. So one of the cars did have 2 seats in, and I rode on board with one of the drivers. So big moment there from Evgeny.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that again. It's another option. You only really need to do that when there's a lot of time to find.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so there's the answer to the question. Evgeny, whilst Ollie Bryant was stopped in the pit lane, was off the track for a moment, and he has lost a wee bit of time. So now he's going to have to hustle because he knows Ollie is right there. Bruce Jones joining us as Andrew's going to go into the podium. 3 classes to do here, but still 33 minutes to go. What are the tools in the car then, Peter, in terms of setup, and do you basically, for the guys that you are coaching, do you help them with setup? Are you taking feedback from them to pass on to the engineers? I do. In the driving that I might do as well, I'll, you know, for instance with Philip de Croyne, I was able to back to back with him. He'd drive the car, I'd drive the car, would make a setup change again, drive it again, and each time I'm able to get up to speed a bit more as well, because obviously it takes me a little while to get used to these cars. Are very different than what I'm used to driving in my pro life back in the day. So there's so much movement in them in the dry condition. Even in the wet, you can see them moving all over the place. Fantastic cars to drive.
I was going to say, that's the fun of them, isn't it?
It's a real technique, and it takes a little while to get your head around it. But once you've got it, and it's good. And so yeah, we're changing things like dampers and roll bars, springs. So proper old-fashioned bump and rebound and ride height and stuff like that. That's it. Once we get into the race situation, there's certain things that shouldn't be changed. It should be unchangeable because to be for period. But certainly in the test day, you've got a bit more leeway. So yeah, there's quite a few things you can do, and the cars generally run quite soft anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of movement in that tyre as well. You know, it's quite a thick sidewall. Yeah, that's right. A high sidewall. So a lot of balancing in these cars. So it's a feel car, is it? Is it fingertips and what you feel through your backside? Yeah, I mean the biggest difference to a modern day car is that it's a lot more proactive in the car. So there's at times you think, oh, I'm definitely slower there. I've been absolutely sideways. Yeah. And I'm definitely slower. And then you look at your data and you're like, no, I was faster, because you know you're not. You know, there's that fine line between not driving it hard enough and driving it over the line. And there's certain drivers that are able to hold it to that line. Seb Perez being one of them. Yeah. Champion from last year or a year before. And I'm presuming as well in terms of these cars, it's a momentum car. You haven't got 600-700 horsepower to pull you out of trouble. You've got a little bit under 200 horsepower, so minimum corner speeds and stuff. It's quite a fast track anyway, but it will be getting through those corners as smoothly and as quickly as possible. Yeah, without an absolute full lock moment. You know, it's a half lock moment, and then you're quick. Yeah. So you're basically, certainly a fast corner like double left. You get the car in, you turn it in, 4th gear, and you get the car already balanced, so your wheels open as you're going into the corner, and then you're driving it on the rear, on the throttle. So you're just in and out of the throttle gently. And it just floats around the corner, and then by halfway between the corner, you're pretty much flat through the second part of double left. So that's a driving technique generally. It's more of a rally driving technique than a what we would think now of a track driving technique. That's exactly it. You know, rally drivers who come and drive, even Richard Tuthill himself, he's very, very fast in these cars, and he's quite an accomplished rally driver. Yeah. So, you know, that is that sort of sliding technique and getting to know the balance. There's the pass for the lead. Ollie has caught and passed Evgeny. So that, Bruce Jones, has happened rather quicker than we were expecting, with still half an hour to go. So Ollie Bryant knows these cars, won the race at Barcelona earlier on in the season, and he has played an absolute blinder in that Queen of Hearts car.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, Evgeny Kiriev, since he took over from Rusinov, has been going really well. And as Peter Dumbreck there was just describing, with all the gesticulations you expect from a driver, and it was wonderful because, believe you me, it was you could see the thumb and finger demonstrating exactly how to hold the wheel. But I mean, Ollie, I was just keeping an eye on it. He was relentless, but he's far less dramatic because he's not making any errors. He's got exactly what you described, Peter, he's got it little balanced and pitched as he goes through the long corners. But I just adore this circuit because, as you pointed out, John, it's a fast circuit, but it's still about maintaining your momentum. Yeah. And you know, Ollie can do that standing on his head.
I've only driven here in a road car, and only a few laps, a couple of 3 years, a bit longer ago than that. I did a couple of the lapping sessions in my 968, which was a perfect car for around here because it's a momentum car and it's very nicely balanced. And what it really gave me a new respect for what you and your contemporaries were doing in your professional life and the kind of commitment some of these corners need in not necessarily the cars we're watching now, but in any kind of car with downforce. Huge commitment around here. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the top 5 circuits in the world, isn't it? You know, depending on who you speak to, but this, Nürburgring, Nordschleife, Le Mans, you know, it is one of those circuits. Sorry, I'm giggling there. Ollie and Evgeny going up through Eau Rouge and across the top of Radion. I don't think the front wheels were straight at all. Little again, but little movements, Peter. Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Evgeny's not letting him go, is he? He's not, no. He's latched onto him. Hopefully he can stay there. Kurt Lima right ahead in the beautiful dark blue number 7 car. So we're into lap traffic now with the 60, the red and white Queen of Hearts Porsche. Ollie Bryant, elite driver, driving on his own through Les Combes, and now starting to plunge down the hill to the hairpin at Bruxelles. Puts himself well in the sight lines of the car ahead, who does pull in slightly. Ollie will have just been wondering, has he seen me? Has he not seen me? And as they come down the hill through curve Jackie X, which of those cars are still hasn't got by him, you see, so he had to just ease through, and he got onto the dirty part of the circuit where we saw the prototypes putting down all kinds of muck and rubbish earlier on. And the thing is, you're not going to drive away here, even from back markers, are you? Because it's not as if you can squirt away and use a load of power because you get on the power a little bit earlier. You'll creep away, and that might end up being a second or a couple of seconds a lap, but that's over a 3-minute lap. Yeah, I mean, it's these cars are so closely matched, as you say, and they're all slipping and sliding around, and there's no big power advantage of anyone. So it's you've got to have a good exit from the previous corner to slingshot by. And you really, really can't afford to be compromised, can you? Because as we saw, going down the hill into Bruxelles, diving to the right-hand side, the inside of the corner, was Ollie Bryant. Has he seen me? Has he not? There's a bit of spray coming up from the tail of the number 7 with the Kurt Lima car he was chasing, and he obviously had to back it off. He'd have been cursing it, but it wasn't at a point where it really compromised his momentum. Of course, it's one of the slowest corners, but you know, good drivers, and particularly you think about what Ollie Bryant does. He races so many different sorts of historic cars. He is accustomed to, in a lot of them, being sideways. He's also accustomed in some of them not having much power. And you know, there's no point being a hero, Peter, is there, for the sake of gaining half a second? Well, that's it. I think he's got the momentum. He's been on track since the very beginning, whereas Evgeny's trying to bed himself back in again. So I think, yes, definitely Ollie's got the advantage. He can just stroke it round now, keep it on the track, don't get any penalties. That's the thing here. You know, if you put 2 wheels over the line, they'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. You get 2 chances and then you're penalised on the third. Which of the corners? I've noticed they've been pinging quite a few people for Blanchimont, which they call turn 17, but in real money it's Blanchimont. But to anyone who doesn't know the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, that's quite a commitment corner. Yeah. You're going as hard as you can uphill. And I mean, in Formula 1 cars, you might be hitting 190 miles an hour up on the approach to that corner. But in these, obviously rather less, but you're still... It's certainly not flat, that's for sure. No, certainly not flat. Not in this, is it flat in the drive? No. Really? No, it's a little dab. The best way is just to dab the brake to get the weight back on the front, get the car in, and then drive it through the corner. Mind, there's a lot more runoff at Blanchimont than there was in even relatively recent history. You sort of forget, you come to this circuit, and because the very nature of Spa-Francorchamps doesn't change enormously, you forget that I mean, every 3 years they change the shape of the bus stop combination or something. But really, it's still phenomenal. It is uphill all the way though to Blanchimont. Blanchimont, people don't realise that either. That you come out of Stavelot, and it's all only in road car terms. I never got into 6th gear. There, the car was still pulling and I just left it in 5th and went round.
You know, it's one of those, we always talk about how circuits with gradient, it gets flattened by TV, but, you know, I can't think of many more circuits that are more rewarding to go and walk around as much to the outside as you can. And you can here, there are really good footpaths, but, you know, your calf muscles will tell the story.
Over the years as well. We have a new fastest lap of the race, a 3:21.1.
Is it Jerome?
It is Jerome Blakemorland, well done. Just jumped into the 54 car. Everybody's done their pit stops now, so let me give you the tail of the tape. It's a 1.5 seconds between Ollie Bryan and Yevgeny Kiryev. Then Frederic Di Gidio is in 3rd place. He's another 45 seconds back. Those two are the class of the field and have been since the start of the race. That's the 60 car and the number 11 that are at the sharp end of the field. Then behind Frederic is Bart Vesterman in the 87 car. He's about a second, 3/4 of a second back. He's got 3 seconds on Jürgen Rudolph. Xavier Dairu is next, another 6 seconds further back. And 1.6 seconds is Erwin van der Lieshout. One of your drivers?
No, my one is Alex, 9th place.
Excellent.
20. Alex van Houten.
Alex van Houten. Right, and he's 6th in the gentleman class at the moment, and Jerome Blakemorland is ahead of him in 8th. Rounding at the top 10, Philippe de Krainer in 10th position in the number 55. I'm just checking that we've given you all the classes. So elite on his own is Ollie Bryan. Gentleman with an elite is the 2nd place car. Gentlemen on their own is Frederic Gidio in 3rd place in 35. So that's how it stands with. We have 22 minutes remaining, and yellow flags are out coming down the hill towards Piff Paff or Fania, and that's because we've got a car in the gravel, I think, if the witness marks are anything to go by. But they must have come back out again because we've now got green flags on the exit. So,
yeah, there was a bit of a twitch from the driver in 3rd place, Frederic Diagidio. He probably saw what we couldn't see. Oh, there's a car in the gravel at the
the
sort of towards the exit of Double Gauche, Pouon in old money, and of course it's a corner that keeps turning left, slightly downhill. The loss of gravel now on the outside.
Kurt Leimer has been seen by race controller, spun and rejoined, but that was very much a car that was still in the gravel that Peter Dunbrek, who's joining Bruce Jones and me in the booth for this.
Yeah, I think the car that would turn 12 where the car was pinged as going off is the next corner. That's the start of Fania. So that was what we saw Diagidio reacting to, and I guess the one that went off in Pouon happened afterwards.
I wish we were out there right now.
I kind of do.
Yeah,
because
I thought so.
I had a few laps in the car, and I'm like, okay,
I can
this
tell
is
you,
taking a
ladies
while.
and gentlemen, and everyone who's listening, Peter Dunbrek is smiling at the moment.
Yeah, and I was like, actually, this is quite fun, and it would be quite cool to be out there. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm happy my drivers, so the 8th and 9th now, they've moved up a place, I guess.
And how much experience have those guys got, Peter?
So, Alex is his 2nd ever race. Yeah, his 2nd ever race.
And he qualified 3rd.
And he qualified 3rd.
2nd ever car race?
Yeah.
So he's not driven anything before this?
No. Well, he's driven this car in a previous race. Yeah.
And that was it?
That was it, last year. So,
hell's flames.
Yeah.
What sort of age is he, to give us hope?
He's early 20s. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Early to mid 20s.
Interesting choice to come into classic racing.
Well, it's his father, really. It's his father's car. They're big Porsche fans. They're car collectors. And, yeah, it's something they can do together, and they are. So his father, Bernard, decided, okay, this weekend you drive, and then next one, Dijon, I'll drive, rather than share it so they can just get plenty of seat time.
Dijon. Are you going down to Dijon?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, let's see. It's a great track. I love Dijon.
I've put my nose over the fence when I was on the way elsewhere. I was on my way down to Barcelona, decided to drive up. We spin at the Double Gauche, and that's the white and blue 113, classic Porsche colours. And that is Christophe Florent, 17th in the gentleman class. He's lost the engine there for a moment, but I think he's refired the 2-litre 6-cylinder. Gets the lock back on and gently pulls it on. Nicely done. Don't make it any worse by trying to dump the clutch and do something clever and then breaking something.
Car's still kicking up a fair degree of spray. The rain seems to have eased off, but I noticed actually on some of the curbs there was a fair bit of puddling as well. I couldn't pick it out, the cameras picked it out, but still the car stuck in the gravel out at the exit, the second part of Pouon. Car number 757.
Jürgen Rudolph, who was running right up the sharp end of the field in that tartan green sort of Irish green colour, very dark. So full course yellow has come out.
And he started 4th on the grid, just behind Alex van Hoter. So again, you're quite right, John. Full course yellow, but also, well, rear end of the car quite deeply buried.
That's the thing with these cars. You can generally get away with it as long as you drive through straight
away. Yeah.
With the tyres, you'll get it back out again. But he's actually spun in. Yeah.
Fairly skinny tyres and a 1,000-kilo car, so you get a half, and it's wet as well. Wet helps you in gravel. Don't ask me how I know that, but I do. Peter Dunbreck's never been off into gravel.
In the world of quick recoveries, about 10, 15 seconds ago, that 757 Porsche was hooked up by the tow vehicle. It's already out of the gravel, back onto the circuit, and is going to be tucked away at the, well, it's been pulled to an area of tarmac to the side of the circuit. The race still going on, full course yellow.
He gave them a wave to say that he'd got the engine back as well, and I think he was wondering where they were going, but they weren't going to leave him right on the exit of the corner when they unhooked him, which is really sensible, and the guys in the Toyota pickup truck have done a cracking job there. I noticed they were really sensible. They got the long strap out, so even with four-wheel drive, they didn't have to drop themselves into the gravel. Unfortunately for Jürgen, that has cost him the lead lap. So his chance of a decent victory, a decent run in the gentleman class, and as Bruce was saying, was well up. Gotta say, impressive for Evgeny Kiriev. He's keeping Ollie Bryant in sight and making sure that the experienced British driver in the elite category does not get away. So this is, yes, it's a battle at the front of the field, but there's a class battle here that isn't on. The top three are indeed all the class leaders, with Ollie Bryant, Evgeny Kiriev, who, of course, sharing with Roman Rusinov, and Frederic de Egidio in the 35 car, who he's driven since the start, hasn't he? Yes, he has. Came up from 10th position, actually, so that's been a good run for the third place driver, Bruce.
He's got plenty of company, though. He's not sitting pretty in his class. He's got Bart Westerman, second of the two Westermans in the number 87. He's just 2 seconds behind him.
In fact, he's just gone through, as you mentioned that.
Yep, flashed through. So, right, the full course yellow appears to be, period is over. It's green flag around the track, and so for Ollie Bryant, it's all about getting the hammer down. He's up at Les Combes, turning in. Evgeny Kiriev, yes, been really, really impressed with him. But just going back to those Vion livery with the sort of, what do you call it? The teal blue with the yellow, pink and orange things. That was on so many cars, right up to giant Can-Am cars running in the Interserie, the Porsche 917 30s, et al. But it's generally a Porsche livery they've had over the years. But again, you know, some stand the test of time. And I must say, in the weather conditions today, it seems quite nice and bright on a glum day.
I love the way that Porsche celebrate their liveries. We've had down through the years, even at Le Mans, cars that have had a smattering of various different liveries. They brought back the Pink Pig, of course, which was never successful in period, but won its class when it came back as a GT car. And even the current Porsche Penske Motorsport cars in the World Endurance Championship, they have a touch of the Salzburg about them, with the white stripes on one of the cars, the white pinstripes, which is black on the other one, which is great. It's either the 4 and the 5 or the 6 and the 7, depending on which series they run in.
Yeah, it's a nod to the past.
I like
1970.
That.
Of course, we've got a Porsche 917 in one of the races later today, but for Richard Atwood and Hans Hermann 1970 for Porsche, that was a massive, massive moment. And I think a fair degree of success has followed.
Maybe.
I'll have to look that one up for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Dunbreck is with Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre here for Peter Auto at the Spa Classic, our second race of the weekend, and what will be a very busy and long day today as we go through till midnight with the Heritage Touring Car Cup going into the darkness tonight, and that's going to be one worth staying around for. In addition to your coaching duties, Peter, and you're doing a bit of talking about motor racing as well, are you doing any driving at the minute, any competitive driving?
Not competitive, no.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. It's just, if I'm honest, I'm not looking for it.
Okay. No, I understand that.
But if the right opportunity came along, I would do it. One of the biggest issues is I at 51 years old, I'm still a gold.
Right.
That is the biggest issue. And on the year of my birthday, the FIA changed the rules to 55.
Oh,
so
no way.
It's the same with the age for getting a pension in the UK. They keep moving it away,
I'm
moving
never
it
going to
forward.
be able to retire.
No, no one wants to retire. What I love, though, I was just going to say that here we are. You talk about how the racing is going to go on till just after midnight tonight, but it's the fact that these days you can watch, someone in Australia could be watching that, so it's the middle of their day, and I just love the messages that come in from people who really get racing. We just talked about Jeroen Bleekemolen setting the fastest lap of the race, and compatriot Allard Kalf immediately gets in contact. Go, go, go! See you at Le Mans. And what I love is knowing how people who are just imbued with motor racing and love for it will watch everything. But I think this weekend, looking at the Peter Auto show, it's fantastic. The diversity of cars and machinery, and I think, as you say, Peter, a lot of people really fall into, taking this 2-litre cup for Porsches. They see this, they'd have seen it at Goodwood, they'd have seen it racing around on great circuits. That's one of the keys, and you can see why it's desirable. And if someone thinks it's attainable, they might be later looking at the RSRs and things, and they go, I'd love to race one of those, but that's probably not going to happen. But something like this, it's attainable. They can do it.
Yeah. A great little, and they're so simple, these cars as well. I mean, they're obviously not quite like in period because they've got more power nowadays and they're a bit different inside, but essentially it's the same car and it's just so good to drive.
So coming into the last quarter of an hour now, just under that, we're getting a bit of lappery going on. Ollie Bryant has eked out his lead. He's not stretched away, Bruce. It's 3 seconds now, and then another 48 back between Evgeny and Bart Westerman. Frederic de Egidio sitting about a second behind that, and that's the battle at the moment. That's first and second in the gentleman, and third actually is Erwin van Lieshout. Is only another 6.5, 7 seconds behind. Jeroen Bleekemolen is charging up to the back of them and picking off. In fact, he's just picked up Erwin there.
He could get through to third place overall. Yeah. I'm reckoning his target is Bart Westerman, who's running third.
Philip de Kraan is doing a cracking job as well, because he
started 25th or something on the grid.
Well, I looked a moment ago. He was 10th. He's now up to 8th. So he's coming up through the field. What sort of experience has he got?
He has got a lot of experience.
Right.
I think he's done even Le Mans back in the 90s at some stage. And
James Turner was saying how he's been racing for decades, but Porsche man through and through.
70 years old this year, so he's up there fighting with the younger guys.
Me yet, then.
Only a modicum, John. Only a modicum.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't have the amount of racing miles under me wheels that he has.
Yeah, but he's just been picking up the pace. So I've just been looking at his lap time, definitely improving all along. But yeah, Bleekemolen was 8th, he's 7th, he's 6th, and he's bigger numbers before that. But his next target is Xavier Dayro, and earlier we were seeing Xavier when it was at its very wettest as a contemporary Porsche racer was, looking really handy. So that's not an easy one to crack. He's got to find 6 or 7 seconds to catch him. But then ahead of you got Frederic de Egidio, and then just a few seconds ahead of him is Bart Westerman, third overall. So I think that is possible. What's left on the clock? 11 minutes. Well, it's going to be tight, but I think Jeroen will make Tim Pappas very happy indeed. I mean, how many decades have they been racing as teammates? That's great.
15 years.
15, is it?
Yeah.
Someone's counting. Well done.
No, I speaking to him because, of course, we used to be teammates. So,
yeah, absolutely.
We had a good old chat yesterday, and we were talking about the whole situation and how they're doing this now, and 15 years together.
Mind you, that's nothing next to Nick Johnson racing with Tracy Crone. I did notice one of the Crone Aviation cars up in the pit lane. I mean, that has just gone on forever.
And still racing. In fact, I think they're at Misano this weekend.
Yeah.
Racing in the Creventic series, and talked to the tall Texan here a few weeks ago in the 12 hours.
I've even done a race with them. I did Daytona 24 with them in the Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming down to the last 10 minutes of racing, and Ollie Bryant now has just started to move away. Added another second to his gap in that red and cream, I'm going to call that. The Queen of Hearts cars we have been referencing. That's what it goes back to. Wearing its 1965 number plate. And UK number plate on the C-Reg. Evgeny's doing a great job though. Absolute cracking job. Keeping in sight. They're both going to be class winners as it stands at the moment. I'm not sure that rain's got any better, if I'm honest. Although I say that, Mark de Siebenthal now behind the wheel of the number 42, 14th overall, 9th in class. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in, 3:26. But Christian Albrecht did a 3:22 last time around. That is the fastest lap of the gentleman race. That's very impressive because that is only 8/10 away from Ollie Bryant's fastest time in the race. Mine, Jeroen's gone faster than that as well.
Yeah, I really
That was
sort of
earlier on, I
sense
think.
at this point, John, that Ollie's just doing what he needs to do. The main deal was to be close when he came out of his pit stop, and he was closer than we reckoned he would be, and since then he's resisted a charge.
He had a really good 2 laps whilst the leader was in the pits. And then Evgeny actually had a little whoopsie on his out lap. On his first flyer, whilst Ollie was in the pits.
Yeah, with Ollie, obviously so experienced, he's able to cut through the traffic a little bit better than Evgeny, and that's where the gap comes. He just a couple of tenths here or there and just sized through them. Say that quickly.
I was expecting something in the region of 20 seconds, maybe 25 even, that Ollie was going to have to pull back, having had the longer pit stop for being in elite driving on his own as well. That didn't happen, and that's I suppose that's a testament to how well he drove in that first part of the race. I was going to ask you about this, Peter. Okay, we're in wet conditions at the moment, and I know the Avons are an all-weather tyre. You don't swap from wet tyres to dry weathers. But in a dry weather race for an hour and a half, is there an element of saving the tyres?
They will start to go away from you.
Because you qualify on them as well, don't you?
Yeah, they'll start to move around on you. And I've found that if you just have a lap or so where you just don't push the limits, they kind of come back. They come back to you again, yeah. Because there was back in the day a few years ago, we used to actually shave the top off the tyre and make the rubber.
Correct.
And the tyres were 2 seconds a lap faster by just getting rid of some of the. So the quicker you burn that rubber off, the better. But then
you're not allowed. We should say you're not allowed to do that. There, the tyres have got to go on
now,
brand spanking new at the start of qualifying, and they're all checked before you go out.
Yeah. So in the dry, definitely you can overheat them. You can get them pressured a bit too high, and back off for a lap or so where you just don't push it quite as hard, brings them back and in your grasp again.
Interesting.
Just racing is actually really starting to close in. We've got just under 7 minutes remaining, but Bart Westerman has got in 3rd place, leading the Gentleman Cup class, has got Frederic D'Egidio, 3 seconds behind him, 2 seconds, 3 seconds behind him, 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds behind him is Xavier Dayro, and catching the pair of them is Jeroen Bleekemolen. So this could really close down. I thought Jeroen might have had a shot at getting up to 3rd place overall. I think he'll need one further lap than he's going to get, but certainly the battle for 3rd, for 4th, for 5th and 6th is good to the end. Up front though, Ollie Bryant, his lead is 5 seconds. There's the cushion.
Yeah, and that's all come in the last 2 or 3 laps. Sort of half of that has come in the last 2 or 3 laps. He was sitting at about 1.82 seconds, and then it just started to creep out. But look, Evgeny's going to win his class with Roman, and Bart Westerman in 3rd. Now, he's not getting away from Egidio.
That's Bleekemolen pulling in the pass now. He's just going by Deru.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dark Porsche going, the black Porsche going past. Was it dark blue? I think it's black, probably. Just going past the white one with the yellow nose, which is Xavier Dayro. I thought that would be the harder nut to crack, but he got that nailed on the run between Radion up the Kemmel Straight.
Exactly. I think he just got through Eau Rouge Radion so well and just was able to draw by.
So
now, there's a back marker up ahead of them, but luckily as they go down to Bruxelles, the back marker stays as close as he could to the left-hand side of the circuit, which helps the trio of cars.
That's Dirk Peters in the silver car, or the grey car, just staying to the outside. So the improvement of Bleekemolen continues.
This is actually quite good news for Bart Westerman, because suddenly Frederic D'Egidio, who until recently was in 3rd place, has fallen behind Westerman, is now can't look forward, he's looking backwards because the attack is coming from, as they drop down from Curve Jackie down the slope, it's Bleekemolen gaining hand over fist.
Yeah, and actually Bart Westerman would love to be 3rd overall, but if he has to give that up to Jeroen Bleekemolen, he doesn't really care. That's not a class battle. His class battle for top of the podium in the gentleman driver classes with Frederic Diagidio. So that is the battle that he needs to keep an eye on. So Bryant leading out, and all of a sudden it's 6 minutes. Six minutes, 6 seconds is what I should say. Hardly any rain, actually, at the moment. Fastest lap of the race to Ollie Bryant as well. That's good news for him. Rest of the season in 2 Litre Cup, he'll be driving with Kyle Tilley. Kyle at the moment in a GT3 Ferrari. Oh, big moment for the bright red number 87 on the curb.
Yeah, third place Westerman.
He's pushing hard.
He is. He doesn't want his mate and countryman Blake Mullen catching him.
Daru still with the wipers going. This is not easing up at all. My boyish enthusiasm, my little hopeful heart earlier, thought that it might dry out. We might get a drying track. It's wet everywhere now, Bruce.
Yeah, fully shiny. And it's going to be on tiptoes now. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remain. So this lap and one more thereafter, because of course it's all based on where Ollie Bryant is around the circuit. He's already got through the first timing sector. So that's what is left for Irene Blake-Molen, but he's right on the tail of Federico Diagidio, down the hill past the endurance pits into the dip at Eau Rouge, and it is really slippery, and Egidio goes sideways, which won't let his run to Radial being as good as it could be, but actually he's recovered remarkably well from that. But you have to think it's going to be advantage for the chasing Blake-Molen. Yes, as they crest the first part of the hill before it carries on more gently up to Les Combes, the Dutch Charger is really on the move.
And again, that is obvious to say that it's uphill from Eau Rouge to Radion, but again, Peter, that run all the way up to Les Combes is just a gentle little uphill run.
Yeah, you don't notice it so much in the car itself. It's when you actually walk the circuit or ride the circuit really, oh well, yeah, that is properly uphill. But you're right, it's the fastest part of the circuit into Les Combes, but it's also, as you say, uphill.
So if you lose half a mile an hour, even tiny bits of speed at Radion, that can translate into a major issue by the time you get to the breaking point.
Certainly think the rain is coming harder now. The track's looking a lot wetter.
Yeah, agree, Peter.
Speaker's corner negotiated on the descent. There's a back marker about to be passed, and this is the battle for fourth place. Egidio just in front of Jeroen Blake-Molen. Jeroen looking up the inside into the first part of Pouhon. May be able to pull it off before the edge of the corner. Egidio much deeper into the corner, the more classical line there. Ollie Bryant, no problem. He's through Fagnes on his own. He's continuing on his way. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Windscreen wipers blazing away now, but I think the last 2 laps is when the rain has really ramped up.
I just want to make a very nerdy point about how Porsche think about engineering things, even going back to this first ever 911. For very many years in the UK, we were plagued with windscreen wipers that effectively wiped the wrong way. And if you were long of body, like Bruce and I are, you were looking through part of the windscreen that didn't get swept. Well, on this 1965 car, the windscreen wipers are mounted right in the middle, so they actually sweep exactly the same either side, rather than being offset and giving you that bit that you can't see through. And Ollie Bryant has got the best view in the house at the moment as he comes down to Eau Rouge and climbing up over Radion for what I think will be the last lap. Yes, it is. Race control giving us that indication as he's got a nice clear track ahead of him as well. Oh, that's going to be great for him to see. There's no car until coming out of Speaker's Corner. So plenty of run for him. He won't have to worry about traffic. The Avon tyre is doing a great job of clearing the water. You can see the lines of spray, the spray coming off the tyres and the lines left in the tarmac. And Peter, that that is standing water now on the top of there. So you've got to be worried about aquaplaning and making sure you've got grip on the front end when you're turning in.
Yeah, I mean, these cars have got good grooves in these tires. So as the water comes down, obviously you get the chance to gradually feel it out as well. But those lines here, you can see through the corner
Really
there.
dark.
But big advantage now for Ollie Bryant, so he should be fine. Blake Millen stop. He's finally got by Egidio. How did you pronounce that?
That'll do.
Frederick.
Egidio.
Frederick.
Yeah.
He's finally got by Frederick, the number 35 Italian driver. So moved up into 4th place now.
I think that's as far as he will get in terms of the class, particularly because he's in the gentleman elite class. So it's Kiriev actually he would have to get back to. All downhill from here. Well, not quite, because he's got a little uphill rise to Blanchimont, we've been talking about through Fagnes at the moment. And if you listen very carefully, or you're watching or listening to us on the Peter Auto live stream, or welcome along to those of you on the Goodwood channel as well, tuned in to us for the first time here at a Peter Auto event, you can probably hear the effects mic being hit by the rain. It's pretty awful out there at the moment.
Doesn't really matter for Ollie Bryant, our race leader. He started the lap with a 7.8 second advantage. He's pretty much kept all of that. He can back it off. He's going up the slope towards Blanchimont. That just leaves the bus stop combination, and then he should see the checkered flag. Done it all on his own. Elite class. He had 40 seconds extra at his pit stop, but he just kept the start driver of the car that's following him home today, which is Roman Rusinov, disguised by having an alter ego on the entry list. I can only presume exactly that Ollie had rumbled that one, because he thought, I haven't heard of this chap, I fancy my chances. But obviously if he knew it was Roman, who got ahead of him at the start of the race, and he kept him honest, but it was persistent speed. And out of the final corner now, John, comes our race winner.
Driving solo for the first 2 rounds of the season, Barcelona in dry conditions. It's been proper Spa challenging wet conditions for Ollie Bryant, who brings the era run machine home in some style, and the Queen of Hearts number 60 takes the overall and the elite from the Kiriev and Orisbayev driven second place car, and that is the gentleman elite class winner. And in third, we'll wait to see across the line the Bart Westerman car at some distance, but he'll hang on to third overall and win his class. But utterly bleak conditions here at Spa for the second half of that race. We hoped it would get better. It didn't. It's got worse, and that is going to affect the rest of the afternoon. We'll have it all for you here on our live stream. Peter, thank you very much indeed.
Great to be here.
Is your work done now for the weekend, or have you got other people in other races?
No, that's it. I'm going to head home tonight. Yeah, have the bank holiday weekend at home.
Of course, for the UK. Yeah. Good call. Good to see you, mate. Been too long.
Thank you.
Family all
Good
okay?
to see you. Yeah. Kids are growing up quick. Both got their driving license.
Oh,
now.
you're kidding me.
They've both got their driving license.
They cannot have that.
Passed first time. It's all in the driver coaching, you see.
Neither of them has shown any interest in racing, though.
Thankfully not.
So that's fine. So you don't have to go back to work. And you'll be at Le Mans, of course.
I will be at Le Mans with our friends Martin Haven and Graham Goodwin, Eto and Anthony Davidson. Yeah. So I'll see you there for perhaps a beverage in the evening.
I only if they've got still water. Obviously.
Obviously, that's what I meant, or a cup of tea.
Yeah. Indeed. So. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
And
thanks
for being with us. Peter Dumbreck joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre as the cars come back around down to the collecting area. Still cars coming across the line. In fact, we've only had the top 9 and cars that have been lapped. And our winners are almost already in Parc Fermé, which is just outside of where we are sitting at the moment. Bruce, if you want to have a quick look at the timing screens, and I think I got down to the winners in class, down to the top 3. So
yes, and
Frederick Diagidigo did come through.
Yeah, and of course the elite class only having the 2 runners there, Ollie Bryant on his own and Xavier Dero, who was 6th overall. So first and second for them in the elite and gentleman class, Kiriev and Rusinov. Blake-Amola and Papa second in that class, and Matt Neal, car number 27, coming home third in the GT Elite class with his co-driver Stephen Edwards. And so plenty to play for within all of that, but it was a tricky race. It was easier to get it wrong than to get it right, and it wasn't just the fact it was wet or not so wet, it was changing. And the very point of the matter is it got wetter and wetter, but it was a 90-minute race. We had thrills and spills, but actually, job really well done all round.
I'll pick up on something that James Turner said in the first part of the race. I don't think we saw any contact. Did we see any contact? I don't think we've seen a panel bent.
Well, that's not bad with a field of 30-odd cars, 27 cars, pretty mighty.
Yeah.
In fact, in terms of retirements, I think we lost only one. We saw pull to the side of the track, which was number 18 running in gentleman class, which was Pougin, which was Patrick Pougin early on. We saw him pull off, I think, around the exit. Had a few cars running through the gravel. Antonio Chimose deserved an award early on because he was the driver on the charge, the Portuguese driver who ran ASM for a long time, running those open-top prototypes, but obviously a Formula 3 driver in his day. But he was pushing. He was the driver who was making up ground in the early stages of the race. I've got to keep our attention because Nigel Metcalf of Moto Historics has mistaken us for cricket commentators and brought in a cream tea for us in the commentary box.
Excellent.
But we'll keep that quiet. We don't want, or I'll just lock the door, stop incomers. But it was a really good show. But again, these 2-litre Cup Porsches, we heard from James Turner, who started the whole show, going, they're soft enough, they're gentle enough. So these conditions actually really, really suit the 911, the early ones, because the balance is good. You haven't got a lot of power. It's about keeping your momentum, keeping it smooth. And I think Peter Dumbreck described it best. It's not about the full turn, it's a half turn of the lock. That's what you should be achieving. If you're achieving more than that, you're not achieving what you could be doing.
Yeah. Plenty of sideways moments through various parts of the race. Was it won and lost? Is it harsh to say that it was won and lost on the pit stops when Yevgeny came out and he knew he had to push to have any chance of staying ahead of having a meaningful gap back to Ollie, and he just had that little whoopsie while Ollie was in the pits.
Tiny.
I
don't
don't
made
think
any difference.
I think it might have cost a couple of seconds, if that.
If that. He drove really well, Evgeny Kiriev. And Roman Rusinov obviously took the lead at the start of the race. A little bit of a mistake there from.
Well, that was the only mistake he made, wasn't it?
And the conditions kept on changing. It was a movable target, and the cloud really now low over the circuit and over the trees that make it such a fantastic backdrop here at Spa-Francorchamps. But it was also, and I think Peter Dumbreck described it really rather well, which is the element, of course, Ollie wasn't coming onto a circuit he didn't know. The conditions were changing. But of course, for Evgeny Kiriev, the first few laps, it was a voyage of discovery, trying to work out where there was any grip and whether the rain was getting worse or lightening off. But those final handful of laps, we really saw that the margin stretched because Ollie Bryant just knew what he had to do and delivered it.
Andrew's away doing the podium, but already we are preparing for endurance racing legends. 2 parts of endurance racing legends. We saw the LMP and GT1 part earlier on. Got a 40-minute race coming up here, Bruce, for what is described as the GT categories, rightly so. And we are, well, a cornucopia of GT cars. Delightful to see these cars back on the circuit.
You know, one of the things about historic racing is that when you start a championship, you have half an idea of, maybe what you're trying to achieve and the sort of cars you'd like to see on track. And then suddenly some of these series just gain traction. And enough people go, actually, you know what? That was a car when I was thinking I'd love to be a racing driver, I really wanted to drive. But what we were talking earlier about, how can these cars, we said with the LMP1s in the Endurance Racing Legends, already be in historics? But already we've got cars now out competing, GT3 cars, the older ones that were there, in the early days. And, we don't think of them historics, but there are a lot of them out there. And you know what? If they're still relatively simple, which they are, you don't require, sort of degree in astrophysics to get the cars started. Why not race them? And until cars get too complicated, we've got a constant feed in to the bottom step, if you will, of all these historic series. And I'm really deeply impressed by the Peter Auto Classic series, the diversity of cars, machinery, the quality of the drivers, but the sheer size of the fields, huge.
And you can probably hear behind us, the cars are already on the circuit coming round to the grid.
42 cars. That's mighty. Someone's done a lot of spade work there, but you've got to get the formula right. You'd have to suggest they have.
Yeah.
So this is a mixture, 90% of this field, if not more, Porsche, Ferrari. There are a couple, I think, of BMWs. Certainly there's one starting 7th on the grid. Is that the only BMW
Is that
in the
the
race?
Scooter Gable car? That's the old...
Yes.
Yeah, that's the old Tommy Milner's dad, that ran in the American Le Mans series with Yokohama tyres. And Boris Said and Hans Stuck driving those.
When I said yes, I meant no.
Ah.
It's a Schnitzer car. I'm just hurriedly looking for the Scooter Gable car because I thought I'd seen that, but it's
number 5, I think.
It's number 5. It's definitely a low number. Yeah, number 5, and I cannot see that unless sometimes you look at a lot of figures on a page and further down. I beg your pardon. 18th position on the grid for Scooter Gable, but the better place of the BMWs is the 2010 car, Schnitzer car. One driven in period works car, Jörg Müller, Pedro Lamy, Uwe Alsen. Quite a handy little lineup.
And it's the 77 E36 there as well. That's another American car. That's running in the Valvoline.
I really cannot see on my timing sheet, but there it is. In 27 is in 28th position. Yes, that's an older one from the year 2000.
Yeah. Yeah, but lots of Porsches. We've got a Marcos in there as well, I think.
Yeah, we've got an LS. Yes, that's right. Stephen Keating, car number 97. He's in a LM500. But the bulk of the field, and certainly at the front end of the field, they're 997 GT3 RSRs, as you'd expect. Ferrari 430s and the 430 GTC Evo as well. And in fact, the opening races of this Peter Classic Auto season, as far as I recall, both went to Maxwell Lynn, and he's starting 4th today in the ex-CRS Ferrari 430 GTC, which was driven in period by Chris Niarchos, Tim Mullen and Andrea Coccodi, and in so many ways sort of led to what is now Garage 59 team.
Yeah, good point.
The opening round at Barcelona.
Yeah.
Maxwell Lynn won the first race from Mark Sumpter, Porsche racer extraordinaire. Pierre Ere, well, he'll be in a Ferrari. Yes, he was in 3rd overall. The second race was, again, Lynn from Sumpter, but this time with David Sarni, who's another Porsche racer with his 996 GT3 RS in 3rd position. But today, on pole position, Manuel Collard. You may have heard of him.
Yes. And he will be driving a 987 GT3R from 2010. We're basically looking at the late 1990s into the mid 2000s for these cars. So they're not all contemporaries, but they're round about the same time without being... it's always difficult, Bruce, and you watch an awful lot of historic racing, and it's always difficult, I think, for series organisers to know where to put those lines, to say where is that going to be competitive. We don't want somebody driving off into the distance in X car because this was the point where there was a big leap forward. And doing that actually is part of the skill of putting these meetings together.
It really is. Actually, sometimes you can have a large span of years and it sort of works, because what was a GT3 car, a GT2 car in time is almost superseded in pace by a GT3 car. We've definitely seen that even in the world of GT3s. So you can balance it out. You can have early GT2s with GT3s from the later years. Other times, as you say, you get a sort of sudden quantum leap in terms of performance. And the bracket of cars for that series has to be literally 2 or 3 years. But we prefer it with a wider spread. Conditions appear to be getting rather less pleasant out there. It was getting wetter and wetter through the 90-minute Porsche 2-litre Cup race, and now it's full umbrellas down on the grid. Just trying to see if we got all our runners coming to the grid. They're still pouring in. It's a huge grid of cars, 42 potential cars on the track, including... Sarah Bovey, local expert. Mother, as you say, has a guest house not too far from here. Her father used to race here, and She, of course, has been one of the linchpins of Iron Dames in recent years, but it's a home race, and she's entered. Well, she didn't get a time, but she is hopefully 42nd, and well, not hopefully 42nd, she is 42nd on our timing list, which is last of the order in a 360 Modena GT Ferrari from 2003. I don't know if not getting a time means she's not starting, but hopefully, you know, local hero on home ground. It'd be good to see her.
Good peddler. The Iron Dames initiative, she's been an integral part of that with Michelle Gatting, Rahel Fry, and more latterly with Celia Martin coming in to join that programme as well, and part of a real a proper initiative for encouraging not actually encouraging, because Sarah was racing already, and so was Rahel. Rahel's been around for a very long time, drove in all sorts of things, drove one of those Maytech GT40s in international GT racing.
Yeah, lots of stuff in Germany.
Give female drivers a focal point. And,
totally.
And you know, have won races legitimately in open competition. And one of the things I love about sports car racing, and it's a bit of a cause célèbre for me, and whether I talk to Pip McMahon about this when she's driving at the Nürburgring, or Catherine Legg, Christina Nielsen, who was a double champion in IMSA, the car, the track, and most importantly the stopwatch actually does not care about what's under the helmet, about what's in the race suit. And whether it's colour, creed, religion, gender, it's of no matter whatsoever. And in sports car racing, it was ever thus. There were females in the very first race at Le Mans in 1923, all female teams from MG through the 1950s, and it's something that I'm very proud of about sports car racing. And Deborah Mayer, who is the driving force behind the Iron Dames, who has financed that, a big Ferrari fan and racer in her day, race Ferrari Challenge, moved on to Porsches, been part of the FIA, took over from Michelle Mouton on the FIA Women's Commission, and that'll tell you, you know, how committed she is to that, and you know, rallying the same. There was Michelle Mouton, very easily could have won a world championship. I think she was 5 points away from winning a world championship, her and Fabrizia Pons in the Audi Quattro in the mid-90s.
But that was the point. I mean, those are almost the ultimate rally cars, the ultimate beasts, those Group B rally cars, just right,
they were mad.
Right on it. And I must say, though, having seen when you're off track at race meetings or at Goodwood events or something, and the Iron Dames are there, it's a rallying point. And I remember waiting to speak to Sarah Bovey and I think Rahel in the paddock, and this little girl came up and said, "Can girls become racing drivers?" And she was so excited. Job done. But also, they achieve it out on the track. And all the time when Sarah was having to qualify because she was the bronze driver, you know, she was banging in World Endurance Championship GT poles by the bagful. Good full marks to her.
Her and Ben Keating had a cracking battle for pole positions. And, you know, Ben, flag bearer in terms of bronze drivers of a certain age. And there again, right up to World Championship level, you've got the opportunity. If you, what is it that I can't remember which famous driver said this, but if you're fast enough, you're good enough, and you know, and that is absolutely true. Down on the grid, the IMSA Matmut car, IMSA the team rather than IMSA the sanctioning body. Raymond Nyrac's name on that car, noticing down there, and these are all cars, Bruce, that you and I have very happy memories of talking about in various series up to and including Le Mans.
Totally. You know, actually wandering around the paddock, you suddenly go, oh, look, there's the Montois-sponsored Porsche. You know, and you forget how much you've forgotten, which is maybe a good thing. Maybe that's just life. And a ex-Tracy Crone Ferrari sitting down there. We was talking to him.
How could that be a classic car?
I know.
Nick Johnson is racing this weekend in that car's
Found a spare one.
version.
Lime green and blue, stick it on the grid.
Except he's driving a Porsche now, in fairness. Safety car start will not surprise you at all. So the 40 minutes will commence as the cars roll off the line. Better give you a quick look at the grid rundown. Emmanuel Collard and Francois Perraudot have locked out the front row again in respectively a Porsche GT3 RSR from 2010. GT3s weren't the top class, of course, then. That is a top class car. Everything in Porsche is called GT3, isn't it? So that is an RSR. So that would have been the type of car that went to Le Mans, as would have been the Ferrari 430 GT2, as that was called in Ferrari nomenclature. And then some GTC Evos. Now, the GTCs were more cup cars, but Philippe Cadore and Max Lynn and Benoit Romac are all in more Ferraris. Then a couple of more Porsche at 993 GT2 Evos from 1999 for Tim Pappas in particular. That is the white car with the green and black stripe on it as we're rolling already. There's an invitation class Porsche in there as well, a GT3R. So GT3R is a proper GT3 Cup car. That would have been what was called a GT3 car, the Invitational. And we have three, because we've got a 458 Italia and a 430 GT3 from 2007. What the organisers have done there is group cars of similar lap time, not necessarily the same age or even running in the same regulatory area when they were each new. They wouldn't have been contemporaries necessarily of each other's. I think you've got to watch out for Maxwell Lynn coming through, and this is a single driver. I've said that. It is not a single driver.
No, it's not.
For some people, yes.
Majority of the front runners are running single. In fact, the highest qualifier that has a two-driver team is Tim Pappas and Jerome Blakemolen. Just been out in the previous race, and one presumes Tim will start this because Jerome has only just finished with a charge up towards the sharp end of the field. Ended up in 4th overall. But right now, as the cars parade around the lap, it's full windscreen wipers on, and if one can look through the spray, you see some of the great names that ran these teams: Freisinger Motorsport, Schnitzer, et al. CRS up at the front end. Last year, 2 wins to 1 driver in this event here at Spa, Philippe Cadore. Driving the same car and starting from 3rd on the grid today. That's a Ferrari F430 GTC Evo from 2010. That's one of the youngest cars, if not the youngest car in this race. But we've got 2 red and white cars on the front row. One's a Porsche. That's Emmanuel Collard in car number 123, and alongside Francois Perraudot. And again, like in an earlier race today, they were alongside each other on the front row in the first of the endurance racing legends, but that was for LMP1 cars. And Collard for years raced with Francois Perraudot as driver coached him, and must be really proud because Francois is one of the drivers who's listened, listened, learned, and does it in multiple machinery now. He's
assembled a lovely collection of cars, the majority of which are kept down at Paul Ricard, I believe, and he's not frightened to bring them out and give them a go. He just loves racing. I've been on the track with both of them in test sessions rather than in races. Francois also has at least one Peugeot 908, Porsche RS Spider, which Emmanuel and he drive, sometimes swapping between them. Just incredible to see.
What the drivers are having to do now, John, as they go around, there is quite a lot of standing water. That is going to be absolute key. And sometimes you get points on the circuit where you really need to be running out of the spray of the car in front of you. Up the Kebble Straight, it's going to be hideous. You've got, plenty of trees to enclose that, the shower of water that comes off the track. And but some of those, they have really got to gauge exactly where it is for the next lap at least. They don't know where it's going to be next time around.
You think anybody said on the grid, so what tyre shell do you think we should put on?
Team manager, whack round head, drive car. Right, the safety cars come round the final corner.
Well, the time started as we rolled off the grid, Bruce, as it has done each time that we've started behind the safety car. So the Cooper is getting a run out as it heads through La Source now. And no sign at the moment of anybody. I'm looking at this, and I hate to be the harbinger of doom, but I don't think we can start this race as it stands right now.
But the rain is the heaviest it's been thus far this meeting. And bear in mind, when the teams arrived here, they had 2 days of glorious weather, fabulous track time, almost uninterrupted, which was great to see. Vast majority of the cars running smoothly. And again, when you start a racing championship, it takes several years as people bring cars in historic racing to get them fine-tuned. But these cars have been running together for quite a while now. And I must say that the level of presentation, the level of the way the cars are prepared is very, very high indeed. So you don't expect the cars to fail. But right now, there's no point asking them to fail by releasing the field. Up the straight they go, up the Kemmel Straight to Les Combes. The spray is huge, even at the abated pace at which they're running. The hardy fans still looking down, because that view down to Les Combes is still one of the best in motor racing, because when you're high on the banking there, looking down into the braking zone and the chicane that follows, you can also see other points of the track. That's one of the things about Spa-Francorchamps I think is magical. You can see the cars bursting through the trees on the run-up from Curve Paul Frere up towards Blanchimont, and you can see them sometimes even going onto the start-finish straight. But you will be, if you're up there, bedraggled. But blessed to be bedraggled. It's Spa-Francorchamps, no less.
Wherever you're tuning in from around the world on the Peter Auto YouTube channel, we're broadcasting for the first time on the Goodwood channel as well. Hello to those of you who are watching there. We will have coverage for you right through to midnight tonight. The historic touring cars are out for the final event this evening, and they'll be kicking off again tomorrow morning with a slightly earlier start. We'll be on the air at 9 o'clock in the morning. Check that, 9:30. I've just
9:30 is first race, so we'll be cranking. Yeah, probably about 9:10, I think.
Yeah, it is correct. Yeah. So tune in from about 9:15 or so, 9:20, and we'll be on the air for you then, and taking you through to the end of the day.
Starting to sense that the flurry of rain that come through has largely stopped falling. What we're facing now is a track that is glistening with a rainfall. Some famous liveries in there. The Emka livery, EMI on the door of that white and red Porsche. Steve O'Rourke, of course, the manager of Pink Floyd. And, he loved his racing, did Le Mans many times. And Tim Sugden, who at that stage had moved up from being a single-seater driver, he worked for years to get a Formula Ford career going, but then suddenly was the Porsche Cup winner because he stepped up. And that is, John, explain what that is. It's a global prize for Porsche drivers, but it was huge for Tim's career.
Any driver, non-professional driver who drives, safety car life's gone out, so we've got to go racing, who drives a Porsche is eligible for it. And basically, different championships have got a different coefficient. And it's a very complicated set of scoring. But basically, if you drive a Porsche, whether you're driving in British GT, IMSA, World Endurance Championship, in a Carrera Cup, whatever, around the world, you gain points in that. And depending on the standing of the championship and the amount of competition, whether it's a one-make series or multiple classes, etc., you get a multiplier on your points. And it's always been a big thing. And as you say, Tim Sugden, and that catapulted him into endurance racing, really.
Yeah, and full international racing, not just trying to do British Championships and things. Anyhow, the race is underway, and the first 4 positions nice and neat and tidy up into La Source. Yeah, there's no point risking it. No. Up the hill they go now, through Radillon, on up the straight, and it's a very tidy lead for Emmanuel Collard, as you'd expect. He started on pole position. He'll be less circumspect than Francois Perrodo, but Francois in the number 95 Ferrari, the 430 GT2, is second, as he was on the grid, as they turn into Les Combes. And in behind, Tim Pappas is going well. He started in 6th place, is up to 5th, so he's changed from his black 2-litre Porsche, something a little racier, which is his 993 GT2 Evo. So he's gained a position. He'll have a second bullet in his gun, because he'll have Jeroen Bleekemolen to take over later in this race.
Now, this is a pit stop race, but the pits the pit stop comes much more quickly and opens in under 6 minutes time. Under 6 minutes time for the pit stop. So right in the middle of the race, of course. Half an hour still to go. And Emmanuel Collard then pushing away in that red Porsche 997.
Well, he's absolutely flying clear at the second time.
This is Porsche weather, mind you.
Porsche weather, it's Emmanuel Collard race. So just bear in mind, he's a tip-top racer as Callum Lockie comes to join us in the commentary box. Great to see Callum. Your sort of weather, Callum.
He says, stick that headset on, Callum, and sit yourself down, and we'll have a wee...
We're talking about GT2 cars. Obviously, no Morgan SLRs in this race, Callum, but these conditions, it's fully wet. Is it actually raining now outside?
It is. It's pouring down.
Okay.
Good save there. He's a little bit of bottle. This is Porsche 911 weather, though, isn't it? You'd want to be in a Porsche in this kind of weather.
I think so, but you know what? All of these GT3 cars, they're just so good. Driven in the appropriate way, they're pretty good. But the Porsche has such all that weight at the back. I remember racing the 993 GT2 twin turbo, which I thought was a brilliant car. Yeah. Very unsophisticated compared to some of the more modern stuff. But it was absolutely ballistic in the wet because it had all that weight hanging out over the rear. And
better than a mid-engine car. Then we've got a couple of Ferraris trying to chase them. Emmanuel Collard leads from Francois Perraudot, Phil Cadore and Max Lane are all in mid-engined Ferraris. Now these are pre-GT3 class car days, so these cars don't have any ABS, but would you rather have the mid-engine or the rear engine if you're out there right now in this?
I think I'd probably go rear engine.
Still,
it demands a slightly different driving style, as each different marque generally does. The mid-engine does set up a kind of polar moment of inertia. Yeah. It wants to spin around the middle. Whereas the rear-engine Porsches, they have that extra weight over the rear, but then they're light on the front, so you do have to trail brake them, or you tend to understeer like crazy. But you should trail brake everything.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Look, it's been a busy few years for you and Melindy. Again, I bump into you at odd times of the morning, flying out at airports. First of all, yes. Before we talk about your driving, let's talk about Gold Track and the track day business. That going gangbusters still for you?
It's going absolutely fine. We've noticed a little change, which you would expect with the current economic climate,
really?
but not enough to affect us in any way. So that's great, but of course, time will tell.
And you're driving? You seem to be driving more, if not more, now than ever before.
Well, it's absolutely great. I'm very, very privileged. This weekend, I'm driving this superb Morgan SLR, the Le Mans-bodied Morgan, and for some reason, last night in quali, it was absolutely ballistic.
It just wanted to go.
It was absolutely fantastic. They've changed something, and I'm not going to say what. I think I know.
And the same driver, mind.
The previous quickest lap I've seen for one of those was a 3:01.171, and I got into the low 58s. So 2:58. So I mean, it's a step change. Yeah, it was absolutely ballistic.
Even on a longish lap like this, that's a bit of time to find.
Yep.
Peter Auto,
wonderful.
Spa Classic this weekend,
wonderful.
New innovation in that we've been streaming. We're streaming the Barcelona event. We're streaming right through the season now. Another step up from Peter Auto, just retaining their places as the classic series that everybody else is aiming for.
The Premier, yes, it's absolutely fantastic. Everything about Peter Auto is top notch. The racing, the cars, the people, the hospitality is superb, and the venues. So it's hard to imagine how they could improve on it. I can't think of a single thing right now. The weather, maybe no. I love this weather.
Well, listen, look, we're Spa, and it's springtime in Spa.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
What you're going to get, you're going to get what you're going to get.
It really doesn't matter what time of year. It's Spa.
Last weekend or 2 weekends ago for the WEC, the sun was cracking the flags, and we had no rain the weekend before that for Creventic either. So it is what it is.
The weather has to break at some point.
Yeah. So at the moment, still with 25 minutes to go.
Well, I'll just tell you one thing. At the end of the opening lap, just as you started talking there, Callum, Manu Collard built an 8.6 second lead on the opening lap. He's backed it off. He's just pussyfooty. He's just gained another 3.2 seconds. But
really? That's all?
It wasn't about breaking the toe. In fact, he was probably being quite kind to Francois. He was getting so far ahead, he wasn't putting spray in his face, because Francois is actually he's coming out very nicely in a battle with Philippe Cadori in their 430 GT Ferraris. There's about 3 seconds between them, but but you expect from Manu Collard, he's been, he was a top single-seater racer, didn't quite get to Formula 1. He was a star in Formula 3000, but he is one of those people that's not just been racing every year, but he's been racing a lot every year. Then all the driver coaching. So it's not like, he's found his old skills. He's never left the room.
Exactly that. I mean, once you've got to a certain level, you don't ever really lose it. It's a bit like riding a bicycle. Yeah. If you've been good at riding a bicycle, you take 10 years off, it will take you a few minutes to be back on a bicycle. It's sort of lodged in your psyche, as it were, then. And yes, top guy, absolutely top guy. And in a way, it's a big advantage being first, no spray, but also you're arriving on the conditions first. So you have to judge that very, very well, which of course he will.
This is a competitive environment. I've heard people talking about how they want to win. Pro drivers like yourself getting into people's cars. The reason they have you is because they want their cars at the front of the field. But that said, how much, for example, is Emmanuel having to keep in reserve at the moment at the front of this field because of the conditions?
Well, he will definitely be being cautious. What amount of time that takes off his lap or puts on his lap, I can't say, but someone as good as him being cautious is maybe knocking half a second off or a second.
Really? That little?
Yeah, probably, or maybe a little more in a lap this length, but not much, because the thing is, you can feel what the car's doing. And, if you turn into the corner, you're going a little bit quick, the front end just slightly wanders, and you can tell straight away this is right on the limit or fractionally over. So you just stay out the power, and it drops the speed down, and then you feel the grip coming back in, it rotates the car, and you're back into the gentle power, and then build it up.
We're looking at cars here, Callum, from sort of mid to late 90s through into the 2000s.
Yeah.
Even in the relatively short time since these cars were current, my goodness, things have moved on. So
oh my gosh, yes. I mean, if I think in 19...
How did you win the British GTs? What year were you British champion?
2000.
2000, I thought so.
That was a long time ago. But,
all right.
But no ABS, no traction, none of the driver aids. And the 993 GT2 that's just on the screen, I mean, I think it's a GT2 anyway.
That is,
yeah, absolutely. I loved racing those because they were so raw. The driver had to drive them. There was nothing taking any care of you. You had to drive them.
Did you have an engine map? You could change
yes, on the twin turbo you did, and I remember clearly. Remember, I raced for a German chap called Dave Weltz.
Oh yeah.
And that was actually a road chassis that he developed into a GT2 car, and it had a factory engine in it, so it was ballistic in a straight line. It had loads of power. It was running about 560. It was a very quick car. And he rang me. I was standing on the banking at Donington watching the start of the European Le Mans Series race in 2001. And I got this phone call, his phone rang, and I said to Melinda, "Oh, come on, what?" She said, answer it. And it was Dave Weltz saying...
Always the voice of reason.
Yes, exactly. Yes. She said, "Will you come to Snetterton and qualify my car?" And I said, "When's qualifying?" He said, 3 hours. And I'm saying, well, I'll do my best. So I had to go back to my car, back home near Silverstone, grab my gear, squeeze the dog, shoot over to Snetterton, all in 3 hours, which was, us to Donington's an hour. Yeah. And 2 hours to Snet. So it was very squeaky.
Go, yeah.
Anyway, they'd phoned ahead and arranged tickets at the gate, and we shot in up to signing on right down the pit lane. And just as I was running down the pit lane, pulling my gear on like helter-skelter, they were coming out from the collecting area into the pits to go out to qualify, and hadn't even seen this car. And then, of course, the TV crew said, "Oh, Callum, interview." And I'm going, I can't not do an interview. So I'm finishing pulling on my clothes. I said, "Right, yeah." And they said, "Right, off you go." And we qualified P3. The car was sweet. It was really nice.
Great era for these cars.
But what a beautiful car. I loved it. Anyway, yeah, the very sophisticated GT3s now.
What's your feeling about GT3s going to Le Mans?
Well, it's such a widespread formula now across the world that it doesn't really make sense not to have them at all.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I think what they can do is amazing. I just feel a little too much aid. I prefer the driver to have more responsibility. But hey, I'm an old fuddy-duddy maybe.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just become so popular. I think the next round in Europe's got 57 cars.
I know. It's incredible.
You know, getting 35 out in Asia.
Brilliant.
American Series struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
They're getting to
SRO.
the Australian one is growing. But you know, overall, the sheer number, and then the seed we don't get to see, the Chinese GTC.
Yeah. Yeah, I see a bit of that because I do the Asian Carrera Cup, and it's often on the same weekend. So when I'm up in the middle of the night, I see the other races. IMSA going gangbusters with GT3s,
amazing
as well.
I mean, it makes sense to maybe not standardise, but roughly standardise across the globe, because then someone can go, oh, come on, let's go to America and do some, and let's go to Middle East or Far East and do some, and let's go here and do some, and it's the same car.
Exactly.
It makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, Paul Phillips in the... Paul Phillips used to do the Geneva Porsche in the pits. Pit window closes. Actually, it's open. It's almost about to close. It's closing in 4.5 minutes, but we are getting the flurry, but it's still from... It's out of the lead, Emmanuel Collard.
Right.
Because he had been just going over into infinity and almost beyond. But he's in the pits at the moment. He dropped to... Well, he was 4th on the start-finish line. So Francois Perroda, who'd been about 15 seconds down in 2nd place, is now leading the race. Philippe Cadore, who was 3rd, is now 2nd. So it's Ferrari from Ferrari. And Maxwell Lynn, who won both races here last year. Sorry, in Barcelona. It was Philippe Cadore who won here last year. Is now in 3rd place. So it's 3 Ferraris, and the best of the Porsches is Tim Pappas, and he'll be handing over to Jeroen Blekemolen. And Tim is leading the GT2A class. It's GT2C as the top class for the top 3 runners. But just remember, Manuel Collard will be continuing in this race. He started from pole position and has looked supremely confident.
Tim Pappas stays out for another lap. It'll be Jeroen Blekemolen who'll jump into that car. Dieter Questa's name on the side of
It's great to see some of the names on these cars, isn't it? It's a lovely slice of history.
I'm very much in favour of the fact that the old drivers' names stay on the car, and where allowed, and I know some of them wouldn't be allowed, but where allowed, they run in period livery as well. I'm very much because this is history on the hoof, Callum, isn't it?
Cigarettes are a little difficult, but you know,
and I understand that.
Well, yeah, you know,
I do understand that. But it's good to see some of these old cars. Bruce and I were saying earlier on, and Andrew, you know, I find it difficult to think I'm commentating on these cars. I remember these when. How could these be? How can I have these at a classic event?
I have no
5
idea.
minutes ago, I was commentating on it. Oh no,
Someone's got something wrong.
I have no idea.
Ago. Into the pit lane for the former Mount of Christiakos and the man who went on to lead the McLaren programme as well, Andrew Kirkcaldy. Into the pit lane.
Talking briefly, going back to history, very sad to hear the death of Jochen Mass. He was an absolute stalwart.
Very good point.
I was massively honoured to drive a car he drove, the AEG-sponsored Sauber C9 up the hill at Goodwood a couple of years back. And he was there, and he was so friendly and pleasant and appreciative. What a proper chap he was.
In fact, I noticed, I think one of Frederick Wakeman's car here, he'd raced, I presume, at Goodwood. I think it's Fred Wakeman's car at Goodwood with Jochen a few years ago, and he's got Jochen's name on the car.
Yeah.
It may not be Fred Wakeman's. I saw an awful lot of cars as I ran around yesterday, but yeah, you know, Jochen was someone who was a gentleman in life, but also a whole lot quicker than a lot of people thought. And his record, particularly when driving those Sauber Mercedes-Benz,
was pretty
C11s and the C9, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And you know, and was kept on by a variety of manufacturers to bring through the next level of the next generation.
He'd been a recipient of that because he went from not being a racing driver to being a Ford Works driver in Germany in the space of about 1 hill climb in 1 season. You know, and in those days, of course, you had people like Jochen being pushed by the Ford Junior squad. You had Hans Stuck started with Ford, then he went to BMW, but there was, and BMW, of course, over the decades have had that long history of BMW junior drivers. And you think now you've got Dan Harper, Max Hesse, And you know, they put them wherever they can around the world, but they really make them work hard out of the car as well as in.
Hard
And I always remember when Roland Ratzenberger, who was quite a good mate of mine, thought he had half a chance of getting a BMW Junior drive. He said, "I'm going over and they're going to test me. Could you just run me through which knife and fork I use at the table?"
Yeah, I love the attention to detail, though. You know, it all makes difference. That's something, you know, I've always been... You want to talk about this?
Yeah, in the gravel. I'm afraid
he's not getting out of that, I'm afraid.
Oh, not even with wet
not
gravel.
A chance,
we were talking about it. It's one of them. It's the Marcus, the number 97, the white and blue car.
Stephen Keating, and that's not where he wants to be.
No,
in the gravel, but going nowhere.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Talking of Marcus, I see Cors here with the Mantara that we won the 2000 championship with, or at least one of the cars I drove in that year, because I drove about 4 different cars. So it's really nice to see that again. Wonderful car that was.
Now, a safety car now to get that car out would really scramble things with.
Wouldn't it?
I'm just checking one little thing. Pit window is now closed.
Yep.
And they may be in the pits, but not marked as so. Mark Sumpton, listed as in the lead of this race, has theoretically not made a pit stop, but it might just be the vagary of where his car is in relation to the start-finish line in the pits.
Yes.
I think
yes, yeah.
Might be at pit in, and therefore just before the...
No, I think you're right, Bruce, because he's... you mean he hasn't got across the start-finish line?
Yeah, within the pit lane. That's my guess, or he's really blundered.
The second place car, the Albert Weinzel car, that's in the first sector. Or in the second sector, rather. So he has missed the pit window.
Actually, I fear they may well both have done, because they've just completed the second sector.
Oops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't see it because of the spray.
Yeah, it's very tricky when it's raining this hard, and if you're in behind people, you're driving in a cloud of spray.
And also you've got to slow right down. Full course yellow has just been triggered there. Just trying to see who, what, where, and when.
Well, that's going to be for that Marcos, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think.
One presumes.
So this particular grid is using the endurance pits, and.
Blimey.
So the downhill pits, if you will, from La Source. And the interesting thing there is that certainly for the Porsches that were using it, and I've not seen this done for a very long time, Callum, and I've been around a very long time.
Haven't we all?
They weren't coming in through the F1 pits and then cycling, they were coming straight in from La Source.
Yeah, the briefing was interesting in that different series use different entrances to pits, and it was all a little bit, only mildly confusing, but
well, if you're driving in multiple races,
yes, then you have to keep your wits about you and remember which one you're doing.
It is one of those dreadful sights when you see someone who's just got it wrong, and they sort of stop the car and
just go,
what was I told? What were they talking to me about?
Yeah.
In the driver's briefing.
Yeah.
Right, I think I'm still full course yellow. The Krone Aviation car we were talking about, car number 57, Charles Scardina, American racer coming to play, and that racing livery for Krone Aviation. I mean, that's been on so many cars across what, John, 25 years now or so?
Oh yeah.
That'll be phenomenal.
It is. I think it is acknowledged that Nick Johnson and Tracy Krone is the longest-standing driving partnership.
Really,
in professional racing.
In professional racing,
fantastic.
And they're still going. Yeah, they are still going.
We've gone green.
Yeah, we have gone green with just on 12 minutes to go.
There's plenty of water around there, isn't there?
Mark Sumpter is now in the pits, waiting to see if car 276, it started a few places behind Albert Weinzel. They were the cars that seemed to be out of the loop, but have they missed the moment?
I fear they have. I'm afraid you don't get, and you know this, Callum, having raced for a long time, you get no free pass because there was a full course yellow or a safety car. And that's why cutting it fine is sometimes not the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, tactics are a risk. They can work for you and against you. And you make the best decision you can with the information you've got at the time. And sometimes it comes unstuck. Other times you're the hero because you've just timed it to perfection. You're like 10 seconds to spare and boom, in you go. And
And there are other times when someone just didn't hear a message or misheard something, and you just see that pit lane closed, and they go on past, including race leaders at Goodwood over the years.
Yep. And as you know, cutting those tactics fine. If something like that happens, as you said, Bruce, you've blown it.
You have, and
Completely.
also just the one that always makes us even. I mean, what it's like for a team chief, but when your driver is done for speeding in the pit lane
Oh,
or
I
something,
know,
and you
so
pick up a
embarrassing.
drive-through, and it's just like all the effort, all the finance, and
Well,
it might be a 6-race championship. You've
Yeah,
blown it.
yeah, yeah.
And, you know, certainly even endurance racing, since I started working in endurance racing, and it'll be the same for you, Bruce and Callum, the days of somebody winning even Le Mans by 10 or 20 laps are gone. You fight tooth and nail over a double or a triple stint, getting on for 2 hours to make up 2 or 3 seconds
Yes.
on somebody, or pull away 2 or 3 seconds on somebody, and then you have a foo-foo in the pits that cost you a drive-through that cost you 2 minutes.
Exactly. And you're gone. I've seen some good fight backs, but nowadays,
It's
and
really impossible
and,
nowadays
you know,
without a wave by or something like that.
aficionados know this, but Le Mans is now a 24-hour sprint.
Oh, it is.
They're absolutely flat out, as quick as they can go for 25 minutes, 24
As
hours.
soon as your thumb comes off the pit lane speed limit till the moment it goes back on when you come
you're
in.
flat.
And all the drivers, and it doesn't matter how much traffic you're going through, it doesn't matter, okay, they'll take out slow zones and full course yellows now, but they never asked about what was my fastest lap. They're always asking what was my stint average.
Yeah.
Because that's
the
how the
important
works
bit.
drivers are judged, and they are right on it all the time.
Yep. Racing to within 2-3 tenths a lap, every lap.
Consistency.
Yeah. Wins you more than being ultimately quick on one lap and then, you know, fiddling about on some others.
We're just talking about Le Mans, and in fact, looking at these cars, GT2 class cars, when they first... Oh, dear, the
Emka car's gone around.
Porsche is off the side.
He's not on the gravel, though.
Not on the
so
gravel.
he's
It's
okay.
sitting
Is
with
that
the
the door
windscreen wipers
open,
going.
though,
It's
that I
sitting
saw?
Yeah,
on one side.
I thought the door opened, but I wonder if he's steamed up or something
Yeah.
and can't see anything. And he tried to open the door to, I don't know, get some air in.
It's looking pretty hairy.
It's
out there.
pretty heavy weather, isn't it?
That's coming
But-
down the hill, isn't it?
Yeah, that's coming to the bus stop. Going back to Le Mans, I mean, in days gone by, the cars couldn't go flat out for 24 hours. They broke.
No.
So they had to go, okay, qualifying flat out, and then we're going to knock 5 seconds a lap off to preserve the machinery. It's not like that now.
Yeah.
If you do that, you're gone.
But also, just...
Paul McLean, by the way, in that.
Look at that.
Just when
That's-
these GT2 cars were racing at Le Mans, this type of car, in the early days of the championship, I'm fairly sure I saw a figure last night that between first and second in class was 24 laps.
Yeah.
This is because they were frail then. They didn't have the reliability.
Yeah.
You couldn't ever push them flat for so long. But now going back
it's
to John's
totally
earlier
different.
point about what do you feel about having the GT3s, at least they're pretty much rock solid.
Yeah.
And the performance differential
Well, I would
is nowhere
say
near as great.
even the GT3s now, you know, when people say, oh, it's just a GT3, but the GT3s run 24-hour races all around the world. I've not been to Le Mans yet, and I've done 3 24-hour races, 2 12-hour races, and a couple of 6s, all of which have involved GT3 cars, either as the top class or in there as the top GT class.
Very few break down.
Very few.
Incidents, contact,
Yeah.
spins into gravel, that sort of stuff, but very few mechanical or electrical failures.
Right, we're back to full course yellow because of the Emka Porsche off. And just to highlight what's happening at the moment, of course you won't gain anything under full course yellow, but our race leader is Maxwell Lynn, 5.8 seconds clear.
Yeah, pit stops all done.
Mark
That's a good
Sumpters.
point, Bruce. Yeah, go on, go through the...
And then down in third place is Francois Perotto. So it's Maxwell Lynn, Ferrari, Mark Sumpter, Porsche. Well, it's sort of, you do say Mark Sumpter, Porsche, don't you?
Yes,
Then Francois
That's
Perotto,
synonymous.
Philip
The
Kadori.
Porsche
And
is
in fact,
not required. at that
exactly.
point.
And then still in the pits, listed in fifth place, is Albert Weinzierl. And you know, we don't know if he
He's
missed
just
the pit
come out.
window.
Yeah, he's just come out. It was the Sumpter and Weinzierl cars that we thought were on the edge, on the wagon edge.
Interestingly, Emmanuel Collard, he's been hampered. He was early in the pit stop window. In fact, he's one of the first ones to come in from the lead of the race, easy lead in the race. He is listed down in sixth place. So I think these full course yellow and periods have really rather hurt his chance of that early pit stop to come back up the order.
Yes.
Just the one race for you this weekend?
Yes,
Callum?
just the one race for me.
Right.
And then we've got our track day on Monday here, which works out beautifully.
Oh, how lovely.
And then we go back through the night for track day on Tuesday at Brands Hatch. So it's actually worked out really nicely together, saving quite a bit of journeying.
You're proudly wearing your BRDC woolly hat.
Indeed.
We had Peter Dumbreck in here just before you, another BRDC member. the club doing well, a time of great change for the club.
Yes, and Andrew here.
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
The club.
In fact, you two, I think, should be in as well.
Well, we've never been invited. Well, you might have done, John. They've lost my address.
I think you ought to be looking at that in the very near future.
I had Andy Preo with me a couple of weekends ago talking about the Nürburgring, and BRDC still doing what it does, but it does a lot of things in the background that people aren't aware about, particularly the charitable work. And
yeah, it does. It does a whole load of different things, and some of it, yes, like the Grand Prix Mechanics Association and charity and things like that. Yeah, lots and lots of bits and pieces that people don't know about.
Rising stars,
superstars, helping these up-and-coming drivers and already arrived but needing more help drivers. I don't know how much they help on budget, but certainly in terms of training and media stuff, which is so important now. Always, it has been for a long time, but I never forget this story about Schumacher, because, I was going to say earlier on, but we got onto something different, that I'm not really a hero worshipper, but if I was, Schumacher, I thought, for all his faults, we've all got faults, he redefined what a modern Grand Prix driver had to do to be. And I heard the story about him, which was that when he had to go to an evening function, he would request the list of all the guests' names and their wives' names, and he would greet them personally by name.
Nice.
On the way in, and I think that's just a whole level of attention to detail
and professionalism.
And if he's doing it for that, he was always the last to leave the circuit.
That was the Sir Jackie Stewart way of thinking, wasn't it? If we're talking about great BRDC and British drivers, he always thought that whatever he did, if the small things if people realised you were doing the small things, then the big things would be getting looked after as well. And the other thing he always said that I've taken on down through the years with what we do with Radio Le Mans and partnerships for that and all of our commercial partnerships, it's much easier to keep a current partner than to find a new.
Oh God, yeah. I learned something from Jackie Stewart's attitude, and that was if you get a sponsor and it's worth X, and they're expecting X return, try and give them a bit more. Give them some
10%
plus something, and it's stuff that needn't actually cost you much, but that they go at the end of the year, well, we expected this, but actually we got this, this, and this as well.
Under promise, over deliver.
Oh, do it.
Absolutely.
And I don't think it's a very common attitude. Unfortunately.
Right, we've gone back to green flag racing, and then in amongst the spray, Maxwell Lynn is just easing clear, 4.6 seconds clear. Francois Perrodo now into second place, and Philippe Kaddouri into third. Mark Sumter's fallen back down. I think that was just resettling in the order, but no, in fact, they've picked up the pace a bit more. So Ferrari seem to be the ones to have in these closing stages. But I think right now, with just under 3 minutes remaining, Maxwell Lynn just got to keep clean. He's not going to come across back markers because, of course, under full course,
they've cleared off in front of us.
A tiny bit of a margin.
And that's quite. It's a lovely position to be with that margin, but it's also a lot of pressure. That I mustn't make a mistake, and they have less pressure because they've got to chase. There's no choice if they want to try and win it. So it's a nice balance, and well, he's got the experience to carry that off, I'm quite sure.
Right, those three Ferrari 430s in the first three positions are all in the same class. They're GT2C. The car in fourth place is leading GT2A. That's Mark Sumter. He's got a tidy margin in that because the first four cars are covered by about 11 seconds. Then there's a bit of a gap back to a driver who could or should have. I mean, he got affected in his previous race, Emmanuel Collard, and now, he's leading a chase back, but he's got, well, it's just come through. It's gone through he's another 30. He's more than half a minute down in fifth place. So it's gone from him, but we know on a level stage he ought to have got this race. But the people like Maxwell Lynn, Francois Perrodo, Philippe Kaddouri getting ever handier in these cars.
And has Collard got a chance of third, or is he just too far back?
He's too far. He's 35 seconds down on fourth place, which is Mark Sumter.
All right, well,
Mark's just under 2 seconds down on Perrodo and Kaddouri.
Collard's about to put the fastest lap of the race.
And it's only a minute. Is that a minute and a half to go?
Yeah, this is the last lap now.
All right,
this is the last lap now.
So there's not a huge amount of change going to happen, I don't think.
We were talking earlier on, whilst our leader's now on the last lap, with Callum Lockie here, about the changes that he's seen since he won the British GT Championship in 2000. But changes in classic racing as well. First of all, it's exploded. But secondly, it's become, I mean, it's big business, but it's become far more professional in every way, shape or form.
Well, they're importing the professionalism from modern motorsport into classic motorsport now, and it's really showing. Plus, if you think about the development in tyre technology, brakes, dampers, everything, and professionalism, these cars are probably going a chunk quicker than they were in period, because they've got more power, they've got better tyres, they've got better brakes, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. So they're probably going a bit quicker than period.
But also another element, we had very nice cream tea and sandwiches brought to us by Motor Historics. Note, please.
Lovely.
Nigel Metcalf brought it down.
Well
he
done,
said
Nigel.
he employs, where possible, the mechanics who worked on the cars in period, and that is a massive helping hand. And also, it's a nice. Some of those people are probably at the age they might otherwise not be coming back, and it keeps the right people involved and people who were doing racing in a different age. And I think the ethos of that period still remains in historic racing. It's really important.
I really like that, because the enthusiasm and spirit and passion for motorsport is something very dear to me. I find in the modern stuff, I mean, I'm not really involved in it now, but it's a little bit, no doubt someone's going to bite my head off, but it's a little bit too much about business and not quite enough about the passion. Oh, there's a lot of passionate people, don't get me wrong, but this is really people living dreams, isn't it, this stuff?
Yeah.
Modern too, but a little bit less. The passion in this paddock is just fantastic. Everyone you speak to is passionate about their car and their motorsport and their racing.
They want to tell the story.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Tell the story of the car. That's what I love about this. You go up to somebody, and, you know, I'm fortunate. I've worked in paddocks all over the world, but over quite a long period of time, I've got to know a lot of people, so I know a lot of people. So if I'm going to a new paddock that I haven't been in before, there'll be somebody I know that used to work in the American Le Mans series, or used to work in somebody. Oh, you used to work for United, or you know.
Yeah.
You come into the classic paddocks, and quite a lot of the drivers are not pro drivers, so you don't know them. So you walk up, introduce yourself, and you know, what's your name? My name's Dave. All right, Dave, tell us about your car. As here we have the checkered
Maxwell
flag.
Lynn, double glory at Barcelona. Well, first part of this one here at Spa-Francorchamps, under his belt, he can get back into the pit garage, squeeze his overalls out, and ride out. But that was. You know, he really kept on his toes. At the end, he won by 6.5 seconds from Francois Perrodo. It was about negotiating the last lap of the voyage, if you would.
Keep it safe, keep it on the track, don't push too hard, don't take any risks. All these things he's done very well.
And he won the 2 races at Barcelona as well that Andrew and I were talking about at the start of the season, so that gives him a handy lead in the championship. And I should just remind you, if you are joining us, that these events, which used to be one-offs, are now championships. So we go through to Estoril. Callum, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as ever. I will indeed. And to Eve. Yes, she is.
Yeah, okay. Do pass on all the best.
I will, and to Eve.
Enjoy. And I hope everybody enjoys the day on Monday. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Thank you very much, guys. Good to see you.
Callum Lockney joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Great.
So the still cars are finishing here at Spa-Francorchamps. In fact, the rain has suddenly, as Andrew Marriott rejoins, become a little bit heavier. But you were just outside not so long ago. It's pretty foul here, isn't it? But the racing's still good.
It's absolutely foul. I managed to steal a jacket because on the podium it's raining on me, and I borrowed some fireman's jacket. It's bright red and got sort of silver reflective stripes on it. I look like I don't know what it looked like, but anyway. Interestingly, Maxwell Lynn, I don't know if he mentioned, obviously his brother Alex is a factory Cadillac driver.
Yeah.
But he has got much crew. He's only 24 years old. And in the last year, he has really found a lot of speed. Donington 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Callum is just showing, did you mention this? Callum is just showing me a picture of a motorcycle.
And nice Norton.
He is racing motorcycles as well now. And I saw a little bit of video of you going up some hill climbing on it.
1928 Norton.
Anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Not many people have gone from modern racing to classic car racing to classic bike racing. He's probably a one-off, is Callum.
Well, he's always been a one-off. We've known that for a very long time.
But, John, I was just singing the praises of Max Lynn.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when he started, Obviously, he was very much the younger brother of Alex, the Cadillac driver, and obviously his dad been in racing for years and years. And obviously he went to university, and he's come out of that, and is running the new GT3 series, the older GT3 cars that we mentioned earlier, that is now part of another package. He has improved massively as a driver. Obviously, here he is winning this. 2 weeks ago at Donington, he's winning in a Lotus Cortina with his dad, you know, which is lovely.
I'm trying to work out whether Alex and Max drove together.
I don't think they ever have. I don't think Alex has ever driven any of the father's cars, to my knowledge, certainly in public. And they look quite different as well, actually. They're one. Max, and he won't mind me saying this, but when he first started racing, he was carrying a bit of weight that you wouldn't really want in a race car. Just see the Scottish bosses of Andrew breaking his flag and replay highlight form there. But now he's slimmed down a lot, and he's a very engaging guy, actually. And you know, it's sort of guy, if you send him an email asking a question about the rules, and he comes back to you straight away, and I like that. So that appalling conditions.
Guy 4 won the invitational class ahead of the Max de Page and Pierre-Alain France, excuse me, in third position in that category. I think everybody did pretty well to stay on the track there, Bruce, if I'm honest.
They did, because the taps were fully on.
And that Porsche we saw go off, the EMI car, the
Steve O'Rourke.
Steve O'Rourke and Tim Sugden is what I'm trying to think of. That came back on a tow rope, I noticed. So.
Yeah, it went, yeah.
It probably broke the drive shaft or something like that. Or engine had died.
Right, here are the penalties as well, by the way, which has affected. I don't think it's affected anything on the major positions.
No, the gap. Actually, the lead advantage has been almost halved, because a 3-second penalty for Max Rollin, but that still left him 3.5 seconds.
That was a minimum pit stop infringement as well for that. But there's some. Basically, you get extra time at a multiplier of the time you were short in the pit lane. However, it hasn't answered the question about. Oh yes, it has. Mark Sumter's dropped way down. So Mark Sumter must have been given a penalty, Bruce, because he
crossed the line in 4th place,
correct.
and is now listed in way low.
17th.
Yeah.
So that was, he missed the pit window as we suspected. So a couple of changes there.
Hasn't Manu Collard been unlucky today?
Oh.
You know, he could have won both. 2 races he could have won.
He's got fastest laps, I think, in both of the races.
Not this race. The previous race, he just caught the full course yellow wrong, didn't he? Just sometimes you have those days. I'm looking forward to the next race. It's going to be the first of the 2 gentleman challenges. We've got another one tomorrow, same time tomorrow, 5:05 here in Belgian European time. But this has got a huge entry for this upcoming race. But up the front are some really fantastic, thundering 1950s sports cars. So we really are turning the clock back quite a bit for the next race.
This is right in your wheelhouse, though, Andrew, isn't it?
Well, even a bit before my time, really, but particularly the listers. But we know a bit about the listers in this race. And also there's a very interesting Tejero. Is in my time, because the Tejero that is racing from front row of the grid, and we'll see the grid in a little while, I saw being raced by Jackie Stewart.
And his name is on the door.
His name is on the car, because there's another car, and John knows more about the other car. It's got a Buick engine in, but one of your mates has got a Tejero, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Lovely piece of kit.
Yeah. Interesting car, because Tejero was very much a rival to Lister. But not so big. So
we're spanning a very, very big time period.
Yeah.
Here, you know, more than a decade, aren't we?
We are. They call it a gentleman's challenge, and it's seeing so all cars having marked the major endurance events of the 50s and the early 60s. And respect and fair play is a key word for this particular race, gentlemen, although actually it's been like that the whole way through.
True enough.
And the grid is one of the rare occasions to see back on the track iconic GTs and prototypes from what they call the golden age of brands like Maserati and cars like the Ferrari 250s. And look, at the other end of the field, little Lotus Elites.
Yeah.
Spoke to a bloke yesterday from Canada, had just bought a Lotus Elite, he'd only had it a few days, come all the way to Canada to race it. So that should be fun. And there's MGBs and there's Morgans and
the
Lotus
Ferrari 250 GT.
And
And also some really rare ones. I'll mention
and
oh, don't nick my one.
TVR Grand Tourer Mark III.
2 of them, I think.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't nicking anything.
No, the Aston Martin DB24, you think you know what you're talking about. Then the Bertoni Competition Spider version from 1953. You look at it and you don't know it's an Aston Martin. But when you look back through the history, a lot of these marques had coach-built specials by all sorts of people who were trying to sort of appeal to perhaps people like Aston Martin. They do all their cars. But anyhow, it's a really elegant car. Car number 12, Heinz Stamm, the lucky owner of that one.
Less elegant is a very rare Didier Bonnet, DB, one of those little French cars that you know.
Slightly lumpy in appearance at the back end.
And if you go and look at it in the paddock, it's a little bit, I don't like to use the word scruffy, but well worn.
That's me.
And we got
more than lightly used, then.
Yeah, and
those small engines French cars were certainly through. Well, actually, all through the 60s and into the 70s as well, with the index of thermal efficiency.
There was the index of performance,
correct,
and then there was the index of thermal efficiency. And in my youth, I used to call the index of health and efficiency.
Yes, of course.
And some people might know what the Health and Efficiency magazine was.
A camping enthusiast, was it?
Yeah, we better stay away from that. It's not beyond the watershed anyway yet.
Yeah, just going back to the guy that brought this Lotus Elite, actually come all the way from British Columbia.
Oh, as far as you can get.
And the car is purple. Believe it or not.
And has he brought the car from there as well, or was the car already in Europe, do we know?
The car was already in Europe, but
right.
Certainly the car had raced in America. That's absolutely certain the car had raced in America, but whether it was here already, I don't know. But I love Lotus Elite. I mean, we'll see them in a while, but if people don't know, obviously a Colin Chapman design. It was a monocoque built in fiberglass. Now, obviously, we have these days totally composite cars, some of the real supercars, but this was so way ahead of its time. I have driven a Lotus Elite. They're really nice on the road, actually. Little Coventry Climax 1220cc engine, but we'll see them. We're going to see the Morgans, and got a terrific grid coming up. And the grid is now showing on our screen and showing that the Lister of John Spires and Nigel Greensall will start on the pole.
Yeah, that's the Lister costing.
Now, there's an interesting thing, John. The Spears has both a Nobly and a Costin.
Oh, so he's got both ends of the spectrum covered then.
One of them is original, and one of them is, they built a lot of continuation cars, Lister, but one of them too. And at one race at Silverstone last year, he and Nigel Greensall started both of them. So Rick Greensall was in one.
Yeah.
Don was in the other.
Yeah.
Halfway through the race, they stopped. They had to stop. They swapped cars and they swapped. They raced, started a Costin Nobly and finished. Started a Costin, finished in a Nobly, and Greensall the other way round. Unbelievable. I mean, John's been a hugely successful investor with the Best Invest company. John is in his 70s, and he is still mega quick. He is so quick, John Spears. He's probably got 20 race cars. Donington 3 weeks ago, again, he was on the podium. He's right there.
I love the idea of people continuing to race these cars as well, Bruce. There's nothing sadder for me than going to... in fact, it's one of the reasons I don't go to a lot of motor museums, because seeing cars gathering dust in a corner is, particularly racing cars for me, it just doesn't sit well with me. Whereas bringing them out, you honour the people who designed, built them, spanned them, raced them in period.
Yeah, I look at various events around the world. I don't give a hoot if a car's particularly shiny, but if it's got history,
totally agree.
And you can imagine not just who was racing it, who they were racing against, what the circuits were like in period, and particularly cars from the 1950s. You know, you think about the early days of Watkins Glen when it wasn't just the circuit as it is now, even
the road circuit.
It was a road circuit.
Yeah, before they built the circuit there.
With really interesting weather patterns of its own, again, a bit like Spa-Francorchamps. Those are the ones that really stand out for me. If someone says, this is a car that I look at it could be brand new, it leaves me cold. But if it's one that's still got little dinks and dents, then yeah, I like that too, but so much more.
Got a great story from Patrick Dempsey on the making of the movie Ferrari. All of those beautiful Ferrari race cars were built for the film. There was one of Nick Mason's 250 short wheelbases in that film. The rest of them were built on Caterham chassis by an Italian coach building. You're talking about coach building companies. And for the ones that were in the back of shot or getting moved around or were in the factory scenes or weren't racing, quite a lot of them were fiberglass bodies. And I said, well, that makes sense. They all look great in the movie. And he said, no, but the ones that we raced had handmade aluminium bodies. All the racing footage that we did there, and they did an awful lot of racing footage. You didn't see probably a tenth of it. And I said, why? He said, because we wanted, if they touched, for them to dent, and for the dents to be there when you're next to the car. And you wouldn't want to do that with an old Ferrari race car. So they built replicas, but they built them in the same way, hand rolled some of the aluminium panels, and and he had a very good time making that film. Brilliant grid.
Very quickly, I want everybody, if we get a chance, to watch out. It'll be near the back. Car number 12. It's something called an R-Not. As I say that in the programme, it says it's an Aston Martin, but it's actually an R-Not. An R-Not was a company in Halston in North London, and the person who ran it was Miss Daphne Arnott. Wasn't a man. How many car companies you know has been started by a woman? Not many.
No, indeed. Okay, car number 12, Heinz Stamm.
Yes. So
no, it's not.
We mentioned the Tajero, and that is being driven by Dr. Afsham Fatemi, who's a very successful Dusseldorf plastic surgeon. But the name is Persian, so one presumes he has Persian heritage. And he goes well in that car. So and then also right up there we can see some friends of ours from America, John, which is Carlos de Quesada from Tampa, and he's got his old friend Catesby Jones, who first saw. I mean, Catesby's come up from driving in historic club racing in Florida to being an all-round good driver at much more professional level. And then in fourth place, and another lister, another guy to watch out for is Anthony Schramer.
Yeah,
he is in a great. He's in a lister. So a lot of these listers are replicas and copies. He is in a genuine Nobly. The last one they built. It's got a famous race number on VPP9. You'll see it. Now VPP9 was on 3 different cars at different stages. That race number, but this is the genuine car that was driven by Walt Hangston and Bruce Halford, a genuine works car in the colours, famous lister colours of green, stripe in the middle. And the green, so he'll go well in that with the German Anthony Schrauen.
This is a 45-minute contest. We'll have a pit stop in the middle, and there were so many entries for this that we actually had 2 Austin Healey's that practiced and qualified as reserves. Now, what I can't tell you at the moment, because our screen doesn't quite go far enough down, is whether they were pressed into use.
Well, we've got 48 cars on the timing screen.
Right.
So they wouldn't have listed, if they're only starting 46, they wouldn't list 48, one presumes.
Right, 134 and 161 were taking part in the practice and qualifying sessions and were listed as reserve cars. So 134 qualified actually rather well.
161 Okay, 20th place for 161 with Collard, but not that Collard. It's a different one. That's Jean-André
Collard. Right, the safety car lights are out, and we have cars lining up side by side at, what, just after 5:10 in the afternoon here in, I'm going to say, gloomy conditions. It is still raining to the point where the Cupra safety car still has to have its wipers on. I can understand people following around needing to because of the spray. There is significantly less spray than we saw earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, yeah. Dr. Fatemi's beautiful Tagero Coupe, if you see it, it's obviously been damaged quite recently, and the aluminium has been repaired, but they haven't painted that bit. So it's you'll see the front of it's a bit of patchwork quilt there.
It's not just the front; it's the rear as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got the low sleek Lister Costin, of course. Yeah. Costin famous not just for, the Cosworth engine, but also the aerodynamics. Very, very strong. That's car number 88 on the left-hand side of the screen, but it's 100, which is the rare Tagero EE. But what I love in this, John, is the different shapes of every single car in the top 8 positions and further. By the time you get down to the Bizzarini, that's probably 9 and 10 cars, all different. Deliver their performance differently as well.
There's a little Lotus Elite way up the grid. Is that Robin Ellis's car?
Well, I would presume so.
They'll be quick in these bad conditions.
Yeah.
They will be quick.
There's your TVR with a 53 with the stripes on it. White with the red and blue stripes. The lights.
Yeah, that's the Ashworth.
Red.
That's car number 87. So red lights at the starting gantry, a damp track. They'll tell me it's wet. The lights are still red as the field starts to stream through. 48 cars waiting for the lights to go green. Tagero on the outside as the lights do go green. It's the blast up to the first corner, but it's looking good for the pole sitter. Nice and neat and tidy. Got to get John Spears has got to get the Lister Costin turned in. The little 90406 Carlos de Quesada in red goes through into second place. But who's going to put the power down too hard coming out of La Source? Hopefully everybody has read the script here. Keep it on the black stuff.
Looks as if they have, doesn't it? And,
a very good job early on.
Yeah.
Very good job indeed.
But certainly from pole position, you talked about how quick John Spears is. He's absolutely rocketing away, and Carlos de Quesada is going after him. The Tagero of Ashemi has fallen back a little bit into third place, but the first two making their break. Everyone else behind behaving beautifully, but some being very circumspect on the run out of La Source down to Eau Rouge. But right now, Lister Costin leads the way.
One man I haven't mentioned is very successful historic racer from America, Fred Wakeman, who's in the Cooper. That he has won at Monaco. They have a sports car race for the Monaco Historic. Yeah. Well, there was once a Monaco Grand Prix, which
it was run to sports cars.
And I think he's won that a couple of times with this Cooper he's driving with a Jaguar engine.
Yeah, he's one of many drivers who brought an array of cars here to play. His are all lined up, all car number 11. He likes that starting number. But right now, the race lead, John Spears going really well. A little slip and a slide from the chasing Carlos de Quesada in his gorgeous little 904. 6 Porsche into Bruxelles, the downhill right-hander. And yeah, Fred Wakeman, we talk about him, he's up to 1, 2, 3, 4th position. Good job.
And behind him is the man who prepares all his cars, Pat Blakeney Edwards, from Blakeney Motorsport. So he'll be watching how the car's handling.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Still treacherous out there, gentlemen. It's slippery, greasy, even with all that weather. The other thing that we should mention is none of these cars will have heated windscreens, of course, long before that. Most of them won't even have very good demisters on them, even as race cars. The closed-top cars, impossible to keep the insides dry. Water gets in all over the place on racing cars, even ones that are based on prestigious road cars like the E-Type.
Fantastic battle for third position with the only car in the top half dozen or so that looks like a road car, which is John Minshaw. He's in the back of that little trio, but he's driving the number 33 Jaguar. He was so bold down to Pouhon, and
that was a good move.
Well, it's fantastic. He gained 2 places into Fagna. The Tagero very, very circumspect and really backed off the pace, and no second invitation for John Minshaw. He already had that body language as he was coming down from Bruxelles. And Fred Wakeman tucked in behind as well in that Cooper Jaguar. They're going to get away now, but they're being chased by Pat Blakeney Edwards in the car, the AC Cobra, the red one with the white roof he's sharing with Gregor Fiskin, but the Tagero really on tiptoes and losing ground.
John Minshaw in that E-Type, though, he's driving very sensibly because he's looking for grip off the traditional racing line. It's often called the karting line. I'm not sure why it's called that, because everybody does it, not just karters. You get off the racing line because on the traditional racing line is where all the rubber is laid down, and when the water sits on the top of it, it tends to be a little more greasy. And what you're doing is you're looking for a little bit more mechanical grip. And John is doing that to great use at the moment. Not sure whether, Bruce, it's because it's a maybe more road-based car that he's getting more feeling out of that, whether it's just the general handling characteristics of the E-Type that makes it easier to drive in the way. He hasn't even got his triple windscreen wipers on, because I was going to talk about the triple windscreen wipers. He hasn't got them on at the moment.
Your time will come. Your time will come. Keep your powder dry. But Fred Wakeman keeps sort of going back in front of him. But it's the way that John Minshaw, his years of racing Jaguar E-Types, he is super, super confident. Now, in fact, into last source, it looks so Wakeman in the Cooper Jaguar is about to lose a position because Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Shelby Cobra is trying to go around the outside, trying to peer through the spray to work out if, the move has been made by Pat Blakeney-Edwards. So Fred Wakeman was fleetingly in third, and he's now back into fifth.
Down through Eau Rouge, and that E-Type doing a great job carving its own and ploughing its own furrow, should I say. The rest of the field coming through. We've got a variety of classes here. We'll go through those for you in a wee while, but at the moment it's settling down into a decent race with still just on 40 minutes to come. If you're joining us, hello, welcome along. Peter Auto live from Spa-Francorchamps. The weather, which has been so lovely in the last few weeks here in this part of the Ardennes, beautiful for a couple of race meetings. Well, it's decided to dump today on us, and we've had some quite serious rain. These are far better conditions, believe it or not, than we had earlier on. And whether you're watching on the Peter Auto channels or particularly to our new viewers on the syndication to the Goodwood channel, thanks for joining us. Andrew Marriott, Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company. We're back tomorrow as well tuning in from around about 9:15 Central European Summer Time, and we'll take you through the day.
John, we've got a Lister in the lead. It's got a big Jaguar engine in, but in 11th place is an earlier Lister chassis with a Bristol 2-litre engine in, and it's been driven by a guy called Will Nuttall, who's sensational driving in early Cooper Formula 1 cars, 1958, 59. He's won lots and lots of races at Goodwood, at Silverstone, and many places. As part of the IN Racing, Ian Nuttall Racing Group.
I'm glad you went there. I was about to pick him out because I said you could see in the background it's a much narrower car. It looks like a single-seater with bodywork to an extent, but he's been picking his way up the order. He'll be in the background of the shot now, coming out of Pouin as the AC Cobra in that battle with John Minshaw. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, John Minshaw fighting over third. They're not that far ahead of him, but I think Will Nuttall, I've just got to keep an eye on him, and he's delivering in style. And we got somebody in ninth place who's racing under the pseudonym of Junior. And I love to find out who these people are because it annoys me. But
well, there's two of them in that, because there's Junior and Guy.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who they are.
You have not been able to find out?
No.
Well, if Mr. Marriott hasn't been able to find out.
You know, well, how many drivers are there? 400. Normally, you go around and you look on the. Sometimes they have their proper name on their race suit because they, because Mummy said you can't go racing, or your client said you can't go racing, or your insurance man said.
That Alpha.
Oh, look at that, beautiful.
That's the Alpha of. That is just gorgeous.
And I'd see Schrauven in the list is obviously not liking this at all, and he's dropped back to 10th place. Having qualified, and Dr. Fatemi as well, as we have an MGB parked at the side of the track.
It's in the pit lane, I think. It's in the pit lane.
Is it in the pit lane?
It's only done a lap, and it's car number 330. It was down towards the tail of the field, but George Rochietta.
Struggling with vision in that car. He's wiping the inside. The Alpha that we saw briefly was the Alfa Romeo Giulietta SZ Corda Tronca, 1965, Roberto Turazani.
Yeah, that little chop tail on it.
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? There's also, I think there's two of those, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure there's two.
There's a 65, and I'm sure there's an earlier one as well, isn't there? There it is. Yeah, the 54 car. Jean-Laurent Bellu driving that one.
Right, lead of the race, still in the hands of John Spires. Just 2.5 seconds clear of the little Porsche, the 9046, the red one of Carlos de Quesada. They pulled clear very early on And up the Kemmel Straight they go. A lot of people say down the Kemmel Straight. Trust me, it's up. Up to Les Combes, but it's definitely not 2.5 seconds. It's just come down to, as they went through the second timings, at the end of the first timing set, it's down to 1.3 seconds. So the number 88, Lister Cost, in blue with the 2 white stripes from nose to rounded tail. But De Quesada seemingly very comfortable. You suggest his little Porsche's a bit more nimble than the longer, probably heavier Lister.
I think this is a replica built by the company in America called Beck. I don't think it's an original car.
The Porsche?
Yes.
Yeah.
There is an original Porsche 904 in there, but I've seen this car before. De Quesada.
Raced here last year.
De Quesada's had a top racing team in American Le Mans series, hasn't he, John? In the past, I remember they won their class. I'm trying to remember the Canadian driver that is still in the IMSA series now that raced. What was the Quesada team called? Start with A. It'll come to me.
Yeah, well, ran for about 10 years, didn't it? So
Yeah. You know, it looks as the mist's lifting a bit.
It is.
I agree.
Off the Ardennes forest.
You look at those two cars, first and second. So that's a 1959 Lister Costin, and the second car, that GTS is the Carrera GTS, the 9046. It's 1964. They look like they're 50 years apart, don't they, Bruce?
They do.
Because just because the thinking of cars, the engine's gone into, everybody thinks of Porsches and 911s, of course, but there were very early exponents in some of these cars of mid-engine cars, which, you know, then didn't come back in their road car range. And I mean, we had the 914, the 914, the 9146, and then, of course, the car that's credited with saving the company, which was the 986 Boxster, shared so much of its architecture with the first of the water-cooled 911s, the 996. But Porsche were an early exponent of mid-engine cars.
But they in those
there is that battle for the
small
lead.
and light and nimble, and that may be the element that's going to have the lead chase. Carlos De Quesada gets his nose in front and just manages to get the brake on into the bus stop. He's moved into the lead ahead of the Lister Costin of John Spires, who was a little more cautious, but really De Quesada could put his 9046 where he wants to and brake so much later. It was a gift.
So much less overhang on that Porsche. The wheels are almost literally at all four corners of that car. The cut-off aerodynamic, the cam-kitted tail, the sort of flying buttresses behind or framing the back window with the engine underneath there.
Yeah, but now he's about to have traffic. He's about to hit the last of the back markers as they go down. They go past it's the Bonnet, the DB, and he passes it going into Eau Rouge, which John Spires manages as well. So that could have delayed John big time, because if he'd had to lift off or go around the outside line, that would have really wrecked his pace up to Radeon.
I think his team was Allegra Motorsport.
Allegra, it was Allegra.
But since then, he's done a lot. He's raced successfully at Monaco, historic in a McLaren M26. He had a win in that car last year on another circuit. And back in the day in the Grand Am series, John, he raced a Riley. So he's got a lot of racing experience.
The hugely over-engineered, almost sort of prehistoric-looking windscreen wiper on the Porsche, keeping it. And the idea of that is it's keeping it as straight as it can to the airflow of the car. So it wipes a bigger area, and he gets a big wiggle going down into Bruxelles, but managed to hold on to that. Everybody with the wipers going at the moment. And he's not pulling away, Bruce, as he comes down to curve Jackie.
No, he's not, but he's about. There's an Aston Martin DB24 just in the track in front of him. And well, it saw him, but then pulled right across the nose into Jackie Ick's corner of the second place drivers. That was unfortunate for John Spires. There are a lot more cars for them to put another lap on, and it's how they're going to work it through traffic. And bear in mind also, John Spears is going to get out, and Nigel Greensall will get in, which will definitely pick up. As fast as John is, Nigel will be he's younger, he's faster. Whereas Carlos De Quesada, you mentioned earlier, Andrew, will be handing over to Catesby Jones. It'll be the respective pace, and you'd think the balance should move in the opposite direction. You'd think Nigel Greensall would be the guy to complete the job. But hey, we've still got, 32 minutes remaining in this race.
And the pit window opens in 5 of those minutes, or 4.5. John Minshaw is still hanging on to third, in that beautiful 1961 3.8 E-Type Coupe. He's 15 seconds away from the leader.
I'll tell you what, PBE, Pat Blakeney Edwards, has been around for years in historic racing, very successful with Fraser Nash's, all kinds of cars as a Lotus Elite pulls off. He's going really well in that red and white Cobra.
Battle between two Jaguars. That's a lap going down.
That's PBE, they're siding past the white E-Type.
Yeah. And he's immediately pulling away from the Shelby Cobra. The Shelby Cobra, rather, immediately pulling away from Fred Wakeman and Dr. Fatimi, the Tejero. At the front of the field, though, Carlos de Quesada has all of a sudden pulled out 3.3 seconds on John Spies, with John Minshaw still, as I say, about 15 seconds further back. That number 88 blue car, the very distinctive shapes on the rear wings, which actually they sort of blend directly into the wheel arches, and the rear wheels are partially covered by the rear bodywork in an early attempt to smooth out the aerodynamic flow.
I said that John Spears has got two of these lists. I think this costing one is the original car.
Right.
And that his Nobly is a continuity car.
Right back together, the leaders.
Yep.
Going down through La Source and down towards bottom of the hill and the Eau Rouge, the river that runs through it.
Red. It's not very red there, is it?
Well,
lots of red lines alongside of it.
they say that. But it looks red, but if you were to put it in a glass and drink it, it would look clear.
Yeah, apparently.
It's the red stones.
Yeah,
underneath.
there's a stream that runs through there, yes.
Yeah, it used to be the border. The stream used to be the border. And in fact, the track used to turn hard left there.
Yeah.
And then into a hairpin, to the Customs House hairpin, as it was called. And then rejoin the Kemmel Straight. Then, of course, go on down to Bernaville. That at one stage was in a different country as well. The borders around here, you look at European history, they were somewhat fluid.
Yes,
they moved around a bit.
And there is so much history around this track.
Absolutely.
Pre-war history.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why you have the mixture of names around here, some of which are quite clearly French in their origin, others in the Germanic language instead. Yellow flag out. Full course yellow, and the pit lane opens in 1 minute and 43 seconds. Now, where is our leader on the circuit at the moment? Are they going to be advantaged or disadvantaged here?
Well, John Spires has suddenly closed right back.
Yeah, he's there.
He was 3 and a bit seconds down. He's now 0.6 of a second down, running at exactly 0.6 of a second down because they're running at full course yellow. Minimum speed, maximum speed of what you're allowed. So the course vehicle reversing and saying stay to track right, and that's on the approach to Fagna. So the cars would have come down. Is that correct?
Well, a very nice Ferrari there.
I am.
With two short wheelbases.
I am guessing there's somebody in the gravel who's gone straight on. And
well, there's of course there's the two lifting vehicle there, or JCB.
And it's one of the.
It's a Tejero.
Oh, it's a Tejero. Yeah.
Because that's lost a bit of ground early on with.
I see what you mean about all the
patchwork.
Patchwork quilt on that.
If we give him a nice bench, you think he'd give me a facelift cheap?
What, in aluminium?
That car needs a facelift, that's for sure.
I think no, I don't think it needs a face.
You like it like that, do you?
No, maybe a skin graft, but not a full facelift. Just needs a bit of touching up.
Yeah.
Around the edges of it. So that car's had an off at some stage in the fairly recent past, hasn't it? If not this weekend, then in a relatively. Was that car Donington a couple of weeks ago?
No, it wasn't. But I have seen it quite a lot. And of course, it was built for the Ecuriacos team.
Yeah.
By David Murray of Ecuriacos persuaded John Tejero to build a coupe like that for Jackie Stewart to drive in his very early part of his career. And trying to remember who was the other.
Pit lane is open. The pit lane window is open. We're going to try and get that
going.
Tejero fired up.
They look like D-type wheels on it, don't they? Because they ran D-types and C-types at Ecuriacos. I think they might have.
The old Dunlop safety wheels.
Yeah, they're nice.
They're
I love
saying
them,
no.
though. I love them.
They're saying no. That car looks to have been already running a bit rich. If the marks over the twin exhausts at the back of the car are anything to go by, and I don't think that's going to easily get restarted. It might restart. It might bump start on the end of a tour rope. Those brave marshals there. And thank you to all of our volunteer marshals here and anywhere in a busy motorsport weekend. It takes a village to put on a meeting, and we cannot do without the marshals. It's all of a sudden got actually almost dark outside. It's only just after 5:30 here.
I did just see the Nuttall Lister going through, and
Excellent.
I see he's up to 7th place now. That's a good. He'll be in one of the smaller classes, and
just going through
let's
that.
just talk through the classes.
Yeah, good point, Bruce.
The outright leader is in Class F. That's Carlos de Quesada. Second in class, but fourth overall is Pat Blakeney-Edwards in that Shelby Cobra. He's sharing with Gregor Fiskin. And third in Class F is Volker Hichert in the Bizzarini 5300. Then we move to Class E2. John Spires in second place in his Lister Costin. Second in that class is John Minshaw in the number 33 Jaguar E-Type. And third in that class, in 8th place overall, is Nicholas Ditting in his Aston Martin. And the third class is E1. Frederick Wakeman leading that in his Cooper Jaguar. That's that very sleek-looking dark green machine. That's car number 11. Second in E1 is car 85. Will Nuttall in the narrow-nosed Lister Bristol in 7th overall. And third in E1 is Junior.
That's
the Lotus 11.
That Elite is the one I was mentioning that's just been bought. The guy's only owned it for a week.
And it's got all its sort of history on its flanks. We were looking at that last night. It was a car that sort of seemed to do its racing in California by and large, starting off at Palm Springs, gradually moving around.
Really?
1961, you can sort of almost draw an image in your mind, can't you? Palm Springs, the sun shining, what a place to be.
The main guy who raced it, I hadn't heard of, but in the middle of but then there was Jay Chamberlain in it, and Jay Chamberlain was sort of on the fringes of Formula One a long time.
He did, I think, one start in the United States Grand Prix, probably Sebring, one would think.
Yes.
Might have been just after that.
There's the Pat Blakeney-Edwards car.
Yeah, and tucked in behind was the Cooper Jaguar of Frederick Wakeman. Conditions there, ebbing and flowing. Will Nuttall's car doesn't appear to have any headlights that are working. They're fed into the bodywork, but that won't be popular. In fact, it doesn't even have any.
No, it hasn't got any.
No, there we go.
Oh, really? Of course.
I just wondered if they were recessed in the grille. I can't remember seeing them before.
Right across the track from the Healy, going into the pit lane. We caught a glimpse of Guy Grant in the white TVR with the two racing stripes, the number 53 car. Nice to see that one out, sitting in 28th position.
There was a wonderful piece of American history in this race, but in fact it hasn't started. The Cunningham CR4 of the Swiss driver Alan Roreda. He loves big American cars. Bruce Cunningham, of course, had a huge museum. Briggs Cunningham is what I'm trying to say, and that is an absolutely classic beast. But for some reason it didn't start. It is definitely here. And I've got a Dinky.
Have you? Which model?
Definitely a Cunningham. But I think it's a later model than that. I think.
It wasn't the Monstra, not the Cunningham, the Briggs Cunningham's Cadillac.
Not that thing.
Cunningham C4Rs, just 1953, yes. Early days in all of that enterprise. Conditions appear to be improving slightly. Instead of being half a second clear of John Spears, Carlos de Quesada is pulling clear.
You're an optimist, Bruce. You've said that 2 or 3 times.
I know. Eventually, it will
say wrong every time.
We're at Spa and it changes all the time.
Gives me something to talk about.
That's why we love it so much.
It's probably less spray because they've been under full course yellow, but now they're not. 5.5
minutes left, and anyone who hasn't pitted will have to come in at the end of this lap, because with our lap times, I know, all right, there was some full course yellow, are round about the 4-minute mark. The best laps a little bit quicker than what we're doing at the moment, are 4:25s in the pits for the number 21 Morgan, the dark red car. I do like that darker red that cars of this era had. Even the Ferraris and the Maseratis had a darker red, far more sanguineous type of dried blood colour. That's the +4 Super Sport,
John,
1964.
I've just written an article. We were talking about BRDC earlier. I work for their bulletin. It's about the only thing I do for free. And I've been doing a series about racing car liveries. Last time I decided to do Ferrari. Of course, they've changed the colours. Remember, we had Ferrari Formula 1 cars that raced in American colours, and I covered all that. But if you go and say to Ferrari, yes, sir, I'd like to order my new Ferrari. I want it red, please. Their answer is, which of the 20 different reds?
Well, and depending who you are, you might have your own colour.
Oh, and you might have
Ferrari, because Ferrari have bespoke shades of red for individual customers.
Yeah, but there are 20 official colours. One of which, the cars this year, the Formula 1 cars this year, gone a bit darker.
I like the darker colours.
Yeah, and of course we always have people. Now this little
lead us in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Catesby Jones walking out to
looking pretty cool, isn't he, Catesby?
That's a stagger.
I mean, if your name's if you're called Catesby, you got to look cool, haven't you?
Yeah.
I mean, he's.
What's it like out there? Generally dry? No, not really.
I like his crash helmet. Sort of the colours continuing into his race suit. Look.
I'm not sure I would have been standing there quite so long chatting.
No. It's moments like that when you go out and your visor's just suddenly got wet and you're getting into a warm car and.
It's not easy to get in and out of that car, is it?
Look, John, walking up and down the paddock here, looking at the cars across the ages, so many of them, you think, middle of the night, if that was racing at Le Mans, how easy is it to get into and out of? And we knew, 10 years ago, when suddenly the prototypes seemed to get lower and smaller, it's like posting a letter through a slot at a distance as well to get into a cockpit. So how the likes of Alex Wurz and others managed to get in, drivers of the sort of taller, gentlemanly nature, who knows?
There's a young Dutch driver at the moment called Luke Hartog, who is 6'8".
Is he? I knew.
And he folds himself into various sports.
Well, it's interesting, John, because there was a famous racing against Barry Sheen era of motorcycle racing. There was a guy called Will Hartog, and he was at 6'4". So I wonder if he's the son.
Oh,
General, how old is he?
Grandson. No, he's only just 20.
He must be a grandson then. Yeah. And just talking Barry Sheen holds the outright record for the old track here on a motorcycle. The fastest ever lap has ever been in a motorcycle Grand Prix.
Oh, really?
And I've forgotten what the average speed was, but it was,
just remember.
I mean, this was a quick track.
Well, it was because
they were competing
with the Porsche 917s going into the neighbouring valley, to Stavolo and Malmedy. It was just under 150 miles an hour lap average.
Yeah. It was Pedro Rodriguez in 1970, wasn't it?
71, I can't remember.
And the average lap time of the sports car race, the average time of the sports car race was quicker than the Grand Prix.
Yeah, not by a lot, by 1 or 2 miles an hour.
Yeah,
but obviously far better aerodynamics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just saw Greensall go out. The Bizzarrini we mentioned is in there. It's the car with the most unusual white and gold colour scheme. Can you see the 46?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Moving now. I've seen that racing before. I think
the asymmetric scheme, isn't it? We've seen. Yeah. I saw that here last year for sure. Yeah. But we've talked about that somewhere else.
Yeah, some of those Bizzarrinis had riveted bodies with you see all the rivets. And I once went to Ireland in one, to Mondello, to Dunboyne. I went with a guy who was racing it, and we drove it on the road there. We parked it to be scrutineered, and the scrutineer came round, and this is the absolute truth. He kicked each tyre, and said, "'Tis a fine car, here's your ticket." That was the scrutineering.
I thought you were going to say the rivets had fallen out.
No, the rivets hadn't fallen out. It's got a great big...
Rivets went out of fashion, didn't they? And then came back. Do you remember the Spiker?
Yeah, Spiker.
Yeah, it's with a Y. Spiker was spelt with a Y. Depending on which way you come down to Spa, you might drive past a sign that says that if you come the southern route rather than go around Brussels.
They had some history where they'd built aircraft in the past. It was meant to be a supercar business, and it was some ship owner that owned it, wasn't it?
And they used Audi engines.
Yeah, it's called. Yeah. And they raced at Le Mans.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Had some very good drivers like Peter Cox.
Silver and bright orange.
And, all of that sort of Dutch young guns. But, Spiker, I think, was an aviation company to start with. I'm fairly sure they got a propeller as their...
That's right.
Absolutely did, yeah. Not the only... car to do.
Bristol.
That. Yeah.
But actually, I'm trying to remember the point of Yisso Bizzarrinis, the 5300. We were just talking about that. I remember Adrian Wilmot had one, and he was trying to explain which model you get. Was it better to get the one with or without rivets? That's how good I am at technical stuff. He told me quite clearly about a year.
And you forgot.
I forgot.
Yeah, of course.
I went to look at the other 200 cars in the paddock.
Are you ever going to be able to worry about whether you get the right one, because are you in the market for a Pizzarini?
No, but you know, through historic racing, some cars have sort of languished and suddenly come back into fashion. The last 10 years, suddenly the Yitzo has become very, very desirable. One of those cars, you know, brilliant cars designed by Giotto Bizzarini. Oh, in the background of the shot there, I just want to point out, you know, if you're out in the rain in this, we worry about getting your windscreen steamed up. But quite a few of the drivers, we've seen Austin Healey's going around the 106s and so on. And I just saw probably the hardest car to drive, the Allard J2 going in. Sit up and beg, more power than you can shake a stick at.
Little Porsche 356. That's a 356B. Coupe. Lovely.
And that MGB has just come in and the window's shut.
Ah. The pit window, not his window.
No, his window's
still cracked open. Yeah.
He made one mistake.
That's Didier Dean and Emmanuel Durand's MGB, the 1965, the pistachio green car.
Pistachio green, it's exactly what it is.
John Minshaw leads the motor race, or at least he did when he came into the pits. He is in the pits now. And we've still got just on 16 minutes to go.
So let's see what Nigel Greensill can do now then.
Yeah.
Of course, he's just taken over from John Spires, Alistair Costin. And if you want to know the difference between the Costins, Frank did bodywork and Mike did engines. Of course, Mike was the Cos of Cosworth, but you know, from the van wall through to cars like this, certainly the dip at Eau Rouge, and taking a wider line in the Lister Costin. Nigel Greensill, blue helmet with the thin yellow pinstripes, got a better exit.
Based on a hand-stuck crash helmet. It's meant to be a mixture of a hand-stuck and Ronnie Peterson helmet, it tells me.
Katerina Kavalova has taken over the Jaguar number 30.
Yeah, she's taken it over from John Minshaw.
Yeah,
share a lot of cars.
She has raced that. She's an influencer, I believe.
Whatever
it
that
fell
is.
quiet in the commentary box.
I had a nasty dose of influenza once and kept us out of action for about 6 days. So Jean-Andre Collard in the Austin Haley is listed as the leader at the moment. I don't think he's made a stop, and I don't think either
he hasn't.
The second
forgotten
place car.
Yeah, Robin Ellis.
They're having too much fun.
Yeah, well, why not? But particularly if you're just handing over to yourself, as Robin Ellis would be. So.
And that's the two cars coming down the hill now are absolutely together. And they have missed the pit stop window. The Haley with the fog lights underneath. Oh, no, that's an MGB.
That's MGB. We saw that one in the pits.
Yeah, that has made a pit stop, yeah. So where is the Lotus Elite that is supposed to be half a second behind? Robin Ellis should be right there. Then it should be Gregor Fiskin, who has made a pit stop.
Better double check we're looking at the right Austin Healey that's just been passed by the MGB.
Yes, good point.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. There we go. That was
the Francois Filon.
Oh yeah,
in the hands of Rowlin now. So
it's good to have Francois back.
Yeah,
President Fillon's brother
and
the Prime Minister.
Yeah, he's been the Prime Minister of France. He was going to be the stand for the President of France, but then there was some shenanigans with expenses.
The race time ticks down, coming up to 5:45 in the evening. Hello, if you're just joining us, maybe coming in after an afternoon of sport or hanging out, and you've just tuned in to us here on the Peter Auto YouTube channel. New initiative for 2025, all of the major Peter Auto circuit events being streamed internationally, live, free, no blocks, no breaks. And we welcome in as a syndication for the first time this weekend, the Goodwood channel as well. Hello if you're tuned in on that. Coming up in a couple of weeks' time, Dijon Pendoire, to give it its proper title. And Bruce and Andrew will be looking after that.
And then let's not forget Le Mans Classic is run by the Peter Auto.
Indeed so.
It's the biggest historic race meeting of the year this year because it interacts with the Monaco Historic.
And they are back split up again now.
Yeah.
They are back split up again
and that is a terrific event. a lot of similar classes to this, but it doesn't count towards the championship.
Yeah,
It's
that's a
standalone.
one-off.
There'll be a lot more cars in that, and
That is the biggest classic car show in the world.
absolutely fantastic. Never seen so many Porsches in one place.
Oh, well, we had to walk past the Porsches to get to our booth 2 years ago for the centenary celebration, and so we walked in and out through the Porsche area, in on Friday, out on Friday, in on Saturday, out on Saturday, in on Sunday, out on Sunday, not accounting for the amount of times we nipped out to go for food, etc. And there was still stuff I didn't see, and it was incredible. And all the car clubs that go there, and it is an incredible feat of logistics and organisation, and will run in early July this year. If you haven't got yourself sorted out for that, please do. And do, if you can, do make the effort to join us for some of the other races this season. Mentioned Dijon. We've also got Imola, Paul Ricard as well, and then Estoril at the end of the season. All the details are on the Peter Auto website, the full 2025 calendar. Didier Bonnet going slowly there.
Yeah, and we'll see many of those at Le Mans Classic.
Oh, yes.
And they line it up beautifully in a paddock, so all the DBs will be together, and they're all in order of age.
Yeah.
And each has got lots of information boards with it. That's a car show itself, just going around the paddock. But meanwhile, I'm still pondering a little bit how Gregor Fiskin has got into the lead in that Cobra.
Well, he
because
pitted
the car
early.
was running in 4th place,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah,
he pitted early. Maybe he just made use of the track when he had the track.
Yeah, and Mike Grant Peterkin is in 2nd place. He's 7.5 seconds down.
Yeah.
But right up, well, he's just been passed by Catesby Jones. The red Porsche has gone into 2nd place, and the Lister Costin tucked in behind is about to make a move as well. You can see the white stripes up its nose, and the second driver in that, Nigel Greensalt, shaping it up an Austin Healey 3000, sort of in their way a little bit, but trying to keep out of it as they go into Fagnes. But really, that's a very tidy lead for Gregor Fiskin. So, again, when you've got a two-driver lineup, John, it's about making it balanced across the 45 minutes duration of this race, and certainly it was a very good stint from Pat Blakeney-Edwards to kick it off.
Round about 10 minutes behind our scheduled time at the moment. If you are just joining us, expecting us to be talking about the Group C cars shortly, we've got 10 minutes left of this one, and then there'll be a relatively, well, no, there will be a quick turnaround, because Peter Auto are famed for their slickness of organisation and running, and it was something that was very noticeable, was it not? Andrew at Barcelona, just how slick that was.
It was. That's a nice looking Cobra, isn't it? Because it's got American style big numbers.
Big numbers,
on it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Is there a Cobra that isn't a nice looking Cobra though? That's the question.
No.
The Shelby Daytona Coupe, the Peter Brock design car, is, I think, one of the most well designed and put together cars. Although Peter would always tell you that there was bits he didn't like about it, which I think is very funny.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a very good photographer as well.
Yeah, and of course there's one Peter Brock now. There's a famous Australian racing driver of the same name.
Yeah.
Who was absolutely the master at Bathurst, and a huge character, one of the most charismatic racing drivers I've ever dealt with or interviewed.
Yeah, I had the great good fortune to know both of the Peter Brocks.
Yeah.
And it was Alan Gow that introduced me to Australian Peter Brock. Alan Gow, long time head of the British Touring Car Championship, and I'm actually head of the RAC MSA. I always and Peter Brocky 05. He came. I did the Autosport show stage for a long time after Bob Constanturis, and then passed it over to Henry Hope Frost, and he was standing upstairs having a cup of tea, and came up. He said, "Oh, you're the bloke who knows about Le Mans. Tell us what's going to happen at Le Mans this year. I'm going to Le Mans." It's like, hang on, this is Peter Brock. Wanting to know what I know about something. Just totally down to earth. What a fabulous guy.
Down to earth, but had some strange ideas. You recall the Energizer? He built all the Holden special cars, and he wanted to put some bit of metal in that had something inside it. Oh, sorry. I was just talking. Sorry, I was just off mic there a second. Yeah, Peter.
No, that was
that was me trying to come in because I was here.
Sorry.
He explained his little black box of tricks, and you know, when someone gives you an in-depth explanation, you walk away and go, I didn't understand any of that.
I've done
that
a lot in my life. I've done a lot of that in my life. Every time I speak to Ben Bowlby, I walk away like that.
He put the Energizer in his race cars, and that was fine. He thought it made them go quicker. But then he wanted to put them in the road cars, and that's when GM said, oh, hold on a minute. We're not convinced about this. And he fell out with them over it. But he was just wonderful man to work with. I was working for Mobil for a while and did some gigs, promotional gigs with him over there. He was terrific. The fans loved him.
He was an Australian legend. I mean, you know, national treasure. So what we're down to now, Andrew? 6 minutes.
Yes. I mean, Greensell isn't quite making the progress I expected. I'm looking at his lap times and his sector times. And actually, he's slower than Catesby Jones. And in section 2, they've just gone through there, which I must say I didn't expect. That 68 Cobra. Gregor Fiskin now at the wheel. Still hanging on in the lead. Bruce, I think it's got worse again. So much.
Yeah, well. The only thing that I was annoyed about when I talked to Peter Brock was that I wasn't aware at that point that he'd won the Bathurst, in a race that had my name on the car.
Did it?
Yeah, he was having one of his famous fallings out with the factory, and he and a guy called Brian Sampson went and drove together in a car that was prepared by Gowan Hindhoff, and Hindhoff was the engine builder, and a very distant relative of mine that moved out, that part of the family moved out to, and I found out much later on, my dad was doing the family tree, and the Brian Hindhoff had raced himself actually and won in class when the 1000 was a class race. He won in a Toyota 1000 in the small engine class, and Brian's daughter Jodie, when I went out to Australia for the 12 hours for the first time years ago, 10-12 years ago, I had seen some article about it, and we got in touch, which was quite cool. I have a number of models of that, and thank you very much to the Australian Scalextric Club, who found a very rare model of that Tirana, mostly yellow car. Sadly, the car doesn't exist in its original form. There's a couple of copies of that car, but it was it went on to race elsewhere, and then it was wiped out in a road accident, because I did try and track that car down. But yes, the Hindhoff name was at Bathurst long before I got there, and Brocky won the race there in that Gowan Hindhoff car. Right, we're down to the last knockings here.
We are, and John, Greensell's closed up a little bit, but not enough, I think.
Catesby Jones is not...
he's no slouch, is he,
no.
Catesby?
No.
He's going well. They're 9-10 seconds behind.
I think it'll be the last lap this time by.
His skin car, yeah.
I think it'll be the last lap this time by.
It'll be close, I think.
Where is the Shelby?
Well, here's the battle for second place, right, going past that TBR. That's how close this look. Now, it's definitely just 2 car lengths, look.
Yeah. So these guys that we expected to be battling for the lead, but Gregor Fiskin has pulled a fast one here, and a fantastic job to get into the lead of the race, and has managed to get away by some 9 seconds in the Shelby Cobra.
This is a Cobra that Dario Franchitti has raced.
Yeah,
they've raced this car together. I presume Dario would have been here if he'd had half a chance, but I expect there was a call of Chip Ganassi to be in the pit at the Indy 500.
Yeah, congratulations to Robert Schwartzman and the
all of the Prima US team.
What a turn up for the books.
Man, we were talking about it on the Midweek Motorsport Show on Wednesday, and Ryan Marine works with us on the IMSA side of things now this weekend. Here's the battle for second, down into the bus stop chicane for what I believe will be their penultimate time. That said, I've not seen the last lap. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. So Fiskin's gone through. The lead had gone out to over 10 seconds as they go across the line now. It's 11 seconds now. So Gregor Fiskin then has to just keep the number 68 Shelby Cobra on the road. The 1962 car.
I think there's places on the track where that little nimble Porsche is quicker.
I agree.
But there's other places where the
brute strength.
Yeah, of the Lister with its Jaguar engine. Some of those Listers, of course, have Chevys in, but not this one.
Well, you've got to give Nigel Greensall his due. He's not leaving anything on the table there. The leader is heading down the Kemmel Straight right now and into Les Combes, and he's got a lot of traffic, but he can stroke it from here. There's still, you're not putting your house on second place at the moment. That's second place overall, so Catesby Jones is not going to lose a class position, but there's no doubt in my mind he wants to hold on to the overall position. And Nigel Greensall leading his class comfortably by half a minute.
There's Fiskin going through. Look at the gap. There's the gap. And indeed...
That's coming down.
Yeah, it has come down.
Now. Bingo numbers time.
Oh, no.
I'm just having a look through to see if it's any of the cars at the front of the field. I don't think it is. 19, 20, 34, 72, 85, 134, 161, 177, 309 and 888. I don't think any of those...
Are they the people that came in late, John?
That pit stop infringement at least.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Under investigation. So that will be not enough time spent in the pits, or they missed the window, and penalties will ensue from that.
We know
for second, but right now Catesby Jones has put the fastest to the line, but that was a little tighter, I think, than Gregor might have liked. He's got the window out of that number 68 Cobra on the driver's side. He comes through now to take the checkered flag and win in the Gentleman Challenge, the first of the Gentleman Challenge this weekend. His victory has been cut down to just 5 seconds at the line, and 2 seconds between Catesby Jones, who triumphs in that battle for second over Nigel Greensall, although Nigel in the listed costume will take his class comfortably. Well, that was a race that ebbed and flowed, Andrew.
it was, and some wonderful cars in there and great histories and different cars that normally in period might not have raced against each other.
Yeah.
Disappointed to see the Tejero go out because I always like that car. But if you look down the field, there's some fine drives of Robin Ellis finishing 14th in the little Lotus Elan with just 1200 cc. That was a nice drive. We'd expect that from Robin. And again, the Cooper finished in 5th place with Guy Valova in it. Well, I want to put money on the Spears Greensall car winning that race.
I agree.
but the conditions didn't go their way. I mean, certainly John Spears did an excellent job. And here's everybody coming in. What a huge field of cars. So,
and a massive thank you to all of our volunteer marshals and workers.
So we've got a real treat coming up, though, John. Group C. One of the strongest.
Group C in this weather. Brilliant.
One of the strongest fields of Group C cars I've seen in a very long time, if ever.
And we had some good racing at Barcelona in the first race of the first event of the season, didn't we?
We certainly did, yes. And I suspect we'll have plenty more coming up now, but in these conditions.
Right.
And
I'm looking now. 4 minutes time penalty overtook before the start line for 134. That's going to drop that car way down. And 6 seconds time penalty for the same car. 96 as well. 96 seconds for the 309. That was the Lotus 15, Tom de Gris car. Also 96 seconds for the number 309. These cars are not affecting any of the major class positions, I don't think. I'm just scanning down through them. No, they are not.
That's actually just into a picture with the R not that I mentioned. That's that red car there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember to come back into the pit lane. 4 minutes. Another 5 minutes for the number 44. Now that was, where was that car? That was.
They was finished in 26th place.
Oh, okay, fine. That was the Michael Grossvilliers Allard, the J2 that you mentioned. So a result then that sees two of the top class cars at the front of the field, the F class cars, and then class winners from Nigel Greensall and Mike Grant Peterson in E2 and E1. Congratulations to everybody there, where they have got those cars home in really quite challenging, exceptionally challenging conditions. Bear in mind that was a race that started sharp end of an hour ago. It was already pretty grubby in terms of the weather at that point. Congratulations to everyone who went well. Yeah, some good racing. Gregor Fiskin taking the opportunity with that Shelby Cobra, the number 68 car. He drove it on his own from 1962, and a red and white car winning this afternoon. Fantastic. Worked the system exactly as he needed to, and timed his run to the front. Did we have a full course yellow?
No, we didn't, did we?
I didn't think we did.
No.
So he really did a very good job of getting to the front and then staying there. Popped out at the front. I'm pretty certain he took his pit stop early, and we were waiting for the two cars that had been disputing the lead to come back and get out in front of him, and they did not.
Yeah, well, Bruce has gone off to the podium to do the interviews for the PA. We won't be able to hear those, but maybe he'll tell us when he comes back. Gregor will tell him all about his race.
Absolutely. So 5 seconds, the margin of victory at the end of that race. Group C to come next. Don't go anywhere. And we, following Group C, still plenty to come, but we will have a break after Group C for about an hour, with a couple of club laps and parade laps. For those of you watching, wherever you are in the world watching, we'll leave some pictures up, but it's just that you won't hear us spoiling the pictures. And we'll come back with our final three races of the evening at 8 o'clock local time. The 60s race, or 8:05 actually. And then we have the ERL, LMP1 and GT1 second race of the weekend. And we finished with historic touring for an hour, taking us beyond midnight. And the historic touring car, look, I know it's after midnight on a Saturday night. Maybe you've got other things to do. Maybe you've got other things to watch. I don't know. But if you're in the UK, that's till just after 11. And I implore you to stay on for that because the cars are incredible. You are going to love that if you haven't seen it in the past. So Andrew, you said you thought this was one of the best Group C assembled fields for quite some time.
Quite a lot more cars than we had at Barcelona, actually.
Yeah, and they put on a good show. Let's be blunt about that.
I had Porsche 962, Ivan Verkutra and Ralph Kelleners winning the first race, and I can't remember who won the second race, so I had to Google that.
28 cars on the original entry list.
So, well, let me just check this out. But some fascinating cars. Porsche 962s. We got three Nissan R90s.
Oh.
We've got Marches. We got a Peugeot 905 Evo 1B, a B.
Yeah, the BIS. Yeah.
We got a Just Porsche still being run by Just.
Yes.
Which I think is.
And haven't we got a Dower Porsche as well?
You got a Dower Porsche as
the
well.
962 as one in when they took advantage of the road car rules.
That's Klaus Abelin.
Yeah.
Driving that. And we've got the original aluminium chassis, as in the Just run car. That's the Verkutra Kellener's car, which won at Barcelona. We've got Richard Lloyd racing Callan Porsches with part carbon, part alloy chassis, and we've got the all carbon chassis of Klaus Abelin. So,
and we've got a 956 as well, haven't we? We've got the Rainer Becker car.
That's where the guys' feet were at the front. You probably just tell that story quickly.
Let's not even go there. It just scares me.
Yeah, well, IMSA store John Bishop, head of IMSA, just got one look. He said, I'm not having that in my series. I don't want all my drivers' feet smashed together. Yeah. So he made them move the seat back, the whole chassis.
Yeah.
But I don't think many cars exist in 9564 form anymore.
No, I agree. Also, we've got the T9210, the David Hart car. I really hope that comes out because that Lawler's a great story.
And that is quick as well.
Yeah, that's very quick.
To be quick in that. And they had a disappointment earlier on when he didn't start one race. And we didn't find out yet where they were. But so, last E-Type coming in, look.
Still, yeah.
He's lost. We had fun and games, John, didn't we, coming in here, because they're digging up some of the roads around Francorchamps. And John took us on a marvellous detour, which managed to get all round it. But so fine bit of navigation.
In fairness, we would have been very comfy and fine had we had to go through the detour in our Range Rover autobiography. Absolutely fine.
I think that E-Type was probably broken down and his toe back.
Yeah,
now he's managed to fire it up. I think that's what the story is with that. So, Group C coming up. How many cars we got in this?
28.
28, yeah. Oh, and we didn't mention we got a Mercedes-Benz, of course.
Yes.
We got
Franklin Durdes, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he won the second race at Barcelona.
He did. You're absolutely right.
He won here last year. He won both the Group C races here. 23. He was second in one and won the other one. The one strange thing, John, about this, I don't put it down or anything, but no Jaguar XJRs racing, and they have raced in this a lot. They seem to think the owners have put them away for a bit. Oh, we're joined here by Mr. Nick Padmore, no less. Nick, we're going to put the headphone on you, set, and fire you up. So in a moment.
Come and sit round on the side here.
So here
How are you, young sir?
Very good, thanks. Thanks for inviting me in the warmth.
Here he is, 4 times historic Formula 1 champion in the past.
What are you driving here this weekend, Nick?
A Lola 292
how
and
lovely.
a Cobra. So that's in about an hour and a half's time.
That's going to be nice, isn't it? Oh.
You're tucked away in here nice and warm, and you can't see what it's like.
Well, I have been out on the podium and I got pretty...
He got blown to bits in the podium. Bruce and Andrew have done the podium ceremonies. I've been splitting my time between talking and watching my football team get promoted to the Premier League.
They just scored a goal, and do you know what? He didn't even stop commentating on the motor racing.
What a pro!
What a pro!
Unbeaten shirt. This one.
So, Group C, much experience in Group C cars.
Not really.
I don't remember you driving Group C much.
I qualified a Nissan NTP 90 at Dijon a few years ago, and I actually don't think I've ever been so fast in my life in a straight line. It's a great car. Unfortunately, the owner jumped in and the engine disappeared, so that was it. But I'm really gagging to get in one. So for me, it's my favourite era. I just think the car's incredible. The sound, the look of them, the livery, really cool.
Of course, they did have to control the fuel at the time. Remember, it was a fuel formula.
People forget that.
Yeah.
People talk about, balance of nowadays, balance of performance. Hang on, we had that in Group C, which everybody thinks was the golden age, and it was controlled by the fuel, not by fuel flow, by how much fuel you could use. There was a few tricks that were played.
I'm just looking at the top 4. Fastest, Lenduris in the Mercedes.
C11, 1990. Oh, yes.
Bloke who owns a load of ships, right?
Yeah.
Second place, Olivier Jalon, bloke who runs a perfume company.
Yeah.
Third place, Ivan Vercoutry, manages the funds of Luxembourg for the government.
Yeah.
And in 4th place, Maxime Gunnar, son of a guy who started a famous watch company, because the Gunnar family were the partners of Richard Mille. So the 2 families, although the watches are called Mille watches, they actually really should be called Gunnar Mille watches. And he and Maxime, he is really quick also. So, and then you've got James Thorpe, Kandori there, who is now is the head of a hotel group in Hong Kong and much more besides. So you've got 5 guys there that probably got the Gold American Express card.
You think?
And living the dream. You know, to get smart in one of these cars. Okay, the weather's not fantastic, but still, they're ticking that box. Last night was really cool. I was at La Source just watching in Q2.
Yeah.
And the smell, the fuel. We were talking about fuels a minute ago.
Yeah.
It's like being back at Le Mans in like the 80s. With
well,
it was great.
Out on track.
We've got a huge audience here. This is a new innovation for this year. Barcelona went really well. We're going to have it for the whole season. Goodwood have plugged into us for this event as well. Hello if you're watching on there or on the Peter Auto YouTube channel. Nick Padmore with us. What do you think was the catalyst to really kick-start this form of racing? Because classic racing has exploded in the last, what would you say, 10, 15 years? 20 years ago, 1 or 2 big events around the world, but that tended to be for much older cars. There's a lot of racing cars here that 20 years ago you couldn't have given away, and parts that were sitting getting dusty. What do you think was the catalyst? Where was the change point?
I really think the Goodwood revival and the members meeting.
Yeah.
Obviously, Le Mans Classic.
Very good.
Historic.
Yeah.
Le Mans Classics.
So those big events started it all. Yeah.
And then the interest, as you say, it's booming, isn't it? Wherever, like every weekend, there's a historic or classic car meeting going on. You look at the size of the grids. You know, I think it's buzzing. They look good, they sound good, and they move around. And I think that's what people want to see.
We were watching that hour and a half, 2-litre short wheelbase Porsche, and we had James Turner here, and he was lit up about it, and well, he should be, because that is incredible. Incredible.
And to keep that going for a few years as well.
8 years now,
It wasn't like a 2-year boom. It's really just grown and grown. And great racing.
Yeah.
And the cars look good as well, don't they?
Yeah.
And we should say we've got a former Grand Prix driver in this race, because Jan Magnussen is sharing with young Jack Fabi.
Now only known for being Kevin's dad, obviously.
Yeah.
Being Kevin's dad.
Kevin's dad. Jan is racing a Tiger. And they won the C2 category at Barcelona, both races.
Yeah.
But we will see Jan Magnussen in a Lola T70 tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow.
No kidding.
And they've had problems. They're driving it with Chris Ward. They came here last year.
Worked with Chris Ward.
They're driving it. They had it here last year in September, I think, and the engine blew. They got a brand new Traco engine in it, and they put it on the front row of the grid. So we could see Jan Magnussen. Chris Ward's a good peddler, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Very good.
So that should be interesting. But also, the last, shown in 22nd place, is Xavier Micheron. He's in one of those Nissan R90 CPs, and he's a quick guy, Micheron. He runs something called the Ascot Collection, buys and sells historic racing cars, basically. And he is quick. And we've seen him, John. He's the guy that drives the helmet at the helmet turbine car at Le Mans Classic. That thing's. But he's got a useful piece of kit here. Also very interested to see how the Peugeot 905 Evo 1B goes. The car that Grenard is driving is the ex-Baldi Alio car from Le Mans from 1993. And that's run by an outfit called Equipe Europe. And Equipe Europe, they've got about 5 trucks here. They run lots and lots of cars, and they run them well.
While we're waiting for the guys to get themselves sorted, because this is going to start, I'll tell you now,
that's
being closed.
That's a Lloyd car, that one. Yeah.
The pink car.
World champion Damon Hill raced that once.
There's the Yost that is still, the Yost that's still being run by Reinhold's team, and Ralph Jutner still involved with that. Nick, how did you get into racing classic cars?
Really, it was my dad. He bought a historic Mini Cooper S, and I was all prototypes and racing V2V in Europe. And I could see, you know, the Silverstone Classic getting bigger and bigger, and then it's an opportunity again. Like my friend Phil Hall said, come on drive my Lola 212 at Silverstone.
All right, let's do it.
The whole event was big. Just want to say, Motor Historics, some of their cars they're bringing out at the moment, and the other teams are exceptional. They look $1 million.
What do you know about Motor Historics? Because are they quite a new outfit? Because
no.
Been going a few years.
That's Nigel. He used to work for Paul and Zanti.
Right, okay.
They're based in Leatherhead near me, and they just run a. If you go and look at their, I'm a bit of a Lorry anyway.
Yeah, Lorry's.
Go and look at their setup. Best in
that's who brought us that cream tea.
Yeah.
Nigel.
And I had one of them as well.
But they've got full telemetry around the circuit. They've got a great big aerial off their truck.
That's the white cars with the white trucks with the stripes.
That's really. And they're bringing these cars out. You know, the customers are buying the cars, but they're the guys who have put in the effort into the cars to make them work and be in these races. So
I'm thinking that, you know, unlike a Le Mans GT3 car from 15 or 20 years ago, you're going back a bit further into the 80s and 90s for these cars. And the very nature of the word prototype means that there's not going to be a huge supply of spares for these things around. So a lot of the spares have to be machined, made, 3D printed nowadays.
Yeah, it's fabrication. And a lot of these cars, when they're bought, they're 3D scanned. So everything's copied and it's all stored on what we call the cloud now, I suppose. Then if there is a little ding, then hopefully they've got that.
Do you ever wish you'd carried on with contemporary racing? Are you happy where you are? And
I love the historics on. As I said earlier, the whole event, the cars. I've driven 43 Formula One cars now from 1958 to 2005, and I still can't believe I've done that. So, no, I love it. You know, saloon cars, sports cars.
I raced around Monaco, of course, in a Formula One car.
4 times now, and the 88, the 77, Williams FW05, Shadow DM5, the Lotus 16. Incredible. And for me, it's the whole experience, you know, the Monaco.
But you still go off and race a Mini?
Yeah, I have
of course he does.
A Mini Miglia, and a historic Mini as well now.
Yeah.
And I love
Can I ask a cheeky question? Can you make a living out of being a driver?
I could afford to pay the bills, and me and my wife go out for dinner once a week. You know, I don't get paid a fortune, but listen, I'm living the dream.
Yeah.
Some lovely people give me these opportunities. My other side of the driving is the coaching as well.
Of course.
So that's what I'm very competitive for my customers.
But 20 years ago, that you might have been asked to, or a driver might have been asked to come and drive a car for an owner, probably would have got their expenses.
Yeah.
And so that has changed a little bit in the time, yeah? Yeah. But when you see the size of these events, and, you know, fair play to Patrick Peter and his team, they've been at the forefront, pushing these along. And to have 6 major events across the season that now effectively forms a championship.
And don't forget, we've got Classic Le Mans soon, and I think there's going to be over 50 GT cars.
Of course we are. You don't think, well, that's how we got involved in the first place.
And can you imagine that? The Morsan Straight, watching that on TV or being lucky enough to stand on the side, to see that. As I say, you know, me growing up, I loved it.
What are you driving at that? What are you driving there?
Lola 292 and the Cobra.
Nice.
And then hopefully.
Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah.
It's an amazing weekend.
I've only ever driven road cars around Le Mans, and which, you know, a lot of people haven't even done that. I did get to drive an Aston Martin on a test day around there and had a lot of fun. I got offered to drive in a race there this year, and I can't do it.
Really?
Yeah, in the Porsche Spring Cup, I got an offer of a share of a Carrera Cup car in that, and I can't do it because it's too close to something I have to commentate on, and I wouldn't be able to get backwards and forwards. And it's like, well, that's hurting.
How often is that going to come?
I know, don't.
Talk to me, I'm a bad influence.
Earlier on, we had James Turner, who runs the 2.0 series. He offered you a drive. You know?
He offered us a drive in the short wheelbase car. In his Paul Smith, the Stripey, as he calls it.
Yeah. Oh, have you seen that?
Yeah.
When you open the door, everything's just
everything's Stripey.
So cool.
Old Paul Smith. I'm going to have a word with him about that and find out where we might be able to go. Maybe go and have a test of it first and see how I get on with it and give it a go. It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. So these are absolutely the worst conditions for these cars. They're all ground effect cars. That means they're going to be pulling up a huge amount of water and throwing it straight into the windscreen of the car coming behind. Down the Camel Straight with 20-odd cars. 22 cars have come out of the 28 that we had on the list. It's Lendudis in the Mercedes-Benz C11. 1989 was my first year at Le Mans, so this is right in my wheelhouse. There's 1 or 2 cars that are all around that, even all of the cars around that area. There's a couple of earlier cars, a couple of the little Spices, and some of the secondary class cars are from earlier on. But obviously I was watching in those days.
Yeah, the Magnussen Tiger is back from 1986, but most of them are 1990. And the Mercedes, of course, that Criton is in, is a 1990 car. I'm not sure who drove that. I think there are 3 entries that year. I'm not sure who drove that one.
Oh, I think the Lendudis car is the... I
think Mauro Baldi maybe was one.
It was Baldi and Schumacher drove it at one stage.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't think it was at Le Mans, but he was one of the junior drivers, of course. I had that written down, you know, and I've left the piece of paper.
I will actually snap. But
because we had all that for the last time we saw it.
Yeah, it's got a great history. But, obviously, not many racing drivers from Greece over the years, but Criton does a great job, you know. He's 65 years old. You know, here's 65 years in this Group C car. And he's winning races.
Yeah. The other thing we should say, to these guys is thanks.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. He left these cars in the garage.
In the paddock,
This is the price of a small housing estate.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use it today. But look at the amount of cars.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a few non-runners, but fair play. The Sauber Mercedes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fairly short list of those cars. The Nissan R90 CP sitting in behind it in the classic colours. The red, white and blue, Nismo colours. I mean, that visibility, our cameras actually make it look brighter than it is. And thanks to all of our...
You're sitting so low as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you're on the floor, and that spray. The guy who's on pole, 2 days for him because he's got nothing in front of him.
Yeah.
As we saw in the L race.
We're still under the Cupra safety car's kind attention. The race time started as they rolled off on what would have been the formation lap, because obviously they're going at much reduced speed. I think they'll probably let them go for a couple of laps just to let everybody get their bearings on the track and where there might be puddles of water. These cars and puddles of water don't mix very well, to be honest. As I said, they are downforce cars. They produce a lot of that downforce from the floor, from underneath the floor. Therefore, they have to be run very, very low. And that means if you've got standing water, effectively what you've got there is an 850 horsepower boogie board at times. And you're just lifting all 4 wheels off the ground. And Nick, no matter how good your tyres are, no matter how good you are as a driver, if you've got no rubber actually in contact with the tarmac, you're not going to be able to control it.
No, you're going to be a passenger.
Yeah.
A bit. And if you think at the start of this race, if you're really third in row there, the spray coming off, you're going to be looking outside windows for that white line. You're not going to be able to see anything. The amount of spray that's been sucked off the track and then fired backwards. Yeah, bit of throttle. No, there's the call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a couple of cars. One of the Nissans, of course, is in the yellow from a Japanese organisation that sponsors cars at the moment. In fact, there's two of the From A cars in here. One of them is a Porsche 962. And I see Mark Dewis, a famous race and rally driver. From local to here, is listed for that. I'm not sure he is actually driving. I haven't seen him around. And also watch, starting in 10th place, Carl Mika, a Canadian.
Yep.
He's driving a Spice with a Cosworth DFV in it. He was fastest in the qualifier, in a private practice yesterday.
Yeah, Mark Dewes, so famous they named a mountain after him, Alpe d'Huez. No, they didn't. But they might as well have, because he was superb in anything.
Well, it was a factory Leyland driver. Remember, did things in Rovers and stuff like that. Mark Dewes and lots of other stuff. But he was it was one of those. Not many real all-rounders that do lots of rallying. I noticed Nigel Greenshaw doing a bit of rallying as well.
He does a lot of that.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of crossover drivers. Kyle Larson's trying to do the 1,100 miles on Sunday, of doing the Indy 500 and then the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And you can't get much. I mean, yes, they're both on ovals, but you can't get much different to a DW12 IndyCar and then jumping into the Gen 3 NASCAR. And and we've had other people who've done rally. You think of actually, we had one of the cars out earlier on, didn't we? That Sebastian Loeb came and did Le Mans.
The greatest race rally driver of all time of this era, to called Vic Elford.
Vic Elford is the greatest all-rounder. Full stop.
Yeah.
I mean, Jim Clark would drive touring cars as well, and everybody did in those days.
He did the RAC rally one year in a Lotus Cortina with a friend of mine called Brian Miller co-driving him. They were right up near the front until he managed to somersault it into a forest.
It was all going well till it wasn't.
Yeah.
That tends to be rallying. The Cupra safety car lights are off, and Crichton will then do this then. Oh, don't overtake the safety car. I tell you what, he's a big tight there. Depends where the safety car line was. And in having to lift off, he gave an opportunity there for Olivier Galland to get up alongside from the middle of the road, though, slightly defensively into La Sauce for the first time. The big backfire from the Mercedes. He goes wide and he's in the gravel. Got to keep it rolling, which he does do. Comes out in front of even Verclutre. And away, and a ball of spray is all you can see of the Nissan. It's gone. Oh my goodness me, drama, Nick Padmore, right at the beginning of the race. And you could almost see that coming. He almost looked like he got flustered getting a bit close to that safety car there.
He definitely got a bit flustered there. And you can see Olivier there, I need to get in the lead. I need to get away.
Yeah.
Perfect now.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, cheers for that.
Off and running.
Luckily, the Sauber's kept going, so that's good news. That.
Yeah, Olivier's racing. He's also raced in Group C very successfully in Jaguars as well. Yeah. So it's a good runner.
In the second, that is.
Oh, there's the From A car.
And the From A car going through to third. So Lindudis has certainly given himself a dose of the heebie-jeebies there. And why wouldn't you, with all of that Mercedes power behind it? You'll notice that car is just plain silver. The only vestiges of sponsorship is on the wing, the rear wing end plates. They had AEG on there, and
they had different coloured mirrors.
Correct.
And he's got yellow. I think
that was the winning car.
Yeah, and I think they had red mirrors and black mirrors, same as Audi did, German colours.
Yeah, and in '89, the winning car had yellow mirrors, which was the '62 car. I only know that was my first.
Yeah,
I remember my first.
This is the next year.
This is the next year's car, correct?
So and Kanduri's going well. Philip Kanduri in the pink car. It's raced Imperial at Le Mans by Manuel Reuter, James Weaver, and Stefan Askar. Oh,
that's Richard Mines' car in the pit.
Well, interesting story. That car had a turbo blow yesterday, and they went someone got some managed to get a new turbo for it, and fitted it, and now it's something else is wrong.
The March was in the pit lane as well for George Caban, and I've had that happen to me before even just on a track day. They didn't have the wiper tightened up enough, so it's just been flapping around, and that's what they were doing on the front of there. Nothing very difficult to fix, but quite clearly the wiper wasn't sitting on the spline, and I would have thought that would have been quite difficult even behind the safety car, Nick.
Nick, did you say that you are going to drive a Group C car at Le Mans?
He hinted.
Oh, you
hinted. I dropped that one in very subtly. Thanks for just repeating.
Okay, right.
Oh, look, pulling over.
Very that is the Klaus Abelin car, the Dauer.
That's the Dauer chassis,
chassis car, and he started again. And also notice that the Peugeot did not start.
No, correct.
The Max Guenard car. I don't know if whether they had a problem with it, but anyway, there's the 21.
That's their Spice. So it's actually a bit more than the mirror, the windscreen wiper. Oh no, they're still messed about with the windscreen wiper. They've had to take the front off because it wasn't the top nut that wasn't fastened properly. It's the bottom one. It's the whole linkage.
Someone's going to be very popular there.
Yeah. Well, look at the conditions here.
Such things have major races turned. Let's be honest. It's always, as my dad would have said, the 30 bob piece, but the 50 pence piece that breaks. That we had WRT losing Le Mans because of literally a €5 piece in the throttle linkage. Now they lost first and second at Le Mans. The car came through to take it in a LMP2 car, but that haunts teams, and it's just one of those things. How do you know if the windscreen wiper's working if you haven't had it out in the rain until you take it out in the rain?
Young Jack Fabi, you probably know Jack, do you?
Yeah, he's been in Masters for a while.
Yeah, he's moved. He's driving with Magnussen now. Yeah. He's moved that car way up the field, not leading C2 yet. Carl Meeker is leading C2 in 7th.
Yeah, he's just put the fastest C2 lap of the race in.
Yeah.
Even in these conditions, how do you like a 3 minutes and 4 for the C2s and a 2:48 at the front of the field? I wish I could show you Nick Padmore's face, because he's absolutely loving that. I mean, this is a circuit, Nick, that, people say, when it rains at such and such a circuit, this is where you need to be careful. The problem with this circuit is, number one, it's 4 miles around. Number two, the weather comes in from such different directions that actually there are myriad places around the track that can catch you out.
Yeah, and you can see the weather coming in all the time. Obviously, it's getting a bit dark now, but it's changing all the time. And I've raced the historic Formula One here, the Lotus 77, quite a bit in the wet. and like one bit will be greasy, then real torrential on the other side, then dry as well. So it's just challenging, and I love that sort of thing. I actually find that quite peaceful.
Really? Because you're alone with your thoughts?
Yeah, because you're thinking about what you're doing. The track has this aura about it. I just love it.
So Nick Padmore with Andrew Marriott and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. Good to have your company. And wherever you're joining us from, with 31 minutes of this Group C race to go, Olivier Galland still leading out in the race, and pulled out a decent 2.8 second lead. Let's just revel in some of these cars as we have a look down. Second place car is the Yost 962, Yvonne Bakutra. And now what happened at the start? I think, Nick, it goes back before this to where Dudas was a little bit spooked by almost overtaking the safety car, and then he just missed his brake point.
But I think also it's difficult to get these brakes up to temperature.
Very good point.
Think how wet, miserable, cold it is. I think he's gone for the brake and it's gone,
right,
and it's just run on.
Yeah.
There's not a lot he can do there.
Yeah. So these these all run on the carbon brakes, do they?
I don't think all do, but certainly a good few do.
Right.
And it's all about that tyre temperature, the brake temperature, getting everything working, and part of that safety car warm-up lap is all about that, isn't it?
Now, are you a weaver or are you a pump the breaker in terms of getting temps up?
I need all the help I can get. You know, so that for me, the first few laps, qualifying and the race, is so important. So if any advantage I can get, I want to get my head down and try and get on with it.
So this is our last race before the break this evening, and then we'll come back just after 8 with the 60s racing. Nick Padmore with us, as we've said. We were talking about him getting into this form of racing before. Approximately, Nick, how many race meetings are you going to now in the year?
I'll probably do about 25 a year.
Wow.
Yeah. Just with a mixture of my Mini, the Revivals, the Peter, the Masters. Just trying to make it all together, really.
And probably doing lots of track days and teaching people. Well, you're at a racetrack 3 or 4 times a week.
I am, yeah. Not as busy as Nigel Greenswell.
No.
He's got a clone.
Yeah.
There's got to be more.
There's more than one of him. I think there are at least 6 of him.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm set to be at the track a bit more because my wife's going to start racing soon.
Is she?
Yeah.
How did this come about?
Well, she's always wanted to do it, and years and years I've gone, yeah.
Good for her.
And now she got her race license in sort of February.
Right.
And she's going to race Mazda Mark 1.
Oh, right.
Oh, in the MX-5 Cup. What a brilliant way to start.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that series. I do a lot of coaching in that when my customers come over and they rent those cars. So, yeah, my dad's been coaching now. I can't coach him. So dad's been coaching there.
I am not going to pursue that further in the interest of marital harmony. But I absolutely understand. It's in some ways it's a bit like parents and children, and it doesn't matter who your parent is, even if they're multiple champions in whatever discipline it is. You can't get coaching from them because as a child you're just not going to listen to your parent, whereas somebody else could probably tell you exactly the same thing and it'll be fine.
Just spotted that the timing's just changed. They've now put Kellner's in the car. So maybe Kellner started it.
Really?
Ralph Kellner's.
That was an early stop then.
Unless it stopped.
Doesn't
it stop?
No pit stop.
No pit stop
against that car.
Oh look, there's Fabi trying to. He's in that car, isn't he?
Yeah.
Young Fabi. Yeah. Jack Fabi. And that is the battle for the C2 lead coming to the line now. C2 was a brilliant. Let's do a little history lesson. C2 and C1. C2 was the LMP 675, or the LMP2, as Fabi goes around the outside into La Source and takes the lead of that class. Or only for a moment, they're side by side again. There was a bit more grip on the inside there with the slight camber that you have at La Source. So back into the lead for Patrick Dubory. It's fourth overall. Actually, I'm talking complete nonsense there because that's the 111 car.
Yeah, I think
so. That's Alexander Tran in the Spice, and Jack is in second. It is first and second, but first in the Invitational class and second in C2. But I'll finish the thought about the C2s. They were the LMP2s of the days to the C1s, and there were some very innovative designs. But who's that in the 69 with the rag?
fair play.
That's brilliant.
With probably 800 brake horsepower under his right foot. And
whilst cornering.
Just do the screen as well.
Whilst cornering, yeah. And you might look at the proportions of some of the C2 cars and think they look a little bit weird. The reason for that is they had smaller wheels. They were mandated. That was part of them being the C2. So they thought if you had smaller diameter and smaller width wheels, you wouldn't be able to use much power. Different engine regulations. But the windscreens were pretty much the same size and often used the same windscreen glass as C1. So it slightly put them with the glass house area, as it were. Pit lane is open, by the way, so we'll see some pit stops now. So it's slightly made the proportions of the car look a little awkward sometimes. But no doubt about them, those little C2 cars are proper racing cars.
Yeah, Spice, of course, had the most success.
Yeah.
But the Tiger was another good chassis.
Yeah.
But there was lots of chassis. All kinds of little people in Germany and France and Italy built C2 cars. Here's the XRL car.
Fantastic.
Well, that Japanese sponsorship and the pink colours.
Yeah,
it was a pink racing car that wasn't driven by women, because they tend to do that sometimes, don't they? But
notice as well that the ducting in the front round the front end to get air to the brakes, that's all been taped over.
What a shame.
There's not a chance you can drive with that, can you?
Yeah, that would really ruin the race, wouldn't it?
Note also, drivers on the right-hand side of the cars.
Yeah.
And they'll be stick shift cars as well.
Yeah, proper race cars.
Yeah, proper race cars with 3 pedals.
Gotta do this.
Yeah.
That guy in there, Kaduri, he flies helicopters, I know.
So that's no wonder he could do many things at once.
Yeah.
Because flying a helicopter, you have to be able to parallel process and do different things with both hands, both feet.
Look at the body language of that guy getting out.
That's not good.
I've had enough of this.
Yeah, that's me done.
Yeah.
Right, that's the march.
Yeah, but it hasn't been running properly. They were successful, particularly the old lobster claw car. You remember what was Red Lobster car?
Yeah.
Successful in the States, but they never ran well at Le Mans. And I believe, not sure if it's this March, but one of the March 85G or was actually designed by the very first car was designed by Adrian Newey.
Yes, correct.
This is the Jack Fabi Magnussen car making its pit stop.
Magnussen's in the car now.
It's got a Buick engine in it.
Look at the lid.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Ladish.
Right, pits
as well. That's really cool.
Right, so pit stops at the moment, but out front is still the 83 Nissan from Ralph Kellner's now in the 962C, number 7 car. And we think Kellner's had started that car. James Thorpe out in 3rd place. It's just gone across the line. None of these cars have stopped yet, so these are real positions.
Yeah.
Mercedes-Benz, Paul Sitter, Lendudis in 4th. 5th for Patrick Duberry in the first of the C1 Spices. Carl Mika is in the 2nd, and Lendudis into the pit lane. Lendudis into the pit lane is first of the leading cars to come into the pit lane in C2, led at the moment by Andres Josefsson in the Tiger. So that's C2A. C2.
There's Micheron coming up through the field that I mentioned that started at the back.
Yeah. And
what happened to the old-fashioned stopwatch?
Well, we have a rule in contemporary racing that it's not a proper race until we've seen being utilised in the pit, in no particular order, gaffer tape, tie wraps, some kind of mobile phone as a stopwatch, and a torch, and a lump hammer.
Yeah.
And if we've got, that's the big 5. Never mind going to see the safaris and seeing the big 5. Those are the big 5 for Nick Damon. And once we've had them, it's a proper race. C2A car in the pit lane at the moment. And they're taking their time. These are timed pit stops as well, of course. This is the number 70 car.
But Jan's looking through the window. He'll have it on the dash, surely, as well, won't he?
What, the countdown?
Yeah.
No, that's all on the phone.
Oh.
And he'll get a penalty as well. I'm not sure what his driver grading is, but there will be a penalty.
He'll have his extra 20 seconds,
20
I think.
seconds.
Yeah. Just to help. So this is the
Tiger.
That picture, that looks
Well, look at that.
Two Nissans.
Nissan together.
Yeah, that was one for the photographers.
yeah.
Here's Kellner's as well. So that was the lead car going past, I think, Richard Mains. No, he's in the pit. So which one was he going by then?
Look at the speed of that come through.
That must have been the Xavi Moron's car.
Yeah.
Xavi Micheron car.
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is, there's some brave pills, Nick, being taken here, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And that looked really spectacular, that didn't it?
Yeah, look at
Pass around the corner, spray out the back, fair play.
Yeah, look at those rooster tails there.
Yeah.
Kellner's.
This is a wonderful story. This car's still being run by Just.
Yeah.
So this is the pit stop.
Here we go.
Now, we think that's Kellner's who started the race in that car.
Yeah, see if Joey climbs out of it.
Joey, yeah.
That's his nickname.
Yeah.
It's all to do with kangaroos. I won't go into it.
Probably just as well. This will be the last lap for anybody to come into the pit lane with any degree of certainty.
So
let's see who jumps out of this number 1 Blaupunkt car.
that's Kellner's.
Yeah, that's Kellner's helmet. Look, there is the Just attention to detail. They've got a mat next to the car for the outgoing driver so he doesn't fall over, and for the incoming driver to wipe the bottom of his boots on, Nick.
Well done.
Now here again, Daly, Chip Robinson, and Jeff Brabham. Yeah, drove that car in period. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the IMSA car, the MPTI car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That must have raced at Daytona.
Now the From Air car in as well.
Now Phil Quaif's jumping in. This good peddler, Phil.
Yep.
I saw Phil on the way out on Thursday at Eurotunnel, and he was very, very focused. In fairness, he'd been in the car. I'd seen him a couple of times on the road down. He was in a Range Rover Sport. I don't know who he was with because he wasn't driving, but he was very, very focused on in Eurotunnel. And even though I said hello to him, didn't notice me at all because he was going straight to the lavatory.
Oh, I took my Turner to an old car meet to the pub about 3 weeks ago, and there was his dad.
Yeah?
His dad's massively into old motorbikes these days. Mike, yeah. And of course he built remember the Quaif GT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still got that, haven't
It is hiding at the moment. I believe that Phil's setting up a bigger preparations business he's got, and it's going to go there. But at the moment it's at ATL, at the fuel cell place. It's been parked there because
testing, is it?
Giles, well, all these cars are there actually. Giles Dawson, who runs that, is a friend of his.
So waiting for the time to elapse. That car pulls out the pit lane. Oh, my
Both
goodness.
of those are run by Aaron Scott, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Sport, I think. Yeah.
I mean, this is just glory for me. My first one was '89, which was the Mercedes year. 1990, the Jag won it again.
The same behind my hand to Nick. Mine was 1965, and I was working there.
Really?
Yes.
Cool.
And who won?
60.
Jochen Rindt.
Really?
Yeah.
And I knew him as well, so it was nice. Well, it was first time I went to Le Mans. They made me go in '65, motoring news. I think I might have been 20. I didn't want to go. I was a single seater. It was only Formula 1 was all that mattered. Le Mans, they just went slowly. I was an endurance race. I'm not interested in that. Anyway, you got to go. I came back. I loved it ever since.
Yeah.
You've never done it, have you? Obviously, you haven't done a main race. That's a shame. Really.
Yeah, that was always the dream to do.
Yeah.
Just trying to raise the funds to do it. And actually, a few years ago, I did it in a 2005 Classic GT3 RSR. And for me, it was like, well, actually, I'm here now. I'm going to the more social.
Enjoy that.
No, the ball's on straight.
The car. Raise the money to do it.
Yeah.
So it was quite cool.
Yeah, good.
Interesting to see how those pit stops went.
Well, we'll let everybody cycle through and I'll do another rundown.
Yeah, well, yeah, I see.
I think you have to be a very odd person, even if you're not interested in motorsport, to go to Le Mans, Nick, and not be moved by it as an event, as a happening. There's something special about it.
And that part of it, I think
that's part of it.
Amazing.
That part of France is so nice as well. You know.
And the green bottles. Do you remember them?
Yes.
It's probably stopped now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, yes and no. Right, I think
the pit lane's window's just closed. Yes, it has. So,
Yeah.
so the Nissan now leads the 83, the Olivier Gallant car, ahead of the Phil Kadori 69 Porsche in second. These are all C1 cars, C1A cars. The Landudis Mercedes is in third position. I'm just going to refresh the screen just to make sure that I'm not talking complete nonsense, because the Gallant car's just come out of the pit. Yeah, okay. Then coming out in the C3 battle is the 962C. It's another Group C car, the 1990 car. That's the Ivan Verkutra car, and the James Thorpe car is 17 seconds further back. In C2, Cal Meeker in the Spice still leads. He's in 7th overall. That's the C2 A class. The Invitational class is the other Spice, the 88C from 1988, and that is in 8th position overall. And the C1B, no, that's the March, that's still in the pit lane. In fact, all of the C1B runners, Raina Becker didn't start in that 956. So, yeah, so neither of those are running at the moment. I reckon. Oh, hello. We've got a.
No, that's a Spice, I think. Is it?
Yeah, where's that? With that much on the outside. Turn 5 and 6. So that's. Right. I see where it is now. It's the other side of Les Combes.
Yeah.
He's right in the middle of the road at Les Combes. I thought, hello, that's odd.
He's got no lock on it. Oh, he's going to go back.
He's going to try and roll it backwards.
He's got to get it out. He's got some lock on and fine.
Go on. Just let it roll. Let it roll. Don't get it high centered on the curb. Oh, that's all right. And here comes the Blaupunkt Porsche with only one properly working headlight.
So he stuck his name on the side of that.
I talked about this the other day, that there were so many Porsches. You know, we are really blessed nowadays, Nick, in top class sports car racing, either in the ACO version, the WEC, or indeed an excellent, that number 29.
That was Carl Meeker.
Carl Meeker, so the leader in his class, the C2, he's got himself going again.
Look, concentrating.
Yeah, look at that.
I've known him for so long. Really good guy.
We are so fortunate that we've got so much variety, because when I first started going to Le Mans late 80s, early 90s, you know, there were a lot of Porsches. There were a lot of GT Porsches, but even at the front of the field, it was like a Porsche Group C race. And you would say, there's the Shell Porsche, there's the Blaupunkt Porsche, because they were just all Porsches. Kenwood. Car. Yeah, great stuff.
So Gallant's doing a great job here, isn't he? He's pulled away from the rest of the field. He's kept it clean thus far, and obviously he lucked it a bit right at the beginning, probably with the brake problem that Landudis had. Landudis come back a bit, hasn't he, to third, look?
Yeah.
And I think he might be closing in a bit on Condori. And they say, look, Phil Quaife just moved up a spot.
Yeah. We see Keeney getting in a car, or is he getting out?
He's in the E-Type, isn't he?
He's in an E-Type, yeah.
After this.
Right, lap times then. The Cal Meeker has dropped a second, by the way. He's behind the Tiger of Andres Josefsson.
Yeah, he's going well. Actually, I haven't really given him a mention. Don't know too much about him. But he's doing a fine job there leading that category.
Landudis has just done his and the car's fastest lap of the race, and he's closed in within 1.5 seconds of second place. So it's Nissan, Porsche, Mercedes. So we have got a bit of variety.
We got a battle for second place. No question.
The last time you said that.
Probably here last year, actually. But is that good?
Yeah, that's really good. Nice variety there.
Yeah.
So is it going to be dry for the 60s race?
Oh, no, I'm afraid it's not.
USEC, look at that.
The lights on the Cobra don't seem too good. So it's
No. Brilliant stuff. And it's dark here in places, isn't it? There's not a lot of lighting round about there.
Which Cobra are you in, Nick?
With Tony Sinclair, the Crown Racing car.
Yeah.
Tony's going to start, and
Oh, that's the car that won the European Championship with Chris Craft in it years ago.
That's the Lola for the CR2.
Oh, that's what. Oh, that. Yeah.
But you're right. That won the European Championship. This is a position, is it? Phil Quaif's call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil has.
Yeah. He's. Yeah.
Oh no. What's happened there?
Mr. Gear. Can do in these. That's the other.
Yeah, you can do that.
So I think every racing driver now, as part of getting their license, should still have to be able to prove that they can heel and tow. You still need, sometimes you might need to do it even if you've got a clever car. Got to have that mechanical sympathy.
Look at that. That is
just Porsche. Look at that. Yeah.
This doesn't get any better than that, does it? I can't really think of anything to say that would add to this.
And there's Quaify, look, isn't they? Yellow, presume it raced in Japan, that car.
Did the front air car.
Yeah.
Another Moto Historics car as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's just quite a long rebuild. They seem to put a lot on social media.
Yes.
And they have the
ovals
as
well. Lots of flames spitting out.
Low cloud coming in down the valley again when looking back from Speaker's Corner. The car's running on the Avon tyres, of course. Avon, now the preferred supplier. And great success story that the guys who all work for Avon have managed to keep that going. They bought up the original stock of tyres and now starting to remanufacture those under the name Nova, because that was how it looked when they came out in the moulds. Avon is Nova backwards. And huge sideways slide, luring out the bus stop.
Where's that yellow cloth?
Yeah. It looks. Do you know what? It looks like somebody out on a Saturday night who's put that film over your screen that changes the colour. And there's the Mercedes right behind him now in the battle for second. And we've got a slow car on track, and that is Phil Quaife in the Nissan. So there's something not quite right with that number 27 Nissan. It goes and then it's not for Phil. Huge sideways slide coming for the car with the Japanese writing. We have Tokyo Drift in 3, 2, 1.
Good man. All done on purpose, of course.
Yeah, just for the
Quite
cameras.
a shame,
Marvellous to Philip Kadiri. That's the second place car.
Yeah, I wonder what's happened. Is Quaif's car just limping now?
Well, there's yellows at the moment being shown down at the first part of Pouhon. I'm trying to see the tracker, but my eyes aren't that good at this time of day.
Yeah, we're into the last 8 minutes right now.
I don't think anybody's going to catch Olivier Gallant.
Unlikely, I'd say.
But this second place.
Yeah, but Kadori's pulled a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Slide.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I've got to get on with this now. Flames. See that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's... I remember, this is absolutely what I remember. We're not going quick enough to see the heated up brake discs because obviously it's so cold, but flames out the exhaust, different noises from the engine. The Mercedes used to rattle your sternum as it went through with that low thud of the V8. Big screaming turbos and flames.
Bit of a shout out, really. We haven't mentioned that the car running in 6th place, the 111. Two Argentine guys come all the way from Argentina to race here in their Spice 1988 car. Alessandro and Facundo Chawan. Doesn't sound a very Argentine name to me, but anyway, they're doing a good job. Look at their nose nice and clean. Phil's place still shown in 7th place.
Don't want to go off there. Did you see that?
That was coming through Blanchimont, wasn't it? Yeah.
Look at the cloth, look.
He's got the cloth up.
Yeah.
On the gearbox and cleaning the screen.
And his mirror's full of a Mercedes.
Poor guy, because that's so annoying because it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah, see?
What a shame.
And the thing is, once it starts, it's not going to go away. It is not going to go away.
Monday's got to go back to winning the Peninsula Hotel Group.
Is that what he does?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That family basically own half of Hong Kong.
Right.
but they do run the Peninsula Hotel Group, and he's just taken over from his dad as the CEO. And a great hotel too.
He's doing a really good job. I'm not sure. How is he seeing the apices of the corner?
Apices, I like that.
I mean, he's just
That's
not.
really, really hard.
Yeah.
Once again,
Here, that's
battle at the end of the.
yeah. So that's the Argentine guys, and then second of those cars.
Yeah, in the 111.
There's a bit of action, isn't there, all the way through?
Yeah, there is.
The conditions are really, really bad, but there's still a few battles.
Well, that's nice. Two Spices battling it out together.
And in their mind, they're at the Spa-Francorchamps back in 1988.
Yeah, but
that's what the state of mind is, isn't it? I bet you do that, don't you? When you were at Le Mans, leaders off at Brussels, down at Rivage, gets it back together. He's got traffic ahead now.
Yeah.
These are dangerous times for the second place car, should I say. The leader is the Nissan still ahead.
It's going to get a bit busy.
So difficult to see in these conditions. Now he's going down inside to lap that car.
That's at the first part of P1. And Mercedes taking a slightly wide line there as well. And that was the two Spices that we saw a moment or two ago. Yeah. And they've split up a little bit. This is incredible. And we should just mention, by the way, for those of you going, well, you know, they're a bit off their qualifying times. There's no ABS and no traction control. And what, 800 horsepower conservatively?
If you just touch the throttle like that, spinning up, so you're trying to control that, it really doesn't really want to be in a straight.
No.
It wants to have big skids everywhere. So fair play for 40 minutes to keep it on the tarmac.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say this track's fairly close to me. We shouldn't be running.
I think.
Well, we haven't had any incidents, have we?
No.
Yeah.
I think that the actual state of the track, given how much water is being cleared, is all. Yeah, here he goes, Dev Clough.
With him doing that.
Yeah, he's got to be. There's a riding mechanic.
As you're braking.
Yes.
Doing that.
Oh, he's lost it.
Lost it. And
First gear. Like it.
Oh, he just loses second place.
My goodness, that's the penultimate lap.
There, though,
keeping that off the wall. And he remembered to reverse the lock when he was going backwards, and he was still wiping the window. That's incredible.
As soon as he gets out the car.
That was superb. Superb. So incredible. The difference between triumph and disaster in these cars is a millimetre or 2 millimetres, a flex of your toe on the throttle, isn't it, Nick?
This isn't over.
No, it's not.
Sure, we've got like 4 minutes. Let's see. Look at this, just jumping on the curb. And I bet you we couldn't see the exit.
No, correct. Look at the way, there's when he reversed the lock, and that stops the front end coming round. Yeah. It's really hard to remember that. Yeah, but he's not a million miles back. Now, 00 is in the pit lane. That's okay. Don't worry. That's pit lane behaviour.
What does that mean? Pit lane behaviour.
The car was a bit naughty in the pit lane. I don't know. Did it leak something?
Well, that was Klaus Abelin.
Yeah.
They've taken the car away now.
Right. So Dudis Lee is in second now. Olivier Gallant still leads. This is not over for second. It is absolutely not over for second, as we're waiting for that pink Porsche to come through. It'll be the last lap next time by, I reckon, for the leader. And the leader is just coming through Stavelot, into Stavelot now. No, I'll take that back. The leader is... Yes, no, I was right. Just coming up to Stavelot now. Oh, I tell you what. He's further around the track than I've... No, they'll give him at this lap round because we're a little bit over time at the moment.
See that? He's trying, definitely.
That Mercedes is not secure. And Philip Kaduri then will be absolutely raging with himself, but he's got to get his heart rate down. He's got to get his concentration going. He's got to remember to wipe the window. I mean, it's ridiculous to have to say that, but he's obviously got to place every lap where they're doing it, where they think it's the right place to do it. And This is a predominantly right-handed track, so you want to be able to see out the right corner, but there's some left hands as well, so you've got to reach over the other side so you can see.
Isn't it?
Oh, basic. You wouldn't want to do that if you were sitting in traffic on the M25.
I'm definitely going to go and shake his hand.
No, outstanding.
We all should. Like,
yeah,
absolutely outstanding. So this is the final lap.
Last 90 seconds, John, before they put the flag out.
Well, they're on the final lap now.
Yeah.
The leader went through, and they did put the last lap board out. 17 seconds between first and second. Kaduri has dropped 12 seconds with that rotation. He's safe in third, and those will be the top three in some order in C1, because there's many a slip, slide, aquaplanage.
Is that a word?
Still happen? Yes, it is.
It
you see
is.
it on the motorways.
It is now.
Absolutely. Caution, aquaplanage. It's horrible when that happens as well. Because everything in your whole psyche, brain, muscle memory wants to press the brake harder, and you've got to come off the brake, haven't you?
Stop.
Yeah.
Right, Nick Padmore's going to leave us. Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much. Hope
Enjoy your race.
Yeah, look, we'll be watching you.
Thank you.
Cheers, man. Great to have Nick with us. Great insights again. And we'll have his race coming up after the break. We're going to leave the cameras up for the break, but we're going to nip off for a pit stop of our own. And you'll be able to see some of the cars going around. It's a couple of parade laps. But right now, Olivier Gallant, well, Gallant in French means knight, K-N-I-G-H. And this is undoubtedly a performance that we'll be calling him Sir afterwards. So it is a knight-like performance.
Well, he's in the perfume industry, but I believe he's a chemist. But you know.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah, and he certainly found the alchemy today, hasn't he?
Oh, very good. Yeah, he's got the.
And he's got to be careful just lapping these slower cars.
Well, he's lift off now.
Yeah,
Leave it. No need. No.
Good job by Keep Europe as well, preparing the car.
And there is the checkered flag for the Nissan from 1990. That was an object lesson in wet weather driving. Craig Lindoudis lost it at the first corner, dropped down as far as fourth or fifth at one stage, gets back to second, and Philip Kaduri, well, brave stuff from Philip.
Yeah, buy him a bottle of Rain-X, I say.
Lemon juice or washing up liquid on a cloth.
Or even...
And you know what?
A half a potato.
Adding insult to injury, I've just noticed his windscreen wiper wasn't working properly either. It's got caught down below the windscreen. Oh, my goodness me.
He deserves a special medal for that. Great job by...
It's the spice of the two Argentinians, you said, wasn't it, that were in that car? Yes, it is.
Yeah, that 111 car.
Alejandro and Facundo Chawan in the 1988 Spice, who takes the invitational class, the C1, the C2 category. Carl Meeker, despite that, well, interestingly, Carl Meeker chased down and passed Andres Josefsson, and Jan Magnussen got up to second place. So Josefsson leading the race after Carl Meeker's spin at Les Combes, ends up on third spot of the podium with Xavi Micharon next up. And was there any other? No. Class leaders, no, they were either didn't start or were in the pit lane. Wow. Well, survival of the quickest hands, I think, rather than the fittest. Race was started very behind the safety car, and then right at the first corner as we went green, Lindoudis just couldn't get the Mercedes stopped, and that really rattled him. He dropped 3-4 places there and then began the fight back, put his quickest laps in what looked to be the worst of the conditions.
Just appalling, isn't it?
Yeah, Kaduri and his teammate was struggling with a car that was steaming up. Kaduri, and no, he drove on his own, didn't he, of course?
We just had a great shot in replay there. Could see him wiping the screen. Not sure how he could. I wonder if he had to loosen his belts a bit.
Yeah.
Well, he must have very long arms.
Or maybe a stick.
Maybe, yes. I don't
And then the defining moment, we had a preview of it, and then a couple of laps later, as that battle for second place between the Mercedes and the Nissan was raging on, as were the two Spices at Le Combe. Leaders coming up behind them. And then the spin by Kaduri. Meantime, at the front of the field, it was Olivier Gallant driving away. Kaduri maybe couldn't see the exit of the corner for a moment. He had it, he reverses the lock. The Mercedes goes through, he dropped 12 seconds. Wasn't able to get that back before the end of the race. Gallant, Olivier Gallant, driving beautifully to get the car to the finish line, all in one piece. A Frenchman taking the victory. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back in an hour.
Have you seen him, Gallant?
second chicane. Across the line, the countdown starts. The
crazy times, can't you feel it? Is there a reason for it all? Maybe take a ride on this plane train, hold it in, wait for it, hit colorful. Eyes inspired to wear Mrs. Butterfly, catch 'em all. These flickering screen, got your card, and your please gotta click 'em on. Who's living is here? Who's living is there? This is a real revolution now. This is a real revolution now. Revolution, revolution.
side into the second chicane. second chicane. Cross the line, the countdown starts, Steve.
Crazy times, can't you feel it? Is there a reason for it all? Maybe take a ride on this plane train. Hold it, wait for it, here comes the fall. Eyes get spun into a web, catch 'em all. Here's a flickering screen, got your card, ain't you please gotta click 'em all. Who's living is here? Who's living is there? This is a real revolution now. This is a real revolution now. Revolution, society keep on digging, hold the bottom me, got it. I open wide and let my heart break, send all my love to those that hate, dissolve. The light shines bright into the dark, ain't too pretty, take a peek inside. Yearning to journey, some sensational spark, get it home in the mud. Got a place to see. Who's leading is here? Who's leading is there? This is a real revolution now. This is a real revolution.
Side by side into the second chicane.
Well, hello, welcome back, everybody. Good evening, as it is, from slightly chilly, but at least now not raining. The track is still wet, but the rain has passed. Still an inordinate amount of people walking around the paddock, enjoying the delights of Spa-Francorchamps, the circuit. The camera is making it look way, way brighter than it is. If you were with us earlier, the low cloud and almost mist-like conditions that we had during the Group C race in particular have at least cleared for what is the biggest grid that we have for you this weekend for the 60s Endurance Classic, and 56 cars that have been announced for this, and they are coming round onto the grid now. Bruce Jones, we talked with you some time ago, earlier today, it feels like a month ago, we've seen so much racing, about the variety in racing. Now, this is the very epitome of what you normally are talking about in the classic events that you do, but even here, there's some super cars.
There really are. I mean, if you look down the front end of the grid, it's pretty much E-types mixed with Shelby Cobra 289s, a bit Serini in there among them as well. And also we've got the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Obviously, the older cars in this grouping, basically this is pre-63 sports cars, but GTs that can go up to 1966. So we've got some more modern ones. That's where the Lotus Elan 26Rs, etc., come into the mix. But it's just the sheer number. You started walking around the paddock, and you can still be doing it now if you stop to talk to everyone, but 56 cars. If you like your Austin Healey's, there in the mix as well, of course, a little bit further down the grid. It's diversity, it's number, but it's people having fun, and a couple of Porsches in there, a Ford and Mustang or two. It really is a melting pot.
And lots of very good Lotus Elans, and they'll be nimble in this weather. Watch out for a couple of the quick ones. Very interesting group of if you like Jaguar E-types, you're going to like this. There's 5 or 6 semi-lightweights, as they call them, all built by Valley Motorsport, Nigel Morris's outfit.
Semi-lightweight?
Yeah, I'll explain it.
Because there's a standard E-type, there's a lightweight E-type, and there's one in the middle now, is there?
They call them semi-lightweights for this reason. Obviously, original cars were the steel-bodied cars. Then the Jaguar built a series, I think it was 12 full lightweight cars, aluminium bodies.
Yeah.
But there were also lots of other tweaks, including a wide-angle head and some other tweaks, different brakes. So that was a lightweight E-type. People are now building them with all those mechanical bits of the engines, but the bodies are still steel. That is what a semi-lightweight is. I only found this out 3 weeks ago. I've heard them semi-lightweights mentioned for years. But that's the story. Semi-lightweight is a sort of halfway house competition E-type.
It's not actually a lightweight at all. It's a tweaked standard car.
Yeah, but it's got
it hasn't got the lightweight body bits on. Yeah, okay, understood.
Nigel Morris and his son Dan built they had 8 in a row, but absolutely brilliant. They have there's tweaks for the racing and competition E-types. You know, on the boot there's a little slot with 4 or 5 holes where the air can come out. That's from the back brakes and so on. But they're absolutely beautiful. Some very good drivers. Watch out for the guy on pole. John Mitchell, just saw him 3 weeks ago at Donington win 2 races in this new GT3 Legends series that are running. He dominated both the races in Aston Martin that had been run by Kevin Buckler, actually.
Oh, really? The Racers Group.
The Racers Group, Aston Martin, that had been raced by various people. But he was brilliant in that. Understated guy from London, full-time businessman, and he just drives so well. And I mean, he was beating people like, so it was a Chevy Corvette that was very quick, and Andrew Jordan was in that.
Wow!
And he was beating Andrew Jordan in a very good Corvette. So he's quick. So I'm watching for him. Obviously got John Minshaw in there, again, and another Valley Motorsport E-type. And obviously we know Minshaw is quick. And I said we got in this race also the guy who just won the previous race, Olivier Gallant. I hope Frenchman's gone and had a bit of a shower and changed the race suit, was his first that race. It'll be very damp, I should think.
Yeah, I saw Gregor Fiskin. He'd just been up on the podium with me. Not the last race, the one before that. But he was then sporting a drier, fresher set of overalls for later. But one of the cars that should be at the front of this grid is down towards the very rear. It was Richard Mines and Rob Huff. So look out for the 106 E-Type. It's dark blue or maybe very dark green with a white stripe up the middle. And also behind him, Bart Westerman, who went so well in the 2-litre Cup earlier today. Dutch Porsche family. So it's Jonathan Mitchell on pole and John Minshaw alongside. Two Jaguar 3-point E-Types, both from 1965. And again, reiterate, this is for GTs from pre-66. Sports cars from pre-63.
4 different classes here as well, which we'll get to when we get into the 2-hour race. Yes, you heard me right. 2 hours.
We did the semi-lightweight bit. There was certainly one genuine lightweight built by the factory origin period in this race, which I think has got John Spears in it.
A Jaguar aficionado.
He's starting in 13th place. So John loves to collect original cars.
It really is a, if not a who's who, certainly a what's what of 1960 sports cars here. And if you are a child of the 60s, which I certainly am, then pretty much all of these you will have made models or bought models of. There's a Corvette Stingray in there as well.
There's a Bizzarini. We'd seen a Bizzarini earlier, I think, or was it an 80 Griffith? Same thing, really. We've got one Mustang in there, a couple of father and son Dutchmen driving it. But I just say, watch out for probably the land to watch for is the 105, which is Stephen Jobson, Andy Willis. Andy Willis, of course, from famous BRM builders, Hall and Hall. He's called the racing manager, Andy, but he's quick. He is quick.
He's very quick indeed.
Yeah, there's a Morgan SLR in here as well that we've talked about before.
Yeah, well, we had Callum Lockie in here. He was talking about how something they've done to the car this weekend has found him about 3 seconds. So he's absolutely loving the setup. But was that in the dry? Yes, that was yesterday. It's not been
body designed by a guy called Chris Lawrence, and that body was used on a completely different motor car as well.
Was it?
Yeah, certainly was.
What was it used on as well?
He was used on a Triumph.
Ah, yes, I can see that now.
The same body design, exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Several. We've talked about the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes, or Coupe, as the Americans would say.
Designed to be quicker at Le Mans, that was the thing, down the long Mulsanne, and that's precisely what they needed. But the power was always there from the 289. Of course, they went to the 427 cubic inch 7-litre monster later on, but I love the 289. I just think the proportions are so sweet.
Beautifully proportioned.
We got an onboard camera with Eric van der Poel. Is going to be in that car. He's a late entry. He's a former Formula One driver. Man always wears a cowboy hat. A lot of success out in America.
A lot of success here in the 24 hours.
I think he won it 3 times. Yep.
Yeah, sharing that with Robin Greenhalgh. So one of the many Shelby Cobras in this field. But
oh dear, we got a problem with the Bizzarini 50 car.
Well, that was starting 4th on the grid.
That's the Hazeman family outing, Loris and Liam.
Yeah, they've had a lot of trouble with that car all through the weekend.
By the way, the Corvette is a 1963 C2 split window, Olivier Biotto.
I think there's an earlier one. I think there's a C1 as well somewhere. I'm fairly sure I saw on my strolls around the paddock, but with 56 cars, it's not the work of a moment to just find it in a long entry list.
Just these Daytona Cobras, and we were talking about Peter Brock earlier.
Yeah.
None of these are the original 6. I think 6 cars they built, and it was 6, maybe a 7th. But all these are replicas, and.
Well, we're going to start behind the safety car, just to reiterate. The SC board is held next to wave yellow flags around the circuit.
And the 2 hours has started. So
yeah, we're underway.
Yeah, we are underway, although these are not green flag laps. These are race laps. And the reason that they do that, of course, is because there's no point in doing the formation lap only to go slowly for another lap. So effectively, this becomes a formation lap and a race lap because of the slower speed.
Good idea.
And yes, in terms of keeping the race moving, keeping the calendar moving, absolutely agree. Very, very dark outside.
Yeah, it's falling quickly, but so even more reason to let them go around now and see the circuit as the light disappears. Get a last chance to spot really where the water's
down in 48th place. I'm not sure. Must have had a problem in qualifying. Richard Mines and Rob Huff.
Yeah.
We saw Rob going very quickly at the beginning of the day. We know Rob is going to be quick in that car. And Richard is swift also.
It's always quite nice for our point of view as commentators to have drivers who have to come up the order. But today, in these conditions, falling light, slippery conditions, the rain has eased a little bit, but it was basically for quite a while it was steady drizzle. That was after it was heavy rain during the Group C. So caution is definitely going to be required.
I think, Bruce, you're absolutely right. That track is still pretty damp. You can still find a rooster tails coming off, but it's not as bad as it was in that horrendous earlier race we had.
The Group C, how the Group C guys kept it on the track, I don't know. If you're just joining us from around Europe, the UK, or further afield, hello. John Hindhaugh, Andrew Marriott, and Bruce Jones in the Global Broadcast Centre, in the bottom paddock, in the endurance paddock here at Spa this weekend. Really just soaking up the atmosphere, pun intended to a point. This is already turning into another classic Spa event. Just talking to Callum Lockie again there as we were coming back after grabbing some food, and just the atmosphere here is superb. Everybody, all the spectators are so knowledgeable. The cars, I was standing outside this morning and talking to some friends. Hello to Peter and Tom Fiddling. Nice to see you again after a wee while. And thank you to Team Ashworth as well for the T-shirt. The guys in the TVR, the number 73. Even just watching the cars going out on the parade laps or the fast laps, almost every minute whilst we were trying to have a conversation, it was, oh my God, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I've just had
the road cars.
Just had a look like that moment. There's a rear shot. There was 3 Daytona Cobras, and you saw the cab tail at the rear.
Yeah.
And each one always had that big number painted on the back.
Yeah.
For me, it's sort of iconic of those cars, and you know, that Ford came and whacked Ferrari in the Manufacturers' Championship because. What was it? Mr. Ferrari wouldn't sell the business to Ford? Or
Yeah. They'd got very close.
So we're going to beat you at your own game, which is what had happened.
Sort of do whatever it takes, and each year they realised it was going to take a little bit more until they got it right in '66. Yeah. But I mean, it was great for a film, great for books.
Don't
but
forget Mr. Eric Broadley's part in that, and
indeed, yes,
Lola.
Yeah,
it was sort of glossed over in the film. Although I didn't dislike the film as much as I thought I was going to.
The Ford Ferrari film.
Yeah.
Oh, I really loved it. I thought it was great. And, you know, the story about Ken Miles hadn't really been told. And as a Midlander originally, I kind of, you know, had that bond with him. I don't know. I thought it was a terrific film.
So there's a few movies I have to go and re-watch now when I get some time back at home. Not going to be in the next few weeks because there is a plethora of sports car and endurance racing coming. We've got IMSA next weekend from the streets of Detroit.
Wow.
And then straight to Le Mans Classic, whilst it's the Dijon Classic as well. Straight to Le Mans Testier, rather, where it's the Dijon Classic for Andrew. That's also Mid-Ohio that weekend, which is a 4-hour headline race for the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Then it's Le Mans. There's also some Carrera Cup North America that weekend that we'll be covering whilst we're at Le Mans.
Busy, John.
And then it's the Nürburgring 24 the week after that.
And then for some of us, it's a trio of 25 races going on to Spa-Francorchamps. I don't think it's really advised by anybody, but anyhow, and again, because GT3 is the secondary category at Le Mans, of course, that means quite a number of these drivers to do all 3.
Correct.
What fun. It will be fun. It will be fun.
It will be fun, yeah.
Noticing quite a lot of light configurations on the front of these cars. Different ideas. And we got some, you know, actually running the old French yellow that we used to have at Le Mans, didn't we, for the lower classes?
Yeah, and that was the regulation there. And people asked it. I mean, that went on till, I mean, what? 8
years ago. So.
Yeah, it was quite a long. It was quite a long time after I'd started in '89, and the reason for that was that was the law on French roads.
Yes.
And because Le Mans was run on roads, then the GT cars had to have them, the cars that were based on road cars.
Yeah.
And it was only relatively recently that you didn't have to have the amber lights. So we're going green. We've had 8 minutes of racing, but now we cross the line, and Jonathan Mitchell leads through from John Minshaw and Christopher von Riet. Olivier Gallant in that Shelby Daytona Coupe, or Coupe, sorry, have the accent on it.
And we know that the Bram Bontrup car, the Dutch driver, sorry, he was a winner, remember, at Barcelona.
Yes, he was.
So he's a guy to watch for.
Some good drivers in this, drivers that perhaps, if you're not all fit, and a spin going up the hill for the first time. I think it's at the 30.
It's the Minshaw car.
It is the Minshaw car.
So
I
starting
paused,
second.
I paused there because that is a very unusual thing to see.
Well, it is.
Driving on his own in that 65 E-Type.
Number 33, which is a number he's carried in several races this weekend. But again, unusual to see John go around, particularly, you think how many years he'd been racing E-Types and winning in E-Types. But it just goes to show, falling light, slippery conditions, he will regather and certainly charge up the order, you can be sure of that. But this first full racing lap, rather than since the start of the race behind the safety car, you know, who's going to be happiest to push early on? But up the front, it's very tight indeed. And if you're just joining us, this is the 60s endurance race. You're going to need a few drinks to get through this one. It's 2 hours of racing. It's largely Jaguar E-Types, Shelby Cobra 289s and Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes at the front of the field. And it's very, very tight indeed at the front. The first three cars covered by John, about half a second as they leave the speakers corner.
And a bit of a surprise with the German Christoph van Riet coming up into second place.
Well, he knows this circuit very, very well indeed.
Yeah.
And on the Peter Auto Classic site, there's some wonderful onboard footage of him going around the circuit in a Cobra.
But Belgian isn't he?
He's Belgian, he's Belgian.
Yeah.
But also, he sort of hums and whistles as he gets happy around the circuit. It is fabulous. It's sort of, when's the sort of slower part, like the bus stop, he'll have a little, he'll say a few words and then carry on. Great footage.
The first non-Jaguar or Cobra is down in 17th position. It's the leader in GT2, and that's the Alexi Grafenwedel car, the Lotus Elan. That's a Series 1 car from 1965. Second in that class is a 26R from 65, Ivan Petev Ivanov. And third in that class, another 26R Elan, is Olivier Meurens in the 146. This is one, as Bruce said, to settle back, get yourself some snacks and your favourite beverage. Watch this one develop. Start of the race, we started behind the safety car, so it was line astern single file, and all looked well. In fact, looked like John Minshaw had a better run. Oh, he lost that going into Eau Rouge, just slightly offline as he went into the left-hander before the compression at the bottom of the hill.
That is unusual.
That is very unusual.
I think the paint got him as well, didn't it?
He was already sliding and going off to the left and got onto the red and yellow curbing there. Olivier Gallant goes through. Christophe van Riet then in second. Jonathan Mitchell leads the GT4 category in that 1965 3.8 Jaguar. And it's Bram Bontrup and Erwin Franz and James Thorpe and Maxime Gunat and John Minshaw's recovered to 8th position. Side by side, Andrew.
Absolutely. Coming through the murk. And there's the number 6 Cobra going well.
Olivier Gallant, he's already had a pretty good results in the Group C.
Had a win. And now he knows the track conditions, presumably, but he's driving supremely well here today. And but there's Mitchell in that Jag. He's hanging on. It's looking straight at the back of that Cobra with the great big number on the back that I just mentioned a moment ago.
James Thorpe in the lighter coloured Jaguar, the number 43 there, silver or silver grey, also trying to make moves through the field. Now, unlike the touring cars that we're going to see later, I am going to posit that all of these cars have got non-1965 headlamp bulbs in
as we are dazzled as they come towards the camera up at Les Combes, precisely so. Can I just go back to the Lotus Elan? We just touched on that. We said it was the highest non-ranked Cobra It's now in 16th place, Cobra E-Type, so it's lost one position. But I found a fabulous quote from Jackie Stewart about, obviously he raced in Milan at one point. He described the original car, the road car, get this, the most difficult little sod of a car I've ever driven, because he said it was vague, it was a little too soft, but then wasn't really the works that developed the Lotus Elan to go racing. It was Ian Walker, Sean Walker's father, was a large proponent. The Checkered Flag Garage also pitched in, but it took a while, and that became the 26R. But, you know, you automatically think of the Lotus Elan, the initial one, as just the most wonderful handling car. But, of course, Jackie was appraising it from a rather higher standard than any us would have done.
They did do a few different body shapes.
Yeah, you had the sort of coupe version.
That golden car, wasn't it? That Sean Walker owned, I believe, run a lot of races in.
I'm going to throw in a possibly unpopular opinion here, but in terms of aesthetics, I always liked the Plus 2 car.
I agree.
I think that the proportions just worked better.
And another thing, I always wanted a Lotus Elan Sprint because Jim Clark had one.
Of course.
And I went and sat in one once and realised I didn't fit. Because, of course, Colin Chapman wasn't tall of stature at all, so he made them around his own body shape. Maybe that's why I have a TVR, because Peter Wheeler of TVR was 6'5".
Well, I as many people know, I worked for Ray Mallock at RML, and every race car that they were involved in, Ray had to be able to fit in it because he wanted to have a go of it, and so that became the norm. So even the Celine, tall people could get in and out of it, which was good enough for Terry Borchella and the Asemco car. Right, that is the number 77 Cobra in the kitty litter, I'm afraid. That's the Robin Greenhoff, the Swiss driver, in the 289.
Well, that was the one he's sharing with Eric van der Poel.
Yeah,
so
that's
it was van der Poel who started that, was it not?
Just rolling down the
I'm
order.
not sure. That's the one that had a camera. We saw a couple of
so it was that
Robin appears to be at the wheel of that, and he's deep in the gravel. But actually, the tail isn't sitting down too much.
The public boys are going to be trying to give it a go.
Straight the front wheels.
Or
second.
Or even try and come out backwards. That's another trick.
Yeah, make it a front-wheel drive car.
That's super frustrating. You've got 2 hours of racing.
And it's going to be
fantastic of circuits in a field of, I'm just going to say it again, 56 cars. We lost the Bizzarini of Boris Hazeman's early on. Or was that Liam? Of course, they've got two Hazemans aboard.
Full course yellow coming, gentlemen, unsurprisingly. Now, a full course yellow is, if you like, a virtual safety car or code 60 in some of the championships. This, without having to bring a safety car out with the associated potential problems that may bring, although this early in the race it would be relatively easy to pick up the leader. But the full course yellow is now out, this being a Formula 1 Grade 1 circuit. The light boards as well as the and a spin under full course yellow. That is the number 3, the very interestingly coloured green and white. Now that is the Daytona Coupe as well. Armand Mille and Yves Shamama.
I mean, no, Shamama's quick. We're going to see him in a later race tomorrow where he's on the pole. And Armand Mille is the son of Richard Mille, the famous Swiss watchmaker, who's the sponsor of Ferrari.
Oh, that was a nasty one. That got away from him in the braking area at Le Combe, and that might have been left rear wheel just on the paint.
I think so.
As he, no, he's decided.
He bailed out of that quickly.
Yeah.
Well, out because you're absolutely in line of fire. You're dead ahead as the field comes up the rise to Le Combe, the nose of the green and white Cobra Daytona Coupe facing the onward traffic.
It's a horrible feeling.
Oh, ghastly. I mean, he's not in the track, but the reason he's gone off is possibly why someone else could go off as well.
Yeah.
So it does appear the rain has eased somewhat. So it became sort of
Bruce Jones, drizzle. The voice of optimism this weekend.
John, I've done so many races at the Nürburgring over the years in the long distance races. You just have to look at the degrees of rain.
Good point.
If you feel it's getting, there is rather drier weather coming.
Incredibly, the air temperature has gone up a degree, 2 degrees actually. It's now 10 Celsius. It's only 8 Celsius this afternoon. The track temperature has been pretty solidly around 12 Celsius, which is too cold, actually.
Yeah.
Well, really cold.
This is what the drivers were pointing out yesterday. They said the weather was fabulous yesterday, but it wasn't that warm. And definitely getting heat into tyres is always an issue.
Yeah, and that was when the track temperature was 18 or 19 Celsius. I mean, it isn't going to get any warmer from here. There's no more sunshine from now on.
There's a snatch vehicle coming. There's a lovely shot just before of the 2 different styles of Cobra running together. a very rounded original, and then this beautiful body that Peter Brock designed for it.
Yes, and let's remind ourselves that in 1965, there was no such thing as computer-aided design.
No.
So aerodynamics still, and the understanding of aerodynamics was still very much in its infancy, Bruce. People looked at aircraft and tried to reverse the thinking to provide downforce rather than lift, or at least not even to provide downforce, but just to smooth the air around the car.
To make them slipstreamable, basically, to make it like an airliner in a straight line. But yeah, downforce was something that people like Jim Hall were considering at that stage, and other, geniuses at Chaparral and so on and so forth. And then, of course, BRM really almost got first down to ground effects. Didn't quite manage it, but Lotus took the credit for that one. But that was the first time in Formula One. Of course, that still remains the thing that most people look at. But many, many clever ideas are not very peak. But yeah, no, it was sticking little bits of ribbon on cars and taking a look at them, and then sticking
wool strips. Yeah,
they used to use oil tracers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, much this they do with, it's called the brand name now. They use the brand name of Flovis.
Yeah.
But that that they still use that in Formula One and FP1, and I do like the fact that with all of the technology that we've got nowadays and all of the simulations, both in wind tunnel work, with those big aero rakes that you see, all the pitot tubes everywhere that measure the air pressure changes, full-sized, 50 or 60% models, and sometimes full-size one-to-one models in wind tunnels, and we're still basically spraying a paraffin-based substance on Formula One cars to see where it ends up.
There's a certain madness, but I'll just posit this little question to you. Before we had computers and understanding of airflow, we produced beautiful road cars. The irony there, you look at the supercars of today, and I really don't see anything beautiful at all. They're all about making the difference between 224 and 227 miles an hour that nobody is ever going to achieve. I might feel like an old fool here, but I think cars should be beautiful, because most of the time you are not doing too.
And what about beautiful Formula One cars? Well, they certainly aren't that anymore.
You paint all the Formula One cars black, could you tell them apart?
Absolutely not.
Well, thank goodness.
Only Piola, the technical drawing.
God, sure.
Yeah, sure.
And he designed the Mezzario, so.
Yeah.
and the thing about that is there's two reasons for that. One about aerodynamic efficiencies, and the other is because the rules are so proscriptive. It's effectively a spec class, particularly with the engine regs. I once had the opportunity to look at some engine parts from the then three major manufacturers of engines, and I'm not saying that one would fit in the other, but I couldn't tell them apart.
And they all pretty well use. I was reading an article by the great Peter Stevenson yesterday. They're all using the same CAD-CAM program, except one team, apparently, he said. So it comes out the same solution.
But road cars are the same, and bear in mind, as we go back to still under full course yellow. Bear in mind, we're talking about all of the cars that are on track now, all of the 56 cars. They were built as road cars, high performance road cars, prestige road cars, halo cars, you might call them nowadays, but they're all built as road cars. And they had to have something about them that made them stand out from the opposition. And so people, Jaguars had a particular look to them, whether it was the E-types or whether it was the four-door Jaguars. Sir William Lyons always liked to be able to see the top of the seats over the top of the window line.
Yeah.
Various different things, and you would say, even looking at a tiny portion of cars, you'd say, well, I know what that is. That's an Aston Martin, and that's a Jaguar. And that gave cars personalities, and it brought people to a particular look. Because there's so much computer design on cars nowadays, and safety regulations as well, I accept that too, the ability to do something massively different has really been taken away from car designers. And I love talking to car designers now for some of the more niche manufacturers, so the people like Aston Martin, for example, and their design team are great to talk to. They do really clever things with negative space to change the way the light falls on panels, to make them look like something that you couldn't probably do. And I really like that idea of how can we get around this to make our cars look distinctively different. Some of the latest Ferraris, I think, have gone right back to their design, basically go back to their design CV and start to go, well, that's obviously a Ferrari.
It has to be a distinctive thing that's a
Totally
Ferrari.
agree.
There was a little word game you can play. It's been out for about 5 years, maybe. Look, Wordle.
Yes.
Okay? I don't play that, but I was told there's one called Cardle, and they would just show you a part of a car, and you had to guess which manufacturer.
Brilliant.
But it's in cars for the last 10 years. If they did one from the 60s and 70s, as a boy who digested the Observer Book of Cars every year, you know, I know full well that was an Austin Maxi wing mirror or whatever.
Yes.
We need
Mind you,
those
wouldn't have
things
been able to tell headlights apart because everybody used the 7-inch Lucas. Everybody. And then when it went to the square ones, it was, you know, first Hillman Avenger, HB Viva, some of the Fords all used exactly the same bits and pieces. We're back to green, by the way, gents.
Yeah. And John, they did all close up, actually, under that yellow. So they're all pretty close now, as Oliver Gallant, who's Olivier Gallant, proving a real hero today.
Yeah, he certainly has been quick before this year, but he's really earning his corn in these very wet conditions. And the light is, you know, the cameras would pick it up around the circuit, but it's properly dark out there. Add in the factor of all the spray. So Christophe Van Riet in second place is getting a massive faceful of all that spray, but it's only from one car. Everybody else behind has got an extra amount of spray thrown on them, and that's Jonathan Mitchell in the leading Jaguar, who's in third place overall. Remember, he started on pole position, but just doesn't have the grunt of those Cobras. The 289 Cobra, so much more horsepower than the Jaguar, much less aerodynamic, but it's about how they're going to work their cars to the conditions as they change.
And by the way, just going back to design, if we're talking about Aston Martin, I've got to mention Marek Reichman.
Oh, yes.
Who actually, his degree was in industrial design from Middlesbrough University, although he ended up going to the Royal College of Art, I think, as a student, one of the first Land Rover students there. He's also a racer. He races Clubmans, and how he folds himself into that, because he's another tall lad as well. But his influence on, I suppose, the first big project that people know him for was Aston Martin 177.
Near the front back from about third position. It's not Jonathan Mitchell, no. It's an E-Type has gone around on the exit of Speaker's Corner and has got going again, but lost about 3 or 4 places. Flashing lights at the side of the circuit. I couldn't quite work out what that was. So just to tell you, the conditions are very, very difficult. The light isn't falling, it's fallen. The only light around the circuit is from these headlights, but it looks as though the first handful of cars are okay. Trying to work out who went for a spin, but they were very fortunate. Nobody was that close behind them, because at that point, you're going downhill, the track's wet, you need to turn to the left.
Bless you, Andrew. The number 101. Well, actually, we haven't got a 101. We haven't got a 101 because they haven't got the transponder. It's okay, there it is, just popped up. Bas Janssen in the 101 Shelby Cobra. The team at Alcamel working overtime in this race. They do have a backup system, so that car is on the timing screen. And another smart move for my money, sorry, Bruce. From Peter Auto, I work a lot with Alcamel, both in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans, and in a couple of other championships as well. And their timing solutions are superb. And I should say, you can follow along actually as well. So I should have said this earlier on today. My apologies for leaving you in the dark. I suspect many of you will have known this anyway. livetiming.alcamelsystems.com /Peter Auto Racing. If you just look up Alcamel, ALKAMEL Peter Auto, then you will be able to see what we're saying. You get split times. There's also, if you get the page up just above the time remaining, to the left of the name of the race, there's a little 3-bar gate. If you click on that, you can get what my American colleagues call the dancing ants, which is the tracker. And the results from earlier on today as well. It's all there for you, thanks to the joys of the internet and our colleagues at Alcamel Systems.
Right, it's very, very tight at the front of the field, John. The second lap after release, and Olivier Gallant is leading by just half a second from Christophe Van Riet. It's Shelby Cobra from Shelby Cobra, then Jonathan Mitchell and the recovering John Minshaw, who had that really unusual spin, the point where they are right now, which is at the bottom of the slope at Eau Rouge before it goes up to Radion. So it's closing up at the front.
And Minshaw's just put the fastest lap of the race in of anybody, 3:16.6. 3:16.0, excuse me.
Mitchell won this race last year here, actually. Yeah.
Actually, I say that. No, that's a fastest class lap because Gallant's done a 3:13.3. Wow.
Yeah, but after this safety car, we've got the top 7 cars covered by 8.5 seconds, going down to Maxime Guina in the number 51 Shelby Cobra. So at the moment, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Shelby Cobras in the top 7, 3 Jaguars. The Jaguars are 3rd, 4th and 5th. John Mitchell, John Minshaw, James Thorpe.
So the race was in the dry last year.
It was, yeah.
And Mitchell is 20 seconds slower.
Yeah, we got to about here last year before the rain came down in buckets.
Yeah.
And eventually I think about 10ish, it was decided that it wasn't going to happen for the rest of the night. We came back. We had a beautiful day on Sunday and had great racing. So, Andrew, you were telling us earlier on about Le Mans and you being dispatched to Le Mans in the mid-60s by Motoring News, and a slightly gumpy ARM went to Le Mans because it wasn't single-seaters and Formula One. So were you then, did that make you become more aware of this type of sports car racing for these type of cars, or was it just the Le Mans and the there wasn't a World Championship in those days, but the 1,000-kilometre races?
No, I was used to seeing cars like this race at Mallory Park and Alton Park. I was covering Cub races since I was a teenager.
Right.
So I was 16, I was right about racing. No, the thing about going to Le Mans was there were some quite big names in it, obviously. Jochen Rindt won that first year, and Graham Hill were there, and so on. For me, Formula One was the actual pinnacle, and I was doing Formula 2 at the time, so I was pushing to try and be the Formula 1 reporter, which subsequently happened. But I was just taken up by the whole majesty of the circuit, when people forget what a great circuit is, and the atmosphere of the whole place. I loved it then, and I love it now.
So when you were watching club racing, were you watching some of these types of cars?
E-Type, particularly a bloke called Dick Prothero was in a car like this who won a lot of races at Mallory. And I mean, obviously, E-Type's like that Graham Hill raced. He was one of the main drivers. John Coombs was one of the main guys. Coombs
Jaguars, he ran them.
But he ran them for Grand Prix drivers in support races, So, yeah.
Right, I just want...
but I mean,
And what else was racing that we haven't got here? We see the Shelbys and the Jaguars a go-go, because those are the those are the glory cars. They tune very well, they run well nowadays. But what were the oddities that were running with them?
We never had as many as this.
No.
So so there was lots of classes. So there would be a Lance, and then there'd be another class with lots of little cars like the GSM Delta. Everybody remember that? The Divas, the Turners, the Sprites, nearly all with 1-litre engines in. And I actually, very early on, I was helping run a Turner in that class. I remember going to Silverstone, and here's a little Turner going round, and every about 5 laps, it was lapped by a GTO driven by Graham Hill,
Yeah. There were always multi-class racing then?
Multi-class racing, yeah.
See, I love that. You can only learn multi-class, Bruce, by driving and watching multi-class. I think you only learn that 3D thinking of multi-class racing if you're doing it.
It becomes 4D thinking when you're in conditions like this.
Oh, certainly
dark, rainy, tricky circuit. I just want to wave the flag. We talked already about the top car that wasn't a Shelby Cobra or a Jaguar E-Type, and it was 15th. It fell down the order a bit, but Alexis Graf von Wedel, 11th overall at the moment, nimble, and he's balancing it so well, way down in the horsepower stakes. But what he has, he can put down, because we were talking earlier about the 26R Lotus Sedan. It became stiff enough to be nimble and go where the drivers wanted to go. The AC Cobra, the Shelby Cobra, has always been a rather harder car to drive, and number 76, one of the Cobras, just got its nose pointing the wall, and that's also the wall on the inside.
Yeah, we've all done that.
Dinked away.
Am I right that it's got some strange rear suspension system with a leaf spring or something?
On the Cobra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a very strange setup, I know that. Or maybe it's the front. There's a leaf spring across the front or something like that.
Pit lane.
Oh, there. Pit lane.
Jaguar number
83.
83, the ubiquitous red E-Type 3.8. That's Pascal Rapaling's car from 1963. I talked with Carroll Shelby some years ago on Radio Le Mans, and I found the tape the other day. He and Phil Hill came into the studio, and I must actually, it's on cassette tape, and I must actually get it digitised. He was talking about the development of the Cobra, and I'm guessing it was probably around about maybe 92, so that would have been an anniversary of Phil Hill winning the race, of course, because he won it in 62, which was I think the last front engine car to win. Yes, it would have been. And Carl Shelby was talking about the development of the Cobra and how they had to change things as tyre technology changed, and Firestone in particular, who were doing the tyres. Obviously, cross-ply tyres in those days, but the wheels got wider, so the bodywork had to go over the wheels, and they got wider and wider. And Phil Hill was talking about driving them in the Mille Miglia on public roads, and they were nigh on undrivable on public roads because the public roads weren't smooth enough, and they were going from rut to rut.
Yeah, and your
moving
contact
around.
patch wasn't what was required. I think it was about 92. Was that around the time of the Autosport International show, do you think? Because I had to host a dinner, it was thrown to me, and Carroll Shelby had endless heart problems.
Yes.
That's why he used to race with a nitroglycerine.
Yeah. Well, in fact, he gave me a penknife with the Cobra, which was part of the
Adam Brooks heart plant.
He started a foundation, didn't he?
And he came over, and that dinner, I'll just talk about a cast of stars. You mentioned John Coombs. He was there. Tony Brooks was there. Roy Salvadori was there. Tony Brooks was there. Nigel Roebuck, Formula One writer, was there, and Carroll Shelby. But the real tennis match, I will lob a big story your way, you'll go the other way, was Carroll to Roy, with the ever-polite Tony Brooks trying to sort of administer and referee and umpire it. It was epic. I wish that I have lost that tape.
No.
But frankly, you didn't know where to point your recorder because the stories were coming from all angles. But they raced in just phenomenal times. And Carroll Shelby, always a twinkle in his eye as he told a story.
He loved it, didn't he?
He did.
Chicken
when
farmer.
He won Le Mans for Aston Martin in 1959. I think the bit he enjoyed most of all after the race, when they drove the car back up the pit lane, was grabbing David Brown of Aston Martin, who changed into a suit for the celebrations, and putting him alongside him in the car, knowing full well oil was slopping around, and his very smart summer suit was never going to be the same again.
Well, we've got a Lotus deciding to take the old circuit there, and heading off down towards Burnville.
That's the Stephen Bond Cliff Gray car, number 85, but if there's an escape road, you've got a problem, you use it. And again, trying to get the braking done. Of course, the original circuit, as you said, John, crested the hill, then arced to the left, and then that long right-hander. If ever you get to Spa-Francorchamps, you're doing well.
Drive it.
But you're doing far, far better. Oh dear, the Morgan SLR is off the gravel on the exit of La Source.
Callum's not going to get a run unless they can drag it out of there.
It'll be dragged
Simon
out
Arabi Gann, who's running 4th in class at the time in the GT3 class, so going very well indeed. And this is a car that somehow, they said they've done something to it this weekend, and it's just in the dry, admittedly, a whole lot faster. But the conditions are such that at any point, any of these drivers could just have a little bit of a twitch, and it becomes a much, much bigger one.
And that's a full course yellow, so that's going to give them about 5 minutes to get that car out of there without it losing a lap, depending on where the leaders are. You'll notice that had a British registration number, 3 numbers and 3 letters. That changed in 1961 to have a letter suffix. So you had ABR 123A.
My Mini was WCH 852.
So that was a pre-61, 61 car.
I did manage to roll it. Well, actually, I somersaulted it.
Excellent.
My mother wasn't pleased.
No.
Just talking about Le Mans and the Magic again, as we were. One of the things that I witnessed that you guys, I'm not sure about Bruce, was the Le Mans start.
Yes.
And it was extraordinary because the place went completely silent. And you could hear their feet. When they started to run, you could hear that noise of their feet on the tarmac, and then they jumped into the cars.
So the last year that they did the run across the track, Jackie Hicks didn't run. He walked and bolted himself in and started off pretty much dead last. And the next year they still lined up in echelon, but with the drivers in the car.
Yes.
But wasn't there an accident on? There had been an accident the previous year that someone had lost their life. Yes.
That was a huge accident.
Fatal accident.
Yeah,
Yes.
in the 917, yeah.
Yeah. And
He nearly completed the lap as well. He was around at Maison Blanche, where
but he wasn't belted in properly, was he?
No. And it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, Jackie Hicks made that. He's not given enough credit for that. Everybody remembers his 5 wins, and Mr. Le Mans, rightly so. He was at the opening of the WRT, the W Racing Team, new premises, a couple of weeks ago that I was at, and still looks as sprightly as ever.
Oh,
Still with a twinkle in his
all
eye.
the lucky genes.
For every pretty lady that was there, fantastic. He's just brilliant. And he picked up the microphone to have a chat, and he talked about things that we've been talking about here, about the people, the passion, the enthusiasm, and all the technology in the world means nothing without the people. And you could have heard, there was probably a couple of hundred people there, and you could have heard a pin drop. You were hearing people breathing. There's another car.
It's SLR, but up at La Source, they've got it sort of towards the back of the gravel, but it's pointing. The front is pointing towards the black stuff, the track. That could be quite good news.
I really think that Jackie Hicks should be given more credit, because he, along with Sir Jackie Stewart, were people who were voices in the wilderness for safety in those days.
And
I still think
they were castigated.
Oh, they were.
Particularly
Jackie particularly, yeah.
But it was here, or more to the point, in the valley next door, that Jackie Stewart found himself dangling upside down in a car with fuel streaming over him, and thereafter he said, I will always have a spanner in the car to remove the steering wheel. He was trapped by that.
More quick release steering wheels in those days.
That does focus the mind somewhat. He was thinking 3, 2, 1, boom. No, the boom didn't come.
How come we've not got a straight or a virage, I nearly said that, a corner named after Sir Jackie in the UK? There's
not a corner good enough.
Ah, okay.
Well
That's
done.
my suggestion. That's quite politically correct, is it?
I like that.
It's because I think,
there's a
what he did.
grandstand at Watkins Glen named after him.
I tell you what, there probably is one named after him at Albert Park Circuit in Australia. They named their corners by the stands around them. So it was the Champions and the Alan Joneses, but Jackie's surely worth a shout.
And doing great work as well for racing for dementia. Lady Helen, sadly, suffering from dementia, and Jackie throwing all of his weight behind that, and that is a tremendous cause for.
And he has made a prodigious difference, not just as a different voice for it. It comes from a different angle, but he's brought a lot of people who work in research that he's taken to Formula One teams. He's just trying to find ways to advance their rate of discovery as they search for the cure that so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions around the world will be seeking. But he is making a difference, and as ever with Jackie, he throws himself in wholeheartedly.
I don't think we've had a mention yet from the man in ninth place, the British driver, Lee Mole, who's he's raced
a TVR racer.
Yeah, but raced a lot of classic Team Lotus cars since then. I think he involved in the British Touring Car Championship as well. But Lee's having a good run in that number, is it 190 or 180, that car?
180.
180, yeah.
Again, just that's another, the Jaguars in this field.
And we are back to Greg.
But he's sharing that car with Phil Keane.
That should be all right then.
Yeah.
Right, if you just joined us, this is
Stig number 3, was
this
he?
exactly, I think it's like the 60s endurance race. It's 2 hours. It started in drizzle and falling light. It's now properly dark and it's still drizzling, but good news is the Morgan SLR probably lost about a couple of laps. He's finally out of the gravel up at La Source and gets going again down the hill past the endurance pit. So maybe Callum Lockie will get to do the second half of the race.
Simon Ore began in that car, and he's actually, I think he's only 1 lap off the lead.
Okay.
He's not dead last of the runners. The Bitserini's running again. The 5300 car, that's the number 50. And that is 9 laps down. We've also lost the number 3 Yves Shimama Daytona Coupe, and in the pits at the moment, Bart Westman in his Porsche 2 litre from 1965, and 2 Jaguar E-types, the number 83 Pascal Rapalino and Xavi Gallant in the Jaguar.
Yeah, that's the brother of Olivier.
Yes.
So a race leader is having a better run than brother Xavier. So, right. Still full course yellow. Pit window opens in just under 3 minutes.
No, green flag.
Oh, but gone to green, sorry.
Yellow flag at turn 10.
Timing screen. Yellow flag at turn 10. Looking at a distance at a timing screen can sometimes your eyes begin to fail. But up front, it's Olivier Galin, and very, very hard on his tail, Christophe Van Riet, who's a real circuit expert. Sue Shelby-Cobra is absolutely on tiptoes.
And Minshaw's gone past Mitchell. So the battle of the E-types, yes.
So that is third, and that was actually the lead in GT4 as well, Andrew.
Yeah.
Third overall in the lead in GT4, and Van Riet has gone to the lead. Gallant down to second. Now, was that traffic influenced? But the Shelby Cobra, the 289, number 55, now in the lead of the motor race, and that is the GT5 battle. So two pairs of similar cars, actually identical cars in terms of the two Jaguars, but the Shelby Cobra at 289 versus the Daytona Coupe, battling for the GT5 in the overall lead, and John Minshaw and Jonathan Mitchell in the two Jaguar E-types, both the 3.8s, straight six, of course, from 1965.
And again, just going back to the best place,
Lotus
Elan, Alexis Graf von Wedel is now up into 7th place overall. He advances some more. He's just ahead of Lee Mole, actually about 5 seconds clear, so he's stretching his way.
But we have gone full course yellow again, and I can't tell you why. We didn't get a note of somebody falling off the track there. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you in this Saturday evening, just coming up to 8 o'clock in the UK. It's coming up to 9 Central European summertime, or wherever you are in the world. The beauty of this international coverage is that you could be joining us from everywhere, anywhere. Take us with you if you so desire. I'm delighted to have you on board, and we'll be doing it again tomorrow from 9:30 local time here in the Ardennes.
The yellow flag is someone who's gone off at Fagnes.
Right.
Fagnes in or Fagnes out. The yellow flags are down there. Probably one of the easiest corners on the circuit to get wrong, I always feel, when I go around it, because you arrive, you always carry too much speed. You have to carry less speed than you can imagine. But again, great flow on this circuit. But flow at the moment is actually just the flow of the water down from the middle of the crown of the circuit to the edge.
And it's the James Thorpe and Phil Quaife Jaguar E-Type, the lighter coloured 43 car, which was running well at one stage. So I'm not sure if that is a technical problem or whether there was some traffic involved. But that car will be being recovered and pointed back in the right direction. Code 60, I was going to say full course yellow. Again, think of this as a virtual safety car. That's what it would be called in other forms of racing. And basically, everyone slows down to either 60 or 80 kilometres an hour, depending on the series and the cars involved. And there's no overtaking, of course, unless there's a stricken car. And in theory, nobody should lose and nobody should gain. The key thing here, and I'm pretty certain that none of these cars have got car to pits radio, the key thing here is having your wits about you for when the full course yellow is removed. It'll be counted down by race control to the marshal's post so that they all pull in the flags, and there'll be somebody standing behind the two marshals who've got the FCY board and the slowly waved or held stationary yellow, but then behind them there'll be somebody with a green. And the ideal is that all around the track at exactly the same point, the board and the flag are withdrawn and the green flag goes out at the same time. Now, in practice, that is not going to be the exact same instance. But the other thing is, you have got to be so on the money and ready to go. And it's not as if you're getting a countdown from your team, saying the World Endurance Championship or the GT3s or in SRO that'll be here for the CrowdStrike 24 hours in the end of June. Then you'll have your team engineer counting you down, end of full course yellow in, and they will count you down. And even if you can't see a flag or a board, when he says 0, you put your foot down, because if you don't, you'll lose positions.
Yeah, and in among all of that, it's also how late do you leave your pit stop? Is it going to stay full course yellow? How long is that going to take? Can you get in? And already 10 drivers are under investigation for pit stop infringements, and a good half dozen, no, in fact, pretty much 10 of them have already picked up penalties.
Oh my goodness me.
I mean, it's hard enough out there in these weather conditions. The light darker and darker, but There's so many things over which to trip, but we're still waiting for a lot of the front runners to make their stops, of course. But Christophe Van Riet, he worked really hard to hunt down Olivier Galland and managed to make the move. There was a little bit of traffic. He managed to use it to good effect around Les Combes. But again, you know, sometimes fortune favours the brave, and sometimes it makes you look an awful fool. But you do have to cut in these conditions. Other drivers a fair degree of margin.
Now, we are having to refuel these cars for this, and I now see on the screen there is fuel pump is free. So, do I presume, like when we had Preventic here a few months ago, that the fueling is being done outside of the pit lane? Now, in Preventic, they used the endurance pit lane, and then at the end of the endurance pit lane, you turned left, went into a fuel station, and then doubled back around, and then went out of the endurance pit lane, out through effectively alongside the track, and rejoined just over from Radio.
So many things to think about.
I did not ask that question earlier because I did not think it would be pertinent.
Pit window is open. Closes is a nice, generous pit window. It closes 26.5 minutes, but over, around and around, pointing the right way at the end of it. The number 5 AC Cobra going for a real whipper there, and that's Alexis de Beaumont, who's driven well already today. He was out in the Gentleman's Challenge.
Talking of an Alexis, obviously Von Wedel, his first name is Alexis. He's driving with his brother. He's called Lando.
I thought that would make your ears prick up when you work you down the list. Or Lando for long, presumably.
Yeah, presumably.
The number 5 Cobra, we mentioned Alexis de Beaumont, unfortunately sitting just in the gravel.
I
but
think he might get that out.
But I was about to say not sitting low in the gravel.
It's not.
And it's up at Les Combes, but it's...
might detect a slight jauntiness in the angle of the left rear wheel.
It's got a bit of lock on.
No, the rear wheel, Andrew, looks to be slightly closer.
Well, he doesn't seem to be trying to fire it up, does he?
Now, does it get a clout as he goes over the curb? Possibly.
Still turning there.
Yeah, it's still turning. It just seems to be, I think it's just an optical illusion with the colour of the wheel. We will, I'm pretty certain, go back to full course yellow here.
Right, bear in mind a handful of cars, about 3 of in the top 15 had come in. The pit window had opened, they have come in.
Yeah.
Frederick Wakeman in his Shelby Cobra, Bram Bontrub, Maxime Grinard, all in the Cobras had come in.
And also Mark Drain, one of the Lotus 26.
Yes.
Lotus Elan. So that could be a masterstroke, but it depends how long.
And here's the full course yellow.
Lasts.
Here comes the full course yellow in 20 seconds. Well, obviously the pit is open. You lose. Well, now, I was going to say, do you lose less time doing your pit stop under full course yellow? But in the supplementary regs, does it extend if it's a full course yellow? And
good question, yeah.
And that I don't know.
I think you'd have to
weighty tool.
Yeah.
Full course yellow is now out. Mark Drain got in about 30 seconds before full course yellow was called, and so did about another 30 seconds before that.
I think Nicholas Ditting got in, and Alexis von Graaf in that Lotus Van class leading car, leading GT2.
Jerome Puig as well.
Of course, we got Nigel Greenshaw to get in a Spears car, but I wonder if they're going to make 2 pit stops. Obviously,
for fuel, maybe.
Yeah, but obviously Greenshaw can't get in the car yet because he's got to do over half. So I just wonder if he'll do a medium stint of just about an hour, just under an hour, and then put Spears will go back in the car. I'll be interested to see. It's up to 8th now. Could be still competitive by the end, that car.
So full course yellow freezes the field. Now, in some ways, if you've got your less confident driver in here at this point, and some of your competitors have decided to put their gun driver in at the beginning, then this is good news because everybody's driving at the same speed. I can drive at the same speed as Olivier Galland or Christophe Henry's here because it's under full course yellow. So you're not losing, you're not gaining anything, but neither are you losing anything. And we seem to have had a slew of drivers. No, still just those 3 in the top 10. For a moment there, I thought I saw the pit lane marker against. We can't see the pit lane in here. We're in the endurance paddock area in our spacious Global Broadcast Centre this weekend.
We have a window, but we can't quite see.
We can see
we can see our own reflections, effectively.
Yes.
It's so dark outside.
We can see the Parc Fermé. Big weekend of motorsport.
The biggest weekend of the year, always this one, isn't it?
It is. There's so much going on.
One of the biggest classic weekends. Obviously, the biggest race in America, and
the Monaco Grand Prix.
The Monaco Grand Prix.
And the qualifiers at the Nürburgring, which are just coming to an end in half an hour's time. There's another race there tomorrow. Top qualifying at 9:30 European time, and then another 4-hour race. The Misano 12 hours will be.
I just got in the pits then.
Hello to those of you who are perhaps joining us from watching that today. Kyle Tilley will be dashing straight from that, getting on a plane and getting here, or getting in a car rather, and getting here this evening. Now, this is the start of the dash for the pits now.
Well, Gallant just went in, I think.
Well, let's have our timing not reflecting that. So let's see if it was further down the field.
Yeah, it might have been. Well, it was certainly one of the lead cars dived in.
There's a whole bunch of cars coming from the mid-pack and on down. So Olivier Beato, Olivier Meurens, Damien Kohler, Luc-Pierre Verquin, all diving into the pit lane. The leader at the moment is just coming up to Eau Rouge. Or coming down to Eau Rouge, I should say.
Yeah, you're right, John. The timing not showing Gallant in.
Yeah,
as I caught it out of the corner of my eye, so
I'm pretty certain that he's still leading the field. Let me just get the.
Yeah, I think it was another of the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Certainly, it was that body shape, but again, getting harder and harder as the light dwindles to pick them out. And you do have to sort of tip your hat to the camera crews out around the circuit as they're trying to pick out which of the headlights, particularly when they're about to do some lapping, are the ones they need to get their focus onto. It's cool, it's wet, it's dark. Hey, but it's Spa-Francorchamps. Great meeting, but I really do think they do a phenomenal job when it gets dark.
Yeah, agreed that. 60th Classic race coming up to half distance. And we're waiting for this clearance. No, we've gone back green. So we have gone back green.
Right, and anybody caught sitting in the pits is now suffering. If they'd come in the lap before, they would have found an advantage. But a lot of our front runners have not come in, including those 2 Shelby Cobras at the front of the field. Christophe Van Riet and then the Daytona Coupe version of long-time leader Olivier Galland. But just another second and a half further back come the best place of the Jaguar E-Types, John Minshaw, who overtook Jonathan Mitchell not so long ago. They're 3rd and 4th.
Drivers, the team's been reminded to tell their drivers that they must unfasten their safety belts when they are being refueled. So they are using the fuel station. So, and there's the reason for that sounds a little bit clumsy, but the reason for that is it means there's no fueling in the pit lane. That means the teams don't have to wear fireproofs. It cuts down on a lot of costs. Of course, anybody who's doing the fueling is fine. Also means people can wear shorts in the pit lane and T-shirts or hoodies or whatever.
That's interesting. That 56 car, that's Phil and Sterling Molachek, who bought that car from America. Huge. The family's got a big collection of Fords, actually. The Molachek family have collected Fords for a long time.
Yeah, classic colours with the red and white racing stripe over the middle of the car.
I think Phil is the dad, I think, and he's having his shoes wiped.
Right off, yeah.
And also just body folded, because when you get the door opening on a Cobra Daytona Coupe, and indeed a regular Shelby Cobra, there's not a lot of door to get in between.
That's
if
a
you're
very good point.
longer of frame, you've got to almost have an extra joint.
So that's a former Joe Schlesser car.
Replica. Écurie Ford France with André Simons, the other driver. But, you know, again, it wasn't just American teams running these cars at Le Mans. You looked around to see what you could do.
There's a car that Carl Jones had raced.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones joined Alexis de Beaumont. I think it was Alexis at the wheel when it had its problem. Number 27 E-Type is in as well. That's Didier Robin and Arnold Robin, who do a lot of racing. And the third name is Maxime Robin, who race a lot of GT3s these days.
Yeah.
Family from Le Mans.
Yeah,
Sort of motive sort of picture there in the gloom. And
it was Chuck Dressing, our longtime colleague from the US and on Radio Le Mans, who said of Le Mans in those early mornings where it was slightly misty, that it was maniacs driving at 250 miles an hour through an impressionist painting.
Yeah, beautiful.
I always thought that was beautiful imagery that Charles conjured up, and it's quite similar to that now. We are verging on art in terms of the pictures that we're seeing now, the mist and the water vapor from the tyres, which are very good at throwing up spray. That's what they're meant to do, but that's hanging in the air and just softening the focus slightly.
I'd be interested to see some of there's quite a lot of British photographers here, aren't there, this weekend?
A lot.
And I'm interested to see some of their best works, because I think we could have some very beautiful
But some of them, we're not talking half light, we're not even talking quarter light here. But the shot we just been treated to see of an Elan, and it separated it for the entirety of the meeting. It was the mechanics, it was the driver, and the driver who was getting on board.
Yeah.
Nobody else. And just the light was picked out on the driver's helmet. It really was a vignette, but only the very best photographers and camera crews picked those out, and I really do applaud them for it.
Our camera operators that work in motorsport are, I think, about the best in any sport, and they all love it. And it doesn't matter whether it's the guys from NASCAR Productions that we'll be talking about in the rest of the IMSA season, or when we get to Le Mans for the next major race, back for the Peter Auto Classic at Dijon-Prenois, which we've been talking about. Incredibly, dear viewer, my colleague here, Bruce Jones, has never seen motor racing at Dijon.
Well, he's going to enjoy it.
Just not in the flesh.
Not on the telly, yeah.
Sometimes circuits just escape you. And I was saying to you the other day that Paul Ricard, I should have been there many times, never had until about 6 years ago. That first year I went 3 times.
Yes.
But, you know, it just depends what championships you're covering, or if you're stuck behind the editor's desk, as I was at Autosport, you didn't get out as much as you wanted. But that's long, long behind me. But I love going to circuits I haven't been to before.
Moved up to 4th place now, Erwin France. I think 2 brothers in that car. And
Number 70.
He's been a front runner of this series in the past. He's definitely been on the podium. So, and you notice the Spears Greensell car now is 5th, and Nigel's not in it yet.
So we're going to have a couple of guests coming through. We'll do them one at a time. Hello, gents. How are we? We'll try and get you in here, spread some of the love. So just under halfway through this one, Bruce, and whilst we get our guests settled, you can do a little bit of a rundown.
So Olivier Galland leading the way, but we're waiting for a host of runners to come in and make their pit stops. The pit window's still got plenty of time open. We've still got 13, 14 minutes remaining, but do not slip up. Do not stay out too long. Do not get caught by another full course yellow and find your laps taking longer than you require to get round to the pit entrance. But right, Olivier Galland leading in his Shelby Cobra. This is the Cobra Daytona Coupe, the number 6 that was the leader. It was overtaken not so long ago. The car that caught and passed him, Christophe Van Riet, has just pitted, as has Lee Mole in his Jaguar E-Type. So now we've got the Jaguar E-Types of John Minshaw and Jonathan Mitchell up to 2nd and 3rd positions. They're running in a different class to the front runner, Olivier Galland, leading the race GT5, but then the GT4 class is for the 2nd and 3rd place car. Erwin France picking his way up the order, and John Spires, who'll be coming in at some point. He's already done a pit stop. We've got to wait for Nigel Greensall to take over the number 126 Jaguar E-Type. And still, we've got a Lotus in the top 10, but it's now number 124, 8th place overall. And that is even Peter Ivanov, who's sharing with Ed Morris. So again, we've got a mixture, but a lot of the runners have got into the top 10 because they have not pitted. But basically, it still remains a battle between the AC Cobras, the Shelby Cobras, and the Jaguar E-Types. But how it crumbles and how the second driver in these pairings can perform, because they're going out and it's entirely dark, slightly wet.
Robert Westerman joins us. How are you, sir?
Thank you for having me. Doing on one side okay, other one we just dropped out of the race, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Yeah, my brother was driving, and I think a gear linkage went wrong.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Because he had to start right down at the back of the order. Why was that?
I actually don't know.
Oh, okay. Just to give him a challenge, maybe.
No, we did okay in the qualifying, but it was dry, and then we're heavily underpowered with a 2-liter. But luckily it was wet, so he went right up the order. He went from 59 or 56 to 37, and then I just saw him tumbling down. I checked the live stream we have in the car, and he was unfortunately out.
That is the one thing on that car that everybody tells me is, shifting it when you're going in a straight line, the gear linkage can be a bit weird.
Especially in the wet, if you're heavy on the braking and the car's a little bit loose, and then it's so easy to miss the gear, and then it tries to go into 2 gears at once, and that'll mess something up.
Was this the same car that was running in the 2-liter Cup?
Yes,
it's already one race in the Porsche 2-liter Cup.
Yeah,
great field of cars.
It was
and he went well as well.
Yeah, we won we won the gentleman class, and we were 3rd overall. We didn't expect it in our debut. It was the first time here.
Tell me why you chose to come into that category and indeed into the Peter Auto Classic family, and welcome to the family, by the way.
Well, thank you, and I think family is the word we're going for, because it was our father's car. So I'm driving with my brother. He was racing this car late 80s, early 90s. So
really? Great.
Yeah, so we have memories of being here in Spa, early 90s, with him racing this car at 6 hours and other races.
Wow, that is sheer quality. Is it in the same spec as it was when your dad was racing it?
No.
I was going to say it.
He was doing 2.5 liters with Webers, and he was going really quick. So, and we talked to James Turner from we've known him for quite some time now, and he said, "Well, you got to do 2-liter Cup.
Yeah,
you got to do it."
So back down to 2-liter with a 6-cylinder engine on Solexes.
Yep.
Instead, you run the Aramco fuel.
Yep.
And the control tire as well, the Avon control tire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I noticed in the dry we were way oversteer, more oversteered than the other cars, because we were running the original little Coney dampers. They're like bicycle dampers, but they were perfect in the wet, because all the people with the stiff dampers they couldn't touch the curbs, and we just went and we were flying. I did not expect the result we had.
So you haven't had a chance to get out here in this weather. Are you happy about that or sad?
Yeah, a little bit sad, because when I see my brother flying through the order, and he might not like this, but I'm a little bit quicker, so I was thinking,
no,
yeah.
You know what? I was talking to him earlier. He said he was quicker than you.
You were talking to someone else now.
Actually, he had to be quick at the end, because another pesky Dutch driver was starting to catch him at the end. Jeroen Blekemolen was coming like a rocket.
He was actually flying, yeah. We know Jeroen as well for quite some time. He's known me as a kid. And I was looking at the timing like, oh, don't you dare, don't you dare.
So is that the end of the weekend for you, or have you got there's nothing else for you tomorrow?
No, that's it. So tomorrow we'll be here just spectating.
Yeah, good, because it's going to be a great day tomorrow as well. Starts a little bit earlier, we'll have it for you. So, out at Dijon, next one?
Fortunately not, no. Our next race will be Le Mans.
At Le Mans Classic?
Yes.
Well, we'll see you there then.
Oh, awesome.
Have you been there before?
Nope, first time as well. And it's one of those things coming together as well. So one of the main sponsors for Le Mans is State of Art. It's a clothing brand, and that was our father's company. So and then one more thing, it's at his birthday, so he'll be looking down. Yeah,
really?
He'll be looking down at us for sure.
That's very, very cool. In terms of the experience that you guys have. You could have gone racing elsewhere. You had the car, but obviously, contemporary racing not interesting for you, or?
We've been doing some BMW Cups. Nothing too spectacular. And this was so nostalgic, and just the opportunity that was presented with this car. you had to take it.
What had the car been doing then in the intervening years? So your dad was racing it.
It went up into storage somewhere, and we had to completely strip it and do everything again.
Right.
So it was collecting dust, unfortunately.
But you still had it. That was the key thing. So you had somewhere to start.
Yep, definitely. Yeah.
Sounds good. Who did the work on the car for you?
Yeah, it's Bas Auto Service. It's a small shop in the east of the Netherlands.
Right.
And he has a whole lot of experience in racing and rally service. He built Alfa Romeos and other engines. So he dove into this, and I couldn't be happier. We hear the stories from the guys from Tat Hill and from Historica and they're sometimes complaining about how fragile these engines can be. We got 30 hours on the engine now and no wear at all. So, yeah.
So after every event that you did Barcelona, didn't you?
No.
No, you didn't do Barcelona. So this is the first weekend.
Yeah.
So you've done a bit of testing, obviously.
Yeah, a month ago we were here. Yeah.
And so what? Yeah, you have a look down the plugs. You do a little bore scope. Have a look down there.
No, not
haven't even bothered done that.
No, we had to change the rear seal, main seal. It was leaking a bit, so we swapped that out. Did an oil change pretty much, and that's it.
Do you feel that you'll stay at this level, or do you fancy doing a bit more with other types of cars? I suppose the draw of your dad's car is very, very strong.
And it's so much fun. Yesterday during qualifying, I had the lap of my life. I knocked 2 seconds off my personal best here. Everything stuck. It was the last lap of the qualifying session. I was screaming like a little kid coming over the finish and seeing that lap timer do a 3:02. It was just...
3:02 is pretty impressive in a sub 200 horsepower car around here.
Yeah. Well, the quick guys were doing 3 flat, but for our first time out here, I was over the moon.
I think they'd better look out, hadn't they?
Well, I was going to say,
are here.
how user-friendly is that short wheelbase 2-litre car?
It's more friendly than you might think. If you look at the onboard, it looks wild. You steer right in the left corner and left in the right corner. But it's actually pretty forgiving. The car tells you really well what it wants to do, and if you steer in and the back comes out, you just floor it and it'll stay there. It doesn't go further. And it's so satisfying driving these cars quick.
And nothing's happening too fast for you, so it's not...
No.
Everybody talks about Porsches. I drive Porsches on the rear-ended Porsches on the roads, and everybody says, "Oh, but you can't push on in that because it'll just snap you." And that's not my experience at all. Now it's a short wheelbase car, so there's a little less of it, and you get that big rear engine polar moment of inertia, as we've got one of the Cobra Coupes of Pouhon.
Another one.
Yeah, in the darkness, but it's carried on, so no harm, no foul. We'll keep talking. But it seems like not slow motion as such, but it seems like everything's progressive. That was the word I was searching for.
Yeah, and in the wet, I never drove this car in the wet, so this morning I was a little bit anxious. Okay, what's going to happen? And it was even easier. It was so much fun.
So Le Mans.
Yeah.
Any more of the big races through the year?
Maybe. It's I've just become a dad, so I gotta.
Congratulations.
I gotta stay at home as well a little bit.
No, you've got to take after. You've got to take after Max Verstappen. You go straight to the next motor race.
Yeah.
Then you're on iRacing.
Send a
then you go Then you go testing at the Nürburgring. Then to another motor race.
Yeah, exactly.
Just tell your partner that. That's all you need to say. How did you find out about Peter Auto? And I mean, obviously you had the right car, the 2-litre Cup, but you could have gone and raced that elsewhere. So
yeah, it's also we have some friends racing with a Viper as well in the Le Mans series or in the Endurance Legends.
Yeah.
So they told us about Peter Auto. I've looked at it for years on the live streams and just the amount of ridiculous, insane, awesome cars that come to each event is it's breathtaking for enthusiasts like us.
I'll tell you now, savor the moment when you drive out of the Le Mans pit lane and you see the Dunlop Bridge in front of you for the first time. that is quite exceptional. I've only done it in a road car, and it is. But obviously, as you know, my life's revolved around Le Mans for a very long time, and that is something very, very special. Indeed.
We're gonna make it one hell of an experience, just camping in the middle of the track.
That's a proper way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Bruce, what's going on the track?
Well, just having a look, one person who's making a real charge, fastest lap of the race by about 2 to 3 seconds. Olivier Hart, the number 76 Shelby Cobra. There's no surprise there. He's working up the order. We've now got John Mitchell leading the race. Yes, he started from pole, but he has not pitted.
No, he's got 3 minutes left, so he's got to come in at the end of this lap.
So he will drop down. That should put Olivier Gallon back into the lead of the race, that number 6 Cobra. But bear in mind here, he's in the pits at the moment. So in fact, the car that Christophe Van Riet was driving ought to work its way back towards the front of the field. Remember, Gallon and Van Riet had that fantastic battle, and Christophe just managed to stick his nose in front before we got around to thinking about the pit stops in the middle of this 2-hour race.
I'm right in thinking there's no car to pits radio here, so this is old-fashioned pit boards.
Yep.
Yeah. Or do you discuss, and you have a lot of the guys have a timer on the steering wheel, or and you go, right, I'm going to drive for X amount of minutes.
I forgot to press it, so I was I turned it on when I saw the sign pit window open. So I figured, okay, if I press it now, I'm probably what was it, 35 minutes? So yeah, rookie mistake, I know.
That's all right, you're allowed. Thank you for being honest about that. That's brilliant. What's been the best part of this weekend so far? I mean, disappointment that you're not in this race, that you wanted to drive with your brother.
It was the moment I handed over the car to my brother. I figured, I didn't know where I was. I thought maybe P10, 9, I don't know. And then the mechanics were like, yeah, like, what? Yeah, okay, we're going out P4. It's like, P4? But it's because of the pit stops. No, all the pit stops are done. So then little nerves start to set in. I see my brother drop down one rank, and it starts to build, and he gets him back, and he's third, and it's 10 minutes left, and Jeroen Blekemolen is on the charge, and we start jumping, and he didn't know what he was driving as well. He was thinking P10 as well. So I was waiting for him at the end of the pit lane. He comes in, he thinks, okay, I did a good race, and he sees me jumping and screaming, and then he figured, well, something must have happened. So I jump in the car, I tell him P3 and P1 in class, and he loses it as well. That was such a nice moment to have.
And to stand on the podium.
Oh yeah.
Class.
Yeah, I'm still reeking of champagne.
That's fine. That's allowed, and that's exactly how it should be. You've had some great memories here, and you've honoured your dad and his car.
Yeah,
that's a good feeling.
Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't be happier. I'm all smiles ear to ear, probably till a few more days.
Well, try and come and find us at Le Mans. It'd be nice to see how your first Le Mans. I'm very envious of you driving a Porsche. Driving a Porsche at Le Mans is pretty special.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, the most successful manufacturer, going for that 20th overall win this year, all achieved since 1970, the overall wins, of course. And just incredible. A great story.
Yeah.
Proof that... What do you do in normal life away from racing?
Cars as well.
Right.
So we do everything from restoration to ceramic coating and PPF,
right.
And everything in between.
All right, and your brother works with you on that as well?
No. My brother is in the textile industry.
All right, so something completely different.
Completely different, but still a little bit in the family atmosphere. Yeah.
Because of the clothing company.
Yeah, but he's more on the the sustainability side.
All right, very cool. Well, proof that you can come into motor racing and have a really good time at a pretty high level. This is a pretty high level.
Yeah, definitely. I was feeling or waiting a little bit at the first laps, like what's going to happen, but everyone drives so well in the 2-liter Cup.
Yeah,
they're absolutely
very respectful as well.
Yes, it's fair racing, it's hard racing, but they do not shut the door at moments that you don't expect it.
Yeah,
and that's a good feeling. That gives you confidence.
Yeah, you're nodding and smiling there.
Well, I am, because just earlier when we had James Turner in here, he said I think it was the first race he did. It was coming out of Bruxelles. He said there were 6 cars around him. Or he was one of 6 cars. They were all taking different lines, and he just started laughing.
Inside the car, inside
the car. Just thinking, this is more fun than I knew I could ever have.
Yes.
Which is a good way of putting it.
Olivier Hart is just in the fastest lap of the race, a 3:08.3. That would suggest to me that despite the pitch darkness now, and it is dark, that there aren't any track lights here. This is not even like, well, where did we go? So Daytona, no, that's lit. Le Mans now has quite a lot of lighting in key places, not everywhere, but here is very, very dark indeed. And Hart at a 3:08.385, that is by far the fastest lap of any of the classes out there. The top 3 made it in before the pit lane closed by my reckoning.
Yeah, so Jonathan Mitchell will be the best place of those, but he could well be behind Olivier Hart by the time he gets his Jaguar E-Type back on the track. Abraham Bontrup started the Hart Cobra. That's car number 76. It's going to be quite tight, but John Mitchell has driven very well indeed. Doesn't have the grunt of the Cobras, but he's kept it neat, kept it tidy in really tricky conditions.
Here's a little battle for 47th position in the overall, rather than anything else. Callum Lockie's just done the fastest lap of the Morgan SLR, the 1961 car, 3:25.9. And he is chasing Eric van der Poel in the AC Cobra on the same lap as he's about to come across the line now. He's just done a 3:25.4, and there's about 20 seconds or so between them. So two absolute stalwarts and giants of this type of racing, and former British GT champion. Obviously, as we mentioned, Eric van der Poel has did just about everything and knows his way around here backwards, blindfolded with one hand tied behind his back. Thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you.
I know it's a bit of a trounce down here. I'm sorry you didn't get to drive, but it's an easy fix on the car as far as you know.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you'll be back.
Yeah.
And we'll see you at Le Mans.
And better have it here than at Le Mans, right?
Correct.
That's very true. I like that. That's a positive attitude. Do you feel you know more about yourself and the car now?
I'm definitely confident in whatever conditions we're going to drive at Le Mans.
That's a nice thing to know.
Yeah.
Yes. Nice. Watch a bit of onboard.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
Thank you
Don't
so
bother
much.
watching the prototypes on board. That's going to completely freak you out because you look at it and go, there's not a chance I'm going to be able to do that, but you won't be going that quick. What's your lap time going to be at Le Mans?
I have no clue.
5 minutes, maybe? Probably. I'd think about that.
We'll see what the Plateau 4 does. So, thank you.
Thanks for coming to see us. It's a really, really good story, Bruce, isn't it?
It's a fantastic story because already James Turner was picking up on your brother's performance. You know, great to have people coming in, getting it, and also just the family link. So really, really good. Right, Olivier Hart continues to absolutely charge. But the big question is Jonathan Mitchell, who started from pole in his number 157 E-Type. He's sort of fortunate, John, in that he's doing both parts of the race. So he will understand what the track conditions are. And
the
it's definitely difficult for anybody going out to do the second half of this race into the darkness without the benefit of a few laps behind the safety car. The race started behind the safety car with a modicum of light for those out there. But Jonathan Mitchell, like others, it might be an advantage just doing both parts of the race, all of this 2-hour race.
Another guy really on the move is Phil Keane. Phil Keane has got into that 180 car, and he is probably the second fastest guy out there at the moment, actually.
Yeah, took over from Lee Mole, who was running, I think, about 8th place.
That's right, yeah.
Still waiting to just absolutely let you know the margin between Jonathan Mitchell, who was the last of the front runners to pit. He had been running third, but advanced to the lead when the two Cobras ahead of him made their pit stops. But Olivier Hart got into the car, started by, and has now Abraham
the lead.
And he has taken the lead. Just waiting to see how far behind Jonathan Mitchell is, or will Maxime Guinard, another Shelby Cobra, move up into second place. And now it's Lando Graf von Wedel, and we talked about the Lotus Elan. Remember, we picked it up in 15th position, the first of the cars that wasn't a Jaguar E-Type or a Shelby Cobra. He's now up into 4th place.
Yeah, steady rise.
They haven't had to put any fuel in. Because, as you know, I run an Elan. I help run an Elan with Andy Dawson and his son, and they definitely go 2 hours without any fueling. They don't have to.
Interesting.
Okay, that explains. I couldn't quite work out why he managed to vault about 4 runners ahead of him.
That'd be the reason.
Okay, well, it's a good reason too.
Would he have to take it slightly easy on a track like this where there's so much flat out running?
No.
No? Okay, excellent. So that's a great one. Also notice that Monsieur Fillon, Francois Fillon, behind the wheel now of the car that he is sharing. He and his brother have been big supporters of racing of all cars. I have a feeling that his brother, while in the time that he's been president of the ACO, has raced an LMP3 car. I'm absolutely certain he has.
That rings a bell, I must say.
I can't think where I would have seen that and commentated on it, but I'm pretty certain that that is the case.
Yeah, our president also raced with David Clark in a land.
Yes, he did. David Clark from Georgia.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to correct myself because Jonathan Mitchell's car is dropping down the order after that late pit stop because he's now the Lotus of Lando Graf von Wedel is up into third. John Minshaw, who's again like John Mitchell, running the entirety of this race, he's up to fourth. Janssen fifth, Olivier Gallon sixth, Fred Bouvy seventh, Jonathan Mitchell out of the pits but down in eighth.
Must have had a problem. Maybe he couldn't get on a pump or something.
I wonder, but
I know we do have.
Nobody should have done because everybody else had pitted before him.
Maybe they had some problems with refueling.
Olivier Gallant has just been in and out of the pits again. So that was that no, that was his first stop. No, sorry. Check that.
He stopped really late.
Yes, yeah, that's kind of getting excited for no reason at all. It's not exactly a headline. Fastest laps then. Olivier Hart, who leads the race in the Shelby Cobra 289 number 76 with a 3 minutes 8. By far the fastest lap of the race so far. And that's a GT5 car.
Yeah, last lap in Sector 2, it was 4 seconds quicker in Sector 2 alone than the nearest pursuer.
I'm seeing a lot of light colours, Bruce, on the timing screen. People doing their cars fastest. Now, the more experienced and potentially the faster drivers have got in. So Ollie Bryant's just done a 3:17 in the Jaguar E-Type that he's just got into. But does that also suggest possibly that the conditions, although it's very dark out there, I don't think there's even a drying line at the moment. But I was going to say, has it stopped raining? But no, I've just seen the headlights and it's still falling.
It's still pouring. I mean, I quickly looked down the screen to see who else was picking up the pace as the second driver. Andrew Smith, so much experience in historic races. He might be down in 20th position, but he's in an Austin Healey, but he's top of his class, which is the GT3 class. We've got 5 GT categories here. He's in the sort of the middle one in terms of likely performance. But again, you know, the Scottish house builder gets in, gets on.
We did think Rob Huff would move up the field. I see he's in the pit at the moment. I presume they have a problem with that car now, which is a shame because Huffy's really good at an E-Type.
Yeah, but over the years, he's one of those drivers who sort of segued almost seamlessly and much faster than so many of his contemporaries into historic racing.
Well, yeah, but he started.
But he always raced an MGB. For
yes,
years,
that's
so
how he started.
Yes, that's how he started. But don't forget that the Rob Huff E-Type started down at the tail of the field. It had been qualified actually fastest, but for whatever reason was put down to the tail of the grid. It was one of the stories we were looking for. Richard Mines making his way up the order, but clearly something untoward has delayed their progress.
Yeah.
Right, Olivier Hart, I just want to pick on his lead at the moment. It's a mere 47 seconds, and he's going away with every lap from Maxime Guinard. So Cobra from Cobra, but Olivier Hart, started by Abraham Bontrup, car number 76, and it's absolutely flying.
Huffy got his break by winning the what was then Seat Cupra Cup, which was a televised sort of virtual reality TV show that had a prize drive off the back of it, and ended up in the touring car. Was part of the British Touring Car Championship, and Dave Ward and Piers Phillips part of that. Both Wardy and Piers Phillips, both Seat guys down through the years.
So I think we're 3/4 of the way through this race now.
Yeah, half an hour to go.
Yeah,
over.
And Hart pulling away from the field. Gradard up to second place. Looking good, but not with the same pace at all.
Top 13 cars at the moment are still on the lead lap, and that is mostly GT5 and GT4 cars. The outlier is Lando Graf von Wedel in that Lotus Elan. Now, whatever else he's doing, he's still keeping up a canny little pace there, because he's fastest lap, or that car's fastest lap was a 3:20. He's lapping in a 3:23.8 last time around, a little bit of traffic. Now, he hasn't got the straight line speed. He's got a nimble car that will corner well, and I just wonder where the crossover point, if the weather gets worse or better, if it advantages or disadvantages him. and where that crossover point comes, he's got about 14 seconds on John Minshaw, who's another class leader, in 4th position. And
Minshaw will reel him in.
Yeah, well, he's 7 seconds a lap quicker. So in 2 laps, he's there.
Yeah, but
he's not fighting against. They're not fighting against him.
Must just hate that run up the Kemble Straight. Just going, please give me some horsepower. Oh, here comes something. It's getting bigger. It's bigger. Oh, it's rumbled. It's past.
He gets his Kindle out and reads a chapter of War and Peace as he's going up there, doesn't he? That low cloud actually is what's causing the problems in it sort of from Pouhon down over to the start-finish line and then up again to probably the top of Radillon. It's a little bit clearer as you come up to Les Combes, so long as you're not following a huge group of cars. And even our very sophisticated cameras on the far side of the circuit on the Pouhon out are beginning to struggle because there's just not enough light for them. They'll work and they'll amplify any light that's there. There just isn't any light.
I think it's extraordinary what we've got, actually.
I've never seen anything like this in pitch darkness.
No.
Nothing at all. And I can still discern colour.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's impressive for me, Andrew. You've worked in television for a very, very long time, and the sort of technology that we've got now is extraordinary.
And even we can see the rain sheeting down still, you know. We've got that definition despite there being so little light. Technology just coming on at paces and all the time.
When we first started doing the American Le Mans series, which, remember, the first Petit Le Mans was 1998, the first series was 1999, and Don Pinos was buying TV time for quite a lot of the races there, and he liked the cars going into darkness, and the TV companies hated it because when the cars were coming towards you, literally all you could see was a blur of light.
Yeah.
And things have come on. You know, that's 20 years ago. That's all we're talking about, really, 25 years ago. And the technology that's come on, and the camera technology, the switch to digital, to high definition, to ultra high definition and 4K, and the availability of that technology for us to be able to see it here at the circuit and inform our commentary, but also to beam it in real time across the world, which would have been satellite dishes and on passes and bouncers, and then somebody taking it in Australia, somebody taking it in South Africa, somebody taking it in the States, and now, provided you've got some data, you could be watching this on your phone somewhere in the States at the moment.
Another extraordinary thing is, of course, the timing of scoring. I'm looking at my iPhone, I'm seeing sector times.
Yes.
Years ago, when I was reporting Grand Prix races, say there's a practice session, we did. You had to wait 15 minutes until
end of the session.
They pinned the times up somewhere, you know. In fact, it wasn't quite like that because all the teams had, like Helen Stewart, you mentioned, she was mega on the stopwatches. So I would go.
She wouldn't just time her own.
No, they're using split-second stopwatches, and there was 4 or 5 of them were really good. So at the end, as the session was coming to the end, I'd go and speak to each of them. And so I really know who was fastest. But you still had to wait for it to be official. But you can start writing your story because they were usually right within fractions of a second. Except they also weren't sitting in the same place as the timing. Which was also being done manually, of course. And now, if I want to look at a kart race in Australia, some kids I've never heard of, I can see their sector times on some little kart track. It is one of the most extraordinary the way that the whole digital age has changed racing. And of course, you know, these cars have got carburetors. Now all the fuel is finely monitored by a wonderful computer.
But you know what? As soon as a bit of technology advances, you take it for granted. It's just because we sort of expect it to come. But I have done the night stint at the Spa 24 Hours, and we talked earlier about how dark it is around the circuit. And to my mind, even about half a dozen years ago, it was terrible at night.
I think I do.
Now,
I did think. You couldn't see it out. No, nothing.
To the point where, you know, I would try to get the night stints for races that we were, even if we were on radio, obviously you're relying on the TV pictures to see what's going on the other side of the circuit. Now, when we were doing the Spa 24 Hours, there wasn't 24-hour pictures. So we were relying on timing and scoring and any sector times and things like that we could see. But I used to volunteer to do the overnights because I didn't think it was fair to put anybody else on when all you could see was headlights, and you were peering and going, "That is that Ferrari? No, that's a course car. Sorry, it's a car." You know, I mean, it was that bad.
No, totally. You felt like a prime to be a fool at all occasions.
Absolutely.
But you know, you also think about what the camera crews can see through their viewfinders. That has advanced so much, because otherwise, I mean, their job was just hideous at night, and if it's raining as well, good grief.
Well, and colour viewfinders, because even with colour cameras, and Andrew, you'll know this, even with colour cameras, you didn't always used to have a colour viewfinder. Monochrome.
Oh, you didn't always have a coloured monitor.
Oh, exactly.
When I did the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix, James Hunt won the World Championship. Both BBC and ITV covered that race.
Yep.
But my work colleague, Barry Gill, was doing it for the BBC in Japan. Nice.
Yeah.
I was doing it in ITN at Wells Street on a black and white monitor.
On a rather rainy day with lots of...
Justin, we got a moment. We were managing James Hunt at the time. He came back, and I managed in the VIP media suite his homecoming. And there was loads of press there, and he'd been enjoying his success, shall we say that.
Yes, indeed.
Always one.
Very nice.
But one Japanese fan, as he got on a plane, gave him a monkey with cymbals.
That you wound up and did ting.
He sat in a press conference. Every time somebody said, "Well done, James," he pressed a button, this monkey clapped the cymbals. It was bizarre, to be honest. But that was James for you. One person on the move now, moved up into 10th place, British driver Andy Newell. Now, Andy's an interesting guy. He's built a lot of Cobras in his time, and GT40s, particularly into the Jelsko company, which he's recently just sold. But he's driving with, must be one of his clients, Alexandra Kolb, and he's another Kolb, but he's a fine peddler, is Andy Newell.
The bigger the engine, the better for him. He really loves a big old McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, he told me...
Big inches are our friend.
I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, I can really concentrate on my racing now. So I basically sold the business. My son's running it in a way, but he's just really doing parts. But we aren't building GT40s anymore. And he's having a lot of fun. And there he is, doing some good times.
I hope you're enjoying the atmospheric shots that we're
look at that shot,
giving you. It's incredible.
See the individual grains of gravel there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the good news is they're largely in the gravel trap, because
true.
Up at Bruxelles, it's quite frequently scattered with gravel. But I must say, the driving standards have been really good. We've had not just this race, throughout today. Bear in mind, all these drivers came here a while ago for testing, but they had a full day of dry track running yesterday, the Friday at Spa-Francorchamps. But today, conditions. We had a bit of qualifying in the morning, but then it moved to racing, and it had already started drizzling. It's been raining more heavily since, and it eases in and out, but they've largely kept it on the island, and they also have done that thing which is largely leave the gravel in the gravel traps, and particularly in the dark, the last thing you want to find is a track that suddenly has got bits all across the track.
We've said that, but to finish off this evening, of course, we've got the historic Touring Car Challenge. Before that, we've got the LMPs and the GT1s back out. This is very much going to evoke nighttime at Le Mans, and you know, fantastic thoughts of those cars, the early 2000s. The historic Touring Car Challenge. Well, touring cars traditionally have the oft repeated, you know, all arms, elbows, and door handles on that. I think because these are classic cars, we will see a little more respect than that. But they'll finish things off for Saturday night, and that comes at 23:15 local time for an hour. So we will go into Sunday morning here.
It's their version of the Spa 24 Hours. It's just they're just making the night time segment.
It was a great touring car race, the Spa 24 Hours. I love it. I mean, it's a GT3 race now, and it is an incredible entry for the CrowdStrike 24-hour race.
75 cars, I believe, which is extraordinary. When I started coming in the 80s,
there are classes within that, but the classes are for the drivers.
They are the identical cars. It's just down to driver ranking as they go pro, gold, silver, bronze, and pro-am, so 4 subclasses. But you know, when I started, you had these know, maybe half a dozen cars that were going for outright victory, and then you had cars with far smaller engines that could still place really well in the European Touring Car Championship, whatever, little Toyota Corollas, but it was the diversity I loved.
We've got a great battle, you know, going on for 10th. We've got 3 or 4 all running within a second of each other. So see
Still
how that...
10th at the moment.
Yeah, I see how...
180.
Greenshaw's caught them up as well. So that's a good battle. Another Brit we haven't mentioned, Mark Hales, long-time journalist, drove all of Nick Mason's cars for him over the years. Wrote a wonderful book about driving Nick's cars as well.
Better than that, that book also had a sound attack.
It did, indeed, yeah.
Engine notes are so important in life, but particularly, you know, when you come to a track, it's visceral, and it's when you're suddenly presented with an engine note you haven't heard for decades. And we had this at the Goodwood members meeting when they brought back, you know, the Gordon Spies Ford Capris and the Rover S. Ones. It was fantastic because the engine notes, the backdrop of touring cars in my childhood and just going to teenage years, to hear them again, it's delight. But yeah, that was definitely a wonderful set of audio clips with that book that Mark Hales did. Long time ago now, though.
Yeah, got some pit stop infringements coming in. Again, not bothering the sharp end of the field, but I'll go through them for you anyway. The first one, which is a 48-second penalty. Now that'll be a multiplier of how long they were short in the pits, how long they were short, how much time they were short as to the mandatory time, and that is the number 41, which is the Anthony Trowen BN7 Austin Healey, the Healey 3-litre from 1965, and a 153-second time penalty for the number 5 of Alexis de Beaumont, and also a 27-second time penalty for the Jaguar E-Pilot. Oh, now this is significant because that's the Nigel Greensall car.
Oh, dear.
And John Spears. Now that car had dropped down a little bit, hadn't it? But that's 100 and... What did I say for that? 27 seconds for that. And I'm not finished, by the way. Sorry
well, they
about
were
this.
investigating 10 when I last looked. So
were they?
10 cars, not number 10.
147 is Guy Grant and Mark Hales, and that will be 111 second time penalty. I expect to see more of those coming in. And again, this is basically blowing out the minimum pit stop time infringement. There is a set time for each of the categories that you've got to stay in the pit lane, and if you do not abide by that, for every 10th of a second you get short, you get a time penalty. It's multiplied up, normally 3 times.
It does seem no penalties at all for the number 76 crew. Abraham Bontrup started. Olivier Hart took over that 76 Shelby Cobra, one of the 289 models. He was 50-something seconds clear. Forget that. He's now 1 minute and 19 seconds clear of Maxime Guyenard in another Cobra. The best of the E-types is 3rd place, but doing pretty well actually in the hands of John Minshaw, who's ahead of Olivier Galland and actually just edging clear. So it's going to be a good day. Already up on the podium has been John Minshaw, where he's sharing with Katerina Kivalova. That was in the Gentleman's Challenge, and now this 2-hour race he's doing it solo and putting in a really good fist. But Olivier Hart just seems completely at home.
Absolutely. We had a lovely chat earlier in the booth here with Callum Lockie.
Yeah.
I noticed because that car got beached, remember that?
Yeah, he dropped laps.
Out, and now he's in 4th place, I think. 3rd or
5th place in
GT. 5th in GT, yes. Good, yeah, I hadn't seen Collard in there. But he's certainly moving up to 85 a lap.
Eric van der Poel has cleared off because him and Callum were close together, and Van der Poel is now up into 32nd position when he was battling for 41st and 42nd.
Yeah.
What, half an hour ago maybe? Even perhaps fewer minutes than that. And as I mentioned his name, he's actually now up inside the top 30 because people are having questioned this, whether they would have to have 2 pit stops. And there are some cars. Nick Padmore's in for the 2nd time in the Shelby Cobra number 164. Sebastian Berchon in the number 100. And Michel Velter in the Elan S1, Series 1. That's a 2nd pit stop for all of those. The George McDonald Elan has taken 2 pit stops as well, which makes that run at the front of the field by Lando Graf van Wedel in the Series 1 still on only one pit stop, albeit with half an hour, 18 minutes, let's call it, still to go. That is a cracking run, and he has blitzed the GT2 category boys.
I'm just doubling back. I just want to check that he hasn't got a penalty coming his way. I can't remember. There were so many cars under investigation. Nope, he's clear. So yeah, and again, when you have a two-hour driver race, it's about balancing your driver crew. But they're both quick. Both of the
it's
Graf
about
von
consistency,
brothers.
really. You need someone. There's no point in having someone. I had this conversation with a few people down through the years who were not professional drivers. Again, I'm not using the G word for this. And I remember one of them who turned out to be very, very good, actually, fought really hard to race. And he would ask me at Le Mans, right, before I get in the car, and I'd get a text, who am I racing? Who am I racing? And I would say, you're not racing anybody. Just go out there, do your laps, do your lap time that your engineer tells you you've got to do. You're not racing anybody till the last 2 hours in Le Mans. And your job is to treat it like the most expensive hire car you've ever picked up from an airport, and you haven't got the collision damage waiver insurance. So you've got to bring it back the same way you took it out. It can be dirtier, but it hasn't got to have any damage. And it's about consistency. It's no point in being 2/10 off your pro driver one lap and then putting it in the gravel and losing 2 minutes the next lap, or having a half spin and losing 6 seconds. And I know of what I speak because I've done it myself. You get over enthusiastic, overconfident, you put in your best lap, and then you try to brake a little bit later the next time around, and you can't. Physically, you can't get over the laws of physics.
Sometimes easier said than done, though.
But I know, exactly. you get the red mist when you're chasing somebody and trying to race somebody. But, you know, it's...
Simply run out of talent.
Yeah.
Right, 2 overtaking manoeuvres in the top 6 positions because John Minshaw, I thought he was keeping Olivier Gallon at bay, but it's now a Shelby Cobra 1, 2 and 3 in this race. Gallon goes up into 3rd place. John Minshaw back to 4th in his GT4 class leading Jaguar E-Type. And Frederick Bouvy has just moved ahead in his Shelby Cobra of that Graf von Wegel.
So that's dropped down to 6.
Not surprising, horsepower wins out.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hart driving away from everybody at the minute, 90 seconds away from everyone else.
It's gaining about 5 seconds per lap, sometimes 6 seconds over Maxime Guénard.
And they're all the same class cars. They're all right, there's 2 Daytona Coupes following a 289, but I mean, really, that's extraordinary. That is very, very impressive indeed. His last lap at 3 minutes 11. The best of the chasing pack, a 3:13 from Olivier Galland. Maxime Guénard, a 3:19.2. John Minshaw, 3:17.6. Now, he's not in a similar class car, in fairness. But my goodness, Phil Keane in that 180 to the number GT, the 180 GT4 3rd place car, Jaguar, with a 3:11 last time around. Wow, a 10th away from the leader of the race last time around. That's impressive by Phil. That's by far the fastest GT4 car out there at the moment. Now, he is 4 seconds away from 2nd place Jonathan Mitchell. He's 9 seconds a lap quicker at the moment. How far is he behind John Minshaw for the win in the race? I think it's a little bit beyond
it's
him
40,
at the moment.
40 seconds or so, 40 plus seconds. So Minshaw surely has got this one under control. Running 4th overall.
Yeah.
Just going down through the classes, we've got the best race leader, that's Olivier Hart, GT5. 4th place overall is the top car in GT4, which is John Minshaw in his Jaguar E-Type. Lando Graf von Wedel leading GT2 in 6th. Then we need to work down to GT3, which is in 19th place overall. Andrew Smith on the charge in his Austin Healey, as you'd expect. And he's got a target. He's chasing after Biotto's Chevrolet Corvette. That's the car number 48, which by my memory is 1963 split window C2.
Oh, lovely.
Corvette.
Lovely.
Looks great.
Phil's going to get, if he gets a clear run through the traffic, he's going to cut. John Minshaw can't afford to doze here because he's losing 6 and 7 seconds a lap to Phil Keane. Phil, I don't think has got enough time left. There's probably 4, maybe 5 laps left. So possibly 30 seconds could go there of that 40-ish seconds. But that's if they both stay at the same pace as they are. And as Paul Truswell always says, and you'll hear him on Radio Le Mans again this year, 91.2 around the circuit and around the world on RS1. If everything stays the same, then, but he'll always say, if everything stays the same, which it almost never does in endurance racing and multi-class racing, of course, he's absolutely right. Something intervenes unless you have a perfect race.
Yeah, we're into our last 15 minutes of this 2-hour epic in the rain here at Spa-Francorchamps. And Cobra's showing their grunt really paying off around this track.
The rain is actually...
yeah, look at that shot. Look at that shot.
Beaming down now. Diagonally, you can call it the angle, but basically it's hitting the track very, very hard indeed. The drivers have been running... It was nearly dark at the start of the race. It was the gloaming, or the late gloaming, I think one would say. But certainly these weather conditions have made it harder. But it was a steady drizzle, and now it's certainly picked up quite big time. What have we got left on the clock? A dozen minutes, one would suggest. There it is. So with the lead of over 1.5 minutes, in fact, 1 minute and 35 seconds, and going away, Olivier Hart has got this one in the bag. Car number 76, one of the sort of mid-blue Cobra with a red band over its nose. Looks great, but I mean, Abraham Ontrup, who started the car, did a good job, but Olivier Hart's been on another planet.
And what he's got to do now is make sure he doesn't do an extra lap. So he needs to just
do the math.
Yeah, do the arithmetic himself. He'll be looking at the timer within the car. Everybody has one, if you remember to start.
They're very...
That was very honest, wasn't it? Having far too much fun he is this weekend.
They're very switched on, the Hart team. You know, a whole family switched on, and David and so on. They'll be monitoring this situation, and he'll know where he is just from the pit board. But 95 second lead, and
Nigel Greensall pits.
Oh, well, he had that penalty, didn't he?
Yeah, but that would have just been added onto his race time.
Yeah.
So that must be fuel. That must be fuel.
Okay, I'm picking up on a really good little scrap over second place in the GT2 class, and it's two Lotus Selans, and they're separated by just 3 seconds. Andrew Haddon chasing Ed Morris, so that's car 79 after 1-2-4. Of course, that class is being dominated by the Grafon Vadels. They're in 6th place overall, well clear. But, you know, you have to, in a field that we started with 56 cars, you've got to go looking for stories. They're there, but some great scraps up and down the order, but no one out there can really see what they're doing.
Andrew Haddon's a well-known racer in Lotus Elans and Lotus Cortinas and so on. Done some single-seaters as well. So he's a good peddler with lots of experience.
Times are going out. Even at the leader. The leader's eased his pace, you might imagine. Maxime Guinart only 2 seconds slower than the leader last time. Still a 3:14 for Olivier Gallant, so, you know, he's still pedaling along. John Minshaw, though, a 3:23.5 in that leading GT4 car. Phil Keane is now up into 2nd position in GT4, having passed Jonathan Mitchell, who's also gone past Baz Janssen. So they're now up into 7th and 8th, respectively. And Phil took another 7 seconds last time around out of John Minshaw. So both of their times are going out a little bit. Phil had a wee bit of a scrap to get through there. So I need to see Phil's next time. That car's capable of doing 11s, but possibly not in these conditions now, as it does seem to be getting worse, Bruce.
It does. I mean, you know, Phil is catching, but it surely can't be enough. Under 10 minutes to go, under 9 minutes 20 to go. The time's come down, but how much has John Minshaw got the feel for this car right now? He's driven solo. Remember, we had that little moment at the start of the race with going sideways, which is something you forget in the midst of time.
It might be that he's managing his fuel as well, of course, with 9 minutes to go, with 1 or 2 people who seem to have taken a second pit stop. In fact, a whole bunch of people in the midfield who are in their second pit stops now, which is extraordinary. In fact, there's Anthony Schraer and the Austin Haley 3 litre just coming in again.
And Callum's moved up into 3rd spot in his class.
Well done.
You know, I noticed when we started talking about him a while ago, after the car had been spun and lost a lap and a half in the gravel up at La Source with his teammate Simon Arabigan, he was in 7th place in class, but he just kept on climbing. I think he's got a good minute to gain, which he will not manage as he chases on to try and gain another position. But that's been a good climb, as you'd expect from the Scottish star.
Yeah. Van der Poel now up to 28th position, having started that fight back somewhere in the 40s. Andy Willis' Lotus Elan has stopped out on the track. Number 105 car. Not sure where that is on the circuit. We'll wait for race control to tell us. The bright red rain lights glistening in the full darkness now here at Spa-Francorchamps as we come towards the end of the anti-penultimate race of Saturday. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Olivier Hart back down into the 311s again. Last time around, John Minshaw in that battle that we're keeping an eye on, 3:21. Phil Keane, 3:12. Another 9 seconds disappearing. But there's cars between them. Only Frédéric Bouvy in the Cobra between them on the timing and scoring. I think time is not on the side of Phil Keane here.
Bouvy's been doing a really good job. You know, he's a Belgian driver. He's close on 60. They've been winning in GT4 in France in a Ginetta G56, believe it or not. He's raced his. He's had a win here in the Spa 6-hour classic in his class in that Cobra.
Fourth, he's the first person off the podium at the moment.
Yeah, and he's had a win. He's had a win in Fun Cup as well here. So.
Oh, Fun Cup round. It's a 25-hour race. They have all of those chassis, all those cars built by WRT.
Yeah.
And they have a class in that race where part of the regulations are you have to carry a passenger.
Yes.
So there is a specific class for a car with 2 people in it. You can rotate them. Just have to be the same passenger, obviously, for 24 hours.
It's a light passenger,
you rotate the people through.
Probably pays for the ride, you know.
Well,
they all pay, and then
if you have a sponsor, then
I don't think I've put my hand up for that actually.
Well, as a passenger?
No, I've been in a Can-Am car with Denny Holm.
Have you?
Around Goodwood, very fast. And
Lord, what a circuit to do it at.
That wouldn't have had a proper seat.
It didn't have a proper seat, and it did not have safety belts. I had to hook my arm around the roll cage where there was a bar, and about 5 of us went that day, and the late great Alan Henry was one of them. But there was another journalist, Scottish guy, and if you couldn't take it, you had to tap Denny on the helmet to come in. One of the guys couldn't take it. Disorientation, unbelievable. The braking was the most stunning thing.
Always
the braking was the most stunning thing. I've been around Donington in one of those Nissans we saw racing earlier. That was pretty impressive, but nothing like going in a Can-Am car like that.
I went out in Dubai in the Le Mans winning Aston Martin with Richard Riedel strapped into a passenger seat, I might add. And the obviously I ride motorbikes, and the acceleration isn't what takes you, it's the braking. And just how late Ricard was braking around the short circuit at Dubai was just incredible.
My first editor at Autosport, the wonderful Quentin Spurring, said there was a moment of realisation going down the Mulsanne Straight when he wasn't strapped in as a passenger in the days before the chicanes. The more he suddenly thought, what am I doing?
In what? What was he the passengering in?
I am trying to remember. It wasn't a Porsche 956, but it was of that ilk.
So that had been 200.
I can't.
Well over 220 miles an hour. That would have
holding on with one hand.
The Hart is consistently quicker than anybody else. He's still going away.
17 last time around. Minshaw dropped to a 27 last time around. Phil Keane a 3:15. And it's now only 17 seconds away. Possibly 2 laps to go.
And he could get by Bouvy as well, because he's only 2 seconds ahead.
He needs to get past Bouvy.
He will.
And get up the road to try and get on the tail of John Minshaw. I think John Minshaw's saving fuel here.
Could be, could well be.
We'll see if we can get a word with him later on. There's a warning flag at turn 11, which is poo on out from memory. And I can see the yellow flags. And that is is that a car that stopped there as well? It is, I'm being told from race control, the number 68 car is moving slowly, which is the Mustang GT350, the Adriaans, Armand and Sam Adriaans, the Netherlands drivers. And I think it's Sam who's finishing off that race. So coming into the last minute of the race, or the last lap, where is the leader? That is the question. Try and pick him up on the tracker. Looks like he's coming to Le Combe at the moment. So I think it'll be last lap next time by, and Phil Keane now 14 seconds behind John Minshaw for the win in GT4 and 4th place overall. And last time he took 13 seconds out of him on that lap.
And past Boovy.
Yeah,
and
that included
Boovy.
The pass on Boovy.
And just remember that for many, many years, Phil Keane would race with John Minshaw.
Yes.
And so, of course,
they
friends,
never,
colleagues, but, you know, got to have a little bit of professional.
They never won the British GT Championship. They finished second 3 times with the Barwell car. I think that's right. But they never quite won it.
Coming up, we've got the endurance racing legends back with the LMP ones and GT ones, and we'll finish off the evening with the historic touring cars going through into tomorrow morning here in the Ardennes. Last lap now for Olivier Hart, who has driven impeccably. He eased off to a frankly for him, pedestrian 3:20, which is still faster than most of the field. Maxime Gunart has kept his pace up. I did a 3:17 last time around in worsening conditions. That's only 2 seconds worse off than that car's very fastest lap. Another car pitting late. This has to be fuel for people coming in here with a lap to go. That's one of the 26Rs. That's the third place car in GTS, Andrew Haddon in the number 79 car.
They shouldn't have run out of fuel.
So they didn't fill it then?
Well, it may be another problem. It could be another problem.
So that is the second pit stop for that car. And Phil Keane down to 6 seconds now on John Minshaw. The 33 E-Type and the 180 E-Type are battling for honours in that category out in the darkness. And if I'm smart, I'll put up the tracker on my screen.
Well done.
And be able to tell you where they are on the circuit. And we've got yellow flags out there. The leader coming down through Pouhon now. And some, minute and a half, 2 minutes behind is the battle that we're keeping a close eye on between John Minshaw and the E-Type and Phil Keane in the similar car. Both cars from 1965. And Keane, well, if he took 10 seconds again last time around, so he's going to be right there. And he's gone through.
Gone through, yeah.
He's gone through. As they start the last lap, he's gone through and overtaken John Minshaw. Extraordinary. That was 40 seconds plus, not 4 or 5 laps ago. And that is Phil Keane with absolutely eyes on the prize. He's not going to get any further up the overall standings. I suggest that that's not what he was aiming for. He was looking for top step at the GT4 podium, and he's claimed it there as he goes on to his last lap.
You know what? The ability to see in the dark as well is something.
Yeah.
I'm not being stupid here, but Phil is a little younger than John.
John's eyes might be starting to feel very tired indeed. Just it's agitated really.
Well, also, John has done the race in its entirety, whereas Phil took over from Lee Mole.
Yeah.
That's been an extraordinary second half of the race. And that might be one of the drives of the day so far. As the checkered flag is out and seen by the Shelby Cobra of Olivier Hart, who has driven an absolutely faultless race, Andrew.
Yeah. Flying Dutchman there. He looks a bit of a film star, really. He's got long blonde hair. He certainly looks the part. And helped so much by his father, David. But they make a great pair. But Olivier Hart, wonderful drive from him. Maxime going out, another young guy in the second, and then Olivier Galland, who led early on in third place, and then Phil Keane winning his class.
Lando Graf van Weidel has gone through, winning in the GT2 category, and a massively creditable 7th overall in the Lotus Elan, the S1 from 1965.
And Andrew Smith has just crossed the line in the Healy to take that class victory.
Correct, in 16th position in the Mark 1 from 1961. And I reckon only the top 6 cars on the lead lap at the end of that. Such was the pace of Olivier Hart. There was 100 seconds between him and second place. I think we can call that a dominating victory, Bruce.
I think we can, and I think a lot of other cars would have been on the lead lap if he hadn't extended that lead to such an enormous margin. But it was the way he was sometimes gaining 7-8 seconds a lap as he was pulling clear of Maxime Guinard. No disrespect to
Who
Maxime.
still hasn't crossed the line, by the way. Guinard. And I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with the second place Daytona.
Just emphasises how big the gap was.
Yeah. Absolutely. There he goes. Oh, he cut it to 1 minute 37.4 on the last lap, did Greenarm. I suggest that Ollie was slow. Yeah, Olivier Hart did, I think, possibly his slowest lap of the race on the last lap at 3:22.499. Outstanding stuff from him. Maxime Guinard then in second place in the number 51, won the battle of the Daytona Coupes, excuse me, in GT5. Olivier Galland still to finish the race. He was another 50 seconds back. And then it will be Phil Keane in 4th overall to take the GT4 class win over John Minshaw. Passed him as they were going across the line, and is already 7. Oh, Minshaw's got a problem because he's just been passed by Bouvy as well. So Minshaw, who did a 3:29 last time around, I'm pretty certain he's massively fuel saving to get that number 33 E-Type to the line. So Phil Keane wins GT4. John Minshaw, I think, will still, yes, he will be second, even if he runs out of fuel, because Jonathan Mitchell has already taken the checkered flag and is a lap down. But I'm sure John will want to get back and not have to come back on the end of a tour rope. There goes Phil Keane across the start-finish line. And we're waiting for Bouvy and John Minshaw to come through to complete the top 10 runners. Extraordinary stuff on an evening that has tested the driver's ability to the absolute limit. Nigel Greensall pitted late and has not re-emerged from the pit lane, so a problem for his number 126, the lightweight E-Type. And there's Minshaw gone through. Yeah, 3:34 on the last lap. Dropped 17 seconds, or more than that. Dropped 24 seconds to Phil Keane on that last lap. So I think that was John nursing the car home for whatever reason. Exceptional stuff in ever worsening conditions. And we'll welcome back the endurance racing legends. These are the cars that you would have seen at Le Mans in the early 2000s. I think, Andrew, you're going to do that? Okay, thank you. So we can welcome in our next guest, who's been waiting patiently, and have a chat with a racing legend in this paddock. Hello to the always smiley Lee Max DePage. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. Pleased to join you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Have you had a decent day?
Yeah, we had a great day. Had a very wet race in ERL2 this afternoon.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was sketchy, but we all came home in one piece.
Now, I was asking some of our guests earlier on, but you're in a perfect position now to really answer this question. What do you think has contributed to the rise of this form of racing? Obviously, in this particular event, with Patrick Peter, they've grown their events year on year. They've added more events. We're now streaming to the world, which is a new innovation for this year. But looking more generally at the classic racing scene, where was that? Where was the clipping point? Where was the tipping point that started it on its route to where we've arrived now? Because what, 15 years ago, an event like this would have been possible, but we wouldn't have seen the variety and professionalism of the preparation of cars like you guys do and you guys race.
Yeah, the professionalism in historic motorsport has been incredible in recent years, and the emergence of GT1, GT2 cars, GT3 cars, prototypes, has been, I think, partly to do with the demographic shift with younger people coming into the sport.
Very good.
And
they want to race the cars that moved them.
Exactly. They're the cars that they saw at Le Mans racing, and they have a passion to drive them. And in actual fact, they're really suited to the amateur racer, because they are, believe it or not, quite easy to drive at 9/10, but you know, to get the last 10%.
That's a relative thing, Lee. Come on.
But the last 10% is down to the pros, and a lot of us amateur historic racers, we drive with pros to try and learn that last 10%.
And are they, I mean, I would ask, are they easy or difficult to run, expensive to run? I mean, I look at the prototypes and think, well, you have to be manufacturing things for that if they break, because you can't nip down even to your local race shop and say, can I have a widget spring for a 2000 Audi? I actually probably could go to Audi and say, have you got this part? They might well have it.
Well, I mean, in our world, I mean, we're a Porsche preparer, and believe it or not, they're actually easier to run than 60s or 70s cars are, because Porsche actually still hold a relative amount of stock at Porsche
Very
Motorsport.
lovely. Alex Farbig as well at Classic. He keeps cars running as well, doesn't he?
He does indeed. And but you know, we can go to Porsche Motorsport in Germany, and they still hold stock for 996 and 997.
Really?
Yeah. And so that makes our job a bit easier. But again, as you say, historic motorsport is advanced, and we're able to reverse engineer and manufacture stuff, and it's good for us as preparers as well, because it keeps our employees interested in what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I suspect as well, because all of these cars were designed to do 24 hours, which means they're actually doing 36-hour endurance tests absolutely flat out with professional drivers clanging the curbs at Ricard or getting shaken to bits at Sebring, doing an hour or 45 minutes here and then re-prepping them, refreshing them, doing an hour or 45 minutes somewhere else, or maybe even an hour and a half. You're not really stressing out those components.
Sure. I mean, most of these cars, their engines and gearboxes, they're life to 30 hours. But what that really means, it doesn't sound a lot, but what it means in our world is that's 2 seasons, providing you don't, you know.
Really?
Yeah. And so, and that's 30 hours, as you say, with a professional driving flat out at Le Mans. And so in our format, it means that we can get 2 seasons and a lot of fun. And so it's not cheap, but it's actually
cheap.
No, motorsport's cheap, but they're wonderful cars to drive. They're fast. They're safer than earlier cars.
True.
And yeah.
I'd like to ask, I mean, obviously you're doing a lot of Porsches, but I know that you're instrumental in what's going on, and you keep an eye on what everything's going on. When I look at some of the older cars, and you look at them, and you know, aluminium chassis and all this, and you can sort of look at them, and you can see if there's damage. How do you work with carbon parts? Do you have to X-ray them and things like that to life them out?
Well, I mean, in our world, in the Porsche world, the carbon parts are only really the panels.
Okay, so they're not structural.
So they're not structural. In terms of preparing them, other than building the engines and the gearboxes to 0 hours, we crack test or X-ray the suspension and the steering columns and the pedals. New fuel cells and safety systems. It's all pretty routine stuff. The structural carbon stuff is more to do with the prototypes.
Yeah. And have you thought about getting into that, into the prototype?
Well, I mean, it's got to have a Porsche badge on for me, and so you'd have to go.
Where would you go for that? I mean,
the RS Spider.
RS Spiders.
Yeah. But you know, when you look at the owners of that, it's like the 250 GTOs. It's
a small. Peter Mackay, who works with us, has just finished the I think what can be called the definitive history of the the Porsche RS Spider. And
it's an amazing car.
Oh,
I mean,
I saw it in the States, of course, when Penske was running it, and then
DHL cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously at Le Mans in works and semi-works, and then Van Merkstein. Actually, I saw Peter Van Merkstein actually completely destroy a Rally 2 car, Rally 3 car in Portugal the other day, and it was running in the purple colours, and I was, oh, ringing that. And then when I saw Van Merkstein, I had to ring Peter up and say, is that the same guy? Yeah, it's the same guy. Where we're going to be in another 5 years then, if we're expanding so quickly. It's every time I come to do a race for Peter Auto, and we've been involved with Classic Le Mans for a very, very long time. I was here last year doing the PA. Part of that's led to this, and being here at we were at Barcelona. We're going to do every one of the big races this year, including Classic Le Mans again. How much further can we go with this? And are we just going to keep advancing through the years, or will there be a point when you get to cars that you simply can't run without factory intervention?
I think the advancement will continue, but we have to accept as well and celebrate the fact that a company like Peter Auto and some of the other preparers, that we want to preserve these old classic cars, and there's always going to be a place for them. But we have to also welcome the younger generation coming into it. I think there's room for more satellite races potentially, maybe alongside SRO or WEC or something.
It's something IMSA's been trying with, obviously they took over HSR, and they have major events at circuits the week before the IMSA event. And I kind of see the logic behind that.
Well, the wonderful thing is, if you take these ERL cars and you put them next to current WEC cars, a lot of the current drivers, they started their careers in them.
Yeah, they all got misty-eyed as well.
They do. And we've found that, since we've been sort of digging them out of warehouses and garages and original teams, all the original people that were involved in them, they're really happy to speak to us and help us.
Yeah.
And that's fun.
And I presume some of them, if, they had quote-unquote retired, I'm not sure you ever retire from motorsport, you always keep getting dragged in somewhere. Couple of days work on a weekend on a car that they used to work on, then oh yeah, I'll come back and do that.
Everyone's really happy to share the knowledge. This is it's a passion project at every level.
Are you still doing some driving?
Yeah, I am. I drove in the ERL 2 race this afternoon in a 997 GT3R.
Lovely car.
It's a beautiful car, and it's fabulous.
So a GT3R.
So whilst the ERL is GT2 cars, I've been racing one of the old IMSA Performance Matmut cars for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
That engine's up on ours and haven't quite got round to rebuilding it yet. So
the too busy doing other things.
But the wonderful thing is, they said, well, why don't you run in the invitation class with a GT3R? And so no points or podiums, but I'm here to spend time with friends and customers and just be part of the fun.
I know everything in Porsche is always GT3, but that is a GT3 Formula car. Then in that case, is a GT3R.
Yeah, a GT3R is a GT3 Formula car. So the main difference between that and the RSR, it shares the same engine and gearbox, but it has ABS.
Yeah.
And it has just slightly later Megaline paddle shift system as opposed to the sequential stick.
Yeah.
And a bit more aero, of course.
Yes.
So all of that today was very helpful in these conditions.
And you've gone, I'm so glad that engine was up on now.
Yeah, thank you for that.
What else have you driven then in the recent past that you've enjoyed with a Porsche badge on it?
Well, as I said, I drove the 997 RSR for the last 2 seasons. Before that, I was driving a 996 GT3R, which is from 2000.
Yeah.
A completely different. I mean, they're all different wines. They've all got their own flavour, and the 996 is a much more analog car. It's got an H-pattern shift. It bobs around more like a 911. It's more of a cup car probably than a motorsport created car.
Yeah, and when you look at the cup cars nowadays, the 992 cup cars are putting times in that are not a million miles away from the current GT.
Well, exactly. I mean,
they're incredible.
If you look at, they call these cars that we're looking at in ERL as historic, and but if you compare them to the current cars, they certainly look historic.
Yeah.
I mean, the technology is vastly different.
And now the current crop of GT3 cars, and again, if we just stick with Porsche, your area of expertise, I look at the steering wheel in the current GT3 car.
Yeah.
That looks like the 919.
steering wheel.
It really does, yeah. We've just taken delivery of a GT3R Rennsport, you know, one of the limited edition 77 cars.
Yeah.
Which is effectively a current GT3 car with, but Evo, unrestricted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to move it the other day, and you know, you just got to work.
You hadn't read the 47-page handbook.
Nobody does.
Steering wheel
Nobody
alone.
does.
The steering wheel alone. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Why has Porsche down through the years, in your mind, this is Lee Maxick page we talked to, by the way, in the Global Broadcast Centre here, as we're waiting for the cars to come out. Another great field for endurance racing legends. It's their second race today for the LMPs and the GT1s. Why has Porsche endured, in the whole of the company's history, why has it endured so much in the minds of racing fans? And why do people like you have a business? Because people like me and many other people would, if we had the wherewithal, want to come and drive and race them.
I think their philosophy has always been about endurance racing, and they just make these wonderful, reliable cars and wonderful, reliable, drivable road cars as well. Their road cars are all about homologating the next racing car. So for the road driver, he feels part of that family as well. And
I said to somebody the other day when they asked me about this and said, "You've become a bit of a Porsche guy, haven't you?" I went, "Yeah, I suppose I have, really."
You've got one, haven't you? You're a 911 man as well. Okay.
I've got a 993 Carrera 2 wide body.
Yep.
97. So the last of those.
Lovely.
I've got my first ever brand new car, bought 3 years ago, and I've still got, which is a manual GTS 992.1. I suppose you've got to say now.
Yeah.
And I've got something completely different, but not, because it's still a Porsche, which is 968 Sport. 1 year build in 85 for British market only, 306 built. And Eve, my wife, has got a 981 Boxster, which was meant to be the last of the 6 cylinders until they reneged and went back to it, but that's the last before this.
And that's a lovely car as well.
Another manual.
I drove.
That Boxster's got a great chassis.
I drove the 981 Boxster GTS the other day for the first time with Jaco, the musician.
Oh yeah.
He said, "You got to drive this thing," and so I drove it, and what an engine! A 4-litre, I think it's a detuned GT engine, isn't it?
In that one, it's actually the 2.9 bored out to 4, but with no turbos on it.
And about 400 haze?
Yeah, 440 or something like that.
Beautiful car to drive.
Tremendous. I mean,
it's a great product.
I was saying to somebody the other day when they asked me about that, I said, no, I still think of Porsche, as I look back at the history of Porsche, and even today, I still look at Porsche as an engineering company who happen to build cars. And I've driven quite a lot of their electric product recently. When I was out in the Middle East at the start of the year, I drove both new Macan and which I had for a week, and the new Taycan Turbo S, and incredible piece of cars. But every Porsche I sit in, and I get a bit frustrated sometimes with some people who generally aren't Porsche enthusiasts, but like to spout off about Porsches. Every new Porsche that comes out is the death of Porsche. When 993 went to 996, that's it. That's the end of 911. We're going down the tubes. We can't possibly have a water-cooled car. Oh, we've built an SUV now. That's terrible. That's Porsche. Now we've gone electric, and now we've got 2 electric cars. Oh,
and next is going to be a GT car with a turbo. Heaven forbid.
Yeah,
and it'll be great. We know that.
And the new 911 is partially hybridized, and that's the.
Yeah.
But every time I sit in a Porsche, they're very clever. Because if I sit in my 993, which I did the other day, did 150 miles in it or whatever, and then I get back into my new GTS, or newer GTS, the view that I have is eerily similar.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing ahead of me.
It's a similar DNA, isn't it? Always.
You know you're sitting in a Porsche.
Yeah.
Whether it's an SUV or a crossover or my 968, you know you're sitting in a Porsche.
Or if And because it's relatively recent history, you can talk to all the other owners as well, and there's no gaps in the history, and it make a point. Yeah.
I was pondering. I sort of started to ask you this question. We went off on a tangent. Me going off on a tangent is not headlines. I know. But when was the tipping point then? Because there's a lot of cars of this kind of era, or a little bit earlier perhaps than the ERL cars that we're looking at now. But these cars effectively are 20 years old.
Yeah.
And 15 or 20 years ago, 20-year-old racing cars were just sitting gathering dust and were worth nothing.
Well, they were indeed, and that's the point. If there isn't a series for a car to run in, it's not worth very much. But as soon as a series comes and there's a train set to play with your trains on,
so it's a set of tracks to put your
absolutely.
Trains on.
Then away it goes, and that's what's happened here.
Will we inevitably, and it's already starting to happen, but possibly for Peter Auto, for Le Mans Classic, will we inevitably have to go to an early GT3 Formula grid somewhere?
I think. Well, we're already seeing a GT3 Formula grid with Motor Racing Legends in the UK, and I'm sure Peter Auto will start to make room for it as well. It's just the natural evolution of things.
Yeah. What's it like working with Patrick and the rest of his team?
We've been working with them for over 20 years.
Yeah. You must be one of their longest-standing customers.
One of the longest-standing ones, but it's a great platform to introduce our clients to this wonderful sport, and it's 60% about the racing, but also 40% about the great places to go and their good lunches and the camaraderie amongst competitors and owners of these cars.
They must take Max de Page talking to us here in the booth. We've got the safety car running. The clock has started because we are starting behind the safety car again. If you're wondering why we haven't had a formation lap, this effectively becomes the formation lap. It's to help keep us on time, very sensible. Things are done in a very logical way here at Peter Auto, and Bruce Jones with me, John Hindhaugh as well in the booth. This was a cracking race earlier on. Poor Emmanuel Collard pitted at slightly the wrong time.
As he did in another race.
Yes, that's twice
You just sort of feel that maybe third time lucky. It's not something you say with Manu very often. He normally, if there's a chance to win, he will do so over the past mere 3.5 decades at sort of whatever level he's racing at. But there's a lovely little story here. We've got the same grid as we had for the first of these Endurance Racing Legends LMP and GT1 races. So it's Emmanuel and alongside Francois Perrodo, who of course he has trained, he's raced with over the years, and Francois just gets better and better. So Manu in a car he won 2 titles with in the Le Mans Series, the Pescarello C60, and Francois in an Audi, a special Audi R8 LMP. Do you want to explain why, John?
It's a car that has no race history in period, although it's an absolutely tip-top, all original Audi Sport R8 LMP from 2002. It never raced. It was built up by Brad Kettler, who is legendary in Audi circles and won Le Mans several times with them. Built up from spare bits, so it was a spare tub and a spare engine and a spare gearbox. And talking with Lee Max de Page there about longevity, some of these Audi R8 engines, the V8 turbos, have been clocked at over 30,000 racing kilometres without a rebuild.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, their success at Le Mans was no accident, was it? They knew what they were doing,
and they took their time. They attacked it in the right way. The reason I know that particular stat is that I was very fortunate many years ago to go to when Audi Sport was still at the main Audi factory. They were an offshoot of the Audi factory before they moved up to their new place. And I was with Ulrich Beretsky, and in the corner of the workshop there was an Audi A6 Avant estate car, and he was telling me about this project that they were building, that they were going to, and it just so happened that the Audi R8 engine is exactly the same exterior dimensions as the Audi 4.2 V8 road car engine. It's not the same engine, but it is the same dimensions. So I jokingly said, as we start the first lap, or complete the first lap, should I say, oh, so you could put that TFSI engine in the road car? And he said, yeah, that's what that's for. And if they had 2 little flaps on the side so that you put the preheaters in. And I said, yeah, but you would never do that because, you know, you'd have to take the engine out and rebuild it every however many kilometres. And that's when he told me that they had engines that had done over 30,000 racing kilometres. And I think the plan was to go and do a lap of the Nordschleife with it, which never happened, which is really disappointing. I really wish it had happened. But, you know, he gave us, that was racing technology that gave us TFSI, which we've all benefited from down through the years.
And another thing you forget, it's not just the technology. We watched for years how Yost Racing, the way they went about performing changes they needed to make through the course of the race with the pre-bagged sets of tools for each specific task.
Oh, yeah.
It was just the clarity of thought, and you sometimes forget how much that seeps down to other teams. But it just meant the level of planning was extraordinary.
They were the gold standard, weren't they? They were the gold standard, the way they could change components so quickly at Le Mans. And
that was the Audi way as well, though, wasn't it? And they'd learned from Porsche in the era before that with all the Porsche customer cars, and, you know, Yost had been involved as well, of course, with Porsche, and it led to a rule change. Those quick change back ends were outlawed. You had to finish the race with the same gearbox casing that you started with, rather than, and that was planned maintenance at Le Mans for the R8.
Absolutely.
Right, we'll bring that in at our number blah, and it was something ridiculous, Bruce, wasn't it? Like 6 minutes from pit in to pit out, or something like that, or even less than that.
Well, woe betide you if you were the pit reporter, or they would have been at the time if you weren't quite at the right end of the pit lane, because if the car had been stationary for 30 seconds, they could have already changed something before you got there puffing and panting to look in. But it was, to see panic in the Audi garage, it didn't happen. No. Even if they had something fairly serious to change, they already had the protocol in place.
And so they weren't allowed then to do the full rear end change. So what they did instead is develop the cassette system so that the gearbox casing stayed the same, and they could pull out the interior and just slide another one
Absolutely.
in.
It was masterstroke, wasn't it?
That kind of, you know, people often ask me about motorsport and go, what a waste of time, effort and energy and resource.
No fun whatsoever.
But not at all. Not at all. Because without it, we wouldn't have half the things we've got on the cars now.
Yeah.
No. Right.
It's pretty filthy out there at the moment, Lee.
It's pretty filthy out there.
Are you pleased you're sitting in here? Would you rather be out there in a GT1 Porsche?
No, I think I'm happy here, to be honest with you. These prototypes have real difficulty trying to get any temperature into the tyres early on. So running behind a safety car, certainly in these conditions, makes a lot of sense. Indeed, even in the GT2 race earlier, we ran the first 2 laps behind the safety.
And we've got a red flag, actually.
Okay.
I think
just flashing red. I was wondering if someone had played a masterstroke, because Philippe Collinson brought that ex-Conrad Lola B9810 into the pits, but was absolutely chasing down the pack. Maybe I don't know what he did, but he fell out of the top 10. But Manu Collard, well, he's had all the bad luck against him, and now he hasn't had to race whatsoever. He just ran around behind the safety car, and he's put a win in the bag ahead of his friend and colleague, Francois Paredo. So Pescarolo from Audi. We've extolled the virtues of Audi, but it's a Pescarolo victory here. Gregor Fiskin ran around in 3rd place in his Dallara, and he's been up on the podium a couple of times already. But that red flag, it was a sensible thing, because before these came out, about 10 minutes before, the rain really started to pick up. Bear in mind, it's fully dark. And
the problem with these cars, particularly at the front of the field, Lee, and I know prototypes aren't your company's area of expertise, but I also know what a petrolhead you are for this era of cars. They run so low to the ground that any standing water, you're in real trouble with them.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's just no fun. And you've got to remember, you know, with the exception of, you know, Collard and Paredo, most of these guys here are, you know, historic racers. They're amateurs, and it's just not worth it. It's very difficult to drive around here at night with these lights as well, you know, at the speeds that they're doing, trying to spot apexes, and in these conditions, it's just not worth taking the risk.
On this entry list, there is only the Porsche 996, the bi-turbo car, the GT2R.
Yeah.
Is that the only car that with a Porsche badge that would be eligible for
this? No, a 911 GT1 would be eligible for this, or indeed an RS Spider, which we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah, good point, yeah.
Francois Paredo has run his RS Spider sometimes here, and indeed he has one of the Works GT1s, which he...
Oh, has he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got 004, I think, or 5, which he ran at Le Mans Classic in the RL race, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah.
And for us mere mortals to be able to be out on track with a McLaren F1 and a 911 GT1 and all these cars, it's pretty damn special. It's the best place to watch the race from.
Manu Collard was on the track in a test session with me, and I was in a little Chevron B8. He was in the RS Spider, went past me one side, and Francois Perraudin went past me in one of his 908s on the other.
Yeah.
That was an eye-opening experience for me.
But they're very nice people to share the track with.
Yeah.
You know, they're pros, but you know they're respectful of who they're racing with, and it's a joy to watch them go past. To be honest with you, go to school on their line for a couple of corners.
How many 911 GT1s and GT1 Evos were there in race trim?
Well, there were 7 customer cars,
yeah,
of which 5 remain, and then there were around about 6 works cars. We've just sold one of the customer Evos. Actually, it started off as the Marlboro car run by J&B Racing,
yes,
who are running Collard and Perraudin today.
Yeah.
And then that became the PlayStation car.
Right.
So
yes.
we've sold it several times, and depending on the age of the owner, whether he's a gamer or a ex-Marlboro smoker, delivery tends to get changed.
I know Champion have still got one of their Evos. I'm fairly certain that they've still got one of their Evos.
I don't believe Champion run a 911 GT1. They ran.
Yeah, they did in the American series.
No, they were built by Kevin Jeanette.
Ah.
So they weren't factory cars.
Really? Now that I didn't know.
Yes, they weren't factory cars. I'm sure they were just as good, but Jeanette built a few for IMSA. Yeah.
And so how did that work? Was that a kit of parts then, or?
I just don't know. I don't know, because the chassis for the GT1s were made by a company called Hegemann.
Yeah.
And then they were assembled afterwards at Porsche. I don't know how Kevin Jeanette used to build those cars. Yeah.
Obviously, I was over there at that point with working with the American Le Mans series, and Dave Mirage Mitra, who's taken over the business since Dave's untimely death a few years ago.
Yeah.
And they started with a standard one, and then it became the Evo, and they had the various headlight treatments on them that changed down.
They're all a 993 chassis. Well, front end, it's a 993 chassis to the dashboard, and then it's tubular behind.
Yeah.
But then in '97, when Porsche had launched the 996,
yeah,
marketing thought we better just change those headlights, because we're not going to sell any 996s with our star car having a 993 headlight.
So they went to the fried egg style headlamps on it.
Absolutely. And there was
quite a bit of marketing money behind that, which was great for the racing program.
Yeah.
So everybody who was on the racing program got a bit of an advantage there, because it meant that they could develop the car a little bit more, I think.
Yeah. No, they were amazing cars. I mean, they struggled for the first 2 years to win Le Mans, and it was won by the Yost WSC.
Yeah.
And then finally Porsche, made a carbon chassis version of it and nailed it in '98.
Which it actually shouldn't have won, but the prototypes that year all had problems.
They did.
So that wasn't effectively that wasn't really a top class car.
We look.
Was Collard not in one of those? 98.
Collard actually used to race the Marlboro J&B 911 GT1. Yeah, his name's still on it today.
Oh, cool.
We look after the WSC, the double Le Mans winner, actually,
oh,
the
right.
96, 97 car.
Wow.
So, yeah, that is a carbon tub car that we look after.
Right.
These are wonderful cars, and I'd never really considered them historic, but...
we were saying this earlier. It's
Rubicon, don't we?
Yes.
I keep thinking, hang on a minute, I was only talking about these 3 or 4 years... Oh, no, hang on, it's 25 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And where does... Time's a bit elastic sometimes, isn't it?
It is somewhat.
Dare I ask you this, Lee? Lee Maxted page, by the way, we're under red flag conditions here with 27 minutes or thereabouts still left.
Not restart.
Ah, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. The cars are going back to Parc Fermé conditions. Am I allowed to ask you if you have a favourite car that you've worked with or sold, resold, or even driven down through the years, or is it a bit like trying to ask you to pick your favourite child?
It's like trying to pick your favourite wine, isn't it?
What do you say?
Unless you didn't.
I mean, I am in love with the WSC, the Yost. I mean, it's a Ross Brawn design chassis, then
Great story,
modified
that
by
car as
isn't
well.
it? And it's a little known story, but it's magnificent. But
'Cause that's the one that started off as a XJ.
XJR,
Oh.
yeah, 16.
Yes.
The Ross Brawn design
Yeah,
car.
yeah.
And then Porsche then partnered with TWR in America because the Group C was defunct and said, look, we want to have a crack at IMSA. Could we work with you? And so they effectively put a type of 962 motor in the back of it, and they converted it to Open Spider. And it was just at the 11th hour that IMSA suddenly ruled against turbo-powered cars because they were worried that they'd run away with the show. So Porsche withdrew. And apparently it was a Christmas party somewhere in Stuttgart, and Reinhold Jost said to Porsche, he said, look, I know you guys have got this 911 GT1 ready for Le Mans, but just in case you don't win it, why don't you let us run the WSC? And the rest is history because, he went and won it.
Yeah. Which he did a lot of.
He did. When we went to buy the car directly from Jost on behalf of our client.
Really? How cool.
Every corridor in that place at Jost has got
trophies.
Le Mans trophies. Yeah. It's pretty special.
Ralph Huttner was a character as well, who was his right-hand man for a long time, and we still see him around the places he helped. He can't pull himself away. A German with a particularly English sense of humour. His like of British comedy, actually, it really marks him out. He's a tremendous character. I was fortunate enough to talk a number of times to Reinhold himself. He didn't like being interviewed, but he knew it was particularly in the States, he knew it was part of the job. And I remember once seeing, after another championship and another Petit Le Mans victory, and doing the interview with him, and he said, well, I'd rather be lucky than good. And I said to him, yeah, but hang on, you're both. And isn't the old adage, the harder you prepare and practice, the luckier you get?
Yeah.
Because they left no stone unturned.
No, it was a very impressive visit to their place, and you can see why they won Le Mans. The place was like NASA. It was just beautifully orderly, and even the spares kit that came with the car that we purchased from them, everything was labelled, crack tested, ready to go. Yes. It wasn't like your normal, and they're the spares boxes that go with this car.
There's some stuff.
Exactly. It wasn't like that.
Sorry, Bruce, say again?
I was going to say, see what you can find in the corner. Orderly, but there are some bits we've moved on from, but no.
So you've retailed that car, but you haven't run that car.
Yeah, well, we haven't run it in competition, but we ran it at the 100-year anniversary at Le Mans, and we put Stefan Johansson in it there, which was lovely to reunite him. We took it to Speed Week at Goodwood, and Tom Christensen drove it there, and at Festival of Speed.
Very special car for him, of course.
Yes,
his first Le Mans win.
So it's important for people to be able to see these cars still, but it is,
There'll be another Rennsport coming up soon. I've done the last two. They're a movable feast.
They are, yeah.
I suspect another year or two, and we'll be going somewhere again, whether it's Laguna Seca or somewhere else.
Rennsport's possible as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Very good, very good. And what about driving? Which one of the cars that you've been involved with and driven and raced, which one have you enjoyed most?
Well, I'm currently enjoying these GT2 cars and GT3 cars more. For me, more than the earlier cars. I particularly like the driving with slicks and a bit of aero, and I think they really suit gentleman drivers. As I said, they are actually easy to approach and drive. Getting the last 10%, that's a different gravy, but they're fast, they're much safer than earlier cars, and I can see the appeal, and that's why they're growing so quickly.
So Barcelona here, then we're off to Dijon.
No, these cars won't run at Dijon.
Okay.
I think
the next time we'll see these guys is at
Imola.
Imola.
Sorry, no. Le Mans, then Imola, then Paul Ricard.
Yeah. I'm at Imola, definitely. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm at Le Mans Classic.
Paul Ricard's a good one to go to.
Yeah?
That's by the seaside.
Yeah, I always have liked going to. It's a long drive, but I enjoy that. I quite like to drive rather than fly for a change. But I quite enjoy. What excitement have you got for us coming to Le Mans Classic then?
We're running the 993 Fat Turbo Express car for Mark Sumter of Paragon.
Absolute favourite cars and liveries.
It's a great car, and of course that livery's become so famous now. And
it's been brought back a couple of times.
It's on the 963 with Proton, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And this is one of the very original cars. 5 times Le Mans, this car, and it was racing this afternoon here. We really enjoy running Mark in that, and what else are we running there? We're running a 904 GTS.
Oh, nice.
Yep, the ex-Dicky Stoop car, which is a Irish green car.
We were talking about the 904s and in fact all of the mid-engine Porsche. People forget about those cars as Porsches because they think 911s or prototypes, and they don't think about the mid-engine and how far back mid-engines go with Porsche before we even got to the 914s and the 146 and then subsequently the Boxsters and the Caymans.
Yeah.
But they were well ahead of the game there.
Well, Porsche's first Le Mans win was with the 917 in 1970.
Yep, exactly.
And yeah, they were the Piecre years, weren't they? You know, he had this doctrine of low drag, lightweight, and it was a very special era. And we're privileged to look after a number of those cars now. In fact, we're rebuilding the engine on chassis 23, the 1970 winner at the moment, and it's never been apart since back in the 70s.
No way.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We've been looking after the car since 2011.
I'm just picking. Sorry, dear listener and viewer, but actually, if you had a camera in here, my mouth was literally wide open at that point. It's never been apart since.
No, we've been running the car since 2011 for the owners, and we've never really known the life of the engine. And so whilst we haven't been running it in competition, it's been doing demos, and we thought, well, do you know what? Because of the value of this thing, we better just take it apart and have a look. And it's amazing. You know, it's like an archaeological dig. You know, when you're taking it apart and you're seeing all these etchings and numberings on the pistons and everything.
Yeah, but did you take it apart and go, oh my goodness, thank goodness we took this apart because it was about to go pop, or did you go,
well, no, do you know what?
That had hours on it left.
No, there were broken head studs, and there were.
It was still running.
Still running. Worn valve guides and the the valves just starting to nip into the pistons. It was about to injure itself, but so we've caught it in time. And with these cars, it's all about preservation before anything else.
Yeah.
But there's certain things with this that we will replace, but everything that we take out of it will be all cleaned up and kept with the car.
I was at a few years ago. I was at the Porsche Experience Centre in LA, which has attached to it the one of the first parts of Porsche Classic. There's now a huge Porsche Classic at Atlanta as well, and Jens Walter took me round the back and showed me the parts, and he said, "Come down here, you'll get a kick out of this. This is where I come, where I've had a bad day at my desk." And we went down into literally the furthest corner away from where you could walk into the parts area. And he said, just pick anything up off that shelf there. So I pick up, obviously, a strut, and it's wrapped in brown paper. He says, look at and you look at it and you go, it's a 962 part number. So I says, that remanufactured? He says, no, that's stock.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
That's Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Porsche, and occasionally when we buy old parts, and it's wonderful. That there's still new old stock parts around, and you don't want to throw the box away. It's lovely.
Well, even for road cars, the book of parts now that Porsche Classic turn out, the catalogues themselves have become collector's items.
That's right.
It's ridiculous. What have you not had then that you would like to have?
Well, that's a good question.
What's the unicorn for you then, Lee?
I think the only car that we haven't really been hands-on with now is the RS Spider.
Right.
Because we've restored the 936 Le Mans winner and the 917, and we've been through a lot of the RSRs and so on. So. It's a fun career, you know. It's a journey, and we've been very lucky to find our way to the most interesting cars over 25 years.
I went and had a nose around the 9345 that's here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was only 10 of those ever built, allegedly.
That's right, by the factory. We're restoring the ex Desperado racing car currently, and that will be out at Le Mans Classic. There you are. There's the third car we're running there. So
well, I'd never seen one. I mean, obviously, I know the guys at Brumos in the States, and I've done for years, and I knew how instrumental they were, and Peter Gregg was in getting that car, and the story about how they built it for IMSA, then IMSA banned it, then they went to SCCA, won the championship, and then got thrown out of that championship. It's another extraordinary story.
It's effectively a 934, but with a 935 engine and rear tail.
Yeah,
as you say, built for the IMSA and Camel GT series. So yeah, I mean, it'll be a thunderous car, and yeah, Cliff O'Kearns raced this car a lot, and Desperado Racing, and we've had all the Desperado Racing livery repainted by hand all over it.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be a great car at Le Mans. I mean, the flame outs on that car, it's a real crowd pleaser at night.
Yeah, yeah. So that one's. I'm just making mental notes of when I'm going to leave these two in the booth, and I can nip out and stand by. Lee, thank you very much indeed for coming to talk to us. I'm sorry we haven't had a whole lot of racing for you to talk about, but it's been lovely hearing the benefit of your experience down through the years, and we'll see you at Le Mans Classic then.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for having me, and thank you for supporting these amazing events by Peter Auto.
It's not exactly a chore, is it?
It's better than a real job.
Yeah,
whatever that might be.
When are you going to retire? And I said I did that about 30 odd years ago when I started talking about motorsport for a living. We'll be in the TV compound right next to the sort of assembly area. Come in and find us.
Yeah, we'll do. Gentlemen,
and
thank you very
thanks
much.
to the team, because I know you're here talking to us, but there's an army goes on behind you.
There is indeed. No, but thanks for having us.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Lee Max Page with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you to him. I'm cognizant that we can't talk just about Porsches all the time, although I and Lee probably could. Yes. Thank you, Lee. So an early bath for the cars in the previous running of that ERL, LMP1 and GT cars. We now come to the final race of the evening, which is a 1 hour contest for Heritage Touring Cup. Now, what I can't tell you is whether we'll go early on this. I can see that there are some cars beginning to come around. This is another tremendous field. We've not seen these cars yet, and this is their one and only race of the weekend, Andrew. 34 cars. I was here commentating on this last year. There is actually slightly more variety than there was last year, because I think it was BMWs, Ford Capris, and a single, I think there was a Mustang last year, but there was a single Alfa last year. Well, the Alfa has been joined by its friend, so there's 2 Alfas this year, and there is a Chevy Camaro, a Z28 Camaro as well. But everything else has either the BMW blue and white or the Ford Oval on it. In fairness, though, at the era that we're talking about here, early to mid-70s, that was the touring car grid. That was the cars that were out there, Bruce.
Absolutely was. And at that stage, Ford and BMW were going at it big guns.
And spending lots of money.
They really were. But, I mean, Ford's motorsport director, Stuart Turner, said about BMW, he said to be challenging £6,000 cars, which was a lot back then, with our Caprices, good publicity, win or lose. You know, he said, we're out there, but by the end of the following season, they both parked their works projects at the end of 74, and then the cars were left in the hands of privateers. And, you know, it was still just as good a show, but maybe the drivers weren't at the same level. But, you know, the cars, the CSL BMWs, the 3 litre. When I say 3 litre, that was on the bonnet, on the boot lid, but they went up to 3.5 litres in terms of engine capacity against the old Ford Cologne Capris, whether the 3.1 or the 2.6 litre cars that followed. And then in their wake, you'd have the RS 1600 Escorts and so on and so forth. They were great days, but the thing was, they made so many of these cars and sold them because, of course, they want to sell cars to for people to race. It did mean the grid was packed here for years.
I've already got a favourite in this class, which is the 635 CSI, and we've got a couple of them actually.
They're running in the Group A class for the later cars from the 1980s.
Jamil, who was here with the number 150 last year, is back, and I've got Anthony Schauer and Tom Cloer in the 112 car. And did we not add Vincent Voss into one of these as well?
Yeah,
and Kurt Team.
Yeah.
So we've got two categories of touring cars within Peter Auto. We've got this Heritage Touring Cup, which is coming up now, and as it says in the programme, and I can't put it better, it shows us the glorious times from 1966 to 1984 of the very popular then European Touring Car Championship. As you said, Escorts and Capris and the BMWs, but also some Alfa Romeos. And these cars, similar in appearance to the ones which littered the streets, it says in the programme, became, when prepared, wonderful race cars, showcasing for manufacturers and fighting for first place. So it says the Heritage Touring Cup as an era and a style promising some great track action. Well, in Barcelona, Christian Glazer won from the Hearts. I mean, obviously just seen the Hearts doing well again. And Glazer's right up there again in pole position for this. And of course, tomorrow, because we haven't seen these cars at all today, we've got the earlier Classic Touring Car Challenge, and that's for pre-66 cars. And then we've got minis in that. We've got Lotus Cortinas, we've got an old Corvette, we've got Mustangs, and I think that will be quick, and Alphas. So here we are, just looking at the 88.
Shimano's car, the 3-litre CSL.
But in this also, we've got Kurt Team, former DTM champion, and he's driving, I think, freshly prepared Schnitzer BMW. Team drove in the DTM for 10 years or so. He won in his inaugural year. He never actually managed to win again. I think, if I remember rightly, did he win in an Alpha or no, he won in a Rover. A Rover. And then he was signed by Mercedes-Benz, and he was one of the leading Mercedes-Benz drivers for years. And of course, he is the father of Nicky Team, well-known Le Mans racer, Aston Martin and so on. So Kurt's car looked really smart and fresh.
But BMW original parts livery with the sort of the graph paper sides on it.
But it did come in on the back of a flatbed, so after, we don't think even a single qualifying lap was completed. So that will be starting at the back of the field. But good to have it out there. You know, for Vincent Voss, doesn't have to come too far for a weekend off from running racing. Team WRT.
Well, he lives even closer to the track than the shop is now.
You talked about it's great having a Chevrolet Camaro in the pack. This is one that is all but brand new. But what's so fantastic about it, the names of the drivers in periods, Ivo Gruels and Peter Hoffman, they're with those little sort of italic gold and black lettering you get in Halfords to put on your garden gate.
Yeah, exactly. And we met the owner, didn't we? A very enthusiastic Swedish gentleman yesterday. And yes, he was great fun.
He's driving it, is he?
He's driving it, yes.
But it's cleaner than, you know, under the bonnet. It is brand spanking new. What did he say? He'd driven it for literally 10 laps or 10 minutes.
I'll tell you what, he's got a massive advantage already if it's on the track the way it's pictured in the programme, because he's got 4 massive driving lights on the front. He was about to take on a midnight road rally.
Just saw the Escort there. It was raced in period by Dave Matthews, son of James Matthews, that went on to broker the latest Williams deal, didn't he? Was definitely part of that and was a successful Formula 3 racer. I thought he was going all the way to the top, James Matthews, actually. And I think he married into the royal family in a way, didn't he?
Well, no, that would be James's brother. James did. He's married to Pippa, sister of
Future Queen.
Indeed so. I was just trying to think the correct terminology.
Catherine, yes.
But, it's great to see the cars. And I just love seeing the liveries. And there it is. It's got Broadspeed mentioned thereupon, and a whole host of RS 1600s as well. You think of RS 1600s largely these days, you think of historic rallying because it's just so desirable. But an ex-Andy Rouse car there as well. So, it's great to see some of the famous names, but a lot of these cars would have been in the hands of people that weren't taking the win.
This was an absolute hero of mine. And in the first touring cars I ever did at Brands, in an RS31 Capri, he was in a Camaro and drove round the outside of me at Paddock Hill Bend, and it was just like, yes, respect.
Randy Mouse.
Absolutely brilliant.
But a brilliant engineer, you see, as
Yes,
well.
he was.
And that's the thing about Andy.
Clock has started. We're starting behind the safety car.
Yep.
So we have started slightly earlier than as per the programme. One of the other cars I want to point out is the number 23. This is the red and white Belga liveried car with 2 Belgian drivers, Jeremy Langsveert and Christophe van Vliet. And this is the square Mustang 5.0 GT from 1985. Some would say not ever the best looking Mustang, but that's a real oddity, that car. But it's great to see it here. It was, I think it debuted here last year, and it had just been finished, and it was literally built just up the road in a garage.
You know, in the mid-'80s, you came here, and you had 2 red and white liveries, which were famous in Belgium. Belga, which is on their Mustang, and Bastos.
Yes.
You know, different brands, different names, but they supported top-level racing in the Spa 24 Hours for years.
Massively.
Driven by the 2, the Martin brothers. So, you know, good pedigree for that car in period.
And I think that is a period car. It's not a rebuilt car. I think that's a period car.
I think you're right, John. Yeah,
I spoke to them last year when I was here. And just a lovely, I mean, lots of BMWs as well, but there's a little 2002 Ti there for Catherine Behrens, the number 44. Not that you'll be able to see it, but it's yellow and blue. We do get a look at it under the lights. That's just something a little bit better. We are littered with CSLs, the Batmobile type rear wing on that car, and wide-bodied Cologne Capris and RS3 ones, etc., etc. I mean, just more than you can shake a conrod at.
We got
the little Alphas are lovely as well. There's the dark red GT-AM. That moniker was revised lately for the Giulia GT-AM, which was their sort of touring car for the street. Alberto Francesiti driving that Swiss flag car. That's the number 27. And the other Alpha is the little Giulia Sprint GTA, another lovely, beautiful proportioned car, even with the wide arches that would have been allowed in time. That's Daniel Hager, another Swiss flag driver, and that's a 1969 car. Lovely car to see out there running. And then take your pick of the BMWs and the Fords, to be honest.
And we got quite a lot of families in this race.
Yes.
We got the 2 Shamamas, originally from Switzerland, but made their fortune in Cincinnati and sold their business a few years ago and are just racing.
Drivers here, actually.
Yeah.
3 Samamas, all brothers.
Yeah.
You've also got
and you've got Olivier Hart. Is David in this race as well? He usually is. And we also got the Breitmeyer brothers. Emil Breitmeyer, actually second position at the moment.
We've got the Trebers out there as well, Christian and Nicholas Treber in the Group 2 CSI BMW 635. The 635, somewhat of an unlikely touring car, a 2-door car, although that was allowed. You know, a lot of these cars would have been 2-door coupes, really.
Well, viz the Capri.
Well, indeed so.
Viz the CSL.
Yeah.
You know, but for me, the cars that were at the front when I first came to the Spa 24 Hours, you know, sometimes, you know, those early ones really stand out, but it was 635 CSIs. I've always adored them.
Beautiful, aren't they? I know. There's the most fantastic picture that's appeared in lots of magazines, but was taken by the LAT firm, John Dunbar, I think, of one really flying at the Nürburgring. It's been in the front of calendars. I think you will have been aware of that image. It's just well off the ground.
Well, as a child, I used to get the Ford Motorsport calendar each year because my father worked for Ford. And the shots they had of the Capri versus CSL battles, jumping around the Nordschleife, you know, dark trees in the background.
I think it was 5 or 6 times you were off the ground.
Just brilliant.
Very interesting what you said about Stuart Turner, who's still with us, actually, and how basically Ford going alongside BMW lifted the image of Ford and put them on a level plane with a premium brand.
Yeah. And repeated, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship when Volvo came in.
Yes.
And, you know, Volvo coming second to an Audi or a BMW was a great story for Audi. If they for Volvo, if they beat them, it was even better.
Yeah.
And it was awful for Audi and BMW. It was like, oh my goodness, what's going on here? And then, of course, they went to the estate car as well.
I mean, lots of companies transform their image through motorsport. Subaru in particular.
That's probably the best case of anybody transforming their image.
A Skoda.
Yes.
And now, I know, John, you picked me up on the pronunciation, a Hyundai. And,
well, it's changed a bit. It depends which market you're in.
Yes, yeah. And of course,
Hyundai back in the UK.
And of course, now they're heading towards the hyperclass, aren't they, with the Genesis?
And that's the
brand, which is the same brand.
That's very clever. Kia, Hyundai, Genesis, and Genesis is to those brands as Lexus is to Toyota, and Infiniti was to Nissan.
And Seat and Cupra.
Well, and interestingly, Cupra has been broken off as a separate brand, and I'm hearing that Seat actually might be ditched altogether.
Really?
Cupra have got their own specific models now, although they share platforms, obviously, with the rest of the Volkswagen AG group. But it was Seat was always meant to be the sporty sort of young version, and then Cupra was the more sporty version again. And Cupra is now a brand on its own. Our safety car is a Cupra. Out in front.
And you won't be getting to look at it much longer, because it's just had the message 5 seconds ago that it'll be in at the end of this lap. So they've still got a fair distance to the lap, but the lights are still flashing on the roofs, but then it'll be released. So we'll have Sebastian Glazer leading away from pole position. The race is already underway. The clock started with an hour on it. We've got 53 minutes remaining. It's dark. It's the last race of the first day.
It's wet. It's late. Let's go touring car race. What could possibly go wrong?
So just to reiterate, the first round in Barcelona, it was Sebastian Glazer who's leading this race, who won it from the Hearts, who shared their car.
Yeah.
And the Hearts obviously just
David and Olivier are down to share the 18 car.
Yes.
Which is down the field, actually.
So it's BMW CSL.
Let's see what happens. Yeah.
So safety car is in. The Cupra has pulled into the pit lane, and the unmistakable 174.
And we're talking families with very little British participation in this category, but we do have Ross and Nick Hyatt in this, and Nick's brother Chris is also racing this weekend, but not in this category. And they're in a CSL, a bright yellow one, I think. You might not see it in the dark, but they are down in 22nd place at the moment, Nick Hyatt.
Sebastian Glazer is in the 174, which is the classic gold-coloured car.
Yeah, the Warsteiner livery on a Schnitzer run. CSL. Top 3 cars on the grid, CSLs. The next 3 cars on the grid, RS 3100, 3100, if you will, Cologne Capri. So it's sort of pretty much how it was in period. The weather's as bad as it could have been in period, but right now, having been released by the safety car, let's see what they can do. Already one of the CSLs at the front end, losing a bit of ground up the Kemmel Straight, maybe a little bit more cautious than the rivals behind him. So we'll have to see who ends up first at the top of the hill. It looks though it's Sebastian Glazer, but that's a rich thing for me to say, because it's just a set of headlights coming through the
And how could you tell that, Mr. Jones?
Oh, years of experience, John.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Something that I've noticed from last year, we didn't. I'm pretty certain we didn't get to this race last year because the rain was so bad. We'd decided to head back to hotels by then. But I did see practicing qualifying for this category last year. I think there are more people with additional headlights or driving lights than we saw last year. And I think that's a very, very good idea. It is very, very dark out there. But they have to be period lights. So people are looking for the old CPA Super Oscars and Oscar Plus that would have been around at this sort of time. I had a pair on my Avenger and then my Sunbeam back in the day.
Yeah, I wonder why they call them Oscar. And did James Hunt name his dog after the lights?
I have no clue.
James Hunt's Alsatian was called Oscar. We got
a French company though, weren't they?
Yes, they were. CPA
and Marshall were two of the big lighting companies at the time.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, we've got the Capri breaking up these BMWs because Armand Meal, who is the son of the founder of Richard Mille Watches, watches made in Switzerland, but they are French, and he's having a little good run. He's got Maxime Guinard, who's a teammate. Both those cars are run by Equipe Europe, right behind him, just inches behind him.
Yeah,
they know each other, those two, and they race together sometimes. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, so what's happened is they've moved into second and third positions from fourth, fifth, sixth. But Sebastian Glazer, 6 seconds clear. You know, he was the one that I picked out coming through the dark up to.
Well done.
Well done, me.
Yeah, but I can tell you facts like the people who are second and third last month won a 6-hour race at Paul Ricard in a VDV and a Chevron. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
There we are. That's 4 people in the team.
Yeah.
Oh, Brittmeyer's come through the field as well then.
Yeah.
Emil Brittmeyer, where did
he's lost the position.
He's gone down. Yeah.
What happened? We saw a couple of the CSLs going relatively slowly out of Radillon. So just a little bit of caution. No caution in particular for Sebastian Glazer, leading the way, heavily braking.
Look at the lap time. That's a 3:10 for that car. Nice BMW M3 Evo just sitting by the side of the. Or was it? It might have been a 3:35. Very nice.
I always like that Vorsteiner. Livery, obviously on Arrow's Formula One cars.
Yep.
I mean, it's a regional beer company. It's not a pan-German beer company, but very aggressive marketing and really promoted their brand so well in motor racing on quite a lot of different cars, but particularly in Formula One.
That Arrows.
Oh yes, he did.
I'm struck by how many Swiss flags, Hop Swiss, as I'm contractually obliged to say for my late mother-in-law, there are in this, and as I think you mentioned, Andrew, not much in terms of British driving.
Not in this one, no.
But this was a European touring car sort of formula. We didn't have all of these cars in the UK, or did we, Bruce?
No, we didn't. They would only come for a round of the European Touring Car Championships. So you get the like of Derek Bell.
Plowing our own furrow.
Yeah, winning the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone, driving a BMW CSL, etc., etc. But we didn't have many of our own. They might jump in for the Tourist Trophy, but they wouldn't do the whole championship.
Yeah.
So looking across the champions in the European Touring Car Series of that period, Jochen Mass, the late Jochen Mass, the much missed Jochen Mass, he was champion in a Ford Capri in 72. Dieter Glemser, Works driver the year before, took it for Ford as well. But then 73, Toyn Hazemans, Works CSL, doesn't get the credit he deserved. He drove everything very, very quickly indeed. He came out ahead of Brian Muir, who was another Works driver. Again, a lot of these drivers, in that particular year, they didn't hang around too long in the Works team. They moved around. But then, you know, this was the big money time. But we were treated to a round of the championship in the UK, but most of the circuits were in the European continent.
And those Cologne Capris also ran at Le Mans, remember?
Yes.
Yeah. And Jerry Birrell, in particular, great Jerry Birrell, who was probably heading to replace Jackie Stewart in the Tyrrell team. Nobody's quite sure, but we think that's what was going to happen before he died so sadly in Rouen. But Jerry Birrell was great in one of these cars.
Yeah, and of course, Jackie Stewart wasn't going to be dropped. He had planned to retire.
Yeah,
typical Jackie, it would have been after his 100th
race. He never did the 100th race.
99.
There's a horrendous. I was there that day. It was a horrendous day, and you know, Jody was right on the scene. You know, and, I can't describe how awful it was.
No,
yeah,
no need.
Yeah,
but it's a treat.
The Shimamas are running 4th and 5th now. Look,
I was going to say, you were talking about Swiss drivers, and 3 Shimamas in the race, but Yves and car number 88, driven by Philippe, right at the sharp end of the field, but nobody can hold a candle at the moment. The gap between first and second between Sebastian Glazer and Maxime Guénard.
Look at the brakes. Look at the brakes glowing cherry red there.
That's brilliant. 6 seconds. It stayed static at 6 seconds. But in fact, the fact is that Maxime Guénard is actually gaining slightly. He moved ahead of Armand Miel to be the lead Capri. His is the one with the Nigrin support. What do you know about Nigrin? It's an image of someone going chimney sweeping.
I've absolutely no idea.
Because I
mean, got an escort right up there as well, of course, in 6th place, which is Eric Sesho.
Yeah, I think that was Michel Velter's BMW 2002 or 2002, the red and white car that was off, but it's gone through, or it's been driven through to replace a safety. So I think we're fine with that. I'm just trying to. I was looking at the livery there of Maxime Guénard's car. It's a sort of Porsche hippie style livery, if that makes sense. But it's a little bit earlier than that, 1975. But it's got a big Shell logo on the back. I'm not familiar with that at all.
John,
it's a liquid moly a livery, I think.
John, front runner Emil Breitmeyer in the pit. So I'm not sure what happened to him.
Pit window has not opened yet.
No. And also Nick Hyatt's in the pit as well.
Okay, that would actually explain something, because we saw a CSL going very slowly out of Radillon, picked him out on the first full racing lap once they'd been released, and that must have been Brightmeyer starting.
Not good for Team Bright, as they call themselves, because both the Brightmeyers are in the pit.
Oh, yeah.
A whole host of people have suddenly come in. Nick Hyatt's in his CSL, Christophe Van Riet in the Ford Mustang we were talking about with the Belga sponsorship. Maybe they've decided it's simply too wet, or maybe their screens have steamed up. Any number of factors in these difficult conditions.
3 Shimamas in the top 10 now. Michel has made all 3 of them now in the top 10 in variety of cars. He's the outlier, of course, in the BMW.
Olivier Hart's moving up as well. He's one to watch, I think, now.
He's down in 13th position. Bear that in mind.
Yeah.
Just done the fastest lap in TC2 category in the 3-litre CSL from 1975. That's a sub 3-minute lap in these conditions.
Is that Hart?
Yeah. Couldn't be anyone else. I mean, he drove brilliantly just a short while ago, and he's back in another car, entirely different environment, but in terms of driving, but the weather's the same.
And the CSI Group A car is now in 15th position. Vincent Voss back driving. Spoke to him early in the weekend, Thursday, and he was saying, I haven't really raced anything properly in 15 years.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm not sure about this. I said, yeah, but come on, you can't not do this. You've been asked. I said, yeah. He said, I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. So he's just done a 3:20.023. Group A were, it's not quite right to say they were showroom spec, but they were much closer to showroom spec. And the thing about that, when we talked about Group A cars, Bruce, if you talk about Group A cars in touring cars or Group A cars in rallying, they were to a very similar specification in terms of what you could do. So if you were a manufacturer and you wanted to make a big fuss about something, and you had a Group A victory with one of your cars in rallying, or a Group A in the circuit racing world, you could say how close they were to the production car.
No, entirely. And I mean, that you get periods where you have cars that are of that ilk. It's not quite production, but it's a little beyond. But that works too. The person in the street, particularly if they used to go and stand at the side of a circuit far, it's so much more visceral to be circuit side as the fans here who've been sitting here through pretty foul weather today, and they've stayed right to the end.
Half
but,
a day,
if it's a car that they could possibly afford, or even dream that in 10 years they might be able to afford a car from that manufacturer, it is still really, really important. But I think back then, a lot of people would have looked at 635 CSIs and wanted one. They'd have seen one, but they'd have known they were expensive, and known they were well beyond them. But you can have dreams in life.
I'm going to have a punt that Olivier Hart's going to get it on the podium.
Okay.
Just in the second sector, put my teeth back in, he was 5 seconds faster just in that sector than the leader.
Gained 4 places just in the blink of an eye. He's in the CSL. He is making progress. Can he do it? What's left on the clock? We've still got 41 minutes.
Yeah, he can do it.
Stops to come as well, of course, and we've seen people make mistakes in the pit shots. Just to finish the thought about Group A, Mitsubishi, with the Lancer, won the World Rally Championship with Group A cars against World Rally cars, which was a completely different specification, and they made a massive PR blast about that.
Just talking rally cars, and let's go. Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a lot of nice Group B cars here. Just outside our commentary box is a nice Lancia Stratos on display. It's pretty special to me for something that happened 50 years ago.
They've got running somewhere. They've got some rally cars running on a short stage.
No, have they? I don't know. I didn't realise. I mean, there's so much going on, isn't there, at this event? And catching up with it all is pretty tricky.
Audi Quattro, Ford Arus 2000, all three 7 Lancia.
Yeah, lovely.
I just have a slight need to interrupt. We might have a change for the lead of the race, because Maxime Guinard, having moved ahead of Armand Mille to become the lead Ford Capri, still in second place, but he was 6 seconds down, but it seemed to stabilise. But the last few laps have been very good for Guinard. He's 1.1 seconds off race leader Sebastian Glazer. He was, of course, the driver you pointed out. He took victory at Barcelona in the opening round, but the chase is on. Guénin in the Nigrin liveried Capri getting closer and closer. 174, the gold Warsteiner liveried BMW still leading, but it's under a second now as they go through Les Combes, and then they'll be working their way down the hill. A lot of spray in the face of them.
Yeah, those wipers. And he's going for it down the outside. Look, don't think it's going to stick. He's going to dive to the inside, does the undercut.
Into the sauce.
Perfect.
Well, you asked what Nigrin is. It's multi-purpose grease and cleaner. It's cleaning.
So the character carrying a ladder over his shoulder, wearing a top hat or whatever. I just thought, why would a chimney sweep?
1970. It goes all the way back to 1974. Apparently, you're right. That is their logo. Car care products.
So it was a new. Because that was sponsored by
a lot of.
The following year, Maxime Guénin's car is a 75 car. So I remember the livery pit in period distinctly, but I just never thought, why is a chimney sweep?
The brand goes back to 1901.
More chimneys to sweep then.
Great traditional German brand. The brand was registered their trademark as a chimney sweep, which is still known today as the trademark. And the rapid spread of the car in the 1950s opened up a new business area thanks to their expertise in chemical cleaning and care products.
Way to go. Talking of ways to
great
go,
racing.
Olivier Hart has just got up to 6th place. He just passed Graham King's very good-looking Ford Escort RS 1600, and he's on the charge. He continues to. His next target will be the other Ford Escort at the front end of the race, which is the Secho liveried number car, a 47. Hart, by the way, is 1 minute and 8 seconds off race leader Maxime Guénin. Guénin just took the lead starting this lap, going inside Sebastian Glazer's CSL BMW up into La Source, but he'd been hunting him down very quickly indeed.
So he's 6 seconds a lap quicker than the leader. So in 10 laps, he can make up a minute, can't he?
Oh, yeah.
He can win this race. In fact, I think he probably will.
Yeah, majority of drivers in this race actually quite usefully are running solo, so you're not going to have another driver getting into what the track conditions are. Well, it's dark, it's
Olivier,
cool.
He's not handing over his dad, is he?
Yeah, he is. He is one who's handing over. Therein lies a bit of a difference. But for Maxime Guénin, of course, he's taken the lead of the race. He's going to have to just try and build his lead, knowing that Olivier is faster, but is still 1 minute and 7 seconds back, and will be handing over to his father, unless he's convinced David to take an early night.
And that can happen.
Possible.
The father may step back, you carry on. I've seen it happen regularly in similar series to this.
Worth pointing out that I think 7 cars decided not to start this race, maybe thinking the conditions were simply not worth risking their cars. So it included a pair of CSL, 3-litre CSL BMWs, pair of Escorts, 3 Escorts, BMW 2002 Ti, and one of the RS Capris, car number 3 on the entry list, Maurizio Bianco. So, sometimes you just have to make a decision. If you don't trust yourself in the dark and streaming rain, live to fight another day.
Hello to Chris Suku, who's been tuned in for most of the day. I suspect quite a few people have been less productive than they anticipated today. I'm sure you've stayed right till the very end here, Chris, with these touring cars. Hope you've had a good day. I know there's been plenty going on. More tomorrow from us here. We've got another 4-hour race at the Nürburgring for the N24 qualifiers as well. Thanks to the team at Misano for the 12-hour race today. Kyle Tilley dashing from Italy to here to take over a couple of the cars for tomorrow, the ERA cars for tomorrow.
Do we know how Kyle got on today?
I haven't looked.
No, I haven't. No.
He's
got a very competitive Ferrari there, but his brother was telling me there's a bit of BOP going against the Ferraris in Creventic at the moment. So, and of course Jake Hill driving in that car.
Not today. He's
Not today.
He's at VTCC at
Where is it?
Snetterton.
Snetterton, another place that knows a bit of rain, but not as bad as this. So Guénin has pulled away 4 seconds now. Miele has dropped back another 8. Shamama's another 12. And then Olivier Hart has got 22 seconds to make up on Shamama to snatch 4th place. And 30 odd seconds to get onto the podium, which I predicted.
I didn't hear the clarion call, but the pit window is now open in this 1 hour race.
Yeah.
So we've got a 10-minute pit window from 25 minutes into the race till 35 minutes in. But you can be sure Olivier Hart will be staying out as long as he possibly can to maximise his time in that number 18 BMW CSL.
Yes, in this I don't believe we have a rule, do we, on who's the elite? There's no elite or gentleman or anything in this category, as far as I know.
Nice and simple, actually. It's TC2, which is the vast majority of this field. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4 Group A cars.
Yeah.
So the podium ceremony, which will be ending at about 5 to 1, should be relatively short if wet.
I just had 5 classes and the one I did a moment ago. Yes.
Dwight Merriman, Nico Verdonk, Ryan DL and Kyle Tilley finished 8th overall and 3rd, so they were on the podium in the Pro-Am in GT3. Congratulations to the Antigua and Barbuda squad from Haas RT, who've won again with their Audi R8.
Yeah.
Extending the history of great teams from Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes,
by a minute from Proton Huber competition in their
a quiz question. Previous Antiguan racing driver in Formula 3 and an Ensign.
In an Ensign? Was it someone who really was from Antigua or someone who...
He really was from Antigua.
At 19, what are we talking, 73?
Yeah, he finished up in prison for a very long time. He was a big-time smuggler.
Try and narrow the field there. Go on then.
Try and think of a famous Formula 1 team name, because they're the same name. I think.
McLaren?
Ferrari?
Tyrrell.
Oh, yes.
No relation.
No relation, no. I mean, he really was a big time. But he came from a sugar planting family.
Right.
Mike Tyrrell, it's called. And they had a magnificent launch of that car that I went to. And I thought, where's all this money coming from?
In the pit lane, Armand Meal in the Hermitite coloured car. More gold on that car as well. Again, these are brands. Oh, that's got the Mark II rear lights on it. Look at that.
How would you know that?
Because he does.
But who drove the Hermitite car?
Don't know.
Tom Walkinshaw.
Holman Blackman.
Holman drove it for years.
Yeah.
And
I think he found
the Capri a long time like that.
Look at everything steaming there.
I'm amazed how clean the cars. I mean,
that's
quite heavy, but normally you see
cars. John, there's been so much rain, it's washed all the mud away.
All the mud off, yeah. Absolutely. That is quality. Probably a lot of people watching it. No, I was going to probably a lot of people won't know what Hermitite is, but it's particularly generational. But it was bits and pieces that you used on your car for sealant.
Sealant, yeah, as a specialist automotive sealant.
Yeah,
very good product actually.
And the Cologne Capris so called because, of course, the engines came from. Well, there was a assembly plant there.
Yeah, when I was at Donington 3 weeks ago, there was a more Group A Capri racing, a British touring car championship one, which was the Holman Moody car, allegedly. Holman Blackburn car, allegedly.
Without the wide arches.
Without the wide arches, not a Capri on steroids. They're the kind of cars that Gordon Spice race.
They're that's sort of Group 5, sort of.
Yeah.
But there were specific regulations for European touring cars, weren't there?
Yeah.
But you still had to have the original car underneath. The Escorts were a bit easier. I like the tape across the rear.
I love looking under the bonnet of those Cologne Capris and those marvellous fuel injection trumpets.
Oh,
that sit across the... Yeah.
3.1, 3,100 cc's, 3.1 litres, if you will. And
Hart is still the only guy well under 3 minutes. He's still in there doing some good times.
Top
moving up.
6 have not yet pitted. First car in the sharp end of the field to a pit was Armand Meal in the number 60 car that we were just looking at, the Hermitite coloured car.
Vincent Voss having a nice run, isn't he? I mean, he isn't leading Group A, but that could be quite a battle.
He's up to second. He's much quicker than the driver who's leading. It's 7 or 8 seconds faster than Anthony Schrauen, so he's definitely closing in the battle of those 3.5 CSIs.
And he's driving with Kurt Team, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Kurt will not be sluggish either, will he? Vincent is probably enjoying these conditions. This would be a great race to be out in, wouldn't it? Look at that. Brilliant stuff. Out in the darkness. All sorts of things going on. And that's the Alfa Romeo. You probably can't see it. It's a lovely dark red maroon colour. Alberto Franceschetti.
Oh, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah, brilliant.
I must say, yesterday I was standing at the bottom of the endurance pit lane when the GTV6 went out, and that hard engine bar, I love it. And
that's the
even
G4 car,
accelerating up the hill once it could leave the pits. So the pit window closes in another 4 minutes. So our front runners are going to have to dive in, but they're starting to do so.
Yeah, this lap they've got to come in. I'm a little worried, actually, with just under 4 minutes to go. Well, they're going to hope there's not a full course yellow, because they're doing 3 minute laps, which is fine. Yeah. But so leaving a 60-second margin of error. Just to remind you that tomorrow we are back to do some more racing for you. We'll kick off with the Classic Touring Challenge, CTC, at 9:30. So tune in from around about 9:15, 9:20. Then it's the Classic Endurance Racing 2. Back to the Endurance Racing Legends for the GT cars. We'll have a short break for lunch, and then these historic touring cars are back in the daytime. It's 1:30. Group C, hopefully in the dry, for their second race of the weekend at just before 3 o'clock, again Central European Summertime. Classic Endurance Racing 1 at 4 o'clock, and then our programme finishes at 5:10 with the gentleman race, again with that huge grid, all for you live and free, with no breaks around the world.
Full course yellow, John, and I just see that the number 88, Philippe Skimama CSL, is stopped on circuit. I can't tell you quite where.
Right, and the problem here is our leader is only just going on to the Kemmel Straight now.
Oh,
and
talked of this.
And 2 minutes and 16 seconds away.
Gonna get a penalty.
Is the close of the pit lane.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know why people cut it that fine. I said 1 minute sounds like a decent barrier, but it's really not.
I mean, people do it to go to the pit window because they hope a yellow might come.
Actually, I take it back. I take it back. They have come in.
Have they?
So
just
the leader on the tracker is being shown as the number 60 car, the Hermitite car, which is the leading car that has made its pit stop. That car is back out again. So that's fine. So they did come in at the end of that lap, and they would have been caught, Bruce, if they had stayed out another lap longer.
They would have done, but, you know, your point about not taking unnecessary risks. We already know it's dark, tick. We already know it's streaming wet, tick again. And it could easily be someone else sliding off the circuit. Anyhow, that disaster has been averted.
Yeah.
Which is very good news for a couple of drivers out there. Olivier Hart has left the pits. Yves Skimama has left the pits. Is it going to be a Ford that wins this race? Is it going to be BMW? The good news is we can't really tell you.
No. Best of the Alphas is that Alberto Franceschetti, GTM, the GTAM rather, the 1971 car, classic twin cam 1750 Alfa Romeo in the dark red with the almost Quattro-esque arches. Actually, the UR Quattro was a long way away from coming into being in 1971, but you look at that car and the shape of those arches with the flat tops to them, and even 968 Porsches had a bit of that on them, not quite as extreme as that, but when you're sitting in the driver's seat and you look out the back, that's the kind of thing you see behind them with the little shelf and the wide arches.
A couple of drivers still not actually listed on timing as being in the pits yet. They better get in the next dozen seconds. That's all that will be left before the pit window closes.
One of the Shimamas, I believe.
Yep, that's car number 53, which is Michel Shimama. that made it in. I'm waiting for the little figure next to his final column to go from 0 to 1, but the pit window is now closed.
Just done it. Just got in.
No,
maybe not. Maybe not. 41 minutes and 7 seconds past the hour. Pit window close. Michel Shimama comes in at 41 and 14, 7 seconds late, which would have been fine if it had not been for the full course yellow. Philippe Shimama, by the way, is stopped out on the track, having not made a pit stop. So I wonder if that's the car that is being recovered at the moment.
Yeah, stopped fairly early in the lap. Didn't complete the first of the 3 timing sectors, so probably didn't make it as far as the top of the hill at Les Combes.
Another one that didn't stop was the 27 Alpha of Alberto Franceschetti.
I thought I saw him in the pit lane, actually. I thought that was the car we'd followed into the pits.
It's showing on timing and screening as not having made a
No, I agree. I agree. Maybe that was one of the other Alphas that we saw in the pit lane. They're not, well, I thought it was the 27 car, but maybe not. Anthony Schrauen is out of the number 112, the Group A machine. And that's the car that Vincent, one of the cars in the same class as Vincent Voss. And it is Tom Clouet who's jumped into that. Vincent Voss has got out.
And Kurt Team
has got in that car, and the gap is about 43 seconds between himself and Tom Clouet. So there's the battle. That is a real battle for the Group A honours, and they are inside the top 10 now. And we are back to green flag.
Yeah, engine notes from our commentary position could hear them rising, cars starting to really fly through Rayon. But again, a lot of these drivers just out, having taken over the cars, they'll be slightly pussyfooting for the first lap or two, just getting a feel for these conditions. But Olivier Hart is the driver who'd been, actually he's listed as still being in the car, so maybe David Hart isn't coming out to play tonight. That was something we discussed earlier in number 18 CSL. But Olivier has already been flying and continues to do so.
I think we'll be able to tell by the sector times very quickly.
Yeah, Olivier, the only driver in the race to dip beneath 3 minutes. A 3-minute lap here in the dark is impressive. In the dark, in the wet, even more so. He's done a 2-minute 56.4 second lap. Quite remarkable from the young Dutchman. Maxime Guinard still in the lead of the race. So Ford Capri beating BMW 3-litre CSL ×2, because Sebastian Glazer is in second place in his, and he won both the rounds, didn't he, at the opening round of this series for Peter Auto, the Classic Series down in Barcelona. This is a very, very different prospect here, but he's doing very well. But at the moment, Maxime Guinard just stretching his lead. Group A, Tom Clouet took over number 112. Which was the BMW 635 CSI, the two of them in the lead of the class, one first, one second. Anthony Schrauen has handed over to Tom, and Tom has got Kurt Team giving chase. Couple of cars between them, one of the Ford Escorts, that's car number 47, that's one of the blockers, that's Guy Fabrice Mestro, and Traber car we mentioned before the start of the race, the 635 CSI, but running in TC2 is car number 83, and the driver at the wheel of that is which Traber? Nicholas Traber. And that was an earlier 635 CSI, one of the very early ones from 1981. The latter ones are running in Group A class, including, of course, the one that leads Group A class in 8th position overall with Tom Clouet. First to second, it's Maxime Guinard leading by just under 13 seconds. So he's actually beginning to stretch the advantage, but the driver gaining on both of the first two is Olivier Hart, who's now driving this Heritage Touring Cup race solo, giving chase in third place. Will it become second? He's got to find 17 seconds even to manage that, but such is his pace, and he's just improved his fastest lap time to 2 minutes 55, so 2 minutes 56 clearly no good whatsoever, so he's pressing on.
Yeah, I did say to you, I thought he could probably, first I thought he could make the podium, and I said, I think he can make the win, and
well, potentially he could. What's left on the clock? 20 minutes? It's going to be tight.
20 minutes, he's 30 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, but lapping about 6-7 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, 5 or 6 laps, isn't it?
Seems that way. Have to wait for the next timing sector to be passed. But yeah,
that's 15 minutes. How long? And we got more than 15 minutes, haven't we?
20 minutes.
Yeah. So Probably 2 or 3 laps from the end.
Ah, but will we run green?
Well, yeah, if we don't, of course,
that's a hard thing to tell. Hard to predict. So 7 cars didn't start this race. Decided the conditions were too foul. If I counted 1, 2, 3. But everybody else is still going, with the exception of Philippe Chamama, whose CSL is parked somewhere on the climb between Radion and the end of the first of the 3 timing sectors, which is basically the braking point for Les Combes at the top of the hill, or possibly in these conditions just beyond the braking point.
What happened to our Swedish friend in that?
He's still going. The brand new Chevrolet Camaro. He's running at 12th.
Oh, yeah, Per Nystrom, that's it. Yeah, in 12th place. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very great.
He'll be pleased with that.
He will, and you know his pace is nowhere near those that have been running their cars for a long time, CSLs and stuff. But you know, this is his bedding in. I mean, conditions to bed your car in the dark. Right, a car leaving.
It's
the
a
pits.
baptism. I'm not sure if it's a baptism of fire, but it's certainly a baptism.
He's gone and fallen into the font.
Baptism and bath, basically, with all this rain.
Right, there's Alberto Franceschetti coming out in that number 27.
He'll for sure get a penalty.
I'm gonna. Yeah, he's well late.
So in 6th place, Gordon King is going well. I don't know much about Gordon King.
Graham King.
Graham King is. Oh, sorry, Graham.
It was a late entry.
Was it?
Sharing with Raphael de Bourman.
Yeah.
There goes Maxime Gunat past the start-finish line. His fastest lap of the race. Needs it. 3 minutes, .479. Sebastian Glazer, 2:58.7, is closing. Now the gap is 1st to 2nd. Let's wait for Olivier Hart to come through in the 1975 CSL. 1 Ford Capri, 2 chasing BMWs. It's Ford versus BMW, and another fastest lap of the race outright by Olivier Hart, and he's cut the gap to 2nd to 13 3/4 seconds. First 3 separated now by 24.7 seconds. 17.5 minutes to go. This is doable for Hart. This is doable.
Well, I can't say the track's drying, can I? Looking at that picture, those huge rooster tails. It's
not drying there, down the old start-finish, right?
Green Capri goes past a green BMW.
It's not narrowing it down, Andrew, really.
There was a famous commentator at Alton Park years ago, out in the country, and he used to say, they're coming into my sight now, there's a green one ahead of a red one, ahead of another red one, and a blue one, and a green one.
Yeah.
He never named any of them.
Hope he didn't move on to horse racing. Or maybe I hope he did.
It would be a brown one in front of a brown one in front of a white one, maybe.
Snooker. That was his forte.
Yeah.
Of course, there is that classic when part of the UK had colour television and part didn't. And there was a snooker show that was designed specifically for colour telly, which was called Pop Black. It was a single frame snooker competition, and it actually helped make snooker in the UK a big sport. And
what was the line?
The commentator was, for those, had to say, because some people couldn't see it in colour, though it was designed for colour and being shot in colour, for those watching in black and white, the green is next to the pink.
Yes.
Well, of course, we knew what he meant, but if you were watching in black and white, it was of no help at all. It was one of those great commentary lines.
One of those great bloopers on television.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top 3 cars all did their, top 3 drivers all did their fastest lap of the race last time around, with Olivier Hart doing the fastest lap of anybody in the race. Also, Nicholas Traber, second of the Trabers in that BMW 635 in 7th. He did a 3:15. That was that car's best. And there's actually another 4 best laps coming in, including Pekka Nystrom in the Chevy Camaro, the Z28. I mean, the Z28 is probably the classic Camaro in terms of getting it into people's into the general psyche outside of the US.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, still, whenever I think of Camaros, I still think of Mark Donoghue in the Penske entered, navy and yellow.
Yeah.
Sunoco won in the States, but I mean, from Europe, lots of people raced them. But yeah, it was the Z28 or Z28 that really stuck it out there.
And strangely, they love them in Sweden.
Yes.
And Camaro's went up, the ex-Formula 1 driver, Rainer Wiesel, died a couple of years ago. He raced a Camaro into his 50s, you know.
Another lap completed. The leader of 3:02, second place of 3:01. So that gap comes down to 10 seconds. Yeah. Once again, it's Olivier Hart at 2:55.332. Now, he's only taking tiny bits off the fastest lap, but that was 5 seconds and more ahead of the two cars ahead. So that gap that was 24 seconds between the top three is now 17 seconds between the top three.
He's going to catch them, John.
He's going to catch them.
Yeah. He is. I was also taking a look at the Group A battle in 8th and 10th places now. Tom Cloe, was he going to be caught by Kurt Team? I didn't really think so, but actually he's responded just in case. You know, he's bedded himself in very nicely in the number 112, which he shares with Anthony Schrauen, and is now pulling away. He's got another CSI between them, but this is one that's running in TC2. It's the earlier model. Number 2, Frank Jacob runs. In fact, there are a couple of the earlier CSIs running in TC2. But the good news for him,
Cloet's just put the fastest lap of the race of his race in, and therefore, obviously, the class fastest lap of the race, 3:23.288. Kurt Team 3:23.013. So the lap times are very similar, but Kurt not closing down that gap. It's about 30 seconds at the moment between those two.
Graham King is Belgian.
You can tell, can't you? Yeah. Raphael de Straten, what's his teammate called? Raphael Borman, you can tell. That's Belgian. Graham Belgian.
Yeah, he's been racing last year in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux. And he finished second in the championship.
That's basically a bit level down from Carrera Cup.
Yeah,
you get some Carrera Cup cars in there, but some GT4 cars in as well.
But they also, a handful of years ago, suddenly started producing a load of 15 and 16-year-olds who really have vaulted up. I think Luke Hartog was probably one of those.
Yes, he was.
You know, it's very strange to look at a Porsche field, and they had some older drivers I remember from years ago, and I looked up the details of the younger ones. I mean, they were all literally 16 and 17 years old.
So this lap, Hart should be right on Glazer.
First timing sector of the three, he gains over 2 seconds. The next one, he gains another second, so he's dropped away 3. First to third, that's Guenard via Glazer to Hart, 6.6 seconds gap between them, partway around this lap. 12 minutes left. And both of them are taking gobbets out of race leader.
That's a good word.
Maxime Guenard. Under cover of darkness, approaching midnight, you can bring out these words.
Yeah.
So Glazer is now 2.3 seconds down in his BMW, chasing down the Capri of long-time leader Maxime Guenard. Olivier Hart in another CSL is catching the pair of them. It's coming down and down and down, and really Guenard is suffering big time. They'll pass him within a lap, I would reckon.
I did that podium half an hour ago. Those top three are all spraying champagne at each other from a previous race. All three of them were up there.
Well, they'll be spraying it again in the next 12 minutes or so. What a glorious day of racing we have had. The conditions have done their best to frustrate us, but we've managed to get all of the races at least started.
Yeah.
I'm slightly wondering if on the last lap, Maxime Guenard just had a bit of a moment somewhere in the middle sector, because he lost about 8 seconds, but at the end of the lap, he was faster than the chasing Sebastian Glazer. So hardly surprising. In fairness, you can have your mistake covered in the darkness here. But
3:08.3 for the leader, 3:02. So now it's down to 4 seconds at the front of the field, and 6.3 seconds is the spread on the top three.
5.5 seconds now.
5.5 as they go through, yes, the next split. 2:57.1. Ollie Hart is 5 seconds and more quicker than the two cars.
And metronomic.
Ahead. Oh, just banging those times out. Incredible stuff. Traffic, no traffic, doesn't seem to matter. Tom Cloe with another 3:23 last time around. Kurt Team 3:23 as well. Down to the 10th, matching each other. New fastest lap of the race for the Ford Escort. Mark 1 RS 1600 of Pierre-Alain France in the number 100 car. Also for Michael Shimama, the 53 BMW. So from having 3 Shimamas in the top 10, now 1 in the top 5, 2 in the top 15. Pekka Nystrom, 9th in class in that Chevy Camaro. Another fastest lap of his race last time around. He's getting quicker. Enjoying it out there.
Oh, listen to those engine notes. 10 minutes to go, just under. Penalties coming through. Stop and go. Sorry, pit stop out of window. Numbers 27 to 53, it says there. I'm seeing it mean 27
and 53.
Yeah, otherwise it's quite a lot of cars. So you were spot on. Alberto Franceschetti in that dark red Alfa Romeo number 27.
Hart's up to second.
And Michel Scamama as well, we saw had his problem. So Hart, yes, he's made the move up to second place. He's 3.2 seconds down on a race.
Time around, he'll be in the lead.
Yep.
Minutes and a bit of change, so he's definitely going to overhaul Maxime Guéna.
Incredible run. So BMW versus Ford now. 3-litre CSL versus Capri RS31. And both from 1975. There's the leader. A 2:59.875 is the fastest lap of the race for Maxime, but it's still not quick enough, even though that is his personal best. Now just 1.7 seconds as the second place car puts the outright fastest lap of the race in at a 2:55.1. Down the hill. They are on the same part of the track now, through Eau Rouge. And Olivier has target acquired now on the Liquid Moly hippie shell car onto the Kemmel Straight. The headlights in the distance heading towards Les Combes in the absolute pitch darkness at that part of the circuit. Just a blur of headlights down through the gearbox. Big flames out of the left-hand side exhaust from the Capri, which is still leading through Les Combes. But it's about 2 car lengths now as they head out right-handed through Les Combes and down the hill to the hairpin at Rivage.
How are our cameraman picking all this up?
I have no clue. Round the outside now for Ollie Hart. Goes to the left-hand side of the track. They're side by side through the middle of the corner. We'll pick them up as they come through Speaker's Corner. Is it the bright white headlights that are still ahead? Or has the BM gone through? It's the BM. The BM's gone through in the short stretch of straight between the exit of Rivage and into Virage Jackie Hicks, or Curve Jackie Hicks. The BM's gone through. Much brighter headlights on the Capri, by the way.
See that, can't you?
And how Ollie Hart could even see where he's going. It's a much yellower beam on that car, and the Capri's got additional headlights. But there's now, 5 or 6 car lengths between them, and Ollie Hart is making his bid for freedom.
And the rain continues to pour down here in the Ardennes.
Extraordinary stuff.
Right, and while we're looking at all that, just to point out, behind the top 3, we've got another Ford Capri in 4th place, but it's fully 50 seconds further back. Armand Miel, car number 60, on the Hermatite livery we saw in the pit lane. Then Yves Scamama is in 5th place, a third Ford Capri in the race, and completing the top 6 is the first of the Ford Escorts. That's Graham King, who's done it solo. His teammate Raphael de Bourman did not take part.
Now, team, I think, is closing on Cloet. They're 8th and 9th now. What's the gap there?
21 seconds.
Oh,
That's coming down slowly, not quickly enough. Another fastest personal best for Pekka Nystrom in the sole representative of the bow tie.
Yep.
The Chevy Camaro, 3:33.6. He's knocking half a second off here, a couple of tenths off there. Inside the top 9. In fact, 9th in class now, 11th overall.
They just built that car up, John. They just done a brief shakedown, and that's it. And this is the first time he's driven it in anger. He's doing a terrific job, is Per Nystrom.
Is Shimama going to beat Armand Mill to 4th place here? Just 1.7 seconds behind them, and 4 seconds taken out of the 4th place number 60 Hermatite car last time around. The suggestion is yes, it will be, already down to half a second as they're coming towards the end of the lap. The Belga sponsored BMWs going through there, or was that the Ford? Looked Ford shaped to me, but then again, it's very dark.
2 more laps, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andre.
And the Hart pulled away 4 seconds already, just showing his incredible pace. He's our man of the day, without any question.
Yeah, one of the drives of the day that earlier on we saw some immense driving. Really impressive stuff from Phil Keane driving through the field.
Yep.
Hart doing some of his best work in the darkness here.
So the race is spaced out a little bit now, John, hasn't it? With these closing moments of not only this race, but an exciting, great day, despite what the Belgian weather threw at us. I mean,
Armand Mill has responded and has pulled out the 1.2 seconds on Yves Shimama in the battle for 4th and 5th overall and in class.
Yeah.
So that one's going to run to the end.
Yeah, that's a one battle, isn't it, that's left now.
Also, Michelle Shimama and Catherine Behrens are having a bit of a scrap. Now, Behrens is only in the 2002, but it is still a TC2 car. So that is the battle for 14th and 15th overall.
And I'm pretty sure Catherine's a lady driver.
Yeah,
I saw her get in the car yesterday.
2 seconds between those two at the moment. But Catherine, actually, I think Catherine's just gone past Michael, actually. Yes, she has. So where are we with the leader on track? Waiting for him to come through. Nearly 8 seconds now. What a drive this has been by Olivier Hart. And this has been fabulous.
What an evening it's been for him. 2 races.
It has been. He's had 2 fantastic races in the darkness. He clearly likes racing in the wet and the dark. And Shimama dropping away now from Armand Mille. Now 2.3 seconds back. Went to get to the end of the lap. 3:03.2 from Yves Shimama and Armand Mille with a 3:03.299 last time around. They should be due across the line anytime soon. Our leader plunging down the endurance pit straight, drifting through. That's fantastic.
I think it's extraordinary, John. We've had this terrible weather and we've had hardly, I'm keeping fingers crossed the race almost over, but hardly an incident, hardly a bent panel, have we? With hundreds of cars racing.
We don't know what stopped the, that was the group, sorry, the ERL race, wasn't it? The LMP race. That was a red flag there. So I don't know what the incident
I think maybe just thought the conditions were too bad.
You might be might well be right.
Mike Newton told me he probably wouldn't go out in that race if it was raining because it wasn't worth risking very valuable machinery. So we will find that out by tomorrow.
Armand Mille goes across the line. There's Yves Shimama right in behind. 3:01, fastest lap of that car's race for Armand Mille. Needed it, and it's now 2.6 seconds. 3:02.4 for the chasing Yves Shimama, and that was that car's fastest lap as well. So they are pushing. They are pushing as the leader is on the final lap, I think.
Yeah, what we got left, 1 minute and 38, 37, 35 seconds.
Yeah, haven't had the last lap signal, but I think it will be. Whilst we are still racing, a massive thank you to all of our TV crew who have done sterling work in difficult conditions, but particularly, of course, to our camera operators out in the weather.
Oh, what a day it's been for them, man.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant stuff.
And it's May. Almost June.
Well, we've had 0 rain in this part of Europe for about 5 weeks. It's barely been a drop. Now, from 4th down to 9th position, all of those cars doing their best times. Kurt Team's got the gap down to 14 seconds between himself and Tom Clouet for the Group A battle, but I think he's going to come up a tiny bit short. But it's been a good 5 seconds. I might have spoken too early. 5 seconds. 3:15, 3:58. That is fastest lap of the race pace, and Team does put the fastest lap in with a 14. It's now down to 12 seconds. Here comes the leader in that Belga BMW.
Looks superb, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So this is now the final lap. There's one more lap for that car. So there's a chance for Kurt Team here still to put some pressure on Tom Clouet. And also, Yves Shimama's yet to start their last lap in that battle with Arnaud Mille. Arnaud Mille for 4th position. How do they keep up this pace in these conditions? Outstanding.
Hart continuing to pull away, open that gap now to 15 seconds. We wondered if he'd managed to get at first into the top 3, and then could he take the lead, and now he's just motoring away from Guinet, Glazer and Mille, with Shimama 5th and King. Great drive in that Escort in 6th place. Dancing red brake lights there from our cameraman. And here's our leader just lapping another car. And also, as you pointed out, John, Hart definitely doesn't have the lighting capability of many of the others.
Is he wearing night vision goggles?
Well, I
he's
don't
down the
know.
local army surplus store, and he's got a set of NVs on. Absolutely incredible. They're just not the intensity, the whiteness of bright white that Capri lights were. You can clearly see them.
They're almost period, aren't they? Where
yeah. I mean, you were just starting to get quartz halogen bulbs the end of the 60s and into the 70s, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, Audi, in one of the offshoots of their Le Mans program, was improving the lighting for all their cars.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So they had that laser light program, and then the LEDs, and then the focused LEDs. The clever LEDs that don't blind people coming the other day, which other way, if you're in fog looking at those and see how they move, that's worth the price of the car on its own for me. Maxime going out there, going through 15 seconds. Now, Nick Traber's just put his fastest lap of the race in. Kurt Team under 10 seconds now between himself and Tom Clouet, but I think the lap is going to run out too quickly. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, what a drive in the number 18 BMW 3-litre CSL from 1975, the Belga car. David and Oliver Hartwell. Ollie's done it on his own. Don't think David started that car. He eases to the line for the final checkered flag of the day and takes the Heritage Touring Cup Race 1. We'll see these cars again tomorrow. We're on the air from 9:30 local. The margin of victory is 17.5 seconds, but you cannot, absolutely cannot complain about that drive from Maxime Gunnar. I don't think it maybe made one slight mistake, but ultimately that wasn't the difference between first and second. 14 seconds further back, Sebastian Glazer for the 174 BMW. The car in the Warsteiner colours. Then it's Armand Mille that should come through next. Yves Shimama, I think, has just been held off by about 2.5 seconds. They've got about 45 seconds to come before they come across the line. And Kurt Team, unfortunately for Kurt Team, he was lapped just before he got to his final lap, and that's robbed him of any chance of getting back to Tom Clouet. So Clouet will actually finish on the lead lap, and it will look like there was a lap difference between them. So Kurt Team needed Ollie Hart just to ease off a little bit to give him another 4 miles to get towards the back of that BMW.
Good drive, though, by the Viking Warrior there, former DTM champion.
And fair play to Vincent Voss, who started that car.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Flying Dutchman with the film star looks takes his second win of today's great racing here.
And Armand Mille did hold off Yves Shimama in 4th and 5th position. It was 4 seconds at the end. Yves give it everything. And what a race we have seen in extremely difficult conditions. Pit stop timing playing a part as well. The battle between the blue and white propeller and the blue oval went all the way to the end of the race.
It lived up to expectations.
Absolutely.
John, and I just see a few flash bulbs going off. So cameramen still out there capturing these images. And also Hart will go into the lead. We talked about the different championships, so just building up only, but this will put Hart into the lead of that championship, actually, in fact.
Well, that's been a brilliant day of racing. Good to have had your company. And just to mention, the Chevy Camaro, Pekka Nystrom, finished in 11th overall, 9th in class for that brand new class. Nick Traber, and waiting for Tom Cloet to come across the line to win the Group A part of the race. My thanks to all of our guests this evening, and to my co-commentators Andrew Marriott and Bruce Jones. My name's John Hindhaugh. We're back at 9:30 Belgian time tomorrow. Join us then. Thank you very much for being with us today from a damp but exciting day of racing here at Spa for Peter Auto and the Spa Classic 2025. Good night and God bless.